There's nothing that compares to the velocity of the success of Harry Potter.
Nothing ever?
No, not really.
Harry, you all right?
Does it interest you, Bill? Do you think that he would be successful?
I think it would if it were done right. I think it could make a great film. Yeah, but and okay, if it was done right, yes, that would be wild. That would be wonderful to see it as a film. But I wanted to write books. Do you know what I mean? So my absolute ambition was not Hollywood. My absolute ambition was to sell loads of books.
Spawning a franchise that would go on to have as immediately influential of an impact on the film industry as the books had on theirs, Philosopher's Stone had some mighty shoes to fill, and, much to the amazement of critics and casual moviegoers alike, delivered in every way that mattered for building the foundation this series needed going forward. Somehow, at least partly, they strayed away from the all-too-familiar creative crippling executives that have always plagued Hollywood. Although they would, of course, contribute to the ramping up of that process to reach the superhero-infested, cinematic universe-creating, mindlessly rebooting scourge we have today, and then gradually succumb itself anyway. As to how it managed to, at the very least, give the illusion of avoiding much of that mess, other than existing in a time not quite so bland as present Hollywood, it might be down to the unique quality of being made on British soil, much like how Peter Jackson pushed for Lord of the Rings to be made in New Zealand, and we all know how well that fared for that particular trilogy. Warner Bros., the entertainment conglomerate producing the films, is American, being among the big six to have been operating during the Hollywood Golden Age, but all 8 of the Harry Potter films would go on to be shot in both real-world locations and studios within the UK. It makes perfect sense, being the country the books are set and all the characters therefore being from or around the island, but not only were the original plans not to film exclusively in the UK, but such a big-name franchise coming from anywhere but America was pretty much unheard of, other than the aforementioned Lord of the Rings. Plenty had been filmed in the streets of London, the mountains of Scotland, and everywhere in between, but never had something so mainstream had such a strictly British identity. Well, except Sherlock Holmes, Doctor Who, and James Bond, which coincidentally was in contention for being the highest grossing franchise of all time during the 2000s, along with Star Wars and Harry Potter, until Order of the Phoenix eventually tipped the scales in Potter's favour. Phoenix grossed almost $1 billion at the box office, which, whilst not quite up to match with the peculiarities of James Cameron or the titanically expensive soap opera of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, was still mightily impressive by 2007 standards. Though, mind you, with that $1 billion, Warner Bros. Still reported a monetary loss on the basis of creative accounting. Anyway, back to the year 2000, where the contracts were turning out to be a hard decision of whether or not to sign on for all involved, initially planning for the full, at that time, 7 films, and made no more easy by Rowling's request that the cast be made up of entirely British actors. But once the contracts were changed to plan for just 2 films, with filming taking place in the UK rather than in America, it all started slotting into place, and Rowling's contributions would continue throughout the franchise's run, during half of which she was still writing the last few books. Her oversight on Harry Potter, later rebranded to the Wizarding World, would eventually extend to her being in the screenwriter's seat for Fantastic Beasts. To say nothing of the quality of those films, it's interesting how in the early years Rowling was given such a position of authority from the get-go, considering how new she was to even the novelist scene at the time, let alone the filmmaking one.
The absolute crux of the matter for me was that they did not take my characters and take them off to do something that I didn't want them to do, because I obviously am in the middle of a 7-book series. So I didn't ever want anyone to make Harry goes to Las Vegas, or, Harry Potter gets married, Harry Potter, I don't know, goes to the moon. Any of this would have been disastrous for me. I wanted us both to be working to the same plot.
Her position as a screenwriter and producer for what is for some reason planned to be 5 Fantastic Beasts films, making her in every practical sense the sole arbiter of the direction of one of the most profitable entertainment brands of all time, is certainly something. The origin of this unheard of level of creative control dates before famous directors were lining up to be a part of the first film, when Rowling was already receiving unprecedented book deals for Philosopher's Stone. You can imagine the confused faces of the publishers Rowling approached carrying the manuscript of an over 200-page children's novel, around 50,000 words above the established norm for children's fiction at the time, a market of which Rowling was informed had no money to be made writing for.
We were very excited about it in the agency, but it was a very difficult book to sell. And then quite a large number of publishers turned it down. It was too long, it dealt with going away to school.
Obviously, I must have really believed in the story, and I did. I really believed in it. But it was more a feeling of, I have to do right by this book. I have to give it my best shot.
It's reasonable enough that in conversations for the publishing of this book that broke all current rules of children's literature, Rowling would claim to not be doing so for money but for herself. But what's actually commendable is her being already in the process of writing the follow-up novel Chamber of Secrets when Philosophers was first being released with a print run of only 500 copies. Certain things about Rowling that she very quickly came to be known for in those first couple years, like her having thought up the whole idea while stuck on a train as a poor single mum, seem like sensationalised bits of promotion used to give the book a few nudges into stardom, but really that's just my cynicism flaring up. And something like that isn't all that unbelievable compared to the actually untrue rumours that still float around today.
I did not write in cafes to escape my unheated flat, because I am not stupid enough to rent an unheated flat in Edinburgh in midwinter. It had heating.
The big news at the time, however, was the sum of $105,000 that the publishing rights were sold for, around 10 times more than the average sale for a foreign novel at the time.
This is more money than I had ever paid any author as an advance, let alone an advance for a first novel. It was unprecedented.
The word of mouth spawned from news of a sale like that would have greatly helped give the release an initial boost. So not only did the now titled Sorcerer's Stone have a built-in publicity hook, but it had a never-before-seen level of support from anyone and everyone who could make money from selling it, ensuring the name Harry Potter would stay at the forefront of everyone's media consumption. Soon enough, the true extent of the cultural impact, the influence on fandoms both on and offline, and the 180-degree shift within the publishing industry would come to light. It's no wonder that by the time the fourth book was being published, a year before the release of the first film, that special parties were being held in bookstores and libraries across the world.
Oh, well, you caught me. Okay, the truth is, everybody loves these books, big people too.
Peter got to me, have you read the new Harry Potter book, Stu? It's good if you read it. No, I haven't read it. Because I'm a 40-year-old man.
It could hardly be considered a gamble at this point, but Warner Bros. Followed the example set by Scholastic and bought the rights to make films out of the first 4 books for a reported £1 million, although other sources have said Rowling signed both the film and merchandising rights for less than that. Even if we don't know the exact amount, the point still stands that Rowling took an offer well below the figures other studios were prepared to give her, or anyone would have dared to give her after the brand's popularity shot past any reasonable estimations, because it allowed her a greater input in the interpretive choices that would be made in the adaptations, as well as in any future brand endeavours like spin-offs or theme parks. She even apparently declined working with Steven Spielberg, whose visions of an animated franchise quickly fell through after they were too far removed from her own. So suffice to say, she wasn't willing to take a back seat to any blatant studio meddling, or any director's attempts to make something out of her books that in her eyes they had no business being. I mentioned earlier how Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, sharing an attribute of being made outside of America, played some part in each of them feeling different from other big budget productions, but the real reason for that is in the convergence of individuals who worked well together to bring their passion to the table. Rather than looking for an easy money-guaranteed gig, producer David Heyman actually came from reading Philosopher's Stone in its unpublished manuscript form, cashing his ticket in to be a part of any possible future productions before it ever became a success. Heyman stuck with the films all the way through amongst changing directors, writers, and plenty of other faces. But one of his earliest and most notable contributions was ensuring Daniel Radcliffe came in to audition for the titular role. Radcliffe's name came up as a suggestion from Chris Columbus, an American director who caught Rowling's interest himself after noticing the story's dark progression between the first and third book. At the time, he was planning, like Heyman, to see the films through until they adapted all the books, including those as yet unreleased, snatching the job no doubt due to his experience working with child actors on Home Alone, but also because of his unusually enthusiastic pitch, where he went so far as to write his own version of a script. First comes the source material, then various boardroom executive meetings and signings of administrative documents, and then they secure the screenplay from their chosen screenwriter. So Columbus writing his vision for the film was really the thing that made him stand out amongst an A-list lineup of directors. A great part of the feel of a movie rests in the director's hands, and in an industry where the screenwriter often becomes a forgotten component of the production following his or her completion of the script, Columbus chose to instead closely collaborate with Steve Kloves. Add to that his welcoming of involving the original novelist, as well as the fact the book series was still ongoing, and you had a recipe for a production quite unlike anything anyone was familiar with. The freedom to exert perhaps more influence on the Potter films than is usual when a book is adapted for the screen was granted to Rowling, as David Heyman noted, for this unusual circumstance they chose to start the franchise in. As Steve Clovis himself put it,
No, and you were very direct. You were very respectful, but you were very direct, and I thought this is a good thing, and I thought it was going to be good for us, because I think there are a lot of writers of books who are just happy to have a deal with Hollywood. You were respectful of everyone, but I think you weren't just going to sit there and let someone say something foolish. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it was just simply, I didn't know how it would work. Writing this was a bit like being Bob Woodward and All the President's Men, and instead of meeting in a garage, I would meet deep throat in cyberspace, which was you, and I'd say, and you would say, instead of follow the money, you would say sort of follow the character.
Where are you? Stuck. The story is stalled on us. And you thought I'd help?
Principal photography began 29th of September 2000, not long after the reveal of the 3 young actors who would portray the beloved trio, and soon enough November 16th came around, and the floodgates Rowling opened in 1997 with her humble children's fantasy book would be overloaded with cascading waves, never to close again. Rather than starting as the book did by following Vernon Dursley on his way to work, walking amongst oddly dressed people celebrating Voldemort's demise, the film places us right into the serene night that 3 wizards would start Harry on his new unforgiving life, a choice that works greatly in favour of investing you in this world through its cosy atmosphere and through a fascinating first impression of its characters. Dumbledore, McGonagall and Hagrid instantly seem like larger-than-life personalities in their own unique ways, something which the book's scene featuring Vernon's judging perspective of these strange cloaked individuals wouldn't have been able to capture. Whenever we see the streets of Muggle society later on, it's always through the eyes of a witch or wizard who will continue to show up and add to the story, and the only thing the Vernon scene would have set up would be the instant fame that was associated with the name Harry Potter. Something we get later on anyway when the boy himself enters the leaky cauldron. It might have been funny seeing some of Vernon's reactions to the peculiarities around him, such as a cat reading a newspaper, who we later learn was likely McGonagall scouting the place they would take baby Harry that night. But a comedic tone wouldn't have provided the right hook to start this film off with. The opening needed that feeling of being instantly warmly hugged by the magic of this world, almost as a teaser for how that same otherworldliness would pick up where it left off half an hour later. Starting off light and to the point, Williams' music helps to get the rest of the way in capturing the attention and imagination of any kids in the audience. His unusual selection of instrument in a Celesta contributes to the wonder with its unique but not unfamiliar sound, but more importantly, it creates a sense of quiet foreboding, matching the secrecy of this abnormal event amongst abnormal people, promising that, in time, we will come to learn the significance of all this. By repeating this melody in different variations throughout the opening scenes, it is quickly established as the theme of the whole film, both narratively and as an identifier of anything to do with Harry Potter. So synonymous with the series would it become that it is still used profusely in promotional material today, and composers who would go on to work on the films that followed Williams' departure would pay homage to it in their soundtracks as well. As a leitmotif, it is deeply associated with Harry as a person, but by extension it becomes the symbolic sound of that innocent magic that these first 2 films capture so well, used whenever some essence of magic penetrates the mundane happenings of Harry's lonely Muggle life. The owls gradually swooping in on number 4 Privet Drive in greater numbers, accompanied by this melody, causes them to be almost subconsciously linked with magic, as if it is more and more forcefully growing closer to Harry, trying to find the imprisoned young wizard. By extension, Hedwig herself becomes Harry's constant connection to the wizarding world, even in the summers he spends trapped within this mundane Muggle neighbourhood. And when Hedwig dies in the 7th film, it is a moment of great pain, as Harry has lost the symbol of his first childhood experience with the wizarding world, and the audience has lost one of the last remaining lights in what has matured into a very dark story. Williams uses a number of other leitmotifs throughout his romantic era-inspired score, composed of over 70 minutes of original music to accompany nearly every moment of the film's 152-minute runtime. Even if the score was composed as such out of necessity for its young audience, he could construct each track, including the variations of songs, around the unique happenings of every scene, from changes in mood and tension, reactions in the actors' performances, or the movement of objects within the frame. After a brief absence, the score returns to Philosopher's Stone after Harry speaks to and accidentally frees the snake at the zoo, and it becomes tailored to present the Dursleys as the nasty buffoons that they are. Although that nastiness, as well as how truly miserable Harry's life was prior to receiving his Hogwarts letter and would continue to be on his summer returns to Privet Drive, are toned down significantly in the films. Whilst Columbus's experience making the comedy Christmas Home Alone movies might have led him to present the Dursleys in a more light-hearted, silly fashion, the book already did a good job of giving a child's perspective on what is, without a doubt, full-on abuse. It becomes a big part of setting up who Harry is and how he mentally copes with the wizarding issues he would later encounter, though it does at times seem a miracle he turned out half as sane as he is, from all that went on those 10-odd years. His glasses were constantly broken because of Dudley punching him in the face, and these beatings and general bullyish behaviour from Dudley's gang would cause Harry to become a friendless outcast at school, and he was given no new clothes of his own, wearing tattered hand-me-downs of Dudley's, made only worse by his obesity being antithetical to Harry's skinniness. His small stature may be a result of the Dursleys' go-to punishment being to lock him in the cupboard under the stairs, which was also serving as his makeshift bedroom until the Dursleys became scared of letters addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. If that's not enough, there's the meals he was given, if he got anything at all, being leftover scraps, and to think that most of this came about from a few random pieces of magic Harry started to exhibit on his way out of infancy. The years standing up for himself, dodging the reach of Vernon's arm, ducking under Petunia's swinging frying pan, or running away from Dudley and his gang, also act as explanations of Harry's athleticism and his intuitive ability to spot and succeed in dangerous situations, risking being labelled overly faithful to the source material, which ended up as the main criticism for the first two films anyway. Taking the time to build up to Hogwarts was necessary for the betterment of setting up the rest of the series. That was a big area many other attempts at creating young adult-based franchises fell short, failing to give the characters weight before the story starts ramping up and resorting to shoehorned exposition in place of proper world building.
Zeus's bolt is the most powerful weapon ever created.
The Elder Wand. The most powerful wand ever made.
For Philosopher's Stone specifically, even though the Dursleys would end up being seen even less in subsequent films than the already small amount they were seen in the books, the mundanity of this opening provides the right contrast to how amazingly the wizarding world is presented when we finally get there. Even still, it would take a bit longer till we were within the faraway castles of Hogwarts, the one to guide Harry on the start of his journey.
Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts.
I really like what they did with this whole scene, removing some of the repetitiveness of the Dursleys escaping the letters from the book and giving it an exaggerated fairy tale vibe, like this is truly the furthest corner of the country they could hide away in, and it still wasn't enough. Also, Vernon's pettiness and hating of Harry receiving mail so much that he'll go to such lengths is just delightfully absurd in and of itself, as is him pointing a double-barrel shotgun at Hagrid, who, likely unknowing the damage such a muggle weapon could do, nonchalantly steps forward and bends the nozzle away. Another great change to this scene is Hagrid's reaction to Vernon calling Dumbledore a crackpot old fool.
Never insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me.
When someone responds with this deliberate, careful tone, you know they mean what they say and that they're not just losing their temper. They also gave Hagrid a better reason to throw a pigtail-inflicting spell at Dudley when he spots him digging into Harry's birthday cake. In the book, however, Hagrid just kind of casts the spell in the escalation of his reaction to Vernon's insult, even though Dudley hadn't done anything.
I'm not Harry.
Out of all the past quarter hour of scenes involving the Dursleys, this one is the most cinematically engaging and makes for a great second introduction to Hagrid as that familiar face from the prologue. The film is really getting into its stride now as we escape the Dursleys' grasp. There's something rickety about the whole Diagon Alley scene, from its dated CGI Rick effect to wide shots featuring Hagrid and crowds of normal-sized extras. All in all, however, it has a charm deserving of the word whimsical, a word used to describe the wizarding world so regularly that I've become sick of reading or hearing it, but it's accurate nonetheless.
Can we find all this in London?
If you know where to go,
Why wizards saw fit to build such a misshapen and cramped shopping centre I don't think has an explanation beyond because it's quirky and magical. Spells that enlarge physical spaces do exist, as we learn later in the series, so it's not as if they're actually bound by this London back alley they've chosen to situate in. The caverns under Gringotts are also enormous, so it seems odd that wizards wouldn't take some part of the underground space for themselves if a lack of space is indeed an issue.
Give it a wave.
This sequence of Harry buying some school supplies, including an experience with Ollivander's questionable business practices, features some big plot developments and world-building tidbits that are important for the story in the films to come. We see the Philosopher's Stone, which isn't mentioned again until an hour and 40 minutes in, and the large stack of coins in Harry's vault, which he inherited as the last surviving member of the Potter family. We learn about how wands may match one wizard better than another, an element of so-called wand lore which only makes less sense as the series goes on, and that the Nimbus 2000 is the newest and best broomstick used by players of Quidditch, whatever that is. Also, for Harry's 11th birthday, Hagrid brought him an owl, which better fits the main character than a toad would, I'm sure you can agree. But most importantly, we learn who Voldemort is and what he did, specifically Harry's miraculous survival of the same killing curse that killed his parents. This exposition comes from Hagrid inside the leaky cauldron, but in the book Harry actually learnt of his parents back in the island shack, in front of the Dursleys. The quiet atmosphere in this different location benefits the weight of the conversation, and having its own scene focuses how important it is to Harry's character without getting caught up in the events of the shack, Dursley bickering besides. Whilst on that topic, they took the liberty of straight up ignoring the book's idea of having Harry go back to live with the Dursleys for the last month until the school term actually starts in September. If you can ignore the fact that in the film's version of events this means Harry and Hagrid were walking around London for an entire month between Harry's birthday and the start of term, then it's clearly the better choice in terms of pacing. It makes for a bit of an awkward cut between the stingy leaky cauldron and King's Cross Station, but it's easy enough to imagine the month of August disappearing and that Harry and Hagrid just walked over there after exiting Diagon Alley. Now by this time the fourth book had already come out, so the films had some opportunities to plan for magic existing that wouldn't appear until then. Having said that, apparition wasn't introduced until Half-Blood Prince, when Dumbledore took Harry to the house Slughorn was hiding in, and Rowling, being the tight-lipped author that she is, likely wouldn't have told the filmmakers about this piece of magic if she had it planned at all. Half-Blood Prince also made it seem the tradition was that wizards learned to apparate during their 6th year, having dedicated lessons in the Great Hall to do so. But Hagrid was famously expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year. Just a little nitpick of them wanting to give his departure a bit of cliché mysteriousness, even though it makes no sense magically or physically, since apparition clearly makes a noise, and without it, there's no way Hagrid could exit so silently, being as big as he is. Even ignoring these things, it just seems a bit rude to leave Harry there alone mid-sentence. I guess we can use it as the first of many instances where Hagrid proves himself mightily irresponsible, because if Harry didn't by chance come across the Weasleys on their way to platform 9 3/4, then he might very well have missed the train, missed meeting Ron and Hermione, and then, after Dumbledore personally teleports him to Hogwarts, dies in pursuit of Voldemort with no friends to help him. Anyway, we get to see a whole bunch of new characters, but the main focus is on seeing the first interactions between Harry, Ron and Hermione. As the first scene in the film where child actors are left to themselves without the guidance of seasoned veterans, it was important that things went well enough for the prospect of this franchise continuing to be believed. Besides some physical discrepancies with Radcliffe's eyes, Watson's teeth, and Grint being the opposite of lanky, a trait that seemed instead to pass to the twins, you have to admire the casting director's ability to cast child actors, which is a notably smaller pool of talent to pick from, who are as good a fit in their roles as the adults are in theirs. For the trio specifically, it helped massively that out of the thousands of casting calls they went through, they'd managed to find 3 kids who fit Harry, Ron and Hermione's personalities so well.
Rupert was Ron, you know, and Dan kind of was Harry.
Harry had a thin face, knobbly knees, black hair and bright green eyes.
Hermione made complete sense to me. That's me. Like, I am that girl.
That doesn't really describe me at all, really. Especially the tall part. I'm ginger, that's the main thing.
She's so much like myself. I mean, I was seriously nerdy. And I was very kind of insecure like she was. I was quite a tomboy. I wasn't super popular or anything, so I basically was her, to be fair.
Watson definitely has ups and downs in the quality of her performances, and even though Rupert is often given less to work with in the scripts, he's the most consistent and usually comes across as the most natural. Daniel Radcliffe, on the other hand, steadily elevates with each film until he's the best of the three of them. As far as Philosopher's Stone is concerned, his often stiff delivery and expressions just about fit the socially inexperienced awkwardness you would expect Harry to have given his isolated upbringing, making the friendship he finds in Ron and Hermione all the more endearing as he learns to have a sense of self-identity. You can't expect too much from their ability to portray certain nuances, as young as they were, but the source material thankfully wouldn't have the characters reach those complexities until they were well into their teenage years. Of this, Radcliffe had the hardest job by far, going from a slight blankness in Philosophers, unaware of his presence and playing down his skills, to the subtle and realistically long-lasting psychological issues stemming from 11 years of neglect coming to the surface, and all the new traumatic experiences dragging him down along with it. As we move into scenes around Hogwarts, there come more opportunities for the immense talents of Britain's finest theatre actors to pick up where any youngsters drop the ball. Hagrid would reprise his role as our lovable, loyal guide into this world, but the upcoming array of different personalities would introduce us to a whole new side of the wizarding populace.
Now, in a few moments you will pass through these doors and join your classmates, but before you can take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses.
She doesn't have the same degree of backstory or development as her contemporaries, but McGonagall manages to survive in the hearts of the fandom nonetheless. As archetypal of the strict but caring disciplinarian as she may be, her personality and solid presence as the head of Gryffindor House puts her always in the background of whatever Harry and his friends are getting up to, always ready to keep her students in line and more capable than any other teacher in doing so. Harry instantly identifies her as an authority figure who shouldn't be messed with, although we would soon come to learn of the few soft spots she does indeed have. She gives an external image of being strict and stern and is no doubt the kind of teacher other teachers respect, but Rowling softens a lot of Harry's preteen first impressions of her personality, and we come to see her as the compassionate person that she is. In the very first chapter, rather than running around with the rest of the elite wizards to capture or kill the Dark Lord, she took it upon herself to scout the Dursleys' house on Privet Drive, making sure it would make for the safe home Harry needs.
Leaving him with these people. I've watched them all day. They're the worst sort of muggles imaginable.
Of course we know that whilst it may have been safe from Voldemort, it didn't make for the most accommodating of childhood homes for Harry, and McGonagall's questioning of Dumbledore's decision to place him there is the first indication that, beyond having Harry's best interest in mind, she wasn't afraid to speak up for what she thinks is right, even to the likes of Dumbledore. So stalwart does she stand by her principles that when other heads of house are coddling their students to gain points, she'll punish her students more harshly than any other. In the books, when Harry and Hermione are caught out of bed attending to the dragon subplot, she deducts 50 points from Gryffindor for each of them, knowing that it would sour their chances of winning the House Cup. The film changed the narrative for their being out of bed, but needing a reason for Harry to end up in the Forbidden Forest, kept in the trio being snitched on by Draco and then punished after their capture. Though Malfoy's presence doesn't add much to the scene, their collective punishment certainly not acting as a bonding experience with the Slytherin boy, the fact that he is there and that McGonagall punishes him too, in spite of his sucking up to her authority, says a lot about the kind of teacher she is.
Now, what would 3 young Gryffindors such as yourselves be doing inside on a day like this?
Maggie Smith brought a stern elegance to Minerva McGonagall, and the equally revered Alan Rickman brought a twisted malevolence to his role as Severus Snape, Alan Rickman being the one to play him, and his portrayal of the controversial character might have altered how Snape has come to be perceived by the audience. Talent can't turn back time and make Alan Rickman any younger than the 55 years old he was at the start of the franchise, as was the most prominent criticism at the news of his casting. In the book, Harry's first impression of Snape is of his dark black eyes, which unlike Hagrid's were cold tunnels filled with contempt. This expression, paired with his relative youth of 31, painted a much more tragic picture of Snape by the time we learn of his past, and before then only enhanced his loathsome attitude. The image of such a personality was much more jarring and mysterious coming from the younger face than it is from the aged lines of Rickman's. Literally increasing the characters' ages wouldn't fit into the timeline of Voldemort coming to power, but the aging up of Snape that came with casting Rickman meant they had to also age up everyone he went to Hogwarts with, which includes Harry's parents. Snape, as seen in Philosophers, is 11 years older than Lily and James were when they died, so he should look older than they do in flashbacks anyway. But the big tragedy of their murders at the hands of Voldemort was in how young they were. Murdered at 21, having had Harry the year prior, made their deaths more shocking, made their wizarding abilities and accomplishments and bravery all the more impressive, and made it so Harry, the older he gets, relates and compares his own Hogwarts experiences to the ones they might have had. For the most part, people are forgiving of this specific adaptational inaccuracy, as its distractingness is reserved to the few occasions Lily and James actually show up, and Rickman gave such a grade A performance across the films that he has become synonymous enough with the character for people to be unable to raise his image as it. One of the things people praise in Rickman's performance is the calm antagonism with which he speaks and moves, in ways that make those traits seem ingrained in who he is, rather than the result of an obsessive grudge directed at Harry. The book definitely put more emphasis on just how nasty Snape was to those he disliked, but things like his petty attitude concerning house points seem overly juvenile for an otherwise serious person, and completely narratively dissonant from his role as a double agent, so I'm glad the films progressively cut down on that. The short of it is that despite Rickman's general demeanour fitting the character so well, the exclusion of much of the psychological warfare he was always waging on Harry removed the key reasoning for such animosity between them, and ultimately lessened the impact of his plot twist. But that's also one area Rickman was given the opportunity to excel in that wasn't given to any other actor in the series. Because Rowling was the one to recommend him for the role, and Rickman initially declined for fear of being typecast as the meticulous villain, she convinced him with a hint at what Snape is eventually revealed to have been all along. As such, Rickman was able to leave little nuances in his performances from the very beginning, a privilege that would have definitely helped the actor of another important character in setting up the morally ambiguous events of his past. Dumbledore is the mastermind of this whole plot, but you wouldn't know that from the first few books. In fact, like Snape, his true motivations don't come to be realised by Harry until after his death in the 7th and final book. In an alternate reality, where Richard Harris doesn't die shortly after finishing Chamber of Secrets, it would have been really helpful of Rowling to give him an equal spill of the secrets behind his character as she was willing to do for Rickman. Even Columbus was unaware of the secret about Snape, questioning why he was doing some of the weird things in his performance, but I don't blame Rickman in the slightest. This was completely on Rowling to deliver, as even in her supposed collaboration with screenwriter Steve Kloves, she was keeping him in the dark on any of the details in as yet unreleased books.
I feel incredibly apprehensive always. I think 90% of feeling apprehensive is because I have to go back and look at my work as well. Can you understand that?
So, yeah, see, and you really are going back because you're so far beyond. You were always so far beyond where we were.
As Dumbledore, Richard Harris came across as really old, which I guess is fitting if he's coming from the perspective of an 11-year-old, and fans fondly remember his warm, grandfatherly portrayal, but whether it actually fits the character, knowing what we do after the series' end, is up for debate. To say it would be hard finding an actor who looks old enough for the part, while still being able to do some of the more physically demanding things Dumbledore is known for, is putting it lightly. The books made it clear that he was an old man only in looks, not in personality, and his physical and magical prowess far extend what you would expect anyone of his age to be capable of. Suffice to say, as much a part of the enigma of Dumbledore is in how he is as well as who he is. Harris did a great job delivering the emotionally collected sentimentality of the part, but only playing it for the first 2 entries meant he didn't have the chance to explore the range Michael Gambon would. As to whether Harris would have been able to adapt his wise old man Dumbledore into the deceptively intimidating wizard Harry would eventually see him to be, we can only speculate. For the childishly subjective look we get at him in Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets, however, Harris hit the mark with becoming the tender-hearted mentor who treats Harry and his friends with sincere respect. Being the foundational entry, you would expect Philosopher's Stone to be more concerned with showing magical lessons and day-to-day student life than later ones, but that's not really the case. The books only improve at describing Harry's experiences as a Hogwarts student, and lessons in later years at least feel more naturally ingrained into the plot, rather than being blatantly treated as flavour-of-the-month video game mechanics that cease to exist outside their own relevancy. To start us off, Harry and Ron are running late to their transfiguration lesson with McGonagall, although without the addition of Peeves the Poltergeist being the reason for their lateness. The film cuts out Peeves entirely, though efforts were made to adapt him, instead showing the 2 troublemakers running through the corridor. They seem to know where they're going well enough, so I assumed they had the misfortune to oversleep for the first lesson of their first day of school, until McGonagall transfigures herself out of cat form in front of them, and Harry makes the excuse that they did in fact get lost, and that's all we get to see of transfiguration. We cut to the stingy smokiness of dungeon-dwelling potion-making, where Snape's unnecessarily abrupt arrival gives the immediate impression that he wouldn't have been quite so forgiving as McGonagall was, had Harry and Ron been late to his lesson instead. This scene is still quite short, although if you don't count the time after Madame Hooch leaves her own Quidditch class unattended, it is still the longest of all the shown lessons in the film. The reason why is that it more or less establishes Snape's entire personality, and the blatant bias against Harry that goes along with it. After an exchange of inquisitive looks, we cut to an unusually sunny day where the Gryffindors stand opposite the Slytherins, and they all have a go at mounting their brooms. And in typical film fashion, they exaggerate the extent to which Neville loses control of his broom in an extravagant display of dated computer graphics. If anything, this exaggeration makes quite the case for Neville not being so bad on a broom after all, just based on how long he manages to hold on whilst flailing about. Then again, it's more luck than anything that he didn't tip the wrong way and smash a dozen times down the wall, which is how he slipped off the broom in the book after launching 20 feet into the air. Harry getting the remember all back is less over the top, although Draco does throw it a laughably far distance for an 11-year-old, and Harry becomes dangerously close to colliding with one of the Hogwarts towers. As a little Easter egg, one of the photos later seen in Grimmauld Place shows James and Lily putting a 1-year-old Harry on a broomstick, so if you need some reason for Harry's prodigious riding skills beyond inheriting his father's genes, then there you go. On their way back to the Gryffindor common room, the staircase they're walking up moves, sending them to the floor that leads to the underground chambers where the stone is hidden. It was unlucky that Filch and his cat just so happened to show up at that moment, but the decision to run through the corridor and into a random room, even after Hermione made them well aware of where they were, was a weird one. But the book tells a different story. Draco challenges Harry to a duel in the trophy room that night, and Hermione, having overheard them, tries to convince them not to go because it would lose points for Gryffindor. This is where Harry and Ron really see Hermione to be nosy and interfering, setting her up to be friendless and crying in the bathroom for the troll incident. Unfortunately for her, in her efforts to convince them to stay, she followed them out through the portrait, and when it closed behind them she couldn't get back because the fat lady was gone. They find Neville sleeping on the ground outside the portrait, having come back late from the infirmary and forgetting the password, so 3 becomes 4 and they go off to find Draco. It soon becomes clear that Draco not only bailed on the duel, but tipped off Filch that somebody would be lurking around the trophy room that night. In the film, the entrance to the 3rd floor corridor itself is unlocked, but in the book, in their evasion of Filch, Hermione unlocked the entrance leading from the Charms corridor. She does unlock a door in the film, but at that point, according to Hermione, they were already on the 3rd floor.
We're not supposed to be here. This is the 3rd floor. It's forbidden.
The giant 3-headed dog visually makes for a good guard for the underground entrance, never mind how they physically got him in there. But why the door wasn't enchanted with a strong enough spell for a first year to be unable to unlock it is a major oversight. It's these kind of things that start to give you the impression that maybe Dumbledore, in all his power and wisdom, just straight up wants to lead students into danger. We see Harry and Oliver do some early morning Quidditch 101, and then we head into Charms with Professor Flitwick, where they learn Wingardium Leviosa. The film excludes any herbology with Professor Sprout, history with Professor Binns, or defense against the dark arts with Professor Quirrell, and so the lessons end here with Flitwick, around 20 minutes from the time they began. Halloween is the point at which Harry and Ron really start becoming friends with Hermione, the 2 boys with barely a whole spell between them running off to save her after a troll breaks into the castle. There are so many powerful wizards gathered in one place to go in their stead, but it's also absurd that we just have to accept it, like Hogwarts only exists as one massive escape room type playground for the trio to run around and solve. The defense against the dark arts teacher shouting hysterics into the Great Hall really should have raised some red flags as to his teaching ability. Nothing is ever mentioned of it, but once news got out that Ron beat the troll with a basic levitation charm, it can't have been good for the reputation of the professor, who fainted at the mere thought of facing it. Nobody, besides some suspicions from Snape and Dumbledore, would have known his whole stuttering nervousness was an act, and that within his turban he homed the Dark Lord, after all. The ineptitude of the Hogwarts professors is an issue that seems more prevalent in the early films, but that might just be a mix of us seeing events from such a young perspective, and the fact that the trio are so young, making the things they have to figure out and fight against all the more ridiculous. Without using the excuse of magic making everything easier and giving all these teachers unimaginably more power than a real-life one would have, it is looking at how few professors Hogwarts has that helps us make sense of their inability to keep people safe. With 1 professor per subject, you have a single person being responsible for teaching up to 7 years worth of students each week, and that doesn't even factor in extracurricular activities, heads of house duties, or the planning of each lesson and the grading of any assigned after-hours work. Still, the bar an 11-year-old sets to save a single student from a common troll within the very castle walls really shouldn't be all that far out of reach for any of them, but it's particularly laughable with the feats of magic we see Dumbledore and Snape to be capable of by the tail end of the series. If you can ignore the insane image of an 11-year-old Harry being dangled upside down and having to do mid-air stomach crunches to avoid having his upper half being pulverised and his brains and bones splattered across the bathroom wall, which is the kind of strength I'd expect from a humanoid as large as this, then I guess the scene is okay. As far as CGI goes, it's certainly no Mines of Moria troll, but the practical version is good, even if it doesn't move all that impressive of an amount. And the shot of Emma Watson cowering under the shattering wooden cubicles is decently convincing as far as child actor stunts go. With a light bonk on the head, the troll falls to the ground, and the adults swarm in to witness the 3 students responsible. Harry and Ron had gone to get Hermione, and it was just a stroke of misfortune that the troll decided to wander into the bathroom she was crying in, so they weren't expecting to face the troll when they separated from the evacuating students, and this is more or less the only justifiable reason for them to have not asked the nearest teacher for help instead. Why then does Hermione decide to lie about wanting to face the troll herself makes no sense.
I went looking for the troll. I read about them and thought I could handle it. But I was wrong.
It's not as if she was covering for Harry and Ron in any way, since the two of them saving her wouldn't have changed whether she intended to encounter the troll or not. Of course it turns out to be for narrative reasons, as painting herself in a bad light apparently gives Harry and Ron reason to believe that she favours their friendship over sucking up to the rules, which have been their impression of her since first meeting on the train.
What a friend's fool.
Having made more than a few friends in students and teachers alike, Harry now has the support to cheer him on in his first Quidditch game as a first-year seeker. If they're not using it as an excuse to come together as a community, then I'm not sure the sport itself is good enough to warrant the amount of love the Wizarding World has collectively decided to have for it. Even McGonagall is crazy for Quidditch, and although she is an undeniable Gryffindor patriot, I didn't quite take her to be the sport fanatic type. Quidditch is nonsensical enough that there's no way it would become a nationally prominent sport in real life. If Muggles knew of its existence, they would be quick to tire of its magical spectacle, but surrounded by magic every day of their lives, a great deal of which is more impressive than anything that goes on in Quidditch, wizards don't even have that. I guess, like most everything else to do with how the Wizarding World functions, it's supposed to be over the top with strangeness and hazardous spectacles, as a rejection of the comfortably boring lifestyle Muggles like the Dursleys symbolise, a fairy tale refuge hidden behind smoke and mirrors and home to a society of misfits, but up to date on modern ideas of entertainment and safety it is not. Little kids zipping back and forth at high speeds with much bigger students of up to 18 years old who would like nothing more than to collide mid-air or batter an iron bowling ball their way. So if you're facing Slytherin, you're already expecting a rough time, but add to that harsh weather conditions, easily breakable sticks of wood from which everyone rides upon, and balls of death that exist only to viciously gravitate towards the nearest skull, and you've got one of the most dangerous sports ever. Oh, and they're also always flying 30 to 40 feet into the air, and should they fall, there's nothing but sand to catch them. The least Dumbledore could do is cast a Wingardium trampoline on the entire stadium floor, or a horizontal barrier which activates levitation on anyone who passes through it, or discounting magic entirely, just order the installation of an elasticated net to catch anyone should they fall. Anything would be better than just watching as they hurtle towards the ground, wondering how many bones they're going to have to regrow in the infirmary that night. The only time we see someone actually interfere with a game is when Dumbledore saves Harry from falling 1,000 feet through thunder and lightning, but that doesn't count since it was the work of Dementors. All I'll say is, on top of all the other injuries Madame Pomfrey has to deal with from various magical blunders happening day and night, they better be paying her a hefty salary. Or maybe that's not such a worry when the entirety of Hogwarts employs less than 15 people. Books as far as Half-Blood Prince do have Quidditch matches, sometimes even multiple, and sometimes ones that Harry isn't even participating in for one reason or another, but they're never as adored by the Hogwarts residents as in the first 3 books. That might be because Harry's motivations changed, but it's more to do with the return of Voldemort changing the narrative direction and the tone of the world in a way that doesn't fit glorifying the comparatively insignificant sport of Quidditch. In those later books, it's used as an avenue to develop the characters that hadn't had the chance to play before, like Ron and Ginny, but as fresh to the sport as we are in Philosopher's Stone, it makes the perfect example of how wonderful the Wizarding World seems to Harry before he learns the people who hunger for power are universal to any world. It sends you roaring back to your childhood, where the whole world was composed of your school and your parents' house, and where, for anyone who isn't Harry, catching the snitch would be the highlight of their year. Harry instead gets a fresh new action scene and a near-death experience. Although catching the snitch does get ruined a bit if you can't ignore how broken of a mechanic it is. The point of making it worth so many points is just so we see the Seeker as the most important player, one that can change the outcome of a match in an instant based only on the Seeker's ability to catch a tiny golden ball. It's still a team sport, so the other players are free to help Harry, blocking bludgers or steering opposing players out of his flight path, but it's predominantly Harry's responsibility. And that all sounds a lot like a certain other storyline he exists at the centre of. Although the film cuts the book's second match, which features a minor brawl breaking out in the stands, including Ron granting Draco a black eye and Neville being knocked out by Crabbe and Goyle, it doesn't cut the tampering going on with Harry's broom in this first match. As Hogwarts' resident red herring, this is suspected to be Snape's doing, and Hermione very daringly sneaks over to the Slytherin stands and under the bench Snape is sat on to light him on fire. The match ends, and concerned over their belief that Snape is trying to steal whatever Fluffy is guarding, the trio consult Hagrid, and Hermione makes the not-so-convincing argument that she knows a spell when she sees one because she's read all about it.
I know a spell when I see one. I've read all about them.
Trying to throw them off the scent, Hagrid very clumsily blurts out the name Nicholas Flamel, and now our trio have the hope to be well underway on their investigation. Although if Hermione really has read so much, I'd expect her to instantly recognise the name of the person who invented everlasting life.
Exactly.
For all its shortcomings in plot or world building, Harry Potter is ultimately as successful as it is, and people care about it as much as they do, because it lets them hang out with a cast of lovable characters in a fantasy land not so far removed from our own. A huge benefit of being set at a school, and of the fantasy world coexisting with the Muggle one, is that relating to the experiences Harry and his friends go through isn't such an outlandish thought, and that point is made no clearer than on Christmas break at Hogwarts. Fresh off the cusp of the exhilarating action of Quidditch, Harry's Christmas break brings everything to a pleasantly warm pace and gives him the breathing room to grow as a person. The cosy nostalgia of Harry waking up on Christmas morning to his first ever presents, and Ron, who decided to stay and make merry with his best friend instead of going home for the holidays, being right alongside him to share in that delight, is probably the most fondly remembered scene in the film. The book did show more of the festivities, with a Christmas dinner and Fred and George making Percy hang out with them in their all-new Mrs. Weasley made jumpers. The most important thing was seeing Harry open one present in particular, just the right artifact to aid in unravelling the ongoing mystery.
Whoa!
He dons the cloak to the library that night, breaking into the restricted section that holds all the restricted books, which for all the banned and dangerous magic they may contain, seem unusually insecure from prying student hands. He didn't even prepare enough to learn the light summoning spell we see used so much in later years, which has to be one of the easiest spells going, choosing instead to lug around a large metal lantern. He goes straight for the ominously chained books, but doesn't get very far into whatever he was hoping to find, when the first one he opens screams in his face and alerts Filch, who seems to lurk around every corner.
Show yourself.
Surely he can't spend all night patrolling the dozens of corridors up and down the castle. Though I do like the image of Filch trotting past, lantern in hand to illuminate the twitchy scowl on his face. An almost amusingly scary child's perspective of the grimy school caretaker. Like something straight out of a stealth horror game, Harry makes his way between the moonlit shelves and out the library, fortuitously coming across Snape and Quirrell in the neighbouring corridor, Snape's aggressive words serving only to mislead the trio further into their biases against him. When Filch brings the smashed lantern before the two professors, they quite comically rush away to find the out-of-bed student, providing Harry with the chance to make his escape. Harry's obsessiveness is a trait he displays at some point or another in every book, and in Philosopher's Stone we see that in the difference between his and Ron's reflections in this mirror.
Only I'm head boy, and I'm holding the Quidditch cup.
Ron takes for granted everything Harry wishes he had, but that house full of loving people that Harry desires, Ron feels is overbearing and overshadows who he is. But whilst Harry isn't particularly outwardly envious of the Weasleys, by the time their friendship is well underway, Ron is envious of Harry's fame and glory, and at times even resents him because of it, because Ron wants his moment in the spotlight as well.
Harry, I know what you're thinking, but don't. There's something not right about that mirror.
Dumbledore explains what the mirror does and convinces Harry not to seek it out again, but why was Dumbledore in this room in the first place, and did he have other intentions with the mirror other than using it to protect the stone? His backstory becomes a big part of the 7th book, causing Harry to question what Dumbledore's motivations were all along, knowing that he succumbed to the temptation of the Resurrection Stone in the hopes of reviving his sister Ariana, and by his own words being always tempted by the pursuit of power. It's interesting to think that Dumbledore might not have found Harry intentionally, but been seeking the mirror himself when he came across Harry by chance. Perhaps when Harry entered the room, Dumbledore was already standing there invisible, gazing into the mirror, as he had been for who knows how many sleepless nights. Dumbledore says that hundreds before Harry had discovered the mirror, some of which had succumbed to obsessing over their reflection. But what if, only after becoming obsessed himself, did Dumbledore understand the true dangers of its effect on those who seek it?
That is why, tomorrow, it will be moved to a new home. And I must ask you, not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams, Harry, and forget to live.
I had you looking in the wrong section. How could I be so stupid?
After Christmas break has ended, the trio find out who Nicholas Flamel is and what he created that is now being protected underneath Hogwarts. They rush off to Hagrid's hut without using Harry's new cloak for some inexplicable reason, hoping Hagrid will blurt out some new piece of information for them, or otherwise try to convince him that Snape is the one trying to steal the stone.
Oh.
Poor Hagrid, who was just trying to unhatch his newly won dragon egg, has to entertain 3 11-year-olds accusing a teacher they don't like of a crime. Of course nobody was going to take them seriously. We get to see the baby dragon, and Ron mentions how his brother works with the beasts over in Romania, and other than that, the entire subplot is cut out. But this is definitely an exclusion that makes sense. The dragon felt like it was written into the book because it's an animal we all conflate with fantasy, and Rowling needed another reason for them to be out of bed at night so they could finally get caught, having crept the corridors undiscovered all book long. The arrival of Charlie Weasley in the book also diminishes the notion that Hogwarts is at all safe from outside offenders, if anyone can just swoop in undetected and then fly away freely, dragon in hand. As usual, it would only make sense if Dumbledore was aware of the whole situation involving the dragon and allowed it to happen. But we still need the trio to get caught and given detention, so Draco appears in Hagrid's window. After spotting him spying, the trio decide that the best course of action is to waltz straight back into the castle, and lo and behold, McGonagall intercepts them, Draco smirking by her side. Why he didn't go straight to Snape instead is a bit thick on his part, but whatever. In the sequence of events leading to Hermione and Harry passing off the dragon to Charlie, Ron wasn't present because he was in the hospital wing recovering from an infected dragon bite, and Neville got caught and given detention along with them in trying to warn them of Draco's approach. And all that just so Hagrid wouldn't get in trouble about a small little dragon, as if Dumbledore couldn't make whatever new animal-related issue of Hagrid go away single-handedly. Nevertheless, none of that is nearly as distracting as the decision for all of their detentions to be taken in the Forbidden Forest, a place professors have adamantly expressed was out of bounds for all students, for it is home to all manner of dark creatures. We start the scene with Filch escorting the trio and Draco down to where Hagrid is waiting for them. He's pretty unpopular compared to how much people love the other characters, but he also doesn't really develop in any way.
Nighty-night.
The main thing that miffs people off about Filch isn't his begrimed appearance, but his claims to wish the old ways to make a return, where he could more harshly physically punish students if he so wished. I'm not sure where entering the Forbidden Forest stands on this, since a lone first year would definitely get ripped limb from limb should they wander down the wrong Misty Hollow. But the things Filch explained as being punishments of the past, he seemed positively content at the idea of having a hand in. Not to say it's entirely idle threats, but not enough focus is ever on Filch to know whether he's playing it up for intimidation purposes, or if he would actually go as far as Umbridge, who was even willing to use the Cruciatus Curse.
The Cruciatus Curse ought to loosen your tongue.
That's illegal.
Anyway, the Hogwarts security up to the return of Voldemort is pretty much a joke. The only real security measures they encounter being an old squib and his cat, a deranged poltergeist, and the occasional prowling professor. Even the Forbidden Forest is discouraged from being entered with nothing but a warning, but at least there they have the excuse that it's land that is not entirely under their jurisdiction, from the large area it covers to the territorial magic animals within, some of which possess intelligence matching that of humans. What was within a teacher's power, and which really didn't help anyone, was when Hagrid made the decision to split off from Harry and Draco in the middle of the forest. He takes Ron and Hermione with him and gives Harry and Draco a drowsy old dog, but even if that did make a difference to their defensive level, he sent off the two students who hate each other the most. Hagrid should know full well a Slytherin and Gryffindor wouldn't work well together under the best of conditions, let alone these two, and neither of them are even big or strong enough to lift the lantern properly. And what do you know, they come across not any of the many dangerous monsters that usually reside around the forest, but an exceptionally dangerous one who wants nothing more than to murder Harry. Voldemort might just make more attempts on Harry's life in this first year than in any other. It helped massively that he was either gliding around the forest eating unicorns or attached to the back of a teacher's head within the very walls of the castle, but I'm surprised he isn't constantly orchestrating minor low-risk plans to take Harry out at every turn. Even under Dumbledore's watchful eye, he gets pretty close to killing Harry, and would have succeeded in this pure chance they run into one another in the forest if it weren't for the centaur Firenze intervening. Dumbledore clearly isn't keeping such a close eye on Harry that he knows his every movement, but even if he was, and all of these dangers are by his design, there seems to always be room for the possibility that Harry just straight up dies in any given encounter. Draco does the smart thing and runs away screaming in whatever direction Team Hagrid was heading in, and Harry is left alone with the hooded spectre before Firenze gallops in to save him. This entire scene is extremely clunky, and it's made no better by the half-practical, half-CGI centaur's arrival, soon after which he begins spouting exposition, leading Harry on to understand that the unicorn-drinking thing was Voldemort, and that the Philosopher's Stone is the reason for him being so near the school. In the book, Firenze isn't the first centaur they all come across. We briefly meet Ronan and Bane, but walk away after failing to get any answers other than Mars is bright tonight out of them. At this point, Hagrid was walking along with Harry and Hermione, having sent Draco, Neville and Fang off together. They notice the sparkling red help signal, and Hagrid runs off to find them, but it turns out to have only been Neville panicking after Draco snuck up on him as a joke. That's when Hagrid makes Harry switch places with Neville. The book reads that they walked for nearly half an hour, so when Firenze saves Harry, he has him ride on his back to take him all the way back to safety. But in the film, the time between Draco running away and Hagrid arriving gives the impression they were barely far away at all, just far enough for Firenze to give cryptic plot information. In the book, Ronan and Bane then appear again, bursting through the trees, angry that Firenze would interfere in their readings of the planets by aiding Harry, who instead of dying in the Forbidden Forest tonight, would die 6 years later. And it's on Harry's ride back atop Firenze that they ruminate about Voldemort, the travelling time helping mask how expository the conversation is much better than standing in the very clearing where Voldemort was just seen.
You mean you-know-who's out there right now in the forest?
And to think, I've been worrying about my potions final.
There's a few more quickfire scenes before the trio decide to go through the trapdoor, all of which are just reiterating things to ensure the kids in the audience are up to speed, and cementing Snape as even more of a red herring, because they really want that twist to land. Harry tells Ron and Hermione about Voldemort, and Hermione says the only wizard Voldemort fears is Dumbledore, so Harry is safe so long as he's around. Then, on their way out of the end-of-year exams, Harry's scar is hurting more than usual, and he very perceptively says that it's a warning that danger is coming.
I think it's a warning. It means danger's coming.
Hagrid, who gave you the dragon egg? What did he look like?
I don't know.
I'm not sure what to make of Hagrid playing the film's theme on a flute, but upon seeing him sat in front of his hut, Harry has an epiphany about who Hagrid has been talking to about magical animals, clearly having realised how easily Hagrid lets slip secret information, and he then does just that by telling the trio how to get past Fluffy.
Yes, you're so feeling as we made a merch. As your faithful fear, the mark that we want to see if me at the worst of this year. That's the midwest year.
Hagrid is stuck in his quest giver position, making no attempt to run after the trio, who are quite obviously on their way to early deaths. They at least make some attempt to warn Dumbledore, instead of foolishly taking the whole endeavour on themselves from the get-go, but McGonagall says he received an urgent letter from the Ministry and is not currently anywhere near Hogwarts. Now, ignoring how easily Dumbledore is later shown to be able to travel far distances, it is down to 3 11-year-olds to prevent the Philosopher's Stone from being stolen, and the very man they believe to be attempting to do so appears right behind them, serving only to confirm their suspicions even more. As silly as this all is, I do like this look Alan Rickman gives Harry after the boy accusingly eyeballs him.
Now what do we do? Go down the trapdoor. Tonight.
Cutting out their book attempts at following Snape and catching him entering the 3rd floor red-handed, the film shows them coming down from the dormitories late that night to Neville hiding behind one of the large chairs, waiting for them to make their move. At this point in the book, Neville has had more than enough unpleasant experiences getting caught up in their late-night escapades to warrant him predicting they would strike again, but the film has to water that down to him knowing they had an encounter with the troll, and having noticed them leaving Gryffindor Tower on several previous nights, to the loss of house points the following morning.
I'll fight you.
Neville's threat of fighting them wasn't at all convincing, so Hermione magically assaulting him to get him out of the way seems a bit unfair. In the book, the trio come across Mrs. Norris and Peeves on their slow waddle to the 3rd floor. Peeves was loosening the carpet so people would trip in the morning, and although he couldn't see the 3 students huddled under their invisibility cloak, he could sense they were there. To scare him off, Harry did an impression of the Bloody Baron, a ghost who is actually shown in the film, but based on the way he was portrayed, you'd have no idea all the other ghosts were scared of him. When they enter the 3rd floor corridor, Fluffy has already been put to sleep by a harp, which, if it weren't for magic being able to resize objects or store them in some kind of ethereal inventory, I would say is an interesting choice of instrument to have to lug up several flights of moving stairs. In the book, however, the harp was no longer playing, sitting idle underneath the angrily red teeth of the 3-headed dog, who Harry put back to sleep by using the flute gifted to him by Hagrid for Christmas. Thumping down into a rubbery bed of vines, the 3 of them quickly become entangled by the first obstacle, Professor Sprout's very own Devil's Snare, overgrown such that no stone surface is left uncovered. Complaints about this scene have been well documented, as being the first major instance where some skill or piece of knowledge that Harry or Ron bring to the group is instead given to Hermione. Coming to befriend and respect Hermione is a big part of the development of their group dynamic in this film, so giving her these quick and obvious actions to take in aiding whatever quest they're on is a surefire way of ensuring we, Ron and Harry, see how useful her intelligence is. My point being, if stealing positives away from Ron or Harry and giving them to Hermione was a strategy exclusive to this first film and didn't get more common throughout the franchise, then people wouldn't have nearly as much to complain about in regards to this Devil's Snare scene being the origin of that problem. Hermione had taken a few lines from smaller characters earlier, like when she asks how nearly headless Nick can be nearly headless.
Headless? How can you be nearly headless?
Like this.
But it's here where what she has given strongly influences whether the trio fail or succeed, that it stands out as being a boost to her positive qualities at the expense of other equally important characters. To clarify, in the film the tendrils start wrapping around the 3 of them soon after they enter the pit. They struggle a bit as they become more encased, and Hermione has the delayed realization that this is Devil's Snare and that they should stop moving altogether. She tells the other 2 this fact, but in full panic mode, Ron isn't having any of it, and it takes until Hermione softly slips down to safety for Harry to be convinced. Harry follows suit and joins Hermione below the bed of tendrils, and they really should have shouted up a bit more at Ron to make sure he knows they're not dead, because now he's panicking more than before. Hermione has an entire conversation with herself, thinking back on something she just so happened to read in herbology, and then casts a spell of light to scare the snare away.
Whew! Lucky we didn't panic.
Lucky Hermione pays attention in herbology.
In the book, they land on the plant and count themselves lucky it was there to break their fall, and Hermione leaps up and stumbles over to one of the damp walls, struggling because at the moment of her landing, the tendrils had already made their start wrapping around her, and Harry and Ron, having landed before her, were already tightly bound from foot to waist. Hermione manages to break free from the weak hold the snare had on her, and watches as the more the 2 boys strain against the plant, the tighter and faster it winds around them. That's when she realises it's Devil's Snare, and she remembers Professor Sprout saying it likes the dark and the damp, and Harry shouts to light a fire, and then it is Hermione who panics, exclaiming that there's no wood with which to do so. Ron shouts at her that she's a witch and can use magic, and Hermione casts the same spell she had used to ignite Snape's cloak during the first Quidditch match. Rather than the random rays of light she blasts out in the film. Harry and Ron wriggle free and join Hermione, not falling through a weird mid-room suspended layer, and Harry directly praises Hermione's ability to pay attention in class rather than belittling Ron, and then Ron quips that it's a good job Harry keeps a cool head, how could Hermione possibly forget about magic, and then they walk off to the next task. So there's a pretty concrete difference between them, the book version preserving the idea that none of them would be as effective acting alone, with distinct parts to play that match their personalities.
Curious. I've never seen birds like these.
The film version of the key task isn't all that different, just simplified by having Harry be the only one to ride a broom to catch the key, and therefore cutting out the trio putting Harry's plan into play to hone in on it. Having the false keys chase after him, mindlessly smashing against the door once they were all on the other side, made the scene more appropriately dangerous to the task that preceded it, and have a good middle ground level of intensity in the build-up to the next one.
Chessboard.
The giant chessboard is the most epic of all the protective tasks, not just in scale, but in the emotional beats that unfold from beginning to end, and the film did it a great justice with the best set design since the Great Hall. This is Ron's moment to shine, as has been built up from Christmas when he beat Harry in a normal-sized game of Wizard's Chess, and Hermione made clear her dislike of this destructive edition of the Muggle game she's used to.
That's totally barbaric.
That's Wizard's Chess.
As is the case with the rest of the tasks shown in the film, it's a shame they didn't make it clear which professor was responsible for each task, as it really drove home how their skill sets and power levels vary. The Devil's Snare was Sprout's, the keys Flitwick's, and the chess set is McGonagall's, and it's an obvious step up in danger and difficulty. From the moment Ron takes charge of this scene, I'm always sold all over again on how, at this young age, Rupert Grint differs from Radcliffe and Watson in acting ability. He really sells the anticipation and strategy of it all, and although the film fades between moments instead of showing the game in its entirety, you really get a sense for the tension within that cold marble chessboard, where the minutes linger like hours from one violent move to the next. I can't help but notice the debris that scuffs just under Rupert Grint's eye, having cut to him on the ground after the stunt double performed the necessary fall. In the book he was actually hit directly, as all three of them had replaced their respective pieces instead of just Harry and Hermione doing so, but that might have been too much for a kids film, so they had Ron alone ride his statue and get knocked off instead. At least in the film they tried to cross the board normally, realising the pieces would attack them if they did, because in the book Ron just jumps straight into playing his way across. Though since all the chess pieces are intact when they arrive, there must be some way to get around them without playing that Quirrell used on his way through. Either that or McGonagall's transfiguration is so powerful that they reassemble themselves at the end of every game. The book also seems odd when, with Ron's sacrifice giving them the winning position, Harry and Hermione leave him unconscious and proceed to the next task. Obviously in the film there is no next task, and Harry needing to be alone for the Mirror of Erised confrontation meant Hermione parted ways with him in the chess room, but in the book they come across an already defeated troll, which was supposed to have been Quirrell's protective task, and then Snape's potion riddle is the one they have to actually beat. Being a riddle, Rowling needed Hermione to be present to figure it out, and once that's done, Harry goes on to face who they still think is Snape, and Hermione runs back to Ron to fly out on the brooms and send a message to ask Dumbledore for help. Rowling could have put the riddle task before the chessboard, but there's something to say about how Dumbledore decided the protection to precede his own would be Snape's, showing that he trusts his magical ability and character more than any other professor, long before we have any inclination that the two are so close, though that might fall through with Quirrell's troll being placed after McGonagall's chessboard, since I doubt Dumbledore trusts any two teachers more than Snape and McGonagall, Quirrell especially. Besides, the idea that they will be able to fly the brooms up out of the trapdoor, past Fluffy, run up to the Owlry and send an owl all the way to London, and then when Dumbledore receives this message, he has to rush back to Hogwarts, down the trapdoor and through all the underground chambers to stop Snape from stealing the stone and killing Harry, is completely absurd. Equally laughable is how Harry boldly states, in all his childish naivety, I might be able to hold Snape off for a while, but I'm no match for him really. Yeah, and even if you were a match for him, You would theoretically be holding him off for multiple hours before the owl got anywhere near Dumbledore. Not only that, but Hermione brings up the very real possibility that Voldemort might be down there in the final chamber alongside Snape, so Harry would be facing two of some of the most powerful wizards in the series. It's no wonder Hermione starts crying and hugs him when all the words of comfort Harry can give her is suggest that he might be lucky enough to gain another lightning-shaped scar. And disregarding all that, I still think their parting conversation works better in the presence of Ron on the chessboard. It was nice to have seen some of Ron's strategic capabilities, even if it wouldn't grow into a consistent role he plays in the upcoming Wizarding War, but the best development this scene contributes is in Hermione.
Me, books, and cleverness, and more important things.
By having the humility to acknowledge that traits like friendship and bravery might be more important than her efforts to be an academic overachiever is confirmation that Hermione is well underway in becoming a resolute Gryffindor. She still has a lot to learn in making friends, or even coming across as likeable by those unaccustomed to her, going through social bumps and bangs in every film, but it's at this moment that she becomes inseparable from Ron and Harry, and as synonymous with the word protagonist as they are. She's never going to be able to resist being an overachiever, but realising there's more to life, more aspects to develop in one's character, is crucial for ensuring the trio sticks tight enough together to overcome the trials and tribulations they would later face.
Who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell?
As obvious as it may have been that Snape was a red herring all along, for a children's book to switch the villain to being Quirrell instead of Snape, who had been built up as having the typical demeanour and attitude of a villain, would have been a revelation no less than mind-blowing to any young readers.
You?
Quirrell's reveal was the first confirmation of what Rowling loves to do best, to misdirect the reader, distracting you with innocent red herrings and MacGuffins to hide her true intentions in plain sight. Philosopher's Stone is unique in this series in that it's the first, so that even after becoming accustomed to Rowling's tricks 3 or 4 books down the line, people reread Philosopher's and remember how effective it originally was at charming them, treating its simplicity with a nostalgic forgiveness.
Now, what does this mirror do?
So the villain isn't Harry's least favourite teacher, who was always lurking around every turn and looming over him to say the most menacing lines, but the guy whose key characteristics are a speech impediment and a purple turban, the most memorable thing he's done being running and fainting into the middle of the Great Hall, as you might know from watching or reading other stories with twist endings. Whether a twist is truly good becomes obvious the second time through, when you see all the hints, big and small, that were laid out from beginning to end. Philosopher's Stone is better in this regard than later films, only because its simplicity makes those foreshadowings easier to include, like Quirrell avoiding shaking Harry's hand upon meeting him in the Leaky Cauldron, or Quirrell being in the Leaky Cauldron, where Hagrid likely went to do his drinking and gambling and blabbering about all manner of fantastic creatures. There's also Quirrell sitting a few seats behind Snape in the Quidditch stands, very sternly gazing up at Harry as he fumbles about on his broom, or when Harry felt a prickle in his scar after meeting eyes with Snape, the cut to which shows Quirrell facing away from the camera such that the turban-covered back of his head is pointing at Harry, and when Snape realises this, he looks very precisely at Quirrell. Now we know why, as Snape had been suspecting of him all film long, and probably long before, if Quirrell really has been the defence against the dark arts teacher for multiple years. A position at Hogwarts that may have been cursed by Voldemort after Dumbledore refused to hire him for it, the curse rendering any teacher from that point on who was appointed the position to lose it within a year. This hasn't applied to Quirrell for however long he has maintained it, since he has either been acting in Voldemort's stead as a double agent, or literally had Voldemort in the back of his head, who I imagine in his pettiness made himself exempt from the curse, if it exists at all. It seems Dumbledore himself believes it to exist at the very least, since he continues to refuse Snape the position all the way until Half-Blood Prince.
The post of defense against the dark arts will be taken by Professor Snape.
Another opinion of Quirrell, and other characters Rowling goes on to write twists for, is that the small hints littered throughout the books, whether obvious or subtle, aren't enough to suddenly elevate that character above the shallow caricature they had been existing as all the time before. We can forgive Quirrell specifically for turning into a cartoonishly campy children's villain, but to do so with characters in later books that Rowling still chooses to use as plot devices only to discard them in the following book is dishonest, to the fact that these characters are given the most minimal development for the purpose of pushing the narrative forward, and to this entire attempt of Rowling's to elevate the maturity of the storytelling with each book.
Come here, Potter! Now!
As the arbiter of his will, and a physical extension of his being, Quirrell adopts the same vague outline of a villain that Voldemort is currently characterized as. As such, however little we care about whether his evil plan gets foiled, has as much to do with Quirrell as it does Voldemort. The little we do know about Voldemort is that he is, as many antagonists are, antithetical to what the protagonist stands for, and it is that which makes clear the core themes of the series, reiterated in each of their violent encounters. You might have spent all film caring more about Harry's blossoming friendships with Ron and Hermione, or his classroom clashings with Draco, but it is the villain who puts those comparatively lower stakes things in jeopardy, putting into perspective how much you care about maintaining the little day-to-day moments, and justifying what our heroes will spend the series fighting for. That's why we can look past the fact that the film had an 11-year-old Harry murder a man with his bare hands.
I melt a man's face. The man's face.
Just the slightest contact with Harry having such a drastically damaging effect on Quirrell does come across as a bit of a deus ex machina, but only within the minimal context this film gives us. Whilst detrimental to just Philosopher's Stone, it was necessary for the betterment of what is revealed later on. The hindsight later given to us recontextualizes previous events into being viewed more positively than they were initially, given the ignorance that was at that time afforded to us.
What is this magic? Fool, get the stone!
In the book, Quirrell's hands started blistering whilst he's strangling Harry with them, but the film decides that this happens not when Harry is touched, but when Harry is the one touching, and the effect is not that of burning, but disintegrating. I guess when one's fire magic is strong enough, they're kind of the same thing, but it's quite a step up to go from causing blisters to turning someone to sand. Upon realising the potential of this newfound power, Harry goes straight for grabbing onto Quirrell's face with both hands, the burning spreading from there to his whole body, and he quickly crumbles dead into a pile of dust. Harry retrieves the stone, leading us to believe that it was the reason for him gaining such power, rather than his mother's protection working its magic, and in his escape, Voldemort makes one last attempt to take Harry out, flying through his body. Compare that to the book, where, after realising he couldn't touch Harry to kill him, Quirrell does the only thing a wizard would do and attempts to cast a curse. Harry lunges on him, hoping to cause enough pain to stop him casting anything, but the screaming Quirrell breaks free from his grasp and renders Harry unconscious.
But what happened to the stone?
Relax, dear boy. The stone has been destroyed.
As if no time had passed at all, he wakes up in a state of confusion in the middle of the school hospital, Dumbledore smiling in front of him. Dumbledore explains that he arrived in the final chamber just in time to pull Quirrell off Harry, saving him from being strangled to death, and that Voldemort left Quirrell to die in his escape, his departure perhaps stealing what little life force the blistered wizard had left. And so it seems that Harry did not murder anyone at all. Let's just ignore the possibility that Dumbledore left Quirrell there to succumb to his burns, dying alone in the bottom of the dungeon, rather than it being the obvious fault of anyone else, which I wouldn't put it past him to do. Not that that applies in the film, as we're now well aware, since Harry was definitely conscious to see Quirrell die, and to see the hands that did it. Still, it's a good job Dumbledore was there when Harry woke up, or he would have been really confused. During their conversation, he pushes Harry in the right line of thinking he would need to be in for stuff that happens all the way in Deathly Hallows, and also explains how he used the mirror to protect the stone. In hindsight, it's clear that Dumbledore is, in the nicest way possible, grooming Harry to be someone who can bring about Voldemort's demise.
I'm afraid there are ways in which he can return.
In the film, this scene is quick, glossing over some important bits of dialogue that would have better helped Harry understand the events of the film and the motivations of certain characters, and what we're left with is similarly vague. For instance, Harry doesn't ask about why the villain turned out to be Quirrell instead of Snape, and Dumbledore doesn't elaborate on why Nicholas Flamel was okay with giving up the eternal life granted to him by the stone, an especially important point to make for the core theme of death that the entire series follows, the fight against this inevitability of life being the source of Voldemort's evil. As Ron acutely points out, he's right off his rocker, that Dumbledore. The protective tasks were no doubt set up with the experiences of their first year in mind, but we can wager even more that Dumbledore knew Lily's sacrificial protection would bear Harry the perfect defense against any of Quirrell or Voldemort's attacks, should they come to face each other. Why else would Dumbledore fall for such a blatant diversion as a message from the Ministry, or place the stone in the exact kind of trap that Voldemort, in his greed for power and everlasting life, would be incapable of overcoming, but which Harry was just the right person for, and to go through all that effort instead of the much more concrete idea of just destroying the stone from the get-go, making no attempt to use it as bait at all. It's all very mysterious and morally questionable, as Dumbledore's actions often are. To end their year on as high a note as possible, we couldn't have gone without seeing the trio be fully appreciated for their achievements. People have a lot to say about Dumbledore's decision to give a few Gryffindor students the points required to tip the House Cup in their favour. Practically everyone is in agreement that Gryffindor deserves the House Cup, but Dumbledore goes about it in such an uncharacteristically insensitive way that it makes you feel slightly sorry for the Slytherin students, which I don't think was Rowling's intention at all, if how she continues to present them throughout the series is anything to go by. This is one of those areas that the films rightfully cut down on as the main cast got older. Not only would older kids very quickly stop caring about something as arbitrary as winning the House Cup, but it isn't a plot point that sits well with the developing tone of the series at all. Nonetheless, it is quite a big moment to end Harry's first year at Hogwarts on, so they went full in on including the scene in all of its glory. You can use the excuse that the series is from Harry's biased, limited perspective, but the truth is that Rowling loves to make the Slytherins look bad, and whilst that's not an issue for the one-dimensional introduction the first two books and films do well to provide, it becomes increasingly problematic as the nuances of the cultural and political aspects of the wizarding world come to be realised by Harry. In many ways, it feels just as much like Rowling's manipulations to make everyone hate Slytherin as Dumbledore's. When he announces Gryffindor have won, are the Slytherin table the only ones not cheering because they hate Gryffindor just that much, as Rowling for some reason wants you to believe? Or are they the only ones not cheering because of the enormous wall of disappointment that hits them, seeing all the decorations transform from green and silver to red and gold, and all the other houses jump up in celebration over the cup being stolen from the house they all wanted to have it the least? Maybe, Rowling, if you had shown a few of the Slytherins jumping up and throwing their hats in the air along with the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, then it wouldn't seem like 1/4 of the entire year are black sheeps, and the other houses wouldn't be so vindicated in thinking poorly of them. The thing is, outside of being every other house's least favourite neighbour, Slytherin isn't all that downtrodden, and Gryffindor isn't entering some new golden age of winning every event and constantly dominating the house points rankings. Prior to this year, Slytherin had been on a 6-year winning streak, and the other houses celebrate their loss this year to an extent that makes it seem like they didn't deserve to win any of those times before. Despite as biased as Rowling likes to write Harry's perspective of them, the rest of Slytherin likely won the previous 6 House Cups through genuine merit, and would have done the same this year had it not been snatched away at the last minute. It's not that Slytherin House, or being a Slytherin, is inherently evil, but the social hierarchy within it is overrun with children from pureblood families who just so happen to be the kind of wizards attracted to Death Eaters and to Voldemort. And those kids influence the culture of the house to the point where, in the event someone totally normal finds themselves in Slytherin, they'll quickly conform to the beliefs of their fellow housemates. The surface level message of good versus evil is practically obligatory for a children's book, but the long-term implications of this particular conflict doesn't come across as a positive message in the slightest. Against his best interest, Dumbledore only causes further division between Slytherin and everyone else, tarnishing their image even more and giving them fuel for the resentment that leads to the kind of dark wizards Death Eaters are. The negative portrayal of Slytherins as a collective is problematic across the series, contradicting the whole pureblood versus muggle-born discussion and just the general themes of love and friendship that the other houses are hypocritical of Slytherin's attitudes on. A book for 11-year-olds shouldn't be encouraging kids to vilify an entire group of people, especially when our perception of that group is based on the actions of the few bullies Harry clashes with.
Scared, Potter. Did you hear that?
On that note, it's about time for the film to come to an end. I'm sure you'll agree that, for as long as this is for a kids' film, at no point does it feel like it's overstaying its welcome. Its tone is unmistakably the lightest of the lot, with a story that sees our 3 protagonists embrace their friendship to overcome evil and outshine the adults. The most simple introduction of what the series would ultimately prove to be about, and what the final Deathly Hallows films would largely entail. That these young heroes, who are for the most part quite ordinary as far as fantasy characters go, may be able to impact something far bigger than their humble selves. Storytelling is what allows us to convey themes without them coming across as preachy statements. The mark of good storytelling is being able to experience the emotional journey of a character as they endure the events of the plot and come out of them changed. A static character that fails to grow, or has an arc that falls short of being satisfying, also fails the themes that make up the basis of the story they're a part of. Whether the Harry Potter series proves to live up to its success in this regard, we'll have to find out, but Philosopher's Stone wraps up neatly enough that, if for whatever reason the franchise failed to go any further than its first installment, it would go down as a pretty good standalone children's adventure. Voldemort may not yet be vanquished, but being fended off in time for the year end lets Harry leave Hogwarts with the warm promise that it will be there when he returns.
Come on, Harry. 1 minute.
The choice to end the film right after Hagrid waves goodbye to the departing trio, having the last shot pan up from the train station to look out across the Hogwarts landscape, was one of the best decisions of the whole film. It's the perfect image to end on, fading out on our last glimpse of the fairy tale castle, standing still and tall, waiting as though frozen in time in the secluded fantasy layer that is the wizarding world. This scene was one of the first things they filmed early on during principal photography. So early, in fact, that it's the only scene in the film to feature Radcliffe wearing Harry's green eye contacts and Watson wearing Hermione's buck teeth, before they were discarded for hampering each of their performances. Still, whatever performances they could give to the camera was enough to assure everyone on set that day that maybe this production would turn into something special after all.
I still get tears in my eyes thinking about it. I thought, this kid is an amazing actor. That moment, that kind of opened up the whole world for us.
Columbus and everyone else who contributed managed to capture the excitement, insecurities and humour of a young Harry and friends going away from home for the first time, learning not just about spells, but how to deal with social situations, how to reasonably question authority, and how to act both independently and collectively in the face of danger. The time for looking into some of the filmmaking shortcomings of the Columbus era will come around in Retrospective Chamber of Secrets, but for now I'll just say that Philosopher's Stone was the sunny foundation from which all the subsequent installments, no matter how dark they grew or how differently they adapted, made allusions back to.
Harry Potter is all about beating the clock. You didn't want to wait another year to start Chamber of Secrets because the kids age so quickly that they'd be too old for their roles in that particular book. So the films essentially needed to be shot back to back to back to back.
Set and act!
But if there really is a Chamber of Secrets, and it's really been opened, that means...
The heir of Slytherin has been returned to Hogwarts. The problem is... No, sorry. Can I do that again?
Yeah.
Sorry, there we go.
In the spirit of the first, it's unsurprising that this film starts off seeing Harry enjoying the pleasant company of the Dursleys, staying at Privet Drive during his summer break, an introduction the later films could get away with cutting down on, if not removing entirely. But the events of the book mean Chamber of Secrets couldn't have been adapted any other way. It doesn't make for the most interesting or exciting of openings, nor does it make a good argument for Chamber being significantly different from Philosopher's, as it feels to be in a number of ways on at least a surface level. It's a safe play of familiarity that has made it hard to see Chamber as having a strong identity of its own, causing it to be regarded as the skippable one, and often taking one of the lowest spots on people's rankings for both the books and films. Whilst it may be considered, for anyone barbaric enough to do so, the acceptable one to cut out of a rewatch or reread, we can in hindsight see that Chamber has a lot to offer in setting up many of the plot and world-building details of the series, in ways Philosopher's was too encumbered with providing an introduction to do so. Once people have that necessary knowledge, however, the entertainment factor Chamber provides just isn't quite high enough to be as enthralling or memorable as the other entries, the film specifically being the longest of them all, and getting caught up in overzealous adaptational fidelity such that it's mostly book readers who consider Chamber one of the best. In denial of the realities of storytelling in a different medium, this belief that book changes of any kind are the most egregious of offences may result in Chamber receiving undue praise that has nothing to do with how well it functions as a film, and everything to do with how indistinguishable it is from the book. Regardless, Chamber is actually structurally quite different from the almost episodic flow of the first, and wastes no time re-establishing the basics of Harry's character by having him endearingly look through his magic photo book. They manage to sneak in a little line of exposition, Harry reminding us that he's not allowed to do magic outside of school, which is so on the nose that, even knowing nothing about the story, you would plainly see its importance. but having Harry say this to Hedwig beats the brief bursts of soliloquy characters sometimes mutter to themselves, a device that you really have to earn the right to use, and which is harder to get away with on film than on stage, because audiences will, except in distinctly stylized or narratively expressive moments, prefer the visual tools of the medium to be used to explore that character's thoughts instead. No matter how open to interpretation, they are thereby rendered.
Let me clutch thee.
Art thou not, fatal vision, as sensible to feeling as to sight, or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation proceeding from the heat oppressed brain?
What's really jarring if you're watching this back to back with the first, and which really isn't helped by the last scene of Philosophers being the first thing they filmed, is Daniel Radcliffe's both visual and auditory aging, incidentally justifying them jumping straight into filming Chamber whilst Philosophers was still fresh out of the oven. These kids were going to grow up fast, and for the first few films at least, time was imperative.
People often ask me, aren't you going to grow out of your character, or isn't Hermione going to grow out of you either way? But it's perfectly timed because it takes a year for the film to be filmed, and so it's going up in years, so it works.
We've raised you since you were a baby, given you the food off our table, even let you have Dudley's second bedroom, purely out of the goodness of our hearts.
Harry is generally on the bad side of the Dursleys, just on the basis of him, wizarding genes intact, being dumped on them 12 years ago, but today they're being especially uptight about what he does and doesn't do in the hopes of impressing their dinner guests.
Welcome them graciously to our home.
Good. And Dudley, you will be...
I'll be waiting to open the door.
Excellent.
Unfortunately, after resigning to his bedroom, Harry encounters something more troublesomely noisy than Hedwig rattling around the inside of her locked cage, a peculiar humanoid creature with wide eyes and droopy ears. Dobby is a house elf, and has taken it upon himself, against his master's wishes, to warn Harry of the dangers boiling at Hogwarts to ward him off attending, failing to convince Harry, only angering him after revealing that it was he who was intercepting the letters from his friends. Dobby sees an opportunity to take things up to a notch that would ensure any student who isn't Harry is expelled. Mischievously grinning, Dobby snaps his fingers and levitates the cake over towards the Dursleys and their guests, in what might be an attempt to make us question whose side the elf is really on, but based off what Goblet of Fire tells us about Dobby, can only be explained by him being an outlier amongst house elves, actually enjoying this bit of chaotic freedom and having little qualms about breaking the taboos of his race, as the other house elves are always sure to remind him. Let's just say that he comes across a bit more annoying in this film than the lovable goofball the trio would later know him to be, not just because of how much he aids them in various tasks, in contrast to the trouble he's causing now, but in his personality as well.
So good to see you again.
We can try this.
Even if he seems a bit too delighted at his own success in getting Harry in trouble, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt based on this apologetic expression he gives before vanishing into thin air. He's hardly a consistent presence in the over 2.5 hour runtime of the film, minimising his irritability whenever he does show up, which we can chalk up to his volatile mood swings, where he gets worked up into hysterics and starts wailing at the slightest of things. Whatever house elf contract that binds them to act in service of their master plays a big part in this, which is an entire issue all on its own, but they definitely went over the top here in ways his appearance in Deathly Hallows doesn't. A design that is anything but cute, and slightly dated CGI doing it no favours.
Well, we have ice cream.
What's completely insane is that Dobby's plan with levitating the cake actually works in getting Harry in trouble. The reason for this, kindly mentioned by Harry moments ago, is because of the trace that tracks the use of magic among underage wizards under the apparently not so careful eye of the Ministry of Magic. Ignoring that Harry unnecessarily implicates himself by pretending to move the cake with his hands, why the Ministry is given this kind of authoritarian jurisdiction to expel students from an independent transcendent school, rather than it being the decision of the headmaster of said school, isn't so important as the absurdly dysfunctional state in which this trace system is implemented. For what can only be narratively convenient reasons, the Ministry is able to trace magic in the area around an underage wizard, but is unable to identify who performed the magic within that area, let alone tracing the exact positioning and actions of each individual underage wizard. Therefore, when Dobby uses the levitation spell, the Ministry determines that Harry, the only documented magic-capable person in Privet Drive, was responsible, and I'm sure you can already see a number of things wrong with this. Dobby may not be a wizard, but as a house elf, he is, as clearly demonstrated in this scene, just as capable of performing magic as a wizard, if not more so. So because there was another magic-capable person in Privet Drive, there are only two possible explanations as to why Harry was, in the eyes of the Ministry, the only possible source of magic at that moment. One, that the Ministry is unable to differentiate between house elf magic and wizard magic, however inherently different they appear to be. Or two, that the Ministry is unable to detect whether any other magic-capable individual has entered the very area they are tracing, and that's just based on what we know from this short scene. Given the combined context of times the trace is relevant across the entire series, the system seems only worse. Amongst a myriad of other things, the trace is something that Harry frequently finds himself trapped by, eventually becoming an unfair mechanic the Ministry uses to discredit his name and try to remove him from the safety of Hogwarts, though the latter is always successfully disputed by Dumbledore.
Clearly, it's become practice to hold a full criminal trial to deal with a simple matter of underage magic.
It's said that witches and wizards-to-be grow up accidentally performing random feats of magic, like bouncing off the ground, or in Harry's case, growing back his hair overnight and removing the glass of a snake enclosure. The trace doesn't apply to wizards for as long as they are subjugated to these random magical occurrences, because they have little to no control over them, and even if their emotions can somewhat direct the randomness, like with Harry and the snake, they have not yet reached the age at which they start attending wizarding school and actually learning to control magic. I'm not sure how this fits in with any pre-Hogwarts education, but we can assume that the reason Hogwarts starts at age 11 is that it's a definite point at which wizards will have grown out of their random stage, and then later, when they have gained masterful control of their magic, they can learn coordinated wandless spells instead. Still, in hyper-emotional moments, unskilled wizards can reawaken this innate ability, a phenomenon of sorts that we see Harry himself perform at the start of Prisoner of Azkaban, though the Minister for Magic is at that time understanding and quick to write it off.
Of course, I've only tried a few simple ones myself, but they've all worked for me.
In Philosopher's Stone, Hermione proudly exclaims that she had already begun learning about magic upon receiving her Hogwarts letter, apparently practicing spells at home prior to the start of term. That's why, when meeting Harry and Ron on the train, and then again in Diagon Alley in Chamber of Secrets, she is more than capable of basic magic like fixing Harry's glasses.
Oculus, repair it.
I would have imagined Hermione waving her wandless hands around and muttering the spells without any direct intent to cast them, if it weren't for her saying that all the spells she tried actually worked. It's hard to believe that the Hogwarts letter, or whoever the wizard was that arrived on their doorstep to explain everything, didn't feel the need to mention the extremely strict regulations against underage magic, nor that Hermione would so blatantly break such rules, but that's really the only explanation as to why she felt comfortable practicing in her Muggle neighbourhood. Either that, or she took advantage of some loophole, one that allows underage wizards to use magic in the short time between receiving their letter and attending Hogwarts, or something. Nevertheless, from the time students start attending wizarding school after reaching the age of 11, and from the point Rowling saw fit to start writing the underage magic rules into relevancy, none of these kids should be practicing magic away from the responsible guise of their professors. Hogwarts is, at least supposed to be, a safe, neutral environment for unskilled wizards to explore what is clearly a limitlessly dangerous ability, and one that, when outside wizarding territory, has to be responsibly hidden from the eyes of Muggles, apparently. So it's plain to see that Hermione, who lives in a Muggle neighbourhood, would no longer be practicing magic during summer break, and the same restriction applies to any students living in wizarding settlements or other hidden areas, or at least it should apply in principle. Because of the way the trace is set up, any student living with one or more adult wizards is more or less undetectable, as any any magic they do cast can be written off as being done by those adults, and therein lies perhaps the trace's biggest issue, and how unfair of an issue it is, effectively allowing any underage wizard willing to break the rules, who has the fortune of living with an adult wizard, more time to practice their magic than those who are muggle-born or otherwise live with muggles. Never mind the enormous convenience provided by everyday quality of life spells, like the ones that automatically chop up vegetables or do the dishes. There exist so many holes even within the apparently intentional functions of the trace that I questioned how worth analysing it was for reasons other than jest at all. But at the risk of being verbose, the trace stood to be made an example of, for how at odds these fantasy elements seem to be with the progressive solemnity of the story. The fact that a magically imbued flying car, full of and driven by underage wizards, doesn't raise any alarms is permissible enough in the relatively light-hearted Chamber of Secrets. The car has the excuse of being a pet project of Mr. Weasley's, which he isn't really supposed to have, let alone use, whilst also providing us with an iconic set piece to get Harry out of Privet Drive. Not so permissible, however, is the broom ride at the start of Order of the Phoenix. Though in the book the Order members who went to collect Harry made an effort to be stealthy, in the films of both Chamber and Phoenix, these magical modes of transport the characters partake in are anything but stealthy, flying unconcealed above the eyes of thousands of potential Muggle witnesses. To make matters worse, this sequence in Phoenix occurs just minutes after the very serious scene where Harry, having used a Patronus spell to save himself and Dudley from Dementors, receives a letter of expulsion for his use of magic. Dumbledore and the Order very quickly pulls some strings to get him an official trial at the Ministry, so I suppose, under those circumstances, whatever magic gets cast at Privet Drive in the process of getting Harry out of there gets a free pass. But the film's sensationalisation of these events, which goes entirely against the diligence of Moody's plan to safely escort Harry to the Order's secret headquarters, was really unnecessary. The broom ride seems even more silly when we have at that point learnt the existence of portkeys, and in Half-Blood Prince would further learn of apparition, a spell effectively allowing a wizard and anyone touching them to teleport. And there of course still stands the blatant hole of magical items being undetectable by the trace, there being little reason why the same loophole doesn't also apply to non-transportative items, meaning you could give any old muggle something as extreme as an invisibility cloak and the Ministry would be none the wiser, and the use of any magic around muggles that requires the talents of obliviators to go out and wipe the witnesses' memories is both an enormous waste of time and resources on the part of the Ministry, the only upside being that it's a propaganda machine to justify underage magic restrictions against muggle-living wizards, though all the propaganda they would need is in a book-exclusive scene in Half-Blood Prince, an event from Voldemort's past that the trace can only be excused from being inapplicable to if it did not yet exist. I'm referring to the time a young Tom Riddle murdered his father's side of the Riddle family, leaving only Tom and his maternal uncle Morfin Gaunt, whom the Ministry would blame for the murders after Tom framed him by using his wand and planting false memories. That was a significant turning point in Tom becoming Voldemort, so it would have saved a whole lot of pain if any very useful magic tracking tools were put to use to find him guilty. The Death Eater infiltrated Ministry would go on to, for the most part, also neglect such useful tools during Deathly Hallows, but I'll save that for then.
By the way, Harry, happy birthday.
Having escaped from his Privet Drive imprisonment aboard the Weasleys' flying car, Harry arrives with Ron, the twins, and the morning sun at the lopsided countryside cottage known as the Burrow. Like its predecessor, this film also cuts out much of the time Harry spends waiting for the new school year to begin, condensing it in such a way that from the moment he leaves Privet Drive to arriving at the train station, the period seems to take place over the same day, whereas in the book, Harry not only spent 3 days starving in his bedroom imprisonment, but then spent the month leading up to the day of the Hogwarts Express departure hanging around with the Weasley family, wherein, on the flight back to the Burrow, Harry told them about all that had happened with Dobby, and upon speculating that he was sent as a joke by Draco, the Malfoys being a wizarding family of such wealth that they would own a house elf, the twins tell of Lucius's past work under Voldemort. Then there's Harry's experiences staying at the Burrow, denoming the sentient but unintelligent garden gnome infestation, practicing Quidditch in the neighbouring fields, witnessing a very shy Ginny's awkward mishaps, Hearing both of Percy's unusually secretive behaviour and the apparently harmless ghoul that lives in and likes to rattle around the attic whenever the house gets too quiet, and sitting by the side of Mr. Weasley during dinner, who enthusiastically quizzes him on various Muggle-related interests, it's certainly a slice of life, quite obviously cut out from the film for primarily pacing purposes. There's an interesting character moment lost in here from Fred and George, where they use the Muggle art of lockpicking to pass through Harry's bedroom door, bring his belongings out from the cupboard under the stairs, and carry it back up through the window, somehow only managing to awake Vernon when Hedwig does a little squawk, rather than the sound of iron ripping free from brick as wakes him in the film, and only after all that do they make their escape. Quite different from the film's version as a whole, the lockpicking specifically being one of those ingenious details that, even without much narrative weight, holds a certain satisfying depth. It makes perfect sense that Fred and George, troublemakers that they are, would find ways around the underage magic laws that other wizards might find bizarre, other purebloods possibly even turning their nose up at the notion that one could use Muggle methods in the absence of magic. It's not something that's really revisited at any point, but it's enough to imagine the twins would, in all likelihood, be off doing such things as picking locks in remote corners of the castle, if not practicing their skills and coming up with new ideas in the dorms. The main reason I bring this up, however, is it's an example of a good idea getting removed as collateral for, in this case, the justifiable change of the sequence it's a part of. I say justifiable because, as pointed out by what sounds do and don't wake up Vernon, the film's much faster, much simpler decision to have Harry hurry into the car the moment the cage has been ripped from the window works far better in its chaotic thrills. The question is whether or not such small ingredients can make their way into other parts of the film adaptation without becoming inconsequential or shoehorned in, and if it turns out that the book implementation was niche enough to those circumstances that it has no place anywhere else, then that's a sacrifice you just have to accept comes along with a change in medium, at least some of the time, that is. There's always scenes we can argue shouldn't have found their way onto the chopping board in the first place.
Diagon Alley.
One of the marvels of Harry Potter is that, until apparition is introduced in Half-Blood Prince, the characters use a different mode of transport in each book, and as far as the films are concerned, any previous modes of transport are entirely forgotten. In Chamber of Secrets we get two of these, the first being the flying car, and the second being Floo powder, which the Weasleys use to get to Diagon Alley.
Diagon Alley!
By standing in the fireplace, throwing powder at their feet, and speaking the desired destination, a wizard is able to teleport to one of the open, connected fireplaces somewhere out in the world.
Diagon Alley.
For once, a glaring issue with the system is acknowledged by the film, when Harry stutters and mispronounces the destination and ends up in a fireplace slightly off course. The fireplace magic understanding well enough to still put him in Diagon Alley, but in a most unfortunate fireplace within the grimy back alleys of black market traders and shady figures. It seems that, so long as the fireplace is left open on the network, one could teleport into the heart of any house or shop and freely steal its contents, or merely snoop around without attracting a reputation befitting of wizards who enter such dimly lit establishments as the one Harry has found himself in. In the extended edition of the film, this scene in Borgin and Burke's sees Harry not only hiding away in the eventually relevant Vanishing Cabinet, but also Draco and Lucius entering to discard some incriminating items. Most of all, Lucius refrains from parting ways with the diary, despite Borgin's desire to buy it for its unique qualities. That's what I'm guessing anyway, since the item isn't shown on screen, and Borgin very ominously says,
"One wouldn't want to see it falling into the wrong hands."
This accidental venture into Knockturn Alley is the first time we get a look at the unlawful side of wizarding society, as well as who Lucius Malfoy is and how close to Fred and George's claims that he's a dark wizard he might be. We have another, more confrontational run-in with the Malfoys when, after Hagrid pulls Harry out of Knockturn Alley and he meets back up with the Weasleys, they run into Draco in the Flourish and Blot's bookshop, or rather Draco runs into them, descending from a staircase and berating Harry for his fame and Ron for being of poor Weasley filth, as usual, something that would have been highlighted only more had the film included Harry's trip with them to Gringotts Bank, his overflowing mountains of galleons causing him guilt when compared to the Weasleys' barren vault of paltry sickles and a singular galleon, all of which was withdrawn for purchasing the new books of 5 Ginger Offspring. Lucius swoops in to give his son the upper hand in this childish conflict, using his adult presence to to easily overpower them, or at the very least putting them all on edge sharper than when they only had Draco to deal with. It's when Mr. Weasley arrives at the scene that it feels like Lucius meets his match. The book scene actually devolves into a straight-up brawl, which is very out of place and likened to a child's idea of what an adult conflict would escalate to. It's not the brightest idea to publicly attack an influential Death Eater known for their deep pockets and connections to the Ministry where Mr. Weasley works, not to mention it sets an embarrassingly bad example to all the students and parents inside this overcrowded bookshop. The film version better maintains the seriousness of whatever it is that boils between Lucius and Mr. Weasley without deflating the confrontation so much that it loses all significance. It shows us a reserved side of Arthur, hinting at anger, but matching how Harry had come to know him as a lovable family man. The fight almost seems like it's meant to be comedic, but I think Rowling just saw it as a surefire way of showing us that this rivalry didn't start in Ron's generation. Arthur and Lucius have likely been at each other's throats since their own school days, the same as I'm sure many other ex-Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards across the country, but in this case it's been exacerbated by Arthur being a member of the original Order of the Phoenix, and Lucius being at the very least associated with Death Eaters. In both the book and film, Lucius gives Ginny back the tattered second-hand book he had plucked from her cauldron, except in the film we get actual visual confirmation that he handed her another book along with it. Harry notices this, but for some reason decides or forgets to mention it, which is all the more puzzling when you remember that he was, moments ago, a witness to Lucius parting ways with the other contraband the book shared a box with. We're meant to ask what the book is, though the planting is quick enough that you could easily miss it if looking away from the screen for a moment, or after the platform 9 3/4 debacle distracts you, forget it ever occurred. On rewatch, however, knowing of the book's dangerous identity as Tom Riddles' diary and one of the 7 Horcruxes, the real mystery becomes what on earth Lucius was thinking when deciding to plant it on Ginny. It can't possibly be as simple as wanting to frame her, and by extension the Weasleys, for being in possession of Voldemort memorabilia, as I doubt anyone other than Dumbledore could identify it as being such, or that anyone would even accuse the Weasleys of giving it to Ginny for the express purpose of sneaking it into Hogwarts on the chance they do find out what it is. The truth is actually an unclear mixture of multiple reasons. Knowing the diary was a dangerous object full of dark magic, handing it over to the Weasleys was a good bet that they would come to hurt in some way, and it's also possible that Voldemort, before giving him the diary for safekeeping in Malfoy Manor, told Lucius it had the ability to open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the monster within, but Lucius was totally unaware of the true nature of this power, being that the diary contained a part of Voldemort's soul. That's the only explanation of his actions that makes sense, as we know the reason Dobby wants to prevent Harry from attending Hogwarts is to save him from this plan to unleash the basilisk, which he overheard from his time slaving away under the Malfoys. So from Lucius's perspective, it was a last-ditch effort to serve Voldemort, with whatever scrutiny the Weasleys come under for possessing a dark magical object, and whatever harm comes to Ginny specifically being just a bonus. The only case against this motivation is that Lucius seems to have mostly given up on following in Voldemort's footsteps, as have many of the other Death Eaters who only rejoined Voldemort during Goblet of Fire out of fear. Still determined to thwart Harry from attending Hogwarts, Dobby uses his apparently immense power to seal closed the magical entrance to platform 9 3/4, Ron unfortunately getting caught out as well, the two of them seemingly being the last students to pass through. In other words, for all this little elf is concerned, the students already aboard the train can perish under the gaze of the monstrous basilisk.
Hello?
Harry and Ron instead make convenient use of the flying car to catch up with the Hogwarts Express and then follow along with it all the way to Hogwarts, an idea a more vengeful person would devise to get Mr. Weasley in as much trouble as possible, and one overlooking any of the less burdensome alternatives. Even broomsticks seem inefficient compared to asking permission for one of the Hogsmeade or Hogwarts fireplaces to be opened up. In Prisoner of Azkaban, the night bus dutifully arrives in Harry's time of need, and the breadth of how far it can go is by no means limited to London, as seen when it makes a brief appearance at the end of Harry's 5th year winter break to take them all the way back to Hogwarts. but the most egregious example can't be anything other than apparition. All it would take is sending one letter stating what happened and where they were waiting, and someone would teleport along, grab their hands, and teleport straight back to the outskirts of Hogsmeade, where Hogwarts would be within sight. And with his favourite student involved, it wouldn't be all that unusual for Dumbledore to take it upon himself, so they'd be getting the smoothest, safest teleport possible. They're acting as if the school's responsibility to safely transport students starts and ends with driving the train, like if you are noticeably absent from the moment it departs to when everyone passes through the Hogwarts gates, they'll just dismiss you as having abandoned your education.
Names?
Professor Flitwick, you've known me for 5 years.
No exceptions, Potter.
Using the flying car is one of the many occasions where Harry's attempts to be inconspicuous, trying to coexist as an ordinary Hogwarts student, backfires on him and makes him stand out more. Not wanting to be special, but coming to accept that he is one of the most important arcs of his character. In this case, if they hadn't crashed into the Whomping Willow and gotten caught on their way into the castle, they might have been able to blend into the crowd with little more than the odd question of, "We didn't see you two on the train," or "Where were you all this time?" from their fellow Gryffindors. But they did do those things.
Dad's gonna kill me.
And in a typically unfortunate attempt at being cinematic, the film soured any notions that Ron and Harry were in any way trying to be sneaky. Being barely able to control the car is bad enough, but forgetting to activate the camouflage in the first moments of takeoff in the middle of one of the busiest parts of London is just stupid. And that the Ministry is able of finding and erasing the memories of every Muggle who laid eyes on them is hard to believe. The camouflage wears off when they are already well away from the densest concentration of Muggles, in time for the two now apparently hard-of-hearing boys to nearly meet their ends. Having lost track of the train, they mistakenly assume that it lies ahead of them and that all they need to do is follow the tracks to meet it again. But, as if coming out of a sound-deafening force field, the train appears behind them. And because of their questionable decision to start flying within the confines of the train tracks, it is on a direct course for collision. At this most inopportune moment, Ron decides to practice his barrel rolls, and Harry, his suicidal tendencies getting the better of him, opens the car door to dangle out over the lush ravine, swimming in the train's steam engine smoke before clambering back inside with the help of Ron's nervously sweaty hands. I suspect one of the motivations for making this scene such a bombastic far cry from the one in the book was to show off their CGI, which I'll admit is quite the step up from the first film and blends well with the practical car, but the whole thing is so needlessly over the top that it comes across as a joke. The chaotic predicament they find themselves in after crash landing on the Whomping Willow isn't so insane as the main character being suspended above a moving train Jackie Chan style, but it's still up there. At least this time the action sets up some things for later, like the car turning up to save them in the Forbidden Forest, and Ron's wand being broken throughout the year so that Gilderoy's obliviation can backfire on him, although his wand doesn't actually break in the car crash, or when the branches are violently hammering the car from all directions. Most strange of a decision to have this be the thing to break it, when such a perfect opportunity presents itself seconds later. If wands broke that easily, you'd think people would be constantly walking around with spares in their pockets and bags, accidentally breaking their favourite after sitting down too heavily, and then grumpily pulling out whatever faulty hand-me-down they picked up at Ollivander's the week before. It would give a big boost to his business, at the very least.
Hello?
You all right, Harry? Seem very quiet.
On their way into the castle, they continue their efforts not to be sneaky, Harry practically shouting a list of their many woes as they jog up the stairs, spelling the film's events out as much as possible, only to be met with Filch and his cat. In the book, they actually get caught by Snape, but it makes sense that if Filch caught them, he would take them to Snape, wanting to get them in as much trouble as possible.
Oh dear, we are in trouble.
The real reason Filch is the one to catch them in the film, though, is so they can shoehorn in the whole squib thing, of which Filch is one himself. In the book, this has an entirely separate scene dedicated to it later on, wherein Harry gets left alone in Filch's office and takes a look at the quickspell letter sat nearby, and when Filch learns of this, he is so mortified that he lets Harry go unpunished for having walked mud through the castle from the Quidditch pitch, ordering him not to tell anyone. Harry, of course, later tells Ron, but there's no need for that in the film, where Harry and Ron see the letter together. But why include such a small, blatantly tacked-on addition to a scene it bears no relevance to? What is it about the existence of squibs in the wizarding world, and their narrative role in the series, that justifies this detail going uncut, even though Filch being one is scarcely mentioned ever again? Well, for starters, this moment is present only in the extended cut, but I'm going to assume the reason it was removed from the theatrical isn't because it's unimportant, but because it's an awkward and out-of-place interaction. The simplest way to view squibs and their purpose in this film is that they're a flavour of the prejudice that the entire plot of the Heir of Slytherin rides on. Squibs, who are more or less muggles born to pureblood or half-blood parents, possessing little to no magical ability of their own, are thought of with such utter disdain by wizarding society that even Ron of the muggle-loving Weasleys sneers at the reveal of Filch being one, and to other purebloods, being a squib is the most pathetically embarrassing existence and a stain on their pride as wizards. Whether they're put there from birth or willingly decide to outcast themselves later in life, it's not hard to see why many squibs choose to live among muggles instead of subjugating themselves to such ingrained prejudice that even a 12-year-old Ron reacts with derision towards them. It may just be the case that squibs are rare enough for nobody to know how to react, but these supremacist attitudes are generally exempt from the good guys, and so this subtle contempt feels more harsh than it would coming from a family like the Malfoys, who would no doubt remove any trace of squibs from their family tree and forget they ever existed. Such is the shame a magicless child would cause. Filch would be the centre of much daily ridicule if his squib status were common knowledge, or if anybody actually cared about him in the first place, being the lowest of the low who chose to remain in the wizarding world like a shameless weed.
I want to see some punishment!
The worst thing a muggle living squib would have to experience is the knowledge of what they missed out on in being born without magic, so why they would stay, for reasons other than having already grown attached to the wizarding world, I don't know. As for why Filch decided to take Dumbledore's offer to work at Hogwarts, maybe he has personal reasons for wanting to work and live in an educational environment, such as the hope that he will awaken his own power, or else gain theory-based knowledge in any of the subjects that don't directly require magic. But I'd wager that such goals have only contributed to his bitterness and contempt for the students, having failed his whole life despite being in the prime location to succeed. There's speculation that squibs possess some minor magical ability, but there's little elaboration in the books to go off of.
You can be sure of that.
Filch and Harry's Privet Drive neighbour, Mrs. Fig, who the Dursleys occasionally called on to babysit Harry, and Dumbledore entrusted with keeping an eye on him, may both be able to see certain magical creatures and develop closer relationships with their pets than a Muggle would, as they have each done with their cats. And the existence of things like the Quickspell course means there's at least some notion that squibs have the potential to use magic. Either that or the whole business is a false hope scam, taking advantage of wishful squibs by telling them that, should they only apply themselves and pay for a guide, they too will stand among their wizarding peers, and their wizarding-like relationships with their cats might not be to do with any magic they personally possess, but merely a result of owning a wizarding-bred cat, functioning all the same regardless of if their owner is a wizard, squib or muggle, so it's not looking too chipper for any squibs who still seek magic on their own. Neville had the unfortunate luck of all his early magic going unnoticed by his family, who in their persistent ignorance worried whether he was a squib until his deranged uncle accidentally dropped him out of a window and he bounced off the ground outside. His hopes that putting Neville in dangerous situations would force some magic out of him worked out in the end, I guess, and who knows whether he would have faced repercussions if Neville had instead fallen and died. Voldemort has somewhat of a history with at least the idea of squibs, his mother being accused of being one by her father, which may have been a precursor to her being in the state of mind to drug the muggle man she had a crush on and create a baby Voldemort. It's undefined how Voldemort felt towards squibs, his crimes being directed mostly at muggleborns and half-bloods. But since squibs are in many cases magicless purebloods, it's possible he just didn't consider them worth the light of day. Maybe that's why, after the Death Eaters took control of Hogwarts, Filch was allowed to continue working there unharmed, Voldemort likely being unaware that Filch is a squib and a friend of Slytherin House, if he knew he existed at all. The reason for Filch having the job in the first place is perhaps a result of Dumbledore's similarly indirect history with the idea of squibs, when rumours were spread of his sister being one during their youth. but Dumbledore is just more open-minded in general, and it's unsurprising that if coming across a squib like Filch who wished to work at Hogwarts, he would give them the opportunity to do so, even if merely as a statement of inclusion for other wizards to follow. That's very nice of him and all, but it doesn't exactly seem to have done Filch any favours.
Oh, for God's sake, pull yourself together, man.
Who knows, he may be the happiest man in the world, and wouldn't know what to do with himself were he ever cast out from the castle. But to be derided his whole life whilst working a job that has to have been made significantly harder by his being without magic is a high price to pay. Let's say he is somehow able to do his job of taking care of the Hogwarts castles, along with some help from house elves with cleaning and cooking, and Hagrid with the outer grounds. There's still no way he performs more efficiently than a caretaker with magic would, and most certainly not without some physical detriments to his health. And his responsibilities sometimes even go beyond that. He patrols the corridors after hours looking for out-of-bed students, searches the castle for an escaped convict, and then aids in improving the Hogwarts defences against said convict, and in the build-up to the Battle of Hogwarts in Deathly Hallows, he escorts the entirety of Slytherin House to the dungeons, and in the book, he takes them out of Hogwarts completely. But as I said, there's really not much to go on.
Hands off me, filthy squib!
Squibs go down as another one of the many underdeveloped world buildings Rowling will continue to tack onto the list of societal injustices for this new generation of wizards to fix when they take control.
Do you have any idea how serious this is?
There's also something weird about Snape in this scene, desperately snitching on his least favourite students to get them in trouble.
These boys have flouted the decree for the restriction of underage wizardry.
In all fairness, the book describes him as reacting like he just got told Christmas has been cancelled, and it works by way of knocking Snape down a peg from how antagonistic he was throughout Philosopher's Stone, but on film, Rickman comes across as a distractingly pantomimey children's villain.
Honestly, Professor Snape, I think it did more damage to us.
Silence!
The reason for this is likely the apparent competition between Rickman and Kenneth Branagh to out-flamboyant each other. He's this year's newcomer, Gilderoy Lockhart, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, and he's almost as useless as a wizard as he is to the plot. Quite a few of the Hogwarts professors could be considered useless to the plot, many of them barely even qualifying as characters. But Lockhart is worse than all of them, because he's useless in the one installment he was written to exist in. And no, I'm not counting his permanently incapacitated cameo at St. Mungo's Hospital in Order of the Phoenix, a scene which didn't even make it into that film. If Lockhart were completely absent from Chamber of Secrets, the narrative would have played out almost exactly the same. All his presence did was complicate some things, for the most part serving as the comedic relief of whatever scene he's in, which is a characteristic that can help to lighten up some of the darker parts of the story, but it becomes nothing but a negative when the character in question has little other purpose to play, and when we're already given comedic relief elsewhere with Dobby and, unfortunately, Ron. You might say, without Lockhart, Harry never would have had his bones removed and spent the night in the hospital wing to see a petrified Colin, or taken part in a dueling club where he got the chance to use Parseltongue on a summoned snake. But these events, which Lockhart at least took some action to cause, fail to give us much of any plot development that isn't given elsewhere, and if they were tweaked a little bit, would nullify Lockhart completely. Harry could have just as easily gotten hurt by the Quidditch bludger enough to land in the hospital that night, and there's nothing stopping other professors, like renowned duelist Flitwick, from setting up a dueling club for students to attend. Even when Lockhart obliviates himself near the end, all it serves is to remove himself from the story altogether, and at no point does he come across as a red herring, because he's so useless that the idea he could be the culprit is unbelievable, and if it were revealed that he was behind everything, then everyone would agree on how stupid of a plot twist it is. He spent so long living this lifestyle of going off to foreign countries and mind-wiping skilled wizards to steal the credit for their accomplishments that he's more or less lost all practical knowledge of magic, rendering him incapable of handling creatures as inconsequential as the Cornish pixies he lets loose on his class of second years. He's so full of himself that he tries to heal Harry's arm in front of the whole school, but ends up dissolving his bones instead, leaving him with the painful task of growing them back overnight. And in the dueling club versus Snape, he struggled to even keep a hold of his wand, let alone block any spells. It's not like he's completely lazy though. Even even if he did find a shortcut to fame and glory by criminally stealing the memories of elite wizards, since he had to travel to find those wizards, cast good enough memory charms on them and anyone else who witnessed their accomplishments, sensationalize those accomplishments across multiple books, and make a conscious effort to maintain this persona and hide the truth to such degrees that it renders the likes of Hermione a starstruck fangirl.
And 5 times winner of which weekly's Most Charming Smile Award?
Dumbledore hired him because he happened to know some of the people who fell victim to his memory charms, hoping that whatever time Lockhart spends attempting to teach the very subject he claims to be so accomplished in will out him as a charlatan. But Dumbledore can't possibly be the only person to have taken notice of Lockhart's fraudulent adventures. The Ministry must be on the case in at least some capacity. The question is whether it's in their best interest to do anything about it, especially given that Lockhart only steals credit from foreign wizards in foreign countries. He serves as propaganda beyond mere patriotism, tales of his feats of strength, giving the average wizard the impression that they too could best a werewolf, or any number of other rare and violent creatures in combat, all the whilst maintaining the same charming good looks and charisma of Lockhart, a symbol of heroism more appealing than the grizzled old Mad-Eye Moody. There are wizards out there who are as skillful as Lockhart claims to be, so what's the harm in tricking people into a naive sense of security by pinning all those achievements on one man? Well, except all the people who actually did the work, and the countries they represent getting cheated out of their glory. Dumbledore's justification for bringing such an inadequate teacher into Hogwarts is that there's still something to learn from even the worst examples, as if that makes up for Lockhart's willingness to wipe children's memories because they discovered he was a fraud, or is better than any actually halfway decent teacher. McGonagall, as usual the voice of reason, questioned how being taught by such a fame-hungry man could benefit the students, but when you think about it, being a living example of what not to do is all Lockhart has to offer. Not that Harry specifically needs to learn that lesson, since he actively avoids his fame throughout the story, his time with the Dursleys doing its work to make sure he never develops a dangerously enlarged ego like Lockhart. It's more the case that Lockhart exists as this meta-comparison to Harry for the audience to witness.
That voice.
Voice?
But is it really any surprise that Dumbledore would hire Lockhart when in this same film he refuses to immediately evacuate the school following attacks on students within the very castles and corridors they live and walk each day? Dumbledore is at the top of the chain of command and has enough power to single-handedly dismantle every other professor at once, so he takes most of the blame, but that doesn't stop their collective incompetence from sharing the responsibility. Clearly the wizarding world has vastly different standards of modern health and safety. If a giant snake slithering out into the Hogwarts corridors is of little concern, but that's a pretty strong line to cross to allow such a dangerous monster to roam freely, and it's sheer luck that everyone who encountered it stared into its eyes indirectly, because if any students had died, there would be nothing Dumbledore could say or do to save his skin, or to prevent the school from closing. To not only find but defeat this monster takes the combined talent of a 12-year-old, an immortal bird, and a magic sword. If the reasoning for not eradicating the basilisk at the first sign of its return was to give Harry another lesson in heroism, then that might just be the biggest gamble all series, because there's no way the circumstances under which this basilisk encounters students were under careful control from Dumbledore or any other professor, and if Harry could kill the thing, then all the professors going into the chamber together could certainly do so too. And now they can actually open it by using Harry's Parseltongue, dozens of people having witnessed his possession of the ability during the duel scene. If you need any further proof that the professors have turned into a bunch of useless idiots, look no further than the broken wand Ron was using all film. A student using a broken wand at a school for witchcraft and wizardry is the magic equivalent of going without pen or paper through a year's worth of Muggle school. It's an impairment that makes your being there virtually redundant. A broken wand actually goes a bit further than that though, since its use during practical exercises causes danger to anyone in the vicinity of the wielder, and most especially to the wielder themselves.
Eat slugs!
Somehow, despite splitting near in two, Ron's wand still manages to cast dysfunctional spells during lessons. But why, having seen the boy attempting to use an obviously irreversibly damaged wand, would none of the professors do anything about it?
That wand needs replacing, Mr. Weasley.
In the worst of cases, it might even hinder them being able to teach the rest of the students sharing the class with Ron, should his wand fail so catastrophically that it disrupts the lesson. Surely, preventing such possibilities outweighs the expense of buying a student a new wand. That's all an example of the fundamental problem this book and film has, that things happen in unlikely ways, and characters make unrealistic decisions for the sake of plot points being met. Inevitably, most stories, films especially, have their contrivances. The trick is to not fall victim to your contrivances, either that they are small enough for the audience not to notice, or that the greater whole of your creation is so fulfilling that the audience doesn't care, no matter how big they are. Chamber, ever the forewarning of what lies ahead, is one of this series' worst in this regard, such as Dumbledore being removed from the school by the Ministry, Hermione ending up petrified so she couldn't tell anyone what she discovered, and the car coming to save Harry and Ron from the spiders at the last minute. How about when the professors make Lockhart believe everything has been dumped on him just to get him out of the way? But instead of realising this, Harry and Ron go to Lockhart, knowing full well how useless he is, because they think he's the only one who'll listen to them, having been given a reason to enter the chamber to prove himself. They couldn't think of anything else to do, and going to Lockhart felt better than sitting around or evacuating whilst Ginny's life is on the line. But there's no way, if they had instead gone to McGonagall for help, that she would ignore them. What other leads could the professors have possibly been investigating that would deter them from even the slightest idea of what the monster is and where Ginny and the chamber are located? The only reason the trio seem to get ignored is so the narrative has a reason for them being in the middle of the action. If this were reality, and they knew not only where the chamber was, but the identity of the monster that lurks there, someone would at the very least take it into consideration. The fact that they barely even try to get help this time, and if they did, you know they just get ignored again, makes it seem like everyone has been made unnaturally stupid so that Hermione looks as smart as possible in comparison. She was the only person who found out for themselves that the monster was a basilisk, only because she so happened to read things from her few trips to the library that led her to that conclusion.
Hermione's answered that too.
The history of something like a basilisk living beneath the castle would be well documented, and possibly even common knowledge amongst everyone who has worked there, even if it were considered a myth. So why then, when students started turning up petrified, and realising that the basilisk may very well be real, did they not order the evacuation of the school? I understand they might not have wanted to create panic amongst the students, or not been able to evacuate them without substantial proof of danger, but they don't even increase the defences, such that maybe these lone students don't wander across the basilisk and risk dying. Hermione gains a number of other powers beyond just knowing stuff, like immobilizing an entire room of pixies with a single spell, or blasting the bludger away from Harry on the Quidditch pitch. But her most annoying addition is something that, much like how she saved them from the Devil's Snare in Philosopher's Stone, contradicts the balance of characteristics that makes the trio's friendship so strong. I'm talking about how Hermione is already well aware of what mudblood means, explaining it to Harry instead of Ron and Hagrid explaining it to her and Harry.
It means dirty blood. Mudblood's a really foul name for someone who is muggle-born, someone with non-magic parents, someone like me.
There's a similar occasion where she comments on Parseltongues in place of Ron.
It's not a very common gift, Harry. This is bad.
But this mudblood example stands out because of her emotional reaction to it, as if she's been dealing with the derogatory label her entire life.
No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood. You'll pay for that one, Malfoy. Eat slugs!
The book makes it clear that this is the first time she has ever even encountered the word, and so it only makes sense that when its meaning is explained, she isn't, at this time, all that bothered.
It's not a term one usually hears in civilized conversation.
In Deathly Hallows, when Bellatrix carves the word into her arm, it's more impactful, and it makes more sense how emotionally traumatic being branded with that label specifically would be, because by then she has had 7 years worth of experience living with it. The scene in Chamber of Secrets was obviously written this way to establish the significance of Muggleborns being targeted by the heir of Slytherin, but instead of getting that via exposition from Ron, as we do in the book, it now comes across as a distracting attempt to use sympathy for Hermione to push the plot forward. Ron is equally as encumbered by the vomiting slugs in the book and still manages to give this exposition, but the unfortunate fact of the matter is that they have made Hermione the designator explainer in these films, as if the audience is incapable of recognising that different characters have different knowledge.
Salazar Slytherin was a parcel mouth. He could talk to snakes too.
and as collateral, Ron gets simplified as the comedic relief sidekick, and Harry as the blank slate audience insert who needs every new idea explained to him. But if there's an adaptation in this series to get away with a lack of character, this was the one to do it. Despite its other quintessentially Potter aspects, Chamber of Secrets was more concerned with using its small word count to develop narrative and world-building details than giving the trio the contained arcs later, longer books would. The biggest telltale of this is that it's the only book not to have a falling out amongst them, whereas here the threat of the basilisk and Hermione getting petrified keeps them together. In Philosophers, Hermione spent all the time before Halloween a friendless know-it-all. In Azkaban, Ron and Hermione argue all year over Crookshanks and Scabbers, and Hermione angers Harry over the broomstick. In Goblet, Ron's jealousy causes brief rifts with Harry for his fame, and Hermione for her romance. In Phoenix, Harry shuts everyone out and explodes in anger for a multitude of reasons. In Half-Blood, Harry obsesses over the potions book and over following Draco, and Hermione avoids Ron for as long as he's dating Lavender. And in Deathly Hallows, Ron walks out on their quest for a period of several weeks, his mind corrupted by the Horcrux. Despite, or perhaps as a result of, its lack of character, Chamber at times feels loosely held together, past the halfway point especially. Harry constantly running from plot point to plot point with barely any time for the audience to breathe, key players popping up at just the right moment to influence the scene, side characters getting sidelined almost entirely, and exposition spelling everything out every step of the way. Signs that in many cases, a fully faithful adaptation can't always reproduce how well it worked in the original, failing to take into account the inherently different storytelling language that comes with being a visual medium, and failing to capitalize on the filmmaking techniques at one's disposal, in many cases causes the adaptation to paradoxically undermine its own aims to so faithfully replicate the source material. In the worst of cases, that results in the adaptation feeling more like they tried to film the novel rather than turning the novel into a film, and that's what happened with Chamber of Secrets, more so than any of the 7 other films in the franchise.
Maybe you can do something. Even something horrible, and not know you did it.
It follows the novel almost to a T, even more so than the first film, and without the episodic structure of Harry's first year at Hogwarts to hide behind. The creative liberties they diverted from taking, creating an oddly paced and bloated narrative. The reason it feels so bloated, despite being nearly 3 hours long, and the longest film based on the second shortest book, is because of this unnecessarily literal fidelity with the book. It becomes an issue not of the surface level contents of scenes, the elements of which luckily provide a neat enough dressing to save the film from falling completely flat, but an issue of how manufactured everything in succession slots together.
How can I speak a language without knowing I can?
I don't know, Harry, but it sounded like you were egging the snake on or something.
Constantly throwing new plot developments their way may have helped mask the pitfalls of child acting that are still very much prevalent, but their added experience has definitely raised the bar across the board.
They've been working for 1.5 years, so these kids are actually becoming seasoned professionals. It used to take 10 or 11 takes to get to a certain point in their performances. Now it takes 3 or 4.
Come on, Harry.
I didn't know I could speak past them. What else don't I know about myself?
They were growing as young artists and young performers, and you could see them acquiring knowledge as they went.
The issue is now less about their lack of acting skill and more about their conscious efforts to improve, actively obstructing the deliverance of natural cinematic performances. Emphasis on the natural, because if your goal is to create believable personalities, then there's no use giving a theatrical style performance.
The camera is like a belt or a net behind you, and someone's standing behind you and saying, look, you can relax, it's okay, you don't have to push it. Like, say, in the theatre. You don't have to push it, just relax and let it come out and listen. And listening is really what acting is all about for movies. It's not like the theatre. It's an entirely different situation.
Contrary to the close-up world of filmmaking, the overemphasis of emotion seen on live stage is a necessary component of the format, so that even people at the back of the auditorium can feel and understand what's happening.
The thing that people never do in real life is they don't say, oh, I don't want to go out, I'll have the egg and chips, you know. But you will see actors doing that all the time. And so when you get in here, that doesn't look so obvious until you get in here, you know. So, but you've got to just be
Cinema, on the other hand, except in specific stylized cases, calls for a subtlety that better suits the inherently intimate characteristics of the big screen.
And you just say, well, no, I don't think I'll have the egg and chips. I'll have the caviar and bellinis.
Where even the tiniest nuances of facial expression and delivery can be enhanced by framing and editing.
All I've got to do is go, and that's a big movement. You go, what did he do? What happened there? Someone's coming. You know, you create tension. Just do that.
Right.
Or that. It's a delicate operation. It's like, I regard the theatre as an operation with a scalpel. I think movie acting is an operation with a laser, because it's so tiny and it's so small that half the time people say, I don't know what you're doing.
Even though they may be more acutely hitting the right expressions and intonations to deliver certain emotions, they are overshooting and turning their performance into more about being an actor and less about being a real person. Emma Watson is the standout example of falling into this trap, having already been noticeably more precise than her peers in Philosophers. This is a consistent issue throughout the film that is at its worst not in the crying scene, but at times where she's merely a reactionary component to whatever's happening, and she specifically falls back into this overacting during the series, even in installments where her performance is for the most part quite good.
Can't believe it, she's done it again.
All that being said, whatever acting skill their newfound experience has afforded them might not be primarily beneficial to the performances of Chamber of Secrets, but to giving Columbus the room to film them in the cinematically engaging ways he was unable to in Philosophers, for the very reason that they were at that time so inexperienced.
It was important for me to always have a camera on one of them in case one of them was coming down off of a chocolate rush, or they lost their energy, or they were getting tired, or they were looking into the camera. God knows, there were a million things going on.
And guys, you're interested. Rupert, you shouldn't be laughing at the end when you find out that Dan's gonna potentially be killed by Snape.
And the key was, for cinematographer John Seal, was shooting multiple cameras, because I never knew when the kids were going to deliver the performance that I needed.
The Sorcerer's Stone.
Okay, guys, you're laughing.
So if you look at the first film, you see, it's very cutty. In other words, we cut to a close-up of a kid, and then I cut away to someone else. We were incapable of getting an entire scene in context.
Turns out, if you give a kid a role that lines up enough with their real personality, and then you make sure they're comfortable enough in front of the camera to bring out that personality, they can actually give a pretty decent, unfiltered performance.
Sometimes we, as adults actors, we can complicate things and try and find something that's maybe not there, or add something when it's not necessary. And sometimes the simplest approach, the most direct approach to acting a part is the most effective. And the kids can teach you that kind of thing.
I don't think there was a great deal of analysis or thought went into it, because I was 11 and I just delivered the lines like I would have said them at age 11.
Once he starts breathing fire.
Breathing fire?
Yeah.
How could you live in a wooden house?
The obvious hurdle Harry Potter has over something like a low-budget indie film is just the sheer scale of the production. So many moving parts and things to keep track of, and limited time to complete each day's shooting schedule that all get in the way of giving the child actors the freedom to give that performance. Frankly, it's amazing it turned out half as well as it did, and even if he didn't bring the creative flair some of the other directors who are lined up would have, Columbus almost symbolically set the franchise on a good path by being able to utilise their young talents well enough to give weight to what is the real heart of Harry Potter, the characters. From the rigorous and ridiculously long back-to-back shooting schedules, the energy expense of directing child actors, and having a family of his own, there's little wonder why sitting in the director's seat took a lot out of Columbus, and why he would take a step back to producing on Azkaban and then depart from the franchise altogether, despite having originally expressed interest in staying on board for all the books.
But I didn't just stick with the first two movies because I just wanted to do the childhood version of Harry. When I came aboard, I was under the impression that I would do all 7 pictures. I didn't realize the amount of energy it would take not only to do one, but to do 2 back to back.
Your stands are over on this side.
But before then, Columbus had more to give in laying the foundation for how these films would evolve. Some people mistakenly refer to Azkaban as being the start of the descent of saturation in colour palette to go along with the story's declining happy magic aura, but that process of reflecting the darker tone of the story through the visuals actually began in Chamber of Secrets, and from then on each film got darker and darker, the desaturation reaching its controversial peak with Half-Blood Prince.
The vision has to basically fit in with the vision of all 7 pictures. So the plan that we set into motion was the first film is our introduction to Harry's world, and as we become part of this world, it has to be romantic and storybook-like and inviting and colorful and warm. As we got to the second film, we drained a little of the color out of the film. The film starts to get a little darker, just like the books.
Most of what we've seen so far have been unexplained mysteries of writing on walls, spiders crawling out of windows, and Harry hearing voices. And, at Hermione's request, McGonagall gave a lecture on the founders of Hogwarts, the heir of Slytherin, and the Chamber of Secrets. Upon learning all that, they immediately start suspecting Draco to be the muggle-hating heir of Slytherin, researching Polyjuice in the library with the plan to trick him into incriminating himself. Never mind how they would gain proof enough to tell anyone of his guilt. Unlike certain other magic, Polyjuice is an item that actually does continue to exist in later entries, multiple times in fact. From a storytelling standpoint, I would say it's used a little too much, but when you think about how overpowered an ability of being able to transform into another person is, the potion seems underutilized.
We're identical.
The explanation for its lack of use, especially in regards to criminals who might not have access to the necessary supplies and equipment, is how out of their way wizards would have to go to continually brew it. A dedicated organization, or even a particularly skilled individual, would be able to keep on top of brewing enough batches in advance to use it for extended periods of time, but most adult wizards seem to have gotten very little from their Hogwarts education, and so such long to process potions are simply out of their reach. But luckily for our trio, they are in a most advantageous location to have access to an excess of supplies, and the potion subject is one which Hermione can read from a list of instructions. The plan wouldn't be all that bad if it weren't for Draco being so obviously not the heir of Slytherin, but in their childish naivety of short-sighted bias, they apparently have enough reason to suspect him that all this effort is worth it. It's not like they had any other leads to go on, since Dobby's incapability to betray his master has rendered him useless, so I guess the whole Polyjuice thing kills enough time for the narrative to throw something substantial at them again. From their perspective, it at the very least makes them feel proactive enough in this increasingly scary environment of muggle-targeted hate crimes, and they have even more reason to take action when Harry falls under suspicion for being the heir of Slytherin himself. It all started when everyone decided to go along to Lockhart's dueling club. After failing spectacularly versus Snape, the 2 professors decide to appoint 2 students to give a demonstration instead, immediately jumping on the opportunity to make this about whose students are better, instead of actually providing instructive value on the basics of wizarding duels for their spectators. The flamboyant showmanship on display here seems most similar to the duels of the late Middle Ages, where 2 people would use combat of various forms, such as guns or swords, to resolve personal disputes, and in many cases, amongst the high class where these duels often occurred, they were very theatrical in their traditions, taking place in front of witnesses and within a rule set such that it doesn't turn into an all-out brawl. The reason I bring this up is that it comes across as odd that teaching how to honourably fight and potentially harm one another should they feel slighted or insulted by the other's words or actions is a perfectly acceptable school activity, and it's not as if the duelists have to be armed with gun or sword by a mediator prior to starting the duel, because everyone is constantly walking around with wands all year long. Maybe this is more about tournament combat, where instead of fighting to the death in defense of one's principles, participants fight in an event for the entertainment of the people, for prize or for glory. If that's the case, then I just wish it had been followed up in the same way Quidditch was followed up with the World Cup, the Triwizard Tournament being the missed opportunity to do so. Regardless, the showmanship alone makes all of this a far cry from any credible defense against the dark arts education, as I doubt any spectators became any wiser about using magic in combat from watching this sorry display, as if that's something you can even learn to a substantial degree without physically practicing it yourself. It doesn't help any that Snape and Lockhart each choose the students with the worst rivalry to be their champions. Obviously the Harry-Draco rivalry is a recurring thing in the books, but it's only really taken seriously by the trio in the first 2. Draco. In fact, Draco falls into such pitifulness from Azkaban onwards that when Harry has more reason to suspect him than ever in Half-Blood Prince, everyone else brushes it off, like the idea that Draco could be anything but pathetic is no longer worth considering, despite him still very much being the puppet of his Death Eater parents, and Voldemort having very much made his return. The snake may not be more dangerous than a regular spell, but it's uncontrolled and chaotic, and comes across as a statement of Slytherin versus everybody else, which is just about the most offensive thing anyone around Hogwarts could do, given the current social climate. Before Snape could discard of the snake, however, Harry instinctually tries to speak to it, not knowing that he's revealing himself to be a Parseltongue in front of a pretty sizable audience, who would definitely take such a trait as being worthy of suspicion, being as rare and conflated with the descendants of Salazar Slytherin as it is. To make matters worse, the snake briefly fixates on a student who had, mere moments ago, revealed himself to be a Muggle-born to Harry, giving the impression that Harry is goading the snake into acting aggressive against the nearest Muggle-born, which isn't a good look at all, and gives Harry very little room for testimony. And to make matters even worse, Harry would later come across a petrified Justin in one of the corridors.
Caught in the act.
As serious as this scene is supposed to be, it comes across as mildly comical on screen, just because of the series of unfortunate coincidences that occur to make Harry seem as guilty as can be. He follows the sound of the whispers, which I guess reverberates around the general vicinity of the basilisk, but isn't in any way indicative of its precise location, comes across Justin and the somehow equally petrified ghost, and as though waiting around the corner to catch him red-handed, Filch trots along to start spouting accusations, seeing only the heir of Slytherin kneeling down next to their most recent victim. This is a follow-up from earlier when Filch accused Harry of attacking his cat, who was the first victim of petrification, and that scene is equally as comically coincidental. The trio coming across the display moments before two entire separate congregations of students flank them from both directions, and then every single professor following not far behind. I would describe it almost as a moment of forced eventfulness, where they need every major and minor character present to make it seem as important as possible, but it might instead just be the case that they felt the need to visually fill the scene to make it more interesting than an empty corridor, or to simulate the claustrophobic beginnings of this social outcasting. Either way, it comes across as painfully artificial, another example being when Harry fell and injured his arm on the Quidditch pitch, and along with Ron, Hermione, Hagrid and Lockhart came an assortment of nameless students to crowd around them.
But why would he want to attack Justin? Well, Justin let it slip to Potter that he was Muggle-born.
This public outcasting and eventual vindication of Harry is one of his first full-on experiences with social isolation, but instead of everybody seeing him as the chosen one who survived Voldemort's killing curse, they accuse him of using his status for evil or for attention, as is also the case in the later spans of time where similar outcasting befalls him.
Your mum didn't want me to come back this year. Why not? Let me see, because of you.
But not to worry, with the Polyjuice potion being ready in time just for Christmas, they'll be able to catch Draco audibly outing himself as the heir of Slytherin, and Harry won't have to take the blame any longer. With how uninformed everyone seemed about the history of the Chamber of Secrets prior to McGonagall explaining it in class, maybe it would have done better to quell the fear-mongering if she had simply refused to tell them anything, and in that scenario, Hermione would remain the only person interested enough to go in search of information herself. Library books can't provide the same ingrained knowledge as years of practice, however, as Hermione learns when her Polyjuice potion doesn't go entirely to plan. The hair she plucked from Millicent Bulstrode, unlike Crabbe and Goyle samples, belonged not to a human but a cat, turning Hermione into a human-cat hybrid, which isn't ideal for sneaking around at all. With Polyjuice not being designed for the same sort of human-to-animal transformations as Transfiguration, she resigns herself to Madame Pomfrey in the hospital, who, if she weren't already well-versed in such bizarre magical afflictions, would have no doubt met Hermione with a reaction of pure horror. This happens for the plot convenience of Harry and Ron being at a loss of what to do on their own, but it also shows us that Hermione is more than capable of making mistakes. A nice contrast to how amazing she is in the films the rest of the time, and reminding her that being careless, such as not checking the source of a hair you intend to use for a complex potion, may lead to dangerous results. Magic should be taken seriously, and by how Hermione treats certain spells with caution later on, it's clear this was a tough lesson that stuck with her. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, plucked their hairs straight from the back of Crabbe and Goyle's heads, so there's no doubt as to their legitimacy, even if they had to drug them to have the opportunity.
How thick could you get?
The actors for Crabbe and Goyle did a pretty good job playing a befuddled Ron and Harry in this largely comedic scene, and on the whole there wouldn't be much to complain about if the filmmakers hadn't decided to make the worst decision possible. It's not like the decision makes you scratch your head, since it's plainly for the sake of the children in the audience, but that doesn't stop the dubbing of Radcliffe and Grint's voices over Crabbe and Goyle's mouths from looking any less out of place. It's extremely distracting, but the worst part is that it doesn't make any sense in-universe, completely invalidating the purpose of Polyjuice the second the user has to speak to someone who knows the person whose identity they've stolen. Draco not realising makes him look like an idiot, but actually acknowledging in the dialogue that their voices didn't change after transforming is way worse than disconnecting us from the characters' perceptions, as they could have done by just ignoring the voices altogether.
What are you doing what are you doing down here?
All in all, it's a creative decision that only gets a pass because of still existing in the realm of child fiction, but later instances where the same idea is employed don't get such leeway, especially after a Death Eater spends the entire school year disguised with the exact physical and vocal characteristics of Mad-Eye Moody. I suppose the idea is that Hermione made the potion incorrectly, or merely lacked the skill to make it to as flawless a degree as Barty Crouch Jr. did, but not only should Draco notice their voices, but the choice to have the same thing occur again in Deathly Hallows under much more serious circumstances makes revisiting this original instance even worse.
I'd say if we don't locate Umbridge within the hour, we go find Ron and come back another day. Deal?
Yes.
Scar.
Harry and Ron start humorously regressing back into their original selves in the middle of enemy territory, not helped by them taking the barest sips of their doses and then chucking the rest on the floor. So their mission gets cut short of hearing Draco say anything incriminating. I'm not sure what they're expecting, or why they write him off as a possible candidate so quickly, as if the rest of the Slytherin students hanging around the common room are trustworthy enough for him to, if he were the culprit, regularly advertise it out loud. Again, the implication appears to be that all Slytherins are of an evil equal to someone actively trying to kill Muggle-born children around Hogwarts.
The last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, a mudblood died.
Draco saying a few things about the chamber being opened 50 years ago makes sure this sequence isn't entirely pointless, but it turns out this night is only getting started. The diary flashback giving us a more introspective view of the same events Draco mentioned in his dialogue. In other words, everything surrounding the Polyjuice potion feels like it was a platform to make sure Harry was in the abandoned bathroom to meet Moaning Myrtle and pick up the diary. Myrtle being the student who fell victim to Tom Riddle when he opened the chamber 50 years ago, and the diary showing us through flashbacks how Riddle orchestrated the blame being put on Hagrid. As a consequence of having so much exposition in such a short time, this night has probably the worst feeling of the passing of time in the whole series. There's even another scene in between Draco and the flashback that features in the extended cut, wherein Harry and Ron bring the diary to Hermione in the hospital, who has apparently already recovered from the side effects of her feline episode. She very deceptively gives us the connective exposition to link what Draco said with what Harry will later see in the flashback, but different from the environmental setup of Draco's exposition and the largely visual sequence of the flashback, Hermione's version is more ham-fisted.
Don't you remember what Malfoy told you? The last time the chamber was open was
50 years ago. But that means
Tom Riddle was here at Hogwarts when it happened. What if he wrote about what he saw? It's possible he knew where the chamber was, how to open it, even what sort of creature lives in it.
She immediately jumps to the conclusion that Tom Riddle must know everything they need to know about the Chamber of Secrets, based only on Draco saying the chamber opened 50 years ago, and Tom Riddle being a student at Hogwarts 50 years ago, which they conveniently know because Ron was earlier polishing a trophy with Tom's name on it off screen. It's stupid of them to assume that Tom, who for all they know at this point was just a random student, would have all this knowledge about the chamber, but if they're so attached to that idea, why haven't they realised that the exact same thing must go for anyone else who was at Hogwarts 50 years ago, numerous people of which still live or work at Hogwarts in life or death to this day? What it comes down to is they have this short window between picking up the diary and entering the chamber to establish certain key plot details for the twist reveal in the chamber to make any sense. The puzzle pieces are given to us, but in such an artificially overstuffed way, and with the trio more or less stumbling upon each revelation, that none of it comes across as a satisfying enough mystery for a book that takes so much inspiration from that genre. Though one of the decisions decisions a character does actually make is Harry choosing to write in the diary. Of course, if you found a mysterious blank diary in a magic castle, you'd at least try something as simple as writing in it. In the book, it's merely another coincidence. When Harry tries to escape one of Lockhart's Valentine poems, anonymously sent by Ginny, and in his struggle, the diary and everything else he was carrying ends up getting covered with ink. That's when he sees that the diary absorbs ink, as it was completely dry. And when Ginny sees the diary fall from his bag onto the ground, she knows whose room to ransack to get it back. This diary is really quite an insane piece of magic when you think about it. Not only is it later revealed to contain a conscious Horcrux of a young Tom Riddle, it can physically manifest his image into reality and pull someone into the past to see his memories. It took Tom 5 years to single-handedly find and open the chamber, but along the way, he made one of his first and arguably most powerful Horcruxes. For as far as the diary got to bringing about the doom of Hogwarts, I wonder why he chose more passively manipulative powers to assign the others with, rather than duplicating his own consciousness 6 times over.
Evening, Hagrid. I'm going to have to turn you in, Hagrid.
When the basilisk killed Myrtle outside the entrance to the chamber, he used Hagrid's already sour reputation of dealing with magical beasts to accuse him of opening the chamber, causing him to be expelled and banned from using magic, and the giant spider he had been secretly keeping to run loose into the Forbidden Forest. With the same events repeating again, Hagrid, who Dumbledore miraculously managed to convince the Ministry to allow him to work at Hogwarts for all these decades, becomes the prime suspect yet again. This is another instance where pureblood prejudice is on display plain as day, Lucius stirring up the Ministry to take action against Hagrid despite the lack of proof against him.
Hagrid's record is against him. I've got to take him.
Take me? Take me where? Not Azkaban prison?
But this time, instead of banishing him from Hogwarts and taking away his magic, they send him to Azkaban, a little darker than Rowling perhaps intended, given the hindsight of how horrible Azkaban is proven to be in the subsequent books. Luckily, with Harry and Ron having made their way down to his hut to ask him about the chamber, Hagrid was able to give them a clue before he was taken away.
That all they'd have to do would be to follow the spiders. Yep, that'd lead him right.
To follow the spiders, he says, and whilst this does lead them to the next bit of exposition, it might also be the most irresponsible thing Hagrid does in the entire series. Everybody knows Hagrid has issues with his love of animals blinding him to the realities of feeble human bodies, such vulnerabilities of which he, being half giant, doesn't experience. He never quite realises that a bunch of school-aged wizards might not want to handle these potentially dangerous beasts that he later exhibits in his Care of Magical Creatures lessons, but his lovable personality and passion for this subject keeps it wholesome enough that we give him a pass. The same can't be said for suggesting Harry and Ron to go into the Forbidden Forest and unknowingly dig around the lair of a horde of man-sized spiders. This is the kind of thing that would have led to nobody questioning his involvement with the chamber 50 years ago, since if anyone wanted to unleash the mythological basilisk, it was the guy who was constantly getting in trouble for bringing dangerous pets into the castle. And let's not forget that Dumbledore just sat back and allowed them to run off to this most torturously gruesome demise, glaring at the spot in Hagrid's hut where they stood hidden under the cloak.
Is there something you wish to tell me?
Maybe you should jump to action for once, as it's sheer luck that once Harry was done asking questions of the giant evil Spider King, and the giant evil Spider King decided to turn them into a couple of bone-crunching snacks, that the flying car appeared, and Harry and Ron were able to scramble inside to make their escape. But it was very nice of the giant evil Spider King, before ordering their deaths, to humour them in answering some questions.
I mean, what was the point of sending us in there?
Feeling lost now that Hermione isn't there to answer their every question, Harry and Ron go to visit her in the hospital. Turns out, even totally immobilized, she can answer every question. Harry noticing the crumpled up page in her hand, which has gone unnoticed by Madame Pomfrey and everyone else who may have come to visit Hermione. Putting everything together, Harry and Ron decipher that the petrified victims didn't die, as Moaning Myrtle had done 50 years ago, because they all saw the basilisk indirectly. Mrs. Norris through the flooded floor, Colin Creevey through his camera, Justin Finch Fletchley through Nearly Headless Nick, and Hermione and Penelope Clearwater through her mirror. As nice as it is to see these two figuring something out with minimal help from Hermione, their realization as to what the monster is came a little too late, Ginny being the newest of the heir of Slytherin's victims, as McGonagall has somehow already deduced by, I guess, calling a register of all present students in the school. Who knows where she found the time for this, as the film suggests that McGonagall came across the new writing on the wall, sent a message out across the inbuilt Hogwarts speaker system, and then returned with the rest of the professors to deliver some exposition. Naturally, Harry and Ron make it in time to hear her dramatic thoughts as well, about this being the end of Hogwarts as we know it, and more importantly, that the basilisk has taken Ginny into the chamber.
Ginny Weasley.
In the book, this is followed by the rest of that day, described as being the worst day of Harry's life so far, wherein the Weasley kids sit around the Gryffindor common room in silence until sunset. Based on when Ginny had tried to tell them something the previous day, they think she'd been taken, despite being a pureblood, because she found something out about the chamber that the heir didn't want uncovered. Through these nervous ramblings of Ron's, Harry, at a loss for words, couldn't think how Ginny could still be alive, and Ron makes the suggestion that they should go tell Lockhart what they know. The film's choice to cut this out, having them run straight to Lockhart after hearing the professors talking in the corridor, benefits creating a sense of urgency, but removes the sinister and emotional gut punch we get from spending all day powerlessly sitting around the common room. The best solution would have been a middle ground, where Harry and Ron go straight to Lockhart, we cut away to the rest of the Weasleys being given the news and realising that Ron isn't present, and then we cut to them entering the bathroom with Lockhart. They get some last minute confirmations from Myrtle, and then Harry uses his parcel tongue to reveal the seemingly bottomless pit beneath the sinks. I won't question how the basilisk is supposed to have slithered out of this very vertical hole each time it was summoned. What I will question is the mechanics regarding speaking parcel tongue that allowed Ginny to open the chamber as well. Ron does a similar thing in Deathly Hallows when he and Hermione go to get the basilisk fang, implying that parcel tongue can be used by anyone willing to learn the language, regardless of whether or not they are a descendant of Salazar Slytherin or possess a part of the soul of someone who is a descendant, as Harry does. The only arse-pull excuse that's really acceptable is that Ginny, through writing in the diary, empowered it in such a way that when the spirit of Tom Riddle possessed her, she became a temporary living Horcrux, like Harry. But that still doesn't explain how Ron was able to mutter a few random parcel-tongue sounding things into the chamber door, things that may or may not be the correct words, since he wasn't there to hear what Harry specifically said when he opened the door, instead using some of what he had heard Harry mumble in his sleep over the years. It makes more sense that parcel tongue is an entirely instinctual thing that doesn't even really function as a language, especially since, when Harry first spoke it in this film, he was unaware he was even doing so, and the same goes for when he spoke to the snake in Philosopher's Stone, which he could understand perfectly well, so there's clearly no real skill involved or anything. That would mean that even if Dumbledore somehow learned to understand Parseltongue, he would be physically or magically incapable of making the sounds to speak it, and if he could speak it, then his words would have zero effect, because he doesn't possess the necessary magic to give them power. It is this magical restriction that Ron's and possibly Ginny's uses of Parseltongue contradict, which is also kind of the only reason Dumbledore has to have not sorted this whole mess out himself.
Innocent until proven guilty, Severus.
Anyway, they jump in the hole and wind down a maze of pipes. Lockhart pretends to faint when he sees the basilisk skin, using it as an opportunity to snatch Ron's wand, which he is casually holding by his side, even though he was moments ago holding it defensively towards Lockhart. For some reason, he decided to let his guard down, but the real mystery is why they're even still forcing Lockhart to come with them. I'm assuming the reason Lockhart took Ron's wand is because they had earlier taken his wand from him in his office, so he's not here as any potential backup in case he really does turn out to be a defense against the Dark Arts genius. So why is he here? As a witness? Were they going to use him as bait or as a canary in case the open pipe led to a deathly landing or the basilisk was lurking around inside? Really, he's just another thing for them to worry about. And then he makes things way worse by taking Ron's broken wand and obliviating himself so powerfully that the force with which he launches against the ceiling causes an earthquake and a loose array of rocks to come crashing down to separate them from Harry.
Hello.
That sure is one way to simplify the incoming action scene, and to yet again reduce Ron to his caricature as the useless sidekick, and Harry as the brave lone wolf hero, and such an awkward angle the Lockhart flies in, not at all in the opposite trajectory of his obliviation attempt, but I guess Ron's broken wand served as the perfect, conveniently unpredictable tool. So Harry opens the ominous vault door and walks into one of the most impressive set pieces in the entire series, which is never in the next 6 years put to use by the school now that it's been found and opened by someone who isn't Tom Riddle, though I suppose they have plenty of empty dungeons and unused classrooms around the castle already, with nobody but Filch and some house elves to renovate them, which begs the question of how Salazar Slytherin single-handedly built such a large underground temple in the first place. The founders of Hogwarts were either way more powerful than modern wizards have given them credit for, or they had a lot of time on their hands. Further into the chamber, we see Ginny ritualistically laid out at the neck of Salazar Slytherin's statue. Not much concerning the ramifications of Ginny's time spent under possession of Tom Riddle is ever explored, but then they don't make much use of Ginny as a character at all.
Shoelace.
Haven't I told you? Killing mudbloods doesn't matter to me anymore.
This 16-year-old version of Voldemort seems to have been really shaken up by the news that his future self was defeated by the baby known as Harry Potter, turning his attention away from killing Muggleborns and towards enticing Harry to join him in the chamber so that he could finish what his future self started. I guess there's meant to be some fate-related magic significance to him revealing that his full name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, anagrams to the phrase "I am Lord Voldemort," as though he and his future self are one and the same, in that they are equally irredeemable, but it just gets ruined by the anagram spelling a sentence, which is never again uttered in the series, rather than just the name Voldemort. And it's so painfully obvious that Rowling decided to use Voldemort first, and then reverse-engineered it into the made-up sounding name Marvolo Riddle. Her brainstorming of this mirroring the inevitable scene where a young Tom sat at his desk, quill and parchment in hand, rearranging the letters of his name until realizing he could make Voldemort and going Eureka, and then begrudgingly tacking the remaining letters onto the start just to use them up. But maybe this kind of corniness is to be expected of someone who feels they are destined to become the greatest wizard of all time, and thinks this phrase will create the necessary fear to establish himself as the Dark Lord, more so than his Muggle father's name, which he would have successfully erased from history if it weren't for Dumbledore scornfully calling him Tom at every available opportunity. This appearance of Voldemort is unique to Chamber, giving us a more authentic experience than the unconvincing CGI face on the back of Krill's head did, and creating a different idea of the kind of threat Voldemort poses than his portrayals in later entries would. We see very little of what Voldemort was like before becoming this infamous dark wizard, and in Chamber we not only see him, but get a full-on conversation with him, other than establishing that Voldemort was, psychopathy aside, just another student at Hogwarts, and would have become an exceptionally renowned wizard if his existence didn't become such a taboo. Christian Coulson's portrayal stands out next to Ralph Fiennes and Frank Delane. Fiennes is distinguishable enough as the Serpentine cult leader, but the little we get to see of Delane's version of a youthful Voldemort is via flashbacks of other people's memories Dumbledore has procured. These memories are only as accurate as the owner's perception of those events, which may have changed drastically since Tom's crimes came to light, and one can even consciously alter memories to exclude whatever they want to hide. So the Tom we see in those flashbacks may not be entirely truthful, and from Slughorn's perspective, that makes complete sense. The Tom he remembers is sly and sinister, whereas how Tom actually was may be more accurate to who Harry talks to in Chamber. It's in a situation a bit far removed from normal day-to-day Hogwarts life, but rather than how villainous flashback Tom seems through Slughorn's guilt-ridden eyes, Chamber Tom makes for a far more believable student. There's a certain unsophisticated passion to him that doesn't at all come across in flashback Tom, who seems entirely sure of himself and in control like a true mastermind, more so than even present-day Voldemort does during Deathly Hallows. I can see Chamber Tom as this charismatic head boy figure who happens to be particularly emotional at this moment because he's about to kill the boy who foiled his future self 11 years ago. And for as forebodingly psychotic as flashback Tom seems, I can't imagine anyone, Slytherin or otherwise, who would speak to him and consider him normal, let alone charismatic. He's only charismatic in the sense that you're scared of him, like he's so outwardly dubious that you can't help be enthralled by his words as though under hypnosis, and that's exactly how I'd expect Slughorn to guiltfully remember the student he once favoured so much who ended up being a mass murderer. It's just not at all in line with how temperamental we know Chamber Tom and present-day Voldemort to be. Flashback Tom is the Machiavellian wizard who I would expect to actually be a match for Dumbledore in both mind and power, not the egotistically hubris-driven, tantrum-throwing maniac who would eventually die a pathetic death, having only survived as long as he did because of his one-dimensionally evil enthusiasm to use such dark magic as Horcruxes. Either way, the Tom in front of Harry right now is definitely the kind of villain who would want to use their trump card after revealing their entire deck. The basilisk slithers out of the open mouth of Salazar's statue and wastes no time going for the kill, Harry running back the way he came and stumbling on the flat, wet concrete. Fawkes flying in to scratch out the basilisk's eyes is about as deus ex machina as this series gets, but my main complaint with this scene is in how actiony it feels. The basilisk in the book is lackluster to the point of anticlimax, so the film at least doesn't have that issue. The scene just isn't particularly atmospheric, and I don't think the basilisk comes across as horrific or fearsomely intimidating as it needs to be. The overly fantastical presentation of this climax is however in line with how the rest of the film has displayed itself, never quite utilising what should have been one of the more compelling mysteries of the series, such as by telling an almost alien-like thriller about the unknown monster roaming about the castle, instead devolving into the most run-of-the-mill children's adventure of all 8 films and, make no mistake, all 7 books as well. This is one of the most unique and dangerous monsters in the wizarding world, and after the cliché stealth phase where the basilisk gets up close to Harry, fails to detect him, and then gets distracted by a rock being thrown a few feet away, it comes across not like a scary, nigh unbeatable monster, but like a stupid animal. I mean, once its eyes have been gouged out, Harry manages to kill it without casting a single spell by gaining some high ground and holding up a short sword for the thing to blindly impale itself on. It's clear that a wizard who could actually use magic in combat, like any of the Hogwarts professors should be able to, would have had too easy of a time, regardless of their inability to look in the direction of whatever spells they're casting. All of Hagrid's roosters may have been mysteriously killed, which we now know Ginny was told to do because the cry of a rooster is most embarrassingly fatal to the basilisk, but that can't stop McGonagall from entering the chamber after Harry opens it for her and transfiguring something random into a rooster then and there, or otherwise purchasing a few dozen roosters, keeping them guarded to make sure they don't get killed, and then setting them free into the chamber to absent-mindedly do the work themselves. Nobody would have to go in and risk seeing the basilisk alive at all. Unfortunately, despite defeating it, one of the basilisk's fangs sunk into Harry's arm. In what is a surprisingly gnarly bit of gore, Harry pulls the fang out of his arm, but the venom has already done its job in entering his body, and on top of being able to destroy powerful magical protections or enhancements, including being one of only 2 things that are found to be able to damage a Horcrux, basilisk venom can also kill a person in a matter of minutes. But being the hero that he is, even on the verge of death, Harry uses the fang to stab the diary, not knowing that it's a Horcrux, what a Horcrux even is, or that he just used one of the only things capable of destroying one, and so Voldemort is dealt with for another year, before he could do anything with his newfound ability to physically interact with reality.
Harry, you're hurt.
Don't worry. Ginny, you need to get yourself out.
Radcliffe strains the current boundaries of his acting talents as Harry puts on a brave face to make sure Ginny gets out safely. But, quickly enough, in case you are under any impression that the series would kill off its title character in the second installment, we find out that Dumbledore yet again took every possibility into account, Fawkes swooping down to heal Harry's arm with its Phoenix Tears, which conveniently happen to be the one thing that can heal basilisk venom. Fawkes is really the unsung hero of this entire scene, having brought Harry the hat and the sword, gouged out the basilisk's eyes, healed Harry's otherwise fatal wound, and now he's going to carry the whole gang hundreds of meters up out of the chamber, and they seem to have flown up through a ravine just on the border of the castle, which you would think would have been the first place at least someone in Hogwarts' 1000-year history decided to go in search of the fabled underground temple, but I guess not.
Well, in the past few hours, you have broken perhaps a dozen school rules.
the film completely cuts out Ginny's reunion that would have brought Harry's relationship with the Weasleys to that new level, Harry and Ron instead teleporting to Dumbledore's office, who is just casually sitting there as if his most important student didn't just nearly die. He had the letter to request for Hagrid's freedom already ready, so it seems he was aware they were coming up to see him, sending it off with Ron so he could tell Harry some typically vague hints about the overarching plot and thematic points of the series. I understand the point is that Dumbledore allows much of the trials Harry encounters in these years to occur to see what he had to work with in his plans to bring about Voldemort's demise, wanting the best outcome with the least deaths possible, and maybe in the school years where Dumbledore is at Hogwarts enough to keep a close eye on Harry, he wasn't actually in all that much danger. But this film features some of the most egregious examples of how close Harry gets to death when unforeseen circumstances befool Dumbledore's carefully laid out plans, blinding his watchful, protective eye. This time, he was removed from the school entirely, just like in Order of the Phoenix. But unlike in Order of the Phoenix, when Dumbledore was confirming the information that Harry would learn in Half-Blood Prince, and gathering the confidence to put this plan into motion, in Chamber of Secrets, I see no reason why Dumbledore wouldn't have still been keeping watch over Harry, if he does indeed do that at all at any point during the series. If he doesn't, then it would seem Dumbledore has put an alarming amount of faith into the idea that the prophecy has rendered Harry incapable of dying to anyone but Voldemort. But even considering that as a fact, Voldemort is, in 5 out of the 7 books, just about directly involved in one or more of Harry's near-death experiences. I'll concede that it's only in Goblet of Fire and Order of the Phoenix that Voldemort's own hands are concretely involved in putting Harry's life in danger, but I sustain my criticism that Dumbledore should in no way be as nonchalant as he is at the end of Chamber of Secrets, considering all that has happened to Harry.
Special awards for services to the school.
Anyway, wanting to comfort Harry but not give too much away about the connection to Voldemort that might have given them a shared power, he says that Voldemort unintentionally transferred some of his powers to Harry in his attempt to kill him. The diary only failed because Harry could speak Parseltongue, the self-fulfilling prophecy in some way proving itself to be the reason this 7-book-long story occurred, a point Dumbledore scarcely elaborates on again until Order of the Phoenix, when even then he doesn't tell Harry the whole truth, but at least makes it clear that Voldemort's initial attempt to kill Harry was the deciding factor that has bound their fates together.
It is not our abilities that show what we truly are. It is our choices.
He hands Harry the sword of Gryffindor, which he very distractingly takes blade first and holds at an awkward angle so the camera can look down to see the engraved writing. He's not firmly grasping it, so it won't cut him as long as he doesn't slide his hands up or down, but he continues to hold it by the blade like this throughout Lucius's confrontation with Dumbledore, the pointy end directed precariously at Dobby's face, who Lucius very kindly chose to bring with him for our visual narrative convenience. Now we know who Dobby's master has been throughout the film, and where he heard the insider information he's been failing to warn Harry about all year, although whatever plan Lucius may or may not have had with the diary wouldn't have involved putting Harry specifically in danger, since Riddle mentioned he initially returned with the intention of opening the chamber and ridding Hogwarts of Muggleborns, changing his plans to focus on Harry only after finding out about their history. I'm not sure what Lucius was hoping to achieve by storming in here to confront Dumbledore, questioning who they thought to be the culprit, as if Dumbledore isn't fully aware that it's him, but his presence is a great reminder that by planting the diary on Ginny and kick-starting the events of the film, he, against his own best interest, caused the destruction of one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, giving Dumbledore proof that Voldemort had made Horcruxes, got the Basilisk killed and the chamber rendered useless to his Slytherin brethren, providing the trio with the fangs and venom-imbued sword that were gone to destroy several other Horcruxes, and so ultimately unintentionally made some of the greatest contributions to Voldemort's downfall. They also shone some exaggerated villainous lighting across his face, had Dobby give a wink-wink nudge-nudge to Harry, and then he kicked Dobby on their way out, in case it wasn't clear enough where Lucius's allegiances lie. And, if you forgot or missed the split-second moment where Lucius planted the diary in Ginny's cauldron, Harry runs and hands the diary back and says exactly that.
I think you slipped the diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron that day at Diagon Alley.
It's unfathomable that Dumbledore would just give Harry the diary, even if he read his mind and saw that his intention was to trick Lucius into freeing Dobby with it, because he was at this point already developing his Horcrux theory, and there's no way it didn't cross his mind that the diary was one of them.
I wonder if I could have that.
I'm just imagining the awkward situation of Dumbledore politely asking that the diary be returned to him, the worst outcome of Lucius keeping a hold of it being Voldemort resurrecting to see it destroyed, and therefore finding out that people know about his Horcruxes long before the trio can start their journey to find them.
Dobby is free.
This excuse of handing Lucius back the diary in a bid to free Dobby is complete nonsense anyway. Guessing that Lucius would hand the diary straight to his slave is one thing, but the diary holding a sock, and Dobby construing that sock as being gifted to him, even though from his master's point of view he was just handing Dobby the equivalent of any household junk, is such a flimsy play on the whole house elf freedom gifting mechanic that it's barely worth thinking about. The scene then immediately one-ups itself when Lucius, angered to have his slave taken away from him, starts chanting the killing curse at Harry. The decision to try killing a child who is the most famous wizard in the world, with the most illegal spell in the world, outside the office of the most powerful wizard in the world, in a school of other wizards and children, can only be laughed at.
You are going to meet the same sticky.
Apparently Jason Isaacs couldn't remember any other spells on set, and nobody thought to tell him that using the spell that would 2 films later be revealed as one of the 3 unforgivable curses isn't the best choice, and that's why we ended up with this. The Harry Potter series isn't revered for its endings, but Chamber is at least on the side of not having fallen into the trap of having an ending that is tonally disconnected from the events of its climax, which on the whole feels like it desperately wants to recreate the iconic sentimentality of Philosopher's Stone's ending. The problem children are Alder and Goblet, which became proof that the filmmakers harboured the typical Hollywood fear of having an ending that doesn't let audiences leave with an artificial happiness. Artificial not all the time, because some films really do have and deserve their happy endings, but it's most certainly artificial in these 2 cases, where each climax saw beloved characters tragically die through little fault of their own. I get where they're coming from, as giving filmgoers the most simple, pleasant feeling is the easiest way to ensure they believed they just enjoyed what they watched, ready to come back and pay again for the next instalment a year and a half later, and that idea makes only more sense with Harry Potter, bearing in mind their decision to end each film still within Hogwarts instead of at King's Cross Station like most of the book counterparts, because they want that final imagery of Hogwarts and of the wizarding world to be conflated with happiness. The freeze-frame ending is just one of many directorial flares that made Alfonso Cuarón an intriguing choice for taking the helm of the franchise, and ensures Prisoner of Azkaban has stood out with qualities that have made fans yearn for a universe in which he stuck around until the end. It was, and has held up to be, a big step up from Chamber, which whilst cooler and more thrilling than the first, showed clear signs of frailty when held up for critique. Second to laying the foundation for this franchise, I'll remember the Columbus era as a warning to not stick too true to the source material to the detriment of your own creation. If anything, from both filmmaking and film watching perspectives, it's more engrossing to take imaginative risks than to practice such adaptational fidelity that the books with the easiest to translate material make for the most mundane experiences, a direction that seems only more rose-tinted in light of how Cuarón would push the style of these films forward. Yet Columbus's love for the source material is easily forgivable all the same, playing it safe to the effect of becoming a sort of illustrated audiobook, such that now the books and films are considered almost one and the same. Not quite narratively, because insignificant differences did exist here and there, but one and the same culturally. The neutrality of never settling in a direction to fully commit to, being not as whimsical nor gothic as at least my impression of the books, only enhanced the success Harry Potter would continue to have as a mainstream brand, putting a Potter universe nobody could fully disagree with or find offence in onto the big screen. The shortness of those 2 books demanded little cuttings, to the delight of book fans, and what came from staying mostly true to them created pleasing enough films that film fans have opinions no worse than indifferent. The stellar hand-holding soundtracks and set pieces of a warm, magical scenery, making it worthwhile to watch, worth the price of admission, and just generally good enough to have been worth making in the first place. These technical aspects and all the rest would see only improvements in this 3rd installment, where many people feel the franchise reached heights across the board that it scarcely returns to again, close to the level that caused lifelong detesters of the fantasy genre to think twice before flicking the channel away from any of the 3 Academy Award-winning Lord of the Rings installments, which along with Harry Harry Potter managed to, in their own bubbles, catapult fantasy into a mainstream appeal that has since only been replicated once with HBO's Game of Thrones. Prisoner is what happens when you give someone as talented as Cuarón the money and relative freedom to work to the best of their ability, along with a great team to back him up.
Now remember, guys, that you have to take care of your frogs.
Really, there's little surprise the film became the favourite of fans and critics soon after the franchise finished, in spite of it being the instalment to have generated the lowest box office gross. The $800 million it did make is still an extraordinary amount of money, and following a 2-year gap from the lukewarm reception of Chamber of Secrets, which failed to instill the same kind of confidence Two Towers did. It's not as if Chamber was a disappointing follow-up to Philosophers, but it being of more or less the same quality wouldn't, and on rewatch still doesn't, generate the kind of hype-inducing, word-of-mouth spreading praise that kept Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings so invigorated in the cultural zeitgeist for 3 straight years. The $800 million seems out of place, even though it isn't that far off the gross of the other installments, because Harry Potter was still a very much growing phenomenon, and paired with the new eyes Lord of the Rings brought to the fantasy genre, anyone would have guessed the Potter movies would at the very least maintain the same level of success.
They're crazy. There's a lot of people here.
It was horrible. I would never go back there.
A nightmare.
Regardless, if Chamber had set the franchise on the most minor of downward financial trajectories and lacked the stylistic flair to engage any demographic in particular, Prisoner switched it back the other way again, with every film thereafter experimenting in some way and upping the box office numbers little by little until the final Deathly Hallows Part 2 blew them all out of the water. In other words, the first 2 movies, whilst big hits, weren't considered great, but after people saw Prisoner, word got out that the new oddball director had taken the franchise seriously artistically, reining back in the attention of cinephiles and non-book readers who may have only seen the first film because of its cultural significance, or seen their interest drop after the second film turned out to feature some of the same middle-of-the-road storytelling. There's also something to say about the Prisoner book existing in this comparatively niche demographic between middle grade and young adult readers, only magnified by Cuarón's complete and immediately noticeable visual diversion from the Columbus films, which might have made marketing the 1999 book release and then this 2004 film release a little trickier. The book series was still in its infancy at the time of this 3rd installment, and although Prisoner is still comfortably familiar to the first 2, the film's opposition to which is therefore only more striking, many people feel that Prisoner is the most well-rounded book of the series, and so it's unsurprising it would, even through a handful of changes, make the most well-rounded film as well.
This is like a new field, right? But isn't this your thing? It's going to be kind of dark.
Probably, but it's just to be, faithful to the material, to the spirit of the material. That's what we've been trying to be.
Alfonso was mentioned very early on, and I was really enthusiastic about the idea. Azkaban. It's a much more reflective book, and so although it's a tricky plot, I think in this case the book and the director were really made for each other.
Alfonso was a complete change. When Alfonso turned up, we were all sort of staring at each other in disbelief. It was like, who is this guy? What's he up to?
Capturing the spirit of the book through stylistic choices proved more beneficial to telling the story in this new medium than the impersonations of almost every detail of the books were capable of before, vehemently shifting the tone in the direction the book paved the way for in a way that still feels in line with a cohesive vision. How Cuarón managed to do such a great service to this questionably deep magic world and story was by designing everything in ways that complement, enhance, and streamline the book's characters and coming-of-age themes, something he was already familiar with from the film Y Tu Mamá También that earned him the critical acclaim to land this vastly more expensive directorial vocation. And whilst this entry does a lot to set up future events and themes that extend to the overarching narrative of the whole franchise, or perhaps because of those things, Prisoner manages to have the strongest standalone identity of them all, satisfying to a level almost all the way through that even the best parts of the others can only hold a candle to. Contrary to what book purists will be the first to tell you, Cuarón was exactly what this franchise needed: an enthusiasm for storytelling on film, and the talent to overlook the fine print from which he is sourcing, such that his fresh ideas add a much needed depth to nearly every element he touches, and doing so without obscuring the foundations that had been built up by the first two films. Having said all that, the book fans pleased that Prisoner was the beginning of the end in terms of making changes to the books aren't entirely unfounded. It set a dangerous precedent that, when followed by the lesser talents of the director directors who would follow Quaron pushed the films a bit too far astray into a downward spiral of contrivances. Prisoner made changes that felt mindful of their future impact, but the others had fully accepted the franchise had taken too many steps to be as synonymous with the books as it once was, and instead of making efforts to correct past mistakes, they chose safer, blander routes of adapting their significantly larger word counts. Still, as with all the post-Columbus films, they bear a likeness in many book readers, turning a deaf ear to excuses for changes that can be observed from the opening scenes.
Lumos Maxima!
Although a minor change and a minor offence of the underage magic laws, Harry's use of Lumos during the title sequence is an immediate red flag to fans looking for any. A disappointing twinge that this new director wasn't going to give such a book-worshipping experience as Columbus had. It gets more hate than it deserves because, being the very first thing to happen in the film, there isn't anything else surrounding it to focus on instead. But the worst thing about this deliberate magic, which book readers have the foresight for, is its conflict with the accidental magic he would, a few on-screen minutes later, inflict on Aunt Marge. For that, he actually would have gotten in trouble had the Minister for Magic not bailed him out. But within the confines of the trace system, he should have also gotten in trouble for using Lumos. Why I give this particular change the benefit of the doubt, other than gushing over how well it delineates Quaron's new style, is because I maintain the opinion wizards should progressively gain access to spells as they grow into adulthood. To refrain from using magic around muggles still applies whether a wizard is adult or child. So, rather than giving them a sudden access to cast everything at the age of 17, give them access in stages. Let them use spells like Lumos to learn to be mindful of their use of magic around muggles, instead of opening the floodgates at one defined point of coming of age, which would realistically result in some of them going off the rails with their newfound privileges. When they return to school each year, they can get taught 1 or 2 new quality of life spells to add to their arsenal for use during Christmas or summer break. They don't have to be anything extraordinary, and something as basic and inconspicuous as Lumos isn't going to get noticed by muggles any more than the endless range of spells adults have been given the responsibility to manage. Our suspension of disbelief is already stretched far enough by there being apparently negligible muggle-made conspiracy theories of the existence of magic, as if the Ministry could possibly track and wipe the memories of enough potential witnesses to subdue such rumours. How were wizards expecting to erase all of the rumours of their existence finding its way onto the internet as the world shifts into the new millennium, where any random muggle can video a flying car and upload it for everyone to see, hours before an obliviator can find them? The reason wizards go to such lengths to hide themselves is the result of a lesson learned from the dark ages of history, when accused witches would get burned at the stake or meet some other similarly torturous demise. But other than this being a tongue-in-cheek play on historical events, as well as a way to suggest it's possible for a secret society to in reality exist unbeknownst to us, there's little reason wizards should still fear muggle public opinion so much. Their staying hidden is now no more than a lazy, responsibility-avoiding tradition, the age of witch-burning's long past, as they should be well aware of, living in secret within the very same lands and cities as muggles. They let their fear or distaste, or apparent complete lack of insight of people like the Dursleys dictate their entire way of life. The Dursleys being muggles who by all accounts do hate magic, just not for superstitious or religious reasons, and with no power to influence public opinion such that wizards would find themselves thrust atop pyres once more. Regardless of what stereotypes wizards believe of muggles, Rowling is almost insinuating muggles would be just as hateful of magic today, and return to their pyromaniac ways should they learn of its existence again, and that whatever data the Ministry has on muggles indicates that as being the case. That's the only reasonable justification for wizards to deny muggles access to their abilities, letting them wallow in failures that could be easily fixed with magic interference. Anyway, this opening makes for a concise introduction to the new style, specifically the sound design, including, to complement John Williams' best and last musical work on the franchise, the magical spells used by our characters being entirely reimagined. The flutes they took to using as a basis gives magic a much more natural and spiritual connotation than the digital sounding whooshes and rockets used in the previous films.
I solemnly swear that I am up to no good.
It sounds much more a part of the environment, and like it's emanating not just from the wand as a tool, but from the power within the wielder of said wand. And I can easily imagine they were also coming out of people's wands hundreds of years ago. It adds to the unique fantasy we should expect a big budget production to be able to create for itself, an auditory identifier that something belongs to Harry Potter or to specific spells, as Quaron would soon expand on with the Patronus. It really opened the floor for people to experiment across the board, with unique designs being found for spells with narrative significance, which if put to their best use, could help differentiate between casters during fight scenes, or to add an unspoken nuance to a character's personality and how they're feeling at the moment of casting, like Voldemort's killing curses, which he casts with sharp precision to indicate his expertise, and with the magic erupting almost instantly from his body, the incantation having barely left his mouth, indicating his uncontrollable passion or anger, intuitively teaching us how the spell functions and what is required of a wizard to cast it. Again, Prisoner is a starting point of this idea that was marginally improved upon in the following books and films. The idea of having to feel it in order to successfully cast a difficult or uniquely powered spell, coming about through Lupin's teaching of the Patronus charm to Harry.
Then speak the incantation Expecto Patronum.
The Patronus puts every other spell in the series to shame with how thematically relevant it is, and in order to weave it tightly into the fabric of the themes without dedicating a large amount of time to Harry's practice of the spell, Quaron combined the reverberating hum of the Patronus with a harmonious choir. A warm projection of Harry's deepest memories, which glorify the waves of light flowing from the tip of his wand, blocking the Dementors from doing him harm. It's one of the core leitmotifs Williams builds in his soundtrack, so that even subconsciously we feel the full emotional weight of the personal journey Harry travels, not simply conducting the visuals, nor being conducted itself, but amiably amplifying our connection to this story. Featuring some of the most emotionally resonating melodies in a career few other film composers can match, the range of genres is one thing that sets Prisoner's soundtrack apart from Harry Potter's others, and helps Quaron occasionally shift or mix tones during scenes, like the gratification of seeing Aunt Marge inflate and float into the air after somehow making the Dursleys seem like nice people, or the experimental jazz of Harry's delirious ride upon the night bus, which mysteriously appeared at a moment of vulnerability. Beneath the anger, there's an anxiety in Harry, where he knows he's in trouble for blowing up Aunt Marge and running away from home, and he can't quite place what it is about the ambience of his environment that has him on edge. The creepy playground, flickering street lamp, and shadow across the street, all heard with exaggerated sound effects in the undertones of music. A feeling almost like dramatic irony, not because you connect the dog in the bushes with infamous mass murderer Sirius Black, but because the tropes used to portray the imagery in this scene play with your intuition of how film scenes that feel like this usually go. In order to have the time for this atmospheric moment, Quaron condensed and switched the order of information that's delivered to us from the time we're at Privet Drive to the time we get to Hogwarts, almost over-eager to get out of the Muggle world and into the Wizarding one. The filmmaker's aware that what sold those tickets and got bums in seats isn't a slice of middle-class British life. The most narratively consequential change concerns when Harry learns about the convict Sirius Black's escape. In the book, Harry hears of this on a Muggle news broadcast, establishing the escaped killer before he runs away from the Dursleys, so that when we're reading of Harry being alone in the street, the possibility the killer is around the corner is in the back of our minds. The film instead plants this news into an already existing scene, when Harry climbs aboard the night bus and sees a mugshot on the back of the Wizarding newspaper Stan Shunpike is reading. Stan conversationally, exposition-maskingly explains who the mugshot is of, which comes across more compelling than it would have from a Muggle news broadcast, and gives us discomfort in hindsight of the unlikely danger Harry was in before the bus arrived. The night bus has to be one of the most intolerable modes of transport we're introduced to all series, and I don't need to say anything to convince you the film does it a great visual and auditory service, Sirius first being seen on the bus, making him feel more established as the mysterious antagonist of a story dealing with magic. And since a Wizarding-aware person is talking about him, rather than some Muggle news presenter, we get to hear who he really is, including his supposed affiliation with Voldemort.
He was a big supporter of... you know who.
Harry's bumpy ride ends in front of the leaky cauldron, which has had some major external and internal renovations since Hagrid took Harry through it to reach Diagon Alley. Tom the innkeeper has also had a drastic makeover, his unamusing hunchback aesthetic stepping a little too strongly out of the whimsicality book fans had come to expect. Similar to the shrunken heads, which I like to imagine are imported magical items, and that's why they seem so out of place.
Yeah, tickets are wearing it!
The one on the night bus could have just been a weird quirk of the mute driver, but in their appearance in Hogsmeade, they seem more like the newest fad for wizards to hang up in doorways and toss aside a year later. but really they're just a way to jabber out a split second of weirdness or comedic relief without giving those lines to any actual characters. And with what little flavour they add to the Wizarding World, I'm yet to see anyone disappointed about their disappearance from the subsequent films. The scene of Harry dealing with the monster book isn't particularly necessary, since we get the same thing in less time later when Neville is having trouble with his book, but it acts as a transition between Harry's nightly arrival at the Leaky Cauldron and his meeting up with everyone else an undefined amount of mornings later. He comes down from his room to find Ron and Hermione mid-argument, just like he remembers is normal, and Ron gets to proudly share the newspaper photo of their holiday in Egypt that allows Sirius to discover Peter Pettigrew is still alive and chilling as Ron's pet in his rat animagus form. Stylistically, this is the moment the film really dresses to impress, putting copious details into the background whilst Harry mingles with the Weasleys and gets given plot information over the course of one lengthy shot. As the kind of scene that would have required painstaking planning, Cuarón decides to get it out of the way here before plot and action get in the way to overcomplicate things, but the length and intricacy of the shot serves more purpose than just showing off, following Harry into smaller and smaller frames so Arthur can tell him the sensitive news away from everyone else. But Sirius isn't the only danger awaiting Harry, their journey on the Hogwarts Express turning into a horror that wouldn't be out of place in a nightmare scene. The Dementors had until now been referred to as the Azkaban Guards, which is about as nondescript as their new name is generic, meaning an evil and fearsome creature and sounding a bit too close to the words demonic, demented, dementia and tormentor. Whilst in the films they're buffed to be able to fly high in the air, in the books they're described as gliding across the ground, and have been praised as the most disturbing and metaphorical of Rowling's creatures. As far as their shrouded, wraith-like appearance goes, their closest pop culture cousin is none other than the Grim Reaper, though there's a great many more of them, and they possess a less abstract capacity for execution by way of sucking out people's souls, leaving them thoughtless, emotionless husks. But this state they render upon victims is just a finishing move, and has both thankfully and terrifyingly been regulated by the Ministry in their decision to hire these very obviously evil creatures to guard and punish the Azkaban prisoners. Being never alive to begin with means these Dementors cannot be killed, so giving them a job at least keeps them busy, and keeps them off the backs of the good guys. That is, until Voldemort comes along and promises them a greater supply of delicious souls to feast on if they'll work for him instead, which they gladly do. Azkaban being an accepted form of punishment, especially with things like obliviation, the trace, and a number of other means of control existing, is about as dystopian as the Wizarding World gets. It's basically a form of constant mental torture, because beneath their soul-sucking power, the Dementors carry a presence that saps the happiness out of everywhere they go. Since they're always floating around Azkaban, the inmates are subjugated to reliving their worst memories over and over. Hagrid got sent there, accused, without proof of opening the Chamber of Secrets, and the only people who can escape are those capable of casting wandless Patronus or Animagus spells, like Sirius. All things considered, letting these Dementors anywhere near a bunch of children is an atrocious idea, and the outrage from parents would be enormous from just the news these things were being let anywhere near the school, let alone that one of them actually invaded the train and caused such emotional distress a student fainted. Cuarón represents and complements the effect of happiness being sucked out of everywhere the Dementors go, with them bringing an intense cold. It's a cool visual indicator and definitely sets the tone for their ghostly arrival, but now the depressing aura their presence creates isn't such a dominant characteristic, and seems more a result of just seeing them than anything magically making people feel that way. In the book, it's also suggested the so-called Dementor's kiss they use to suck out a victim's soul involves a literal kiss, whereas in the film it's more like they gradually siphon the soul from the victim's open mouth, and only when that process is performed long enough does the victim's soul give itself up for consumption. Given that, I guess Harry really was in danger of having his soul siphoned out, compared to in the book where he's just made more sad than everyone else because none of anyone else's trauma compares to his. Why the Dementor goes straight for Harry though isn't really clear. In hindsight I thought it might be because the Dementors recognised the part of Voldemort inside him, or that he had more soul to offer up because of having a part of Voldemort inside him. But if it's instead the case his memories look tastier than everyone else's, or they just so happened to open his compartment first, then that'd be a tad anticlimactic. As we move into Hogwarts, the deep mood spreads to fully texturise the familiar environments, which in their makeovers have expanded in scope to feel like real places within the mountains of Scotland. The transition between Harry looking at his rainy reflection in the window and the carriages riding up the puddled path to Hogwarts, set to the school choir singing Double Trouble, is one of the best moments of the film, best endings to an overall impressive scene, and most interesting re-establishments of Hogwarts in the franchise. It's thematically and tonally relevant, and the signpost in the foreground hints at how Hogwarts physically relates to the new location, Hogsmeade, which our now teenage characters will soon be given the privilege to explore. The song, thunderstorm, and colour scheme are together enchantingly gothic, but now that we're in Hogwarts, the jarring contrast between this and the warm tones of the Columbus films can be fully felt. Different directors having different visions should be encouraged, if only because the director working on ideas they're passionate about leads to a better product. But the series does have its ups and downs in how well the cinematography, set design, and other features are utilised.
Your tendency as a director is to say, okay, I want to put my stamp, I want to change everything. And it would have been a big mistake in Harry Potter. I wanted to do a film that will fit perfectly well as part of the franchise, but a film that if you happen to see it on its own, it will just work as a film. Part of the thing was trying to bring a certain naturalism to the whole thing, in which character and environment, they have the same weight. So there are not that many close-ups in the film. We really trusted that it was more powerful to blend those characters with the environment, with Hogwarts. We tried to create a universe that was very precise in terms of geography. So you can go from the Great Hall and you can see how you can walk into the staircases, and from the staircases you get to Harry's room. So it was not just a set, it was a place that actually exists.
One of Cron's strongest imprints is his choice to so liberally move the camera, using an abundance of tracking shots, panning and tilting, and handheld action, all of which has become the film's most popular point of praise. The effort to do this so consistently smoothly is impressive on its own, with the effect people like to applaud being the magical floating feeling it gives to so many scenes, the kind of commitment to quality where each shot blends seamlessly into the next that all high-budget films should be held to. Children of Men, which Cuarón would go on to make a few years later, is notably reminiscent of this style, shooting wide, lengthy, sprawling handheld shots to immerse you in a melancholic dystopian Britain. These frequently smooth tracking shots beautifully complement Stuart Craig's infinitely superb set design, an area that was already a highlight of the Columbus films and has still improved greatly in Prisoner. It reaches a level of tangibility that a place as important as Hogwarts needs to have, where more hours are spent across the franchise than almost all other fictional locations put to film, and causes the set pieces to go from being eye candy of moderate to epic proportions to being wholeheartedly meaningful to the story, whether it's the changing seasons of the Whomping Willow, the ticking of the clock tower, the personalities of the paintings on the walls, or the film original creation that is the wooden bridge. This is the instalment where I find myself most envious watching Harry and his friends go through life at Hogwarts. Despite how daunting and ancient it often seems, it's still a place they want to call home and feels the most like a lived-in home than at any other point in the series. The magic at its most interesting, mysterious and bizarre, and the boarding school education and friendships at their most realised. Perhaps some of that envy comes from this being one of Harry's quietest years, where instead of Voldemort schemes and evil monsters creating the drama, we get an escaped convict who isn't as he seems, and offers a much needed thematic window into the past. Cuarón's commitment to give the film's technical components purpose beyond being superficial dressings, instead being honest servants of the story, stems from his philosophy to first and foremost provide a character-driven experience. You can see this philosophy in the way CGI is implemented, helping the fantasy elements come about naturally instead of taking centre stage at the expense of everything else, such as with Buckbeak, Quidditch, Patronuses and Dementors. And those are just the ones that are, whilst about as realistic as 2004 CGI can be expected to be, still very much in your face as being CGI.
We then follow them on a journey after the time has been taken back to earlier in the evening. And we actually carry the journey on with them out of the set and into the environment outside. There's no way you could even conceive doing that practically.
The Hogwarts staff has also seen some new additions relevant only a little longer than the duration it takes for them to be introduced, sparingly used in lessons in the following books, and given the briefest of cameos in the following films. Emma Thompson has a lot of fun as divination professor and walking plot device Sybil Trelawney, foretelling students' futures and trying to teach them the arts of crystal balls and teacups.
Together we shall cast ourselves into the future.
Her so-called prophecies are usually minor, but to the unsurprising benefit of the ominous tone, Harry is actually haunted by the image of the Grim that showed up at the bottom of his dirty teacup. As well as other strange and uncomfortable things, Trelawney manages to say in the most obliviously insensitive ways possible. Hermione is quick to dismiss her, partly because she's so vibrantly deranged, but also because Hermione is, over the course of the year, under a sort of self-imposed pressure not to waste time, and so a subject as unsubstantiated as divination is the last place she wants to be. Dumbledore explains to Harry in Prisoner prisoner that the consequences of our actions are always so complicated, so diverse, that predicting the future is a very difficult business indeed. And in the same book, McGonagall feels similarly, if only in relation to Trelawney's predictions, comforting Harry by saying that she has predicted the death of one student a year since she arrived at the school and none of them has died yet. The implications of these opinions from two of the most respected professors being that divination is an inherently inconclusive field of magic, and or that Trelawney is unfit to teach or even really perform divination, a potential annoyance to the professors who excel at and can actually teach their areas of expertise. That is, until the true extent of her plot divisiveness is revealed, when we learn that her bizarre qualities were a red herring, and she does have genuine prophetic powers that were, unbeknownst to herself and pretty much everyone else, the catalyst for this whole story of Harry versus Voldemort. Never mind all the minor predictions she makes that are littered throughout the books and come to fruition in varying degrees of their own, even this major bombshell regarding Harry and Voldemort is glossed over by the films, and can be summed up as Trelawney going into her unconsciously prophetic trance during a public meeting with Dumbledore, her prophecy being overheard by Snape, who, working as a Death Eater at the time, takes the information to Voldemort, who then goes after Harry. Dumbledore shows no inclination to tell her anything about her prophecies, or the danger she may have been in ever since telling the one about Voldemort, and so instead she remains in the dark and becomes an indefinitely stagnant and underutilized character.
Beyond!
What a load of rubbish. Broaden your minds. Use your inner eye to see the future.
On the other hand, one character nobody argues as being underutilized is Hagrid, who has recently attained professor status. The attending students have worn their uniforms in expressively different states of formality than they might have in the lessons of other professors. This stems from Cron's decision to allow the students downtime to wear their own clothes instead of always being stuck in the Hogwarts robes, giving them each their own visually distinguishable sense of fashion. And not only does this bring out their personalities in an unobtrusive way, it just makes sense for students heading into their teenage years to want to know the comfort of their own clothing and put their uniforms wherever they can get away with it over the course of each day. The films already differed from the books by having 4 versions of the base Hogwarts uniform in line with the colours of whichever house a student belongs to, and by disregarding their need to always be wearing wizarding hats, which wouldn't have been at all ideal for continuity, lighting or hairstyles, as well as there being a slight variety of jumpers and cardigans, avoiding every character looking the exact same during school hours, like they do under the militant's jurisdiction of the Death Eaters in Deathly Hallows. This is one of the areas of contention people noted Cron's diversion from the source material, unique and coming about partly as a result of the presentation of characters in promotional material, the main posters for Philosophers and Chamber showing them wearing school robes, whereas every main poster thereafter shows them wearing what would in universe be considered Muggle clothing. And therein lies the crux of this conversation, that these would be considered Muggle clothes must mean all the pureblood wizards have willingly gone out and selected their own Muggle-style outfits in either genuine Muggle clothes shops or wizarding imitations of Muggle clothes shops. Both scenarios would be weird and make little sense in the books, where even wizards who are by all accounts accepting of Muggle traditions, like the Weasleys, are so clueless as to what said traditions entail that, in the few occasions they try to blend in with Muggles, they dress up like a bunch of buffoons, wearing attire that is overly flamboyant, based on their favourite colours and decades out of fashion. Though the film's Hogwarts uniforms and pureblood attempts at wearing Muggle clothes are in the simplest sense less whimsical interpretations of Rowling's descriptions, their occasional accordance with modern fashion trends are the area they objectively fall short, making the characters look like they belong a little too much in the mid-2000s as opposed to in the mid-90s the story is set, and with everyone just a bit too well put together for the awkward wizarding teenagers they are.
What I really wanted to do is to do it more contemporary. This film takes place in 2004, so we crafted costumes that they wear in a more contemporary way.
Frankly, it makes more sense purebloods wouldn't be so endlessly inept when it comes to anything Muggle related that they can't dress halfway decently, especially for students who are mixing and living with wizards from such a variety of Muggle backgrounds, friends influencing each other's tastes and interests being only more prevalent at a secluded boarding school.
God, this place has gone to the dogs. Wait until my father hears that Dumbledore's got this oaf teaching classes. Shut up, Malfoy.
Anyway, it is of course Harry's Slytherin rival and renowned racist Draco Malfoy who causes Hagrid's first lesson to go a bit awry. For the duration of the series he never quite settles into his new role, the lessons the trio attend always disturbed by the events of the plot, like Lucius breathing down Hagrid's neck about Buckbeak injuring Draco, his half-giant heritage getting exposed by Rita Skeeter, or Umbridge attacking and chasing him into the wilderness. It's easy to forget through his cheerful and sometimes pitiful interactions with the trio that Hagrid was attending Hogwarts in the same span of years as Voldemort, making him more more than twice the age of Snape or Lupin, who whilst having opposing teaching methods, are always seen as authority figures in their own ways. Chucking the odd, unpredictable creature at a bunch of teenagers doesn't seem so outlandish, especially since only 3rd years and above are allowed to attend the subject, having already become accustomed to the Wizarding world and its often hazardous peculiarities. But Hagrid's inexperienced teaching and muddled curriculum doesn't leave his students particularly engaged outside of first seeing the newest creature, and even then there's plenty of boring choices Hagrid resorts to after losing confidence. Besides decisively communicating one's knowledge, a big part of being a teacher is not losing confidence like this, but in Hagrid's case the more alarming issue is his tendency to downplay the danger of creatures like Buckbeak by thrusting the students into their presence before they've learned a single thing and are otherwise of inappropriate age to learn about. Buckbeak is the only Hagrid lesson to make it into the franchise, and although its inclusion wasn't changed so drastically as the Thestrals, the lessons for which were replaced by a conversation with Luna, the two animals were likewise streamlined to complement their film's themes. Whilst in the book, after flying on Buckbeak, Harry comes to the anticlimactic conclusion he much prefers broomsticks, the film is accompanied by some of its finest music to see Harry overwhelmed with joy, turning an uncomfortable experience he was spurred into by Hagrid into one of the most powerful moments of the series, and such an undeniable improvement over the book's version, I can't see anyone not choosing it as part of their personal canon. By jumping to the page about werewolves during his substitutional defense against the dark arts lesson, Snape is hinting at Lupin's lycanthropy, knowing that if news of a werewolf teaching at the school got out, Lupin would be ridiculed. This would go on to occur after the events of the Shrieking Shack, where Lupin was involved in putting several students in danger, and which Snape not only bore witness to in the film, but, upon seeing Lupin, spontaneously shielded Harry, Ron and Hermione from him. It's a protective gesture that makes sense in hindsight of his history, but I'd like to think a professor and wizard of Snape's caliber would put himself between any student and something as imposing as a werewolf. Voldemort's curse may or may not have brought about Lupin's dismissal from the job, but he decides to resign to save Dumbledore from the backlash, despite Dumbledore having known and been acceptant of his condition since he was a teenager, and ensured Snape continually brewed Lupin the werewolf symptom-relieving wolfsbane potion, which Snape may have only been providing under Dumbledore's request, but was nonetheless essential to ensuring Lupin didn't develop the bloodthirst to maul anyone in his path. Obviously, the Ministry should have established a system of treatment for werewolves, enforcing the use of wolfsbane potion and punishing those who refuse, or at least providing secure locations for them to wait out their transformations. In the little we see of Lupin in the books after Prisoner, or his almost non-existence in the films, we can assume he maintains the same guilt that caused him to commiserate with Snape's spiteful attitude towards him. Snape definitely is one to hold a grudge, and whilst Lupin wasn't directly to blame for what happened at the Shrieking Shack when they were teenagers, it was the straw that broke the camel's back in the rivalry between Snape and the Marauders. Lupin was usually a reserved bystander of James and Sirius's bullyish antics, but on that extreme occasion he was an unwilling participant, having used the secluded location to hide away during the hours of the full moon throughout his Hogwarts education, at a time when the potion allowing werewolves to maintain their sense of self during the transformation hadn't been invented. In reality though, he couldn't resist going out to run around in the woods with his friends, and whilst Lupin is regretful of how little action he was intimidated to take when they were teenagers, where standing up for his morals might have alleviated how much James and Sirius caused trouble, it has resulted in the sincerity and fairness that makes him a favourite professor amongst the students who attend his lectures.
Ridiculous. Very good.
As always, marvellously directed, his defense against the dark arts lesson introduces a new Wizarding World monster in the Boggart, which takes the form of whatever the nearest person fears most, and can be dismissed by a simple spell everyone has little trouble casting, making the Boggart sort of useless against anyone who knows the spell, and therefore more of a plot device about overcoming one's deepest fears, or rather a way to let Harry practice his Patronus against a phony Dementor instead of a real one. I don't think Rowling was thinking too much about how insensitive it is to force a bunch of teenagers to face and reveal their biggest fears in front of their classmates, like Neville, whose deepest fear appears as Snape and causes everyone who hears of this fact, including Snape, to bully him for it. But to give Lupin the benefit of the doubt, I guess practicing this spell in a group, and for many of them possibly seeing a Boggart for the first time, was a necessary circumstance to give them the communal support to actually be able to overcome their fear and see the Boggart as the relatively inconsequential creature it is.
Very enjoyable.
The ridiculous charm uses the caster's humorous thoughts to overpower the Boggart, making it less than threatening in the presence of a class of laughing teenagers. But that also means that when an already emotionally exhausted Molly Weasley attempts to deal with a dusty Boggart alone in a corner of Grimmauld Place, she is unable to conjure any amusement and breaks down before the repeatedly shape-shifting forms of her family's corpses, Lupin rushing into the room to cast it away instead. Never mind how much I wish that heart-wrenching book passage had been included into the Phoenix film, I thought the Boggart scene in Prisoner was improved from the book, most importantly bringing clarity to what happened on Harry's turn, whereas in the book, Lupin sort of steals Harry's turn before the Boggart can mould to his fear, which he later explains was because he expected that fear to be Voldemort and for Voldemort to appear to be a bad idea. In the film, the Boggart actually does turn what is at that time Harry's fear, and only then, having already been on higher alert than with the other students, does Lupin step in to redirect the Boggart to himself. It maintains the spontaneity of the book's version, whilst making it seem like Lupin didn't intend to get involved with the Boggart, which makes sense considering his fear of the full moon is something that could reveal his condition, and actually seeing proof of Harry's deepest fear being a Dementor better sets up his arc of learning the Patronus. The Patronus immediately becomes one of Harry Potter's most iconic spells, a spell we learn to be more than just words and wand movements through its reliance on the caster's mental fortitude, which in Harry's case links the spell strongly to the coming-of-age themes of this third entry in particular. Its most distinct quality is that, with enough practice, a fully formed Patronus becomes tailored to the personality of the wizard casting it, taking the shape of a bright silver translucent animal and gaining the ability to exist semi-independently, carrying out orders separate from the place of the person who powers it for as long as they continue to power it. These corporeal Patronuses, as they're called, are so ingrained with the wizard's spirit that they maintain the same animal form for life, except in cases like Tonks, whose love for Lupin was apparently so eternal her Patronus permanently became a twin of his. In the same, albeit unrequited way, Snape and Lily share the same Doe Patronus, which Snape famously uses during his Deathly Hallows flashback to prove to Dumbledore his love for Lily had always stayed with him long after her death. There's enough species in the world for every wizard to have a unique Patronus, but it makes sense there'll be some overlap between people with similar personalities, like Fred and George, who according to Rowling share similar magpies, and I'd be unsurprised if, in the same way certain people in real life stake their relationships on astrology, certain wizards, teenagers in particular, might take their partner's Patronus being different or uncomplimentary from their own as a sign they don't really love them. The teenagers of Hogwarts, however, don't have to worry about such complications getting in the way of their budding romances, or at least they shouldn't have to worry, because, although later developments make it seem the opposite, casting a fully formed corporeal Patronus is difficult enough for even adult wizards to struggle with. The Wizengamot are surprised to learn, during Harry's disciplinary hearing, that he can not only cast a basic Patronus but a corporeal one. A fifth-year student having any success with such advanced magic, and magic not a part of the curriculum, would be impressive enough, but it's easy to forget just how much of an outlier Harry is with this kind of combat-based magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts being the one subject in which his outstanding OWL result beat Hermione's. I like that Harry is proficient in combat, and I think it backs up the bravery of his character. It just wouldn't work if every time he went toe-to-toe with the bad guy, he ended up on his arse. And what saves him from being a Mary Sue is that Rowling still knows when to pull the rug out from under him when he's really thoroughly outmatched, such as versus Snape at the end of Half-Blood Prince. The most impressive thing about Harry's Patronus that separates him from the members of Dumbledore's army is that he's able to use it against Dementors, not just in the safety of the Room of Requirement, although the films fall weirdly short of showing any of these people known to be able to cast corporeal Patronuses actually doing so in combat, outside of that one instance of Harry saving his past self at the end of Prisoner. Whether they're shown doing so during the DA meetings, mentioned having done so in the book canon, or presumed capable based on their other feats of magic, I'm not sure why the films would resort to the default Patronus effect as if out of some CGI laziness, without acknowledging something like wizards not always being entirely capable of using their Patronus at 100%, which would be perfectly acceptable considering its aforementioned emotional demands. Even seemingly extremely powerful Patronuses, like the one Aberforth casts during the Battle of Hogwarts, which was in the book actually the result of the combined effort of multiple characters, resorts to increasing in size and velocity instead of taking the form of any animal. This default Patronus effect was also changed between the books and films, turning from a cloud of mist the Dementors can't pass through to emanating waves of barriers that actively push the Dementors away. But this might actually be an improvement over the book, looking better than I imagine the mist would have, and resulting in some really powerful symphonic moments.
You know, the very first time I saw you, Harry, I recognized you immediately. Not by your scar, by your eyes. They're your mother, Lily's.
The Latin origin of the word Patronus being father perfectly suits Harry's aspiration to learn the spell, creating not just a protector against the Dementors and all they represent, but the memory of a father figure, becoming more in tune, but not yet entirely to terms with, the loss of his parents. A reconciliation Lupin ignites and partially guides him through, but which gets cut short by Lupin and Sirius's departures, and continually interrupted by the tragedies that come to pass. The book makes Harry's parents' connection to his Patronus more evident than the film's visually condensed reimagining, making use of our constant constant, intimately descriptive window into his thoughts and feelings, and featuring more illuminative dialogue during his private lessons with Lupin, the majority of which are not shown but suggested to have occurred in between the start of his training and the time of his first successful corporeal Patronus during a Quidditch match. The core differences in Harry's lessons with Lupin involve 1. The memory he uses to cast the Patronus, and 2. The existence of a conflict of interest between him wanting to learn the Patronus to overcome the Dementors and him not wanting to be able to overcome the Dementors, because they are able to, in forcing people to relive their worst memories, unearth an otherwise inaccessible memory of his parents. It's inaccessible because Harry was a baby at the time, and whilst I'm sure Harry would have much preferred remembering anything else, there's a morbid significance to him taking a better-than-nothing attitude to the Dementors projecting the memory of their deaths into his mind. The film does include a fragment of this memory, resourcefully blending Lily's scream into the train whistle, and whilst I like how hauntingly subtle this incorporation is, the omission of the other dialogue from the memory renders the sound too inconspicuous to be narratively noticeable. Instead, Harry explains to Lupin the happy memory he's decided to use is one of his parents, and that it's not even so tangible for him to be confident the memory is real.
I don't even know if it's real, but it's the best I have.
The memory being of his parents, whether it's real or not, is more suitably bittersweet than the ones he attempts to use in the book, such as the first time he rode a broomstick,
Give it here, Malfoy, or I'll knock you off your broom!
or when Hagrid told him he was a wizard.
I'm a what?
In the film, Lupin disappointingly decides this broomstick memory is too weak after Harry failed using it in his first attempt.
The first time I rode a broom.
Well, that's not good enough, not nearly good enough.
Granted, if the Patronus is as advanced a spell as Rowling gives us reason to believe, warding off the Boggart Dementor should really take more than the 2 attempts it does in the film, but we can surrender to the realities of film pacing for the sake of this scene making a more impactful moment. Harry succeeding on that second attempt by using a memory that isn't of just a fun or simplistically happy experience, but of a mundane dream. Through his conversations with Lupin, the film still gives us enough of Harry exploring his parents' deaths, but by containing the Patronus portion of that arc in the lesson with Lupin, instead of it climaxing during the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw, which was excluded from the film altogether, the sequence of the development and our tonal approach to it gets shifted around. I can't say I feel the Quidditch version is much of a loss, since the Dementors that infiltrate the pitch are actually revealed to have been Draco messing with Harry, and Harry was so swept up in catching the snitch that both this fact and his casting of the corporeal Patronus go unnoticed by him until he's informed after the game. Besides that, having Harry's very first corporeal Patronus happen in order to save himself and Sirius, ignoring that in the second loop of that night the film somehow messes up showing it as being corporeal despite having done so in the initial loop, makes every part of the whole ordeal that much more special compared to it happening during Quidditch, which, despite how triumphant of a subplot Gryffindor finally winning the cup is, gets decreasingly relevant as the primary Voldemort conflict ramps up. Although the film polishing this area of the theme makes its treatment of another area all the more head-scratching, Harry's father's animagus form being the same stag that both his and Harry's Patronuses take on is an unequivocally crucial piece of the puzzle the film apparently chose to hold too loosely inside its metaphorical puzzle box.
What's he talking about, Harry?
Nobody who reads or otherwise learns about the book prior to watching the film expects the Marauder's animagus forms to go as unacknowledged as it does, and film-only viewers are either left indefinitely in the dark, left mildly confused at the sense something is missing, or given the proposal of a future enlightening rewatch, mentally filling in the narrative gaps that, whilst less severely than the films to follow, burdens the enjoyment of the adaptation in specific regards to things unanimously considered good ideas in the books. The animagus forms of the Marauders are important to their characters, most of all James's stag, who exists as the visual aid binding him to Harry. Because James is, at the time of Prisoner, the only dead Marauder, and therefore the only Marauder not to appear in person in the Shrieking Shack or anywhere else in the film, him being an animagus, let alone the animagus being a stag, is the least obvious revelation of them all. The vague clues the film gives us to foresighfully put this together includes 1. Snape mentioning animagi during his werewolf lesson.
Which one of you can tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf?
2. Lupin, Sirius and Peter all being close school friends of James.
Your father, James, on the other hand, he had a certain, shall we say, talent for trouble.
3. Lupin possibly recognising and knowing how to use the Marauders map.
Did it never occur to you that this, in the hands of Sirius Black, is a map to you?
And 4. That the credited names that appear on the Marauders map refer to the characteristics of animals we may or may not have taken note of. A dog, rat, werewolf, and most subtly of all, a stag. As much as you might have to pick up whatever hints the film lays out on an observant rewatch, it is guessable Sirius is the menacing black dog named Padfoot, Peter is and has all along been Ron's pet rat nicknamed Scabbers or Wormtail, and Lupin is the werewolf nicknamed Moony, and each wizard is, eventually, seen turning to and from their animal. The stag, nicknamed Prongs, is the odd one out and most subtle, not only because of its cutlery-connoting nickname, but because, contrary to the others in the film's version of events, it has no concrete appearance or dialogue indicating its existence prior to Harry's corporeal Patronus. The absence of this information can be excused from any foreshadowing opportunities the film didn't take, but it remaining unexplained even after the tumultuous events of the Shrieking Shack, which in the book featured an admittedly heavy-handed exposition overdose, means Harry being saved by a stag-shaped Patronus feels completely random, and we are from that point on left confused as to why Harry is so insistent this Patronus of unknown origin came from his father. Instead, the film tries to play it off like Harry could see enough of the figure behind the extremely bright form of the Patronus to know they looked like his father, and we remain confused up until and during Harry's realization his father had not resurrected from the dead to save himself and Sirius, but that the Patronus was his own, owed in great part to the harmoniously culminating soundtrack and Harry's first and forever most spectacular ascent into narrative agency. It still hits the emotional beats pretty hard, but how much better would it have been had the film clarified, in any amount of less ambiguous words, the significance of what the book displayed as an additional plot twist of the identity of Prongs and the origin of the stag Patronus. Quite a bit better, and much less controversial in the minds of book readers, albeit the ultimate irony of this particular exclusion isn't how obviously important it is to Harry's 7-book-long character arc, but how it being excluded contradicts what was Cuarón's primary objective with successfully adapting Prisoner to film, that being to capture the essence of Harry's coming of age in accordance with those consequently important events of the past.
You're more like them than you know, Harry. In time, you'll come to see just how much.
How Cuarón and Steve Kloves chose to adapt their interpretations of the book's narrative, focusing on Harry's confrontations with a past he can scarcely remember and the solitude it overshadows him with, means the film cut only more of the book's fat than it otherwise might have, discarding, condensing, or merging the things only loosely tied into the core themes that concern Harry. In succinct replacement of that fat, they breathe a new, naturalistic life into Harry and his gradually expanding friend group, though their appearances are, proportional to their relevance to Harry's story, delegated to existing in the background, an inevitability in a series so focused on the perspective of its title character that that focus barely extends even to his closest friends. The passion to which Cuarón and Kloves took the evolution of whatever characters they could spare the time to task is perhaps their greatest contribution to Prisoner. It's a contribution that may have been made by someone else down the line regardless, out of a necessity to adapt increasingly wordier books, but it was most advantageous for Cuarón to come along to do it to a higher degree than anyone could have hoped at this crossroads in the story, the teenage lives of the characters, and the careers of the actors playing them, laying a complementary and further stabilising foundation to the long-term health of the franchise.
Yeah, no, Alfonso was great though. He was really sort of energetic and he was crazy, so we really liked him for that.
Go for it! Yeah? Cool.
I got these actors in their turning point. They were turning 13. So they start getting conscious and aware of becoming actors. And they start taking their craft seriously.
Under the usual tightly scheduled blockbuster pressure, Cuarón made use of the blooming talents of the trio, now equipped with enough age and experience to benefit from more complex direction, to bring out nuanced performances that would get only progressively necessary to convey however many thousands of the book's words don't make it to screen. And, with the restraints of children's fiction loosened, the adult actors have more room to impeccably set the stage. Snape, for instance, is written with a more subdued malevolence than his flamboyantly theatrical red herring role had him stuck in before, the stoic subtlety of Rickman's performance from this point on becoming a trademark of the character. David Thewlis performs with similar subtlety as the benevolent Lupin, but on the other side of the acting spectrum we have Gary Oldman, who was by 2004 already known as a chameleon for his versatility and intensity, and he brings just that to his role as Sirius Black, transforming in a matter of on-screen minutes between deranged escaped convict and delicately hopeful godfather.
Are you going to kill me, Harry?
Well, I can understand if you choose to stay with your aunt and uncle. But if you ever wanted a different home...
Add Timothy Spall's Peter Pettigrew to the already accolade-filled Shrieking Shack scene, and it's no wonder the experience had such a big influence on Daniel Radcliffe in particular.
At the beginning, Daniel was so insecure, and he was so excited about working with Gary, and he was just observing him all the time. I think I'm doing everything wrong. Look at this guy. He says, hey, stop observing. just be yourself. You know, see, like Gary, in a way, he's just concerned about how he's delivering and how he's listening to you. And I think that that was the point in which Daniel started approaching acting in a different way.
For me, it was a big step forward with him, because on 3 I went, okay, yeah, this is what I want to do. I want to be an actor. Like 3 was when I made that decision.
Harry, what happened?
Before getting to the Shrieking Shack, Harry has more to learn about Sirius to pit the convict as his personal antagonist, universally believed to have betrayed James and Lily by revealing their location to Voldemort, and then blowing up a bunch of people when confronted by Pettigrew. It's assumed, since all that was found of Pettigrew was his finger, that he was blown up as well, but it crosses nobody's mind the roles were actually reversed, as later plot twisted in the Shrieking Shack. Pettigrew was the Potter family betrayer to have blown up a bunch of people all along. The wizards whose minds it doesn't cross includes that of Fred and George Weasley, who, in possession of the Marauders map, would have, as amusingly pointed out by many a Harry Potter fan, been able to see the name Peter Pettigrew displayed always nearby Ron for the time he spent in Hogwarts. The Marauders map is never not mysterious, other than our learning of the group of students who most impressively created it, and though past the Prisoner film it goes underutilised by everyone who knows of its existence, it does, in the Goblet book for instance, fall into the wrong hands and aid in their evil schemes. The twins stole this invaluable artefact from where it was collecting dust in Filch's office in their first year, somehow figuring out the very specific incantation to unlock it and using it as the secret to their mischief, now most generously passing it on to Harry so he can take after them in sneaking around the multitude of hidden passageways of Hogwarts, finding a way to Hogsmeade without the required permission slip, and circumventing the Professor's protective worries he is being targeted by Sirius, as Harry learns when he overhears McGonagall's sensitive and needlessly public conversation. According to Ron in the book and a brief deleted scene in the film, Sirius at one point successfully infiltrates Gryffindor Tower and looms over Ron's bed with a knife, intending to use it on Pettigrew, but as far as everyone else is concerned, mistaking Ron's bed for Harry's. It's during his nighttime map surveying and subsequent stroll that Harry sees the name Peter Pettigrew doing loops and, despite seemingly nobody being there, moving past him in the corridor, playing a fearful game of hide and seek not with Sirius but with Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, whose many attempts to kill Scabbers causes much contention between Ron and Hermione in the book. Why Hermione remains so defensive of Crookshanks and neglectful of Ron's worries may have to do with her purchasing of the grumpy ginger cat, foreshadowing her romantic interest in Ron, but she is nonetheless in the wrong, still stubbornly rejecting her responsibility after Scabbers goes missing and leaves behind blotches of blood on Ron's bedsheets, finding herself feeling lonely without Harry and Ron's company, and eventually apologising after Ron says he'll help with the appeal for Buckbeak's trial, which she had been helping Hagrid with in between using his shoulder to cry on. But for the period they were avoiding each other, the emotions between the trio were at an all-time high, added to with the disagreements about Harry's secret trips to Hogsmeade and his anonymously gifted broomstick, the turning in of which Hermione was in the right about, but shouldn't have gone behind Harry's back to do so. Obviously in the film this broomstick isn't seen until the absolute end, but since Harry quickly needed a new broom to play in the Ravenclaw match in the book, this new one being confiscated for inspection causes the usually indifferent Harry to take Ron's side against Hermione's pestering.
She's gone mental, Hermione has. I mean, not that she wasn't always mental, but now it's out in the open for everyone to see.
Along with this trinity of disagreements getting cut out, if not watered down to a couple of brief moments, one in which Harry comes down from his leaky cauldron lodging to Ron arguing with Hermione, and another in which the trio walk across the courtyard on their way to hear Hagrid ramble about Buckbeak.
I haven't lost anything. Your cat killed him.
Rubbish.
The book-long secret that Crookshanks was aggressively pursuing Scabbers in affiliation with Sirius was also cut out. This contention between Ron and Hermione was instead exchanged for the saplings of romantic tension, and Hermione getting Harry's broom temporarily confiscated and her sternly warning against his Hogsmeade escapades was exchanged for her conflicted amusement at his sudden invisible arrival, toying with Draco and his goons after they came to spoil her and Ron's serene little moment on the border of the Shrieking Shack.
Do you want to move a bit closer?
Huh?
The film also makes changes to how Harry goes about eavesdropping on McGonagall, and in doing so introduces a new issue not dissimilar to the book, though the adults taking their discussions somewhere more private makes sense, and gives us a more visually appealing point of view than Harry hiding under a table. In following them, he enters the room by opening the door, despite hearing them perfectly well enough from the other side, and this somehow doesn't come across as suspicious. Cloaks other than Harry's do exist, as they should be well aware of, but it would be great to solve this oversight and signify the importance of Harry's cloak specifically by having any of these wizards, which includes the Minister for Magic, take brief magical precautions to soundproof the room and check for unknown presences, and that in spite of these precautions, Harry remains undetected.
Now, tell me what this is all about. Well,
the film has a bit more to set up before using a fade to black to separate the 45 or so minutes of climax from everything preceding it, which, unlike those hour and 20 or so minutes of season-spanning scenes that precede it, takes place over 2 cycles of a single jam-packed night. This setup includes, among some scenes I've already gone over, a bizarre event following one of Trelawney's divination lessons, Sirius Black's face shimmering inside the crystal ball Harry carries up to return, and Trelawney jump-scaring him with one of her once-a-decade prophecy-spewing blackouts. It's the period of time containing this quickfire setup where the until now near immaculate pacing mildly deteriorates in the wake of speedrunning through the plot points most crucial to the climax, and the almost imperceptible veil this hasn't been turning into a more flawed adaptation as it's gone along gets lifted just a tad. After the fade to black, Hermione punches Draco in the face. They chat a bit with Hagrid, who takes Scabbers out of a tin of flour and hands him back to Ron. 2 pebbles fly through the open window, and with the executioner arriving, the trio run back up the hill and set themselves up at a most inconclusive angle, blocking their view of the execution for the narrative benefit of setting up the later reveal, and I guess to responsibly shield their 13-year-old eyes from a beheading. Pettigrew notices a dog nearby, bites Ron to escape the relative safety of his hand, and makes his way over to what he should know to be the entrance of the underground passage that leads to the lair Lupin once upon a time stayed, accompanied by the Marauders for the durations of his werewolf transformations. Sirius of course knows about the Shrieking Shack just as much as any other Marauder, and violently drags Ron underneath the tree, and Harry and Hermione make after him. They don't get very far when the Whomping Willow does what Chamber of Secrets showed us it was built for in keeping people away, except now it makes more geographical sense in its placement between Hogwarts and the Shrieking Shack, far removed enough from the castle that it isn't going to be killing students minding their business left and right, and far enough from the shack that it doesn't seem suspiciously related. Dumbledore should have implemented a totally inaccessible defense to Lupin's hiding spot, rather than the mostly inaccessible defense the tree provides, especially since there's seemingly nothing stopping someone circumventing the Willow entirely by walking up the path to the shack from Hogsmeade. In the book, Harry and Hermione at least don't manage to get past the Willow without Crookshanks coming to press the convenient secret button, but the same can't be said about the film, where, out of sheer blind luck, the tree flings them inside itself. Or, on closer inspection, what actually happens is Hermione, clinging to the sweeping branch for dear life, grabs a hold of Harry's shirt with one arm on her way past, throws him into the hole with that one arm, and then supposedly lets go of the branch with equally precise timing to let herself be flung inside not far behind. The questionable physics here kind of speaking for itself, and despite how bombastic the film makes them, the tree's attacks still don't make its entrance inaccessible, Lupin coming along to freeze it with a spell there's no reason any students can't learn. Hermione's feats of strength continue inside the shack, where she steals Ron's line,
"If you want to kill Harry, you'll have to kill us too."
which is way cooler when Ron says it in the book because he's standing up on the broken leg Sirius gave him.
To those who've forgotten how to listen.
This whole Shrieking Shack scene, and the manner the plot bends over backwards to give reason to each character's arrival here, is completely convoluted, and whilst the film version explains less, the simplification allows us to ignore most of that convolution. Lupin briskly arrives in the shack not long after Harry and Hermione to balance out Sirius's manic aggressions. He made the presumption of what was going on after seeing the trio move there on the map he had earlier acquired from Harry. Either he failed to mention, perhaps knowing of Hermione's possession of a time turner, that during his inspection of the map it displayed 2 independently moving Harrys and Hermiones, or he was so focused on seeing the name Peter Pettigrew that he could think or take notice of little else.
Earlier on it showed someone in the castle. Someone I know to be dead.
In the book, we also have to assume one of a few other possibilities, that Lupin, being a Marauder, can use the map with the added benefit of being able to see Animagus, see the Marauders no matter what form they take, or that one can only see Animagus on the map in knowing they're an Animagus, because although the film earlier showed Harry seeing Peter scuttling around Hogwarts after dark, that instance, and every other where he may have been able to see an Animagus in the books, such as with Sirius and Peter in Prisoner, or Rita Skeeter in Goblet, they remain absent from the map. But Lupin's reason for rushing to the shack was because he saw Peter at a time when Peter was in his Animagus form. In his rush, Lupin leaves the map laid out in his office, Snape coming in to see Lupin heading towards the Willow after coming in to give him his werewolf medicine. But Snape doesn't go in pursuit of Lupin only to give him the medicine, since seeing him heading to and using the Willow passage aroused his suspicions Lupin was in cahoots with Sirius and had all along been the one helping him infiltrate Hogwarts, not knowing that role actually fell to Crookshanks and that Lupin was just sort of passively allowing Sirius to get along with whatever he was doing. A perfectly reasonable explanation for Lupin going there, however, is to isolate himself as a werewolf. Snape really cutting it close delivering the medicine, possibly leading Lupin to believe if he didn't isolate himself, he would transform inside the castle, alerting and endangering anyone nearby. On top of this, Snape was motivated more by revenge than justice, hoping with delight to be the one to catch Sirius and to be right about not trusting Lupin, ignoring the pleas of explanation from Sirius, Lupin, and now Harry, Ron and Hermione, and threatening to give Sirius up to the dreaded Dementor's kiss without a trial, as he would later insist on, and Sirius would only escape from on the back of Buckbeak. Not to mention just how antagonistic Snape is to everyone upon his arrival, including yelling in response to Harry calling him pathetic, "You would have been well served if he'd killed you. You'd have died like your father." Compare that to the film, where before he can do much of anything, Snape gets incapacitated by the explosive strength of Harry's signature Expelliarmus spell. So signature that a blast formed in the book by the combined Expelliarmuses of Harry, Ron and Hermione is in the film formed by Harry's anger alone.
You attacked teacher!
Tell me about Peter Pettigrew.
He was at school with us. We thought he was our friend.
With one less voice creating commotion, there's space for Lupin and Sirius to provide the proof that goes beyond just verbal explanations. All in all, despite all happening much faster than the book's scene and featuring less conclusive exposition, it does a good job putting together what puzzle pieces it does include and recreates for the audience the tension the trio are going through of whether or not to trust Sirius and Lupin. Harry was already half convinced, having noted that if Lupin were helping Sirius, he could have killed him 100 times in the year. But how about whether Sirius deserves to spend the series marked as a murderous traitor? There is some sense to it, with him having been a leader of one of the most notorious groups of troublemakers Hogwarts has ever known, including leading a 16-year-old Snape to an almost death by werewolf, but he was also the closest friend of James and eventual godfather to Harry, and was, along with James, one of the most gifted Gryffindors of their generation. I could almost accept if he ended up forging a vigilante-esque dark side of his own, as he almost does in attempting to kill Peter anyway, but I don't buy that so many would readily accept him turning out to have been an undercover Death Eater all along, especially with such little evidence to go on. A large part of it comes down to him coming from one of the largest, oldest, and wealthiest pureblood wizarding families, all but him of whom have been Slytherins, and as pureblood prejudiced as Rowling has given that house the default of being. The Black family is, by the time of the series, a shell of its former self, most evident by the dilapidated condition of their London home, Grimmauld Place, although they sort of live on through being the ancestors of many another pureblood family. Compared to the Blacks, the Pettigrews were a family of unknown blood status and, as far as their Baron Potterpedia page tells me, no notable worth. Dare I say, if we knew more about Peter and his family, he would be more widely considered among Harry Potter's most tragic characters, though him playing the biggest part in Voldemort's return would still gain him no sympathy. Most of what the series gives us to go on, as to why wizards would have thought Peter guilty or innocent over Sirius, concerns the scant details of his personality, most of which Harry learns between Prisoner and Order from Lupin and Sirius's own mouths. Although the derangement of Peter's post-rat years and his continued fearful motivation to serve Voldemort following his discovery should make him an almost different character altogether, the seeds of fear for him having gone down the Death Eater path in the first place are evident from his school days. Along with coming from influential families and being the top students of their year, James and Sirius brought a certain bullyish entitlement to the Marauders that the mild-mannered Lupin now feels guilty to have not counteracted more, and one of the results of this attitude was them patronisingly allowing Peter to be a part of the cool clique they'd made for themselves. So whilst James and Sirius were the troublemaking ringleaders, and Lupin was complicit so as to not displease those who knew of his secret and had done the kindness of helping him cope with it, Peter's fault was in providing himself as the fuel for their persona of superiority, a spineless sycophant to tease when they get bored. Harry would learn more of the Marauders' infamy during Phoenix, putting to question his admiration of them and their morals, and Rowling continues to show him teetering on going down a similar path using the Half-Blood Prince potions book. But, unlike the Marauders, the trio and all the friends that surround them never go full in on making the mistakes their parents did. Someone like Neville perhaps being the present-day equivalent of how Peter could have turned out with kinder inclusionary treatment. The tool Rowling uses for Peter's betrayal is a piece of magic, the Fidelius charm, which conceals secrets, is barely used to its full potential in the books, such as to hide Voldy's Horcruxes, and receives no mention in the Prisoner film, except for one functionally incorrect allusion by McGonagall during the Hogsmeade scene.
You knew where they were. One who did was Sirius Black.
Unlike how McGonagall suggests Sirius was one of the people to have known where the Potters were hiding, the charm functions such that if Sirius were the secret keeper, he would be the only person to know and be able to tell other people where the Potters were hiding. This is primarily why wizards at the time thought Sirius was guilty, because whilst the identity of the keeper were themselves kept secret, Sirius, being James's best friend, was the most expected candidate, making him the only person anyone thought possible to have given the Potters away. Forgiving the film messed up that specific detail, I still don't buy James's decision to change his secret keeper to Peter at the last minute, causing his, Lily's, and nearly Harry's deaths, and getting Sirius thrown in Azkaban. The theory behind this decision was that Peter was the least expected choice, and therefore the least expected target for Voldemort to go after. They chose not to use Lupin because, despite being closer to him than they ever were to Peter, they remained skeptical of his werewolf dark magic affiliations, so they favoured the reasoning of Peter being their friend and a member of the Order for him being a known spineless coward, who instead of further protecting their secret would, if pursued, be quickest to give it up.
I thought you were serious. What would you have done? What would you have done? I would have died! I would have died rather than betray my friends!
In fact, Peter would go on to give it up so quickly that before anyone else, like Dumbledore, could be informed the Keeper had changed, the Potters were already dead. It gets worse when you realise that, since the criteria to qualify as someone's secret keeper is unknown, the Potters could have chosen pretty much anyone to be theirs, such as someone completely random with no prior relation to them Voldemort would actually never think to go after, or someone Voldemort would never dare to go after, like Dumbledore, the founder and leader of the Order, the least likely to be a Death Eater double agent, the only wizard Voldemort fears, and more than willing to be the keeper from the moment it was necessary. And it gets even worse considering Hallows suggests the resident of a place can be their own secret keeper, meaning that so long as they don't leave, they are just as impossible to find as the location and can stay in hiding indefinitely, as is the case with Bill and Fleur at their Shell Cottage hideout, the inclusion of which makes no sense in and of itself, since the trio only found the cottage because of Ron, and Ron only found the cottage because Bill, as his own secret keeper, told him about it before hiding away, contradicting the entire reason for a secret keeper existing, that the secret can only be disclosed by the keeper, not the subject of the secret or anyone else the keeper tells it to. This is why, in Phoenix, instead of the wizards currently around him telling him, Harry reads a letter disclosing the location of Grimmauld Place from its keeper, Dumbledore, and only then does the building make itself known to him. Competing for the most on-the-nose naming of Rowling's creations, Grimmauld Place would eventually pass down to Harry through Sirius's will, because all of the Marauders end up sacrificing themselves for Harry in some way, indirectly helping the new generation to do what they had failed to during the war a decade prior. We get our first look at the Sirius that would become a fan favourite on the way out of the Shrieking Shack, where instead of including Sirius bashing the head of an unconscious and levitating Snape against the tunnel ceiling, the film focuses on the brief tranquility of Harry's first conversation with his godfather, the ominous presence of the Grim lifted in the wake of an at last promising future. Promising because Sirius has a drastic change of character from the first impression he gave as a psychotic mass murderer on the front of a newspaper, and he makes the hopeful offering that, once the dust has settled, he might take Harry under his wing. By never showing the true extent of Harry's abuse at the hands of the Dursleys, the weight of him so quickly warming up to this proposal is partly lost to film-only watchers. Whilst in the film his near-immediate change of heart seems too sudden, the book more involves his desire to get away from the Dursleys at all costs, a real testament to just how awful they have been that, as if all year long harbouring the hope Sirius turns out not to be the monster everyone believes him to be, Harry was more than ready to start developing a fondness for someone he was, until moments ago, trying to kill out of a vengeful justice for his parents, and still doesn't really know anything about. Unfortunately for Sirius, his fate as a marauder is more tragic than he and Harry would have benefited from, the living proof of his innocence escaping during a commotion of convenient inconveniences, as we are by now more than used to. Lupin's werewolf in the film looks more like what might be conventionally considered a werewolf than the wolf-adjacent form he takes in the book, where the differences of a shorter snout, human-like eyes, and tufted tail are indistinct enough for a wizard to want to learn to spot the differences between wolf and werewolf, lest they fall victim to the considerably more dangerous latter of the two, but in practice the film's version better visually distinguishes Lupin from the scruffy dog Sirius turns into, and is better tailored to the worst parts of Lupin's downtrodden character, and creates the kind of pin-drop intimidation anyone knowledgeable of werewolves would feel with nothing but a few feet of air to separate them from one. The disturbing implications of its tortured appearance, perhaps derived from Lupin's practice of werewolf veganism, contrasts that intimidating monstrous presence, so that we feel simultaneously sympathetic and afraid of Lupin, and the trio appear in genuine danger. Snape's arrival a more than welcome and and interesting addition to the scene, faced with the same werewolf he nearly fell victim to as a teenager, but allowing that smidgen of professorly protection to kick in for the 3 teenagers carrying behind him right now. Maybe it's a bit odd that even Snape, one of the most talented wizards of the series, appears powerless in the face of a werewolf, but it's taking him by surprise, and his prioritization of keeping the trio guarded behind him prevents this becoming a real power level inconsistency, and my attention is nevertheless set on the conditions that lead to Lupin's transformation in the first place. I love how the transformation process is so grotesque in what has to have been an American Werewolf in London inspired way, and wish the series had included more of the body horror the dark arts of magic like to get up to, but the consequence of having Lupin transform, which everyone was waiting to happen the moment they knew of or suspected his condition, and for that transformation to be timed so narratively proficiently, is of course that it makes little, if any, sense. Lupin was so caught up in the events of the shack, even on their way out after Peter's amateur detainment, that he forgot all about this being the night of the full moon, the one night every month he is uncontrollably transformed into a murderous monster ever since being inflicted with the condition. Lupin should really have concerned himself more with acquiring the medicine earlier in the day, but in the film, this mistake is simplified to Sirius questioning whether Lupin had forgotten to take it, leaving no context that Lupin was waiting for Snape to bring it to him.
Remus, my old friend, have you taken your potion tonight?
Who knows how they found any worth in their old Animagus adventures with Werewolf Lupin, during which he lacked the medicine entirely, if his turning into a violent monster is as inevitable as this scene makes it seem. But maybe the lack of preparation gave Lupin and Sirius too little to work with to alleviate his violent werewolf tendencies. Still, everything from his friendships to his employment to his physical condition revolves around being a werewolf, and instead of sprinting away to grab the medicine the moment the scene at the shack is settled, or remaining behind to endure his transformation there in isolation, he walks into the moonlight as if it weren't that one crucial night. And there lies the bigger half of the werewolf conundrum. Perhaps it's the unfortunate case the time they exited the passage aligned with the time the full moon reached the height at which it ignites werewolf transformations, but it is only when a cloud moves past the moon that he starts to turn. You can't deny it works as a dramatic reveal, with a great, if slightly cliché, werewolf bathed in moonlight visual to go along with it, but in terms of magic, we are now left with the implication werewolves are immune to the full moon, so long as they either do not have direct contact with its light, do not see it with their own eyes, or are unaware of its existence. If any or all of these are the case, access to a light-proof room, or a multi-layered trunk, like the one Moody gets locked in during Goblet of Fire, would be sufficient to avoid the full moon for however many hours its werewolf magic takes place.
I said we'd take you to the castle. After that, the Dementors can have you.
The reason Peter is able to escape is partly because everyone is understandably concerned more with the immediate threat of a werewolf, but also because everyone overlooked how securely he was taken prisoner. In the film, he pretty much wasn't taken prisoner at all, Lupin's wand conducting him out of the passage like the nozzle of a gun behind a hostage's back. The same wand Lupin would drop during his transformation, and Peter, standing unrestrained less than a meter away, would instantly pick up and turn himself into a rat with. Though Sirius escaping Azkaban as a dog suggests animagi don't even need a wand to transform. In the book, Peter is taken prisoner more securely, but because of Sirius's escape from Azkaban, even these restraints shouldn't have stopped Peter escaping, and the far simpler solution is to just knock him out. Instead of dwelling more on what could have been, how about we finally delve into Harry Potter's most infamous plot device, and a very literal plot device at that.
You deal with so many abstract concepts, like the time traveling. It's such an abstract thing. And actually, it's so difficult that I even trying to explain it right now.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard.
It is hard. Because you just go in circles.
Rowling reveals the time turner after hinting at Hermione's use of it from the time this year's lessons began in order to redirect the events of the climax, retreading new steps down a path that was always going in the right direction, as we'll get into with how exactly the time turner functions.
When did she come in? Did you see her come in?
There might be nothing more frustrating than a poorly executed time travel plotline undermining an otherwise well-executed story, and even within the boundaries of consistency that constitute a well-executed time travel plotline, it's still rarely worth it. Poor execution only exacerbates what is the main reason for that frustration, that time travel is predestined for convolution or complication. For purely entertainment's sake, one can suspend their disbelief of a time-travelling plotline's implementation as much as is required, but the difficulty to do so willingly is directly proportional to how well executed said time travel plotline is, and its overall importance to the story, it has more often than not been wedged into. Stories that have had time travel plots wedged into them are worse than stories with time travel at their very basis, because the wedging was the result of the writer taking a narrative direction more unavoidably convoluted than just about any other direction that was open for their choosing. Obviously, a story built on a time travel premise should avoid convolution just as much as any other story, but everyone who engages with such stories understands convolution comes with the territory, in the same way magic comes with fantasy or non-existent technology comes with sci-fi, and those being a part of a core setting is different from, for instance, the serial killer in a contemporary crime thriller evading arrest through magic or non-existent technology, or, in the case of time travel, twisting what was a good story up until the exact point time travel was hinted at being implemented, the audience unexpectedly tasked with wrapping their head around a half a dozen unignorable paradoxes and all the plot holes the author didn't think or lacked the time to elucidate that goes along with them, and what was once a reasonably palatable story is forever discoloured in the garbling of some new, impossible to believe internal consistency. And in the end, even if it is all consistent on a level fit to be believed, devoid of the tiniest, most insignificant plot holes, was the task of sewing such unwieldy narrative threads worth the risk of losing the consumer's attention, patience, or concern for whatever the story's initial purpose had been building up to?
How did you get there? I was talking to you there. No, you're there.
Harry Potter, as a fantasy story, has a higher disbelief threshold by default, and therefore an easier time convincing us of its abnormalities than a crime thriller might have. And to say nothing of the execution, the time traveller creates what should in any time travel story consuming opinion be the most narratively tolerable type of time travel, outside of time travel that exists to satirically or indeterminately provide the momentum for a story with otherwise next to nothing to do with time travel, such as one of the few romantic comedies I'll admit to loving, About Time, in which Bill Weasley uses his genetic time-travelling powers to bang Rachel McAdams.
Best night of my entire life.
In cases like About Time, where the time travel allows an interesting play on the rom-com film formula, although the time travel plays a part in serious events in the narrative, the time travel itself is never asked to be taken seriously, or even questioned beyond the bare bones of its narrative functionality. But Harry Potter is a comparatively serious story with other magical pieces at play for the time travel to account for clashing with. On the tvtropes.org page for temporal mutability, meaning the sliding scales of how easy it is for time travellers to change the past and why, the time travel category the Time Turner uses falls first in a list arranged from least to most changeable, and is referred to as "you already changed the past." The category goes on to state that all time travel to the past results in the creation of a stable time loop by virtue of the fact that the past, including the interference of all those time travellers, already happened, the time traveller only changing their perception of the past events, rather than diverting them on any scale. It's a variation of the set right what once went wrong trope, in which the characters use their foreknowledge to correct what happens the first time around, except in this variation it's more a case of them discovering how what once seemed wrong was actually right all along, or more simplistically known as the way back trip, for which TV Trope states, unlike Set Right What Once Went Wrong, where the time travellers go back and defeat the villain and as a result history is changed for the better, in this trope the time travellers go back and defeat the villain and as a result history stays the same. The stable time loop is furthermore simpler than its sibling, the Close Enough timeline, which is actually the time travel About Time uses, and involves the time traveller making insignificant alterations to their timeline that they more or less decide to live with, usually happening after they messed up the past and didn't entirely succeed to put everything back the way it was. Still, there are things to get confused about, the obvious one being the idea of where did the loop begin, akin to whether it was the chicken or the egg that came first. All you have to accept to answer this in regards to the Time Turner, even though it doesn't necessarily explain a sequence with no clear beginning, is that the loop began the moment the Time Turner was used, and the loop exists only in the time between the turner being used and the time it went back to. In Prisoner's case, this time frame is determined as the few climactic hours of that night by Hermione's manual ticks of the turner. What's more is the user of the turner doesn't send their current mind into the past version of themselves, but physically removes themselves, or in this case two people, from the current space and time and transports them along with their foreknowledge to either aid their original past selves or take part in new events altogether, as Hermione had been doing to attend lectures with coinciding schedules. There's then two details about the execution of this time travel that has people misunderstanding what type of time travel it is, regardless of whether they know such terminology as stable time loop or bootstrap paradox. The first is a matter of description, or in the film's case, visual presentation, with the time Buckbeak was supposedly beheaded. In the book, it's heavily suggested in our first cycle of the loop, through the trio walking away from Hagrid's hut under the invisibility cloak, that the beheading did occur out of their line of sight, blocked by Hagrid's hut and by them facing the opposite direction. So when Harry and Hermione save Buckbeak, and it's revealed the sound of the executioner's axe came not from the removal of Buckbeak's head, but from the slashing of a fence, it seems as though they have changed the past. This event is more misleading in the film, where the executioner instead slashes into a pumpkin and disturbs the surrounding crows, where the visual of the trio spectating from an obscuringly aligned distance instead of under the cloak around a corner, and where the audience's eyes would have nonetheless been made absent from the beheading if it had occurred, in order to maintain the PG rating, all makes it more believable the beheading simply happened off-screen and the trio did witness it, than the trio placing themselves in such misalignment they could not witness it. The second misunderstanding-causing detail is Hermione's exposition of the time turner, specifically what she was warned to avoid when using it. About when she first received the turner, Hermione says, "Professor McGonagall made me swear I wouldn't tell anyone. She had to write all sorts of letters to the Ministry of Magic so I could have one. She had to tell them that I was a model student and that I'd never ever use it for anything except my studies. And it isn't until they're sneaking around their past selves and Harry suggests running in to grab Peter that she frantically explains, 'Don't you understand? We're breaking one of the most important wizarding laws. Nobody's supposed to change time. Nobody.' It took until Dumbledore's suggestion for Hermione to see it as an option, repeating what he had said about not being seen, and predicting that such awful things McGonagall said to have happened to wizards who meddled with time might happen to them. Having two versions of oneself seen roaming about might be a recipe for a multitude of accusations, but there's enough other magical explanations for that to not be so outlandish as those aware of Hermione's time turner are treating it. Obviously, Harry and Hermione didn't want to be caught freeing Buckbeak, so the animal's escape seems like no one's fault but its own, and no one can be blamed for obstructing ministry business, because if their presence isn't accounted for in the hospital, they might have been under genuine suspicion of helping Sirius, as Snape barges in to accuse them of. But I see little risk that if past Harry and Hermione came across future Harry and Hermione, they would, for instance, jump to killing them. Not only does Hermione in both instances possess the turner and would immediately put the pieces together, but the trio are 13-year-old students with next to no desire to kill anyone and lacking the spells capable of even doing so, and they had, a year previously, used Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Crabbe Goyle. Surely, if Harry saw himself sneaking around, he would just think someone had used Polyjuice to impersonate him, and if he did attack his imposter, it's not like he would die fast enough for Hermione to be unable to reveal the time turner and explain the possibility said imposter is his future self. Someone's past self may directly or indirectly cause the death of their future self, the occurrences of which may have been accounted for enough that the Ministry should in no way be handing these devices out to anyone, but the idea that someone's future self can kill their past self completely contradicts the whole premise of this type of time travel, being that the past is unchangeable. Nobody can kill their past self because their past self has to survive long enough to become their future self.
Ow!
If you're not yet convinced of how messy time travel in non-time travel focused stories can easily become, realise that the idea the time turner is unable to change the past is conceptually untrue. The turner cannot change a past that has already happened, but it can prevent a past occurring in the first place. It is, after all, an exceedingly valuable tool the Ministry rarely, if ever, gives out. The bootstrap paradox that allows Harry to save himself, even though being able to save himself required having been saved by himself already, can also, for instance, apply to information, given you are willing to contact your past self. By intending to obtain information and in the future succeeding in obtaining that information, you can almost guarantee your future self will in some way communicate to your present self the information right now, when it's at its most valuable, effectively equipping you with the foresight your foes do not have, if not just additionally useful info that could only be acquired after the present incident. And let's not forget that, even if your future self doesn't contact you, they can still act as a clone to aid you from the shadows, or be off somewhere else doing something completely different. If Hermione didn't have the time turner, Buckbeak would have been executed, the trio eaten by Werewolf Lupin, and Sirius captured by Dementors. So it really begs the question of why this insanely powerful tool was given to Hermione for her originally dull purpose of attending more lessons, but is never used by anyone else, or even mentioned again until Rowling's clumsy disposal of apparently every single one of the time turners during the Department of Mysteries infiltration, after which they cease existing in the wizarding world just as much as in our characters' memories, nobody thinking how favourable it will be to have several of them in use by different different Order members during the New War, such as to warn of a Death Eater gang's arrival at one of many Muggle-born hideouts, an interesting use of magic turning into a game of cat and mouse between the two sides. The Order members only ever a hair's width away from the pursuing Death Eaters, all trying to get their hands on a turner for themselves, though their Department of Mysteries infiltration didn't make that seem so out of reach to begin with. Hermione's exemplary reputation, McGonagall's recommendation and supervision, and the rigid schedule of a Hogwarts education to manage its use by might be enough reasons for the Ministry to lend Hermione a turner, if only they were also lending their use to benefit more dire circumstances, like winning a war against a living manifestation of evil, especially when Hermione turns out to use the turner to attend a mere 2 additional subjects, and was spread thin enough with just those 2 that any more would be out of her reach anyway. I don't care so much that McGonagall's classic favouritism granted someone who was already academically ahead of the curve a free ticket to get unfairly further ahead, because if any student was going to be responsible and capable enough to put the turner to good use, it was Hermione. But it's intriguing that in spite of that, she still found herself overburdened with the work she now felt pressured to pursue, so much that at the end of the year, on their way home aboard the Hogwarts Express, she mentions having handed the turner back in. It would have been useful beyond comparison in the avoidably tragic climaxes of the next several years, but this human energy composed restriction is, as a restriction, among the time turner's few positive qualities. Of course, if you're using the turner 5 or more days a week, as Hermione was doing, and therefore physically experiencing longer houred days than everyone else, the exhaustion from both the disproportionate lack of sleep and the stress of safely using the turner would catch up with you pretty quickly. Another restriction it would have done well for Rowling to more explicitly establish, if only to thwart complaints of why didn't they just go back to kill Voldemort as a baby, is the manual ticking required to specify how much time to go back. The more time you want to go back, the more manual ticking you need to do, the tedious keeping track of which would quickly become apparent upon any attempt to go back such scales as months or years. Use of the turners does actually have a determined safety limit of travelling back a maximum of 5 hours, but it would be more compelling for the turner to have a hard restriction, deliberately imposed or not, indicated by the AM and PM cycles of the 12 numbers of the clock face, only able to go back up to 12 or 24 hours from the user's current time. And how about Hermione's turner specifically being programmed to only function within Hogwarts, or only within a space and time the turner is previously known to exist, meaning she can only go back to a time where her past self also has it equipped. Still suitably facilitative of the story Rowling wanted to tell of this year, alternatively debunking the option of killing a baby Voldemort, and enabling an interesting future fight sequence around Hogwarts, or in their evasion of the Death Eaters in Deathly Hallows.
Well, don't hang about. Snatch 'em!
But why did Rowling introduce time turners if seemingly uninterested in exploring the many magical espionage possibilities they bring with them, nor the narrative consequences inevitable in any story involving time travel? Well, Harry and Hermione using the turner to relive the events of that night actually becomes so integral to the overall story of the film, especially where it takes up most of the last half of the runtime, that it wouldn't have worked without the hole its absence leaves behind, feeling at once like a device inorganically slapped on top to the detriment of the greater picture and a necessary step for the characters to take in their personal journeys. And when I say characters, I mostly mean Harry. Besides Hermione's continued ascension into being given all the cool moments,
if we succeed, more than one innocent life could be spared. Let's go. Come on, Buckbeak. Look at the nice dead ferret.
Now what?
We save Sirius.
How?
No idea.
What are you doing?
Saving your life. My father!
You really are the brightest witch of your age.
And besides Ron's converse descent into being sidelined, spending the length of their time-travelling adventure bedridden and out of the loop, the time turner carries great weight in bringing the arc of Harry's third year to a close, concentrated in, but not exclusive to, that one euphoric expecto patronum. The Harry who goes back in time, anticipating his father's appearance, is only a few hours older than the Harry he, with this new perspective, realises it is his job to save, using the knowledge he has already cast a corpora patronus to succeed in casting what is, in the film, his first corpora corporeal Patronus, defeating the Dementors as metaphors for the darkness of his past with the self-actualization the Patronus gives him. From the start, we had already seen Harry becoming his own person, as is expected from one entering their teenage years, through his defiance against Aunt Marge and the Dursleys. Rather than remaining the vacant face of a wizarding legend trapped by the fame of that tragedy superseding everything he does, he's using his bravery to overcome the tribulations that gravitate towards him because of that past, and uses the new experiences, whether they be triumph or tragedy, to establish an independent identity. As much as he wants to be a normal kid with a normal family, he'll use heroism to keep whatever he has left and can make anew, which with Sirius's redemption looks to be on an upward trend. The book's return train ending is evidence of this. Harry receiving a letter from Sirius saying he's in hiding with Buckbeak, that it was he who sent the firebolt, and enclosing a signed Hogsmeade permission slip. And Ron gets to keep the owl it flew in with, as replacement for Scabbers. Then, meeting the Dursleys at King's Cross Station, Harry shows them the letter and says it's from his godfather, a convicted mass murderer, and thinks what a good summer it will be. The film's choice of a freeze-frame ending, the critique of which gets partially caught up in how fan-servicey it is to the book's broomstick subplot, actually encapsulates the happy ending quite well, flipping around the Dementor soul-sucking effect that has all film long represented unhappiness to instead represent pure joy. The rarity that gives freeze-frames their cinematic significance is also the reason people are so standoffish towards them, especially when used once and as the last thing imprinted in the audience's eyes before the credits roll. But in Prisoner's case, that's the whole point. Placed elsewhere, it would have been easily forgotten and less controversial as a result, but been more out of place as a sort of fourth wall break in the flow of the film, immersion-breakingly forcing us to recognise the film as a film and analyse what stylistic trickery it's trying to play on us. Freeze frames work by making a statement not that a single frame deserves more attention than the other 23 frames flashing by every second, but that the time of the story the frame is contained in is of importance. That frame, being the last of the whole film, isn't so simple as signifying how enthralled Harry is atop his new broom. The frame is telling us to think of all Harry has gone through, and what happiness may be in store for him in the coming years, the cinema seats left vacant at this most hopeful time in his life. But with the speed his broomstick is carrying him into the future, that happy ride is destined to be a fleeting one.
No, 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 this magic can't die. So dance.
On the third film, Alfonso had begun to alter the process of how we looked at the books. The books were getting longer, and already by the third book, we were reaching a length where it was becoming clear that we were going to have to make some serious edits. And the choice that Alfonso made was to tell the story from Harry's point of view, and things that didn't relate to Harry sometimes fall by the wayside. But the fourth book was the first one that we contemplated dividing into two.
Goblet of Fire is the fourth Harry Potter book and the first to have been deemed a doorstopper. The film was the first to be produced without official input from Chris Columbus, the first to have a soundtrack not composed by John Williams, the first for which being split into two parts had been considered but not followed through with, the first to make me question what the genre of this series even is, and the first and only Harry Potter film I deem to be both a bad adaptation and a bad film, certainly not the sturdiest declaration of what this story would henceforth be about, bridging the three feel-good, family-friendly installments preceding it to the three increasingly brooding installments that would follow. Its incongruous attempt to match the quality of Prisoner noticeable from the very beginning. All of the installments, generic fantasy blockbuster superficialities, uninspired visuals, and befuddled pacing served on a platter that will, after over 2 hours of dining, leave us bloated and unsatisfied. With the first non-Harry point of view chapter since The Boy Who Lived, we follow Frank Bryce as he investigates an intrusion in the house of Riddle he has caretaken for since before being blamed for the family's deaths, hearing voices and seeing faces only we know the identities of, and lasting inordinately long enough in his eavesdropping for us to hear the setup of this year's plot. The last sentence of the chapter, 200 miles away, the boy called Harry Potter woke with a start, gives us the chilling confirmation all we just overheard was happening in the present reality, not in a dream, and Harry was connected not to Frank, as the film's perspective through his eyes would have us believe, but to Voldemort and the passion he was feeling scheming away. Besides what crucial exposition it leaves out, the film's what we'll call vision sequence makes its most head-scratching mistake in including Barty Crouch Jr., who, in the book, until his reveal as fake Moody at the end, shows up only in Dumbledore's memories of the Death Eater trials, everyone mistakenly understanding him to be dead, and speaking of him only in conjecture with his father, who will was, at the time of this vision, still keeping him prisoner in his own home. Showing Barty alive and well now sets up Harry Potter's last true mystery for failure from its onset, the film trading what was a convoluted mystery in the book with an almost non-existent one.
Which curse shall we see first? Weasley! Yes.
The interesting thing about Goblet opening with this is that, whilst we remain in the dark about who put Harry's name in the goblet, we know the motivation for doing so is to get him to Voldemort, creating a book-long and what should have been a film-long tension from the moment he is forcefully admitted to the tournament. Except the film's tensions with that and the nature of Harry's visions are secluded to brief scenes in which Sirius and Dumbledore tell Harry not to worry about it.
I mean, it was only a dream, right? Yes. It's just a dream.
I think it's unwise for you to linger over these dreams, Harry.
The barest possible acknowledgements of the issue as set up for Harry's occlumency training in Phoenix and as foreshadowing of him being a Horcrux.
You all right?
Hermione, bad dream. When did you get here?
When Harry wakes up already at the Burrow, Goblet becomes the first film to skip Privet Drive entirely, but other than sending a letter to Sirius about his scar hurting, instead sent on the Hogwarts Express in the film, not much happens at Privet Drive until the Weasley boys arrive via Floo powder, contributing to the Dursleys' hostility by destroying their electric fireplace, invading their privacy, coaxing Dudley into eating one of the twins' prank sweets, and all in all continuing to display an unbelievable ignorance of Muggles. Arthur's Muggle-related job and hobbyist interests apparently failing to instill in him any amount of common sense. Harry's last glimpses of the chaos consisting of Dudley's tongue growing out of his mouth, Petunia screaming, and Vernon throwing ornaments at Arthur. The green flames whip him away to the laughing, smiling faces of the Burrow he is more than glad to be surrounded by, including the two new faces of Bill and Charlie Weasley, neither of who are ever particularly plot relevant, but unlike the films, we at least get to interact with Bill before his wedding becomes a major set piece of Deathly Hallows. Furthermore, in the book, we learn of Percy's recent employment to the Ministry, who he would side with against the beliefs of his family during Phoenix, before eventually rejoining them for the Battle of Hogwarts, a Weasley family subplot that was destined to be as entirely dropped by the films as it would end up being. Percy isolated to a few easy-to-miss cameos, one where he sat beneath Cornelius Fudge during Harry's trial, one where he's dragging around Harry and Cho during the attempt to arrest Dumbledore, one where he stood behind Ron and Hermione whilst Voldemort makes a show of Harry's corpse, and the last where he sat with his family after Voldemort's defeat. His presence in each of them of no decipherable significance to film-only watchers.
Well, I must say I'd hoped for better.
The Quidditch World Cup is supposed to be a relatively chunky bit of world-building, at least as far as Harry Potter world-building goes, the book and film realigning, if only briefly, when Harry and Ron are awakened at the earliest of hours. On their early morning hike, they meet one of the new senior students the studio executives were no doubt salivating to include, Cedric Diggory.
This strapping young lad must be Cedric, am I right?
Played by a pre-Twilight fame Robert Pattinson. Cedric has more substance than the other two Triwizard contestants who aren't Harry, but that really isn't saying much, and it says even less in the film than in the book. By the end of the year, Harry comes to respect Cedric for reasons other than his tragic demise, nudging each other in a couple of right directions during the tournament. But he maintains an underlying coldness towards him, not as a Triwizard competitor, but as a romantic one, the two of them both interested in Cho Chang. Other than that, everybody at Hogwarts is sad about Cedric dying because, as far as we were told, he was just such a swell fella.
Cedric Diggory!
I'll take him being so seemingly without flaws as evidence he existed to be killed in place of Harry, so that Rowling could have the shocking twist of someone likeable dying at the end, and the rest of the time he and the other Triwizard contestants are there to point out how much Harry is out of his depth. Overall, severely lacking character in and before Goblet, there's nothing about Cedric that warrants much emotional response from the audience, besides how attractive they find Robert Pattinson and the disappointment they won't get to see him in any more Potter movies.
Merlin's beard! You must be Harry Potter!
Amos Diggory, annoyed at the spotlight Harry stole as the second Hogwarts champion in the book, is basically just a Hufflepuff version of Arthur in the film, remembered mostly for weeping at the sight of Cedric's corpse and disappearing from the subsequent books and films entirely. A teleportation device known as a portkey is their chosen mode of transport to reach the World Cup, which besides requiring no real training or skill to be used by as many people as can fit their hands on it, is made redundant by apparition, which Arthur, Amos, Cedric, Charlie, Bill, and Percy are all old enough to have learned to use, and the last three of who do in the book use it instead of going to the portkey with everyone else. Perhaps they can't use apparition well enough to confidently, safely take along passengers, but that doesn't stop portkeys feeling like a plot device shallowly shoehorned shoehorned in the beginning here as set up for its involvement in taking Harry and Cedric to the graveyard. At that time, Harry also ends up needing an escape route, and so it is the case the portkeys are less about making whoever touches it teleport, and more about teleporting itself along with whoever happened to be clinging on at the time. Portkeys laid out like this are all inconspicuous junk, so it doesn't attract muggles, but as far as the film is concerned, it does still stand out, and there is still that risk of a muggle coming along, picking it up, and finding themselves flung somewhere else. Not that letting go of a portkey mid-teleportation and flying out into the vortex seems to do much displacing harm, if the film's dramatised lack of magnetisation is anything to go by, though it being so potentially disorienting and visually loud minimises what could have been some benefits of using it over apparition, the disorienting loudness of which depends on the skill with which it is performed. As for the details particular to the Triwizard Cup portkey, that's a whole nother mess. As Lupin explains in Phoenix, it's more than a life's worth to set up an unauthorised portkey, so perhaps the Ministry is notified or has some other way of tracking when a portkey is created or used, similar to the underage trace. And the Triwizard Cup was already a portkey when Barty placed it in the maze, and he simply altered the order of locations it would teleport to, going undetected by the Ministry, explaining why, when Harry grasps the portkey a second time to escape, he is taken to the spectator stands it was originally meant to teleport to first, and excusing the plot hole of why Barty didn't, at any point during the year, turn something random into a portkey and hand it to Harry. Though I'm not sure why a Death Eater would care about breaking the law, or getting caught breaking the law for such an important mission. Unfortunately, to accept this teleportation queue alteration theory, you do have to ignore what Barty himself confesses to having done with the cup when placing it in the maze, making good use of the practice Rowling's arbitrary magic mechanics continue to give us. A little of the World Cup festivities are shown in the film on their short walk over to the tent, for which Harry can't help voicing, upon seeing how much larger on the inside the tent is, how much he loves magic.
I love magic.
A dialogue insecurely ensuring we, the audience, equally understand how much we love magic, almost 4 years into our being a part of this world, in which we have alongside Harry seen plenty more impressive spectacles than a larger on the inside tent. Ludo Bagman, of complete absence in the film, makes his first appearance here in the book, his job as the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports putting him in the narrative limelight for the durations of the World Cup and Triwizard Tournament. We know Bertha Jorkins' disappearance is linked to Voldemort, which when mixed with Ludo being her boss, the misunderstood suspicions of Ludo's past affiliations with Death Eaters, and his generally laid-back attitude puts him on this book's list of potential antagonists, and the potential culprit of who put Harry's name in the goblet. He doesn't really contribute anything to the plot besides being a red herring, and even then he's among the least suspect culprits mulling about Hogwarts, disappearing from the series after this year after fleeing the country from goblin deck collectors. The bet he had made about Harry outright winning the tournament, not tying with Cedric as he would go on to do, having no relevance to anyone besides Fred and George, who spend much of their year trying to confront Bagman about the money he stole from their bet of who would win the World Cup, and eventually finding funding for their business when Harry gives them the entirety of his Triwizard winnings. For what were more likely budgetary reasons than time-related ones, the main event of the World Cup is massively cut down in the film, the match skipped over in its entirety after several minutes of anticipation, and the pre-match performances consisting only of a firework leprechaun for Ireland and Victor Crumb flying in front of a billboard of himself for Bulgaria. Our gang also seem to have gotten the leftover seats at the very top of the stadium, but it hardly obscures their vision of the field, and in the book, they're actually sat in the VIP box, along with the Malfoys, Cornelius Fudge, the Bulgarian Minister for Magic, and the Crouch family's house elf, Winky, who is saving the spot Mr. Crouch would be sat, if not for it already being occupied by a mind-controlled, invisibility cloak-hidden Barty Jr. Ireland's gold-reigning leprechauns and Bulgaria's hypnotically attractive Vila go beyond their pre-match performances in the book, cheerleading their teams to the point of indiffering with the match, and respectively remaining loosely relevant through their magic gold disappearing and Fleur Delacour having Vila heritage, intensifying her spotlight as the only female Triwizard contestant, though her personality and those of the other champions are already so watery before going through the film's filters that we learn next to nothing about them or their schools, serving as superficially exotic foreign exchange students to entertain Hogwarts' most gossipy teenagers. In the book, there's at least some sense the contestants bond over the course of their shared experiences facing the tournament's monstrous challenges, with Dumbledore's end-of-year speech echoing the ever more important unification the tournament was meant to have been about all along. But even then, they regress to non-existence outside of Krum and Hermione's off-screen romance, Hagrid and Madame Maxine's giant diplomacy, and Fleur and Bill's wedding. Rowling claims there are 11 wizarding schools registered with the International Confederation of Wizards across the world, most of them with such questionable geographical placements they must either be at constant overcapacity, absolutely enormous to not be overcapacity, or indicative of their surrounding countries having wizarding populations disproportionately smaller than the UK's. The film exacerbates this by making Durmstrang and Bergsbeton single-sex schools, unlike their co-ed book counterparts, or at least by suggesting them to be single-sex by the visiting students all being one of the two. In other words, male students around France and female witches around Scandinavia who wish to attend a magic school must travel further than their opposite sex, just like those from countries that for whatever reason don't have a nearby school of their own and might have to go to one where every other student speaks a language different from their own. But no matter, the other foreign exchange students exist merely as backup dancing caricatures of their school's champion, Bergsbeton entering the Great Hall with an effeminate butterfly farting harmonisation, and Durmstrang juxtaposing them with breakdancing, stick flailing and pyrotechnics. Crumb gets marginally better treatment in this entry than Fleur because his Yule Ball date with Hermione shows us a little of what he's like underneath that intimidating persona Durmstrang and or Karkaroff perpetuate, whereas we don't get the same for Fleur until she's hanging out with the Weasleys. But we still lack the book setup of his lone wolf mentality from the World Cup. The Irish are completely thrashing the Bulgarians with 170 points to 10, and probably would have continued doing so if Crumb didn't end the game on his own terms by catching the snitch, his forfeit vaguely establishing him as a principled character who cares not for the experiences all these wizards came from far and wide to watch, ending the match in 30 minutes in a sport where matches have been known to go on for weeks at a time. Ignoring that, in reality, Crumb would be crucified for catching the 150-point snitch before the Bulgarians can gain enough points to at least tie with the Irish, the narrative requirement this match ending so quickly fulfills is to leave room for the headline-dominating event that follows it. The Dark Mark is, perhaps besides those at the graveyard, Goblet of Fire's most pivotal chapter, setting up the rest of Harry's 4th year and important character motivations and magical mechanics from this book to the last. Rowling reportedly found more trouble rewriting its intricacies over and over than any other chapter. The events that occurred during and as a result of this chapter are essential to the book and must all the same remain unknown by us and Harry until its end. The film's version, on the other hand, is of barely any substance, deviating near unrecognisably from the book. Steve Kloves clearly having no intention of replicating the complications he saw develop in real time through his and Rowling's pre-franchise email exchanges.
I am so sorry, Steve, because I handed you a problem that had tortured me. Because the scene at the Quidditch World Cup where you first see but don't see Barty Crouch and you don't know what's going on, and the Dark Mark appears for the first time, and it's incredibly obscure in every sense what's going on there, and trying to make that appear in any way coherent to the reader while obscuring as much as I needed to obscure was terrible. I had about 13 drafts of that chapter. Literally, I think I did have 13 drafts. And then, instead of saying, wow, this isn't, maybe this is too complex, I just said, there you go, you do it.
The rest of the film had no choice but to make do with what this scene does and doesn't set up, which starts with the gang's post-match celebrations being interrupted by the outside commotion. Leaving the tent, Arthur goes to help the other ministry officials, and the rest of the gang make their way in some inexplicable direction. Harry gets dragged away from the group at a crossroads and, uncharacteristically consumed by the panic, runs off on his own, not fighting back with the wand he and everyone else is equipped with, or even heading precisely for a safe location, losing all proactiveness that would have, if he got separated from the group in the book, made him try to rejoin them at any cost. Instead, he manages to trip and fall and get knocked unconscious by the free-for-all crisscrossing stampede. An unknown amount of time later, Barty Jr. makes an appearance walking around the desolate remains of the campsite. He casts the Dark Mark into the sky and grins with delight at the exact moment Harry wakes up a couple dozen meters away, spotting his movement and menacingly making his way over as if role-playing the villain of a slasher movie. And, as would be expected from a slasher movie, he stops his pursuit the second there's any inclination his would-be victim isn't alone, Ron and Hermione shouting out Harry's name in their search for him.
Thought he loves you, man.
Barty Jr. would definitely be able to destroy 3 teenagers in combat, and even if he didn't believe them to be teenagers, he would certainly take the risk of revealing himself to continue pursuit of someone he now knows to be named Harry. Nevertheless, he retreats into the mist and the trio are reunited. Then, in a circle around them, the adults from the ministry emerge from puffs of smoke and immediately shoot their wands inwards, all having seen the Dark Mark in the sky and, from their separate locations, simultaneously teleported to a spot indirectly underneath it to attack people they can't have known were there prior to teleporting. Luckily, the trio crouch down and the stupefiers hit the debris around them.
That's my son!
Among these adults are Mr. Crouch and Arthur, Crouch jumping straight to accusing a group including Harry Potter, of all people, of casting the Dark Mark.
Crouch, you can't. I did not lie!
You've been discovered at the scene of the crime!
Crime?
Hermione explains the meaning of the Dark Mark, because of course Harry doesn't know about a symbol that should hold similar infamy to a swastika.
It's the Dark Mark, Harry. It's his mark.
Voldemort.
And I guess this ignorance was enough reason to deflate Crouch's suspicions, and as he's about to take his team to search for culprits elsewhere, Harry mentions having seen that man in the field, but he didn't see his face, and it's all very mysterious as Arthur, Harry, Ron and Hermione are left to look up at the Dark Mark before we cut straight to the Hogwarts Express. All in all, a scene of a clumsiness equal to the mystery it sets up, if you can consider it a setup for anything other than the Dark Mark and the Death Eaters and their silly costumes. The book's version, on the other hand, taking until Barty's confession to recontextualize all that went down behind curtains. Crouch was a powerful and popular wizard who, at the cost of neglecting his family, rose through the ranks of the Ministry with the hopes of becoming Minister for Magic. As the judge in the Council of Magical Law and head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, it was his job in the aftermath of the First Wizarding War to sentence captured suspected Death Eaters, and he was known for being ruthless in doing so. It was he who sentenced Sirius to life in Azkaban without a trial, who, in exchange for the names of several other Death Eaters, set free confirmed Death Eater and now Durmstrang headmaster Igor Karkaroff, who furiously disagreed with the Council's clearing of Ludo Bagman's charges, despite him being little more than an unintentional informant, and who authorized Aurors to use the unforgivable curses under the principle of kill rather than capture, methods that were accepted because of the desperation to defeat Voldemort. And when his own son was suspected to have taken part in torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity, he gave him no preferential treatment. The biggest shock, however, wasn't the son of the man who would have topped everyone's list of least likely to be a Death Eater turning out to be a Death Eater, but the Crouch family's continued descent into misfortune as a result of that, which Rowling fails to display much of any character's reaction to the reveal of, lost in the sea of exposition that is Barty's confession and forgotten from one book to the next. Her health failing under the stress this family upset caused, Mrs. Crouch convinces Crouch to arrange a deathbed visit as a guise to rescue Barty from Azkaban. She uses Polyjuice Potion to take his place whilst Crouch smuggles him out, the blind Dementors apparently unable to sense the difference between them. But then again, these are the creatures Sirius was able to escape from by turning into a dog. Mrs. Crouch dies in Azkaban, and Crouch doesn't go to retrieve her body for fear of the real Barty and his escape being discovered. To explain his wife's disappearance, he holds a private funeral, so as far as the rest of the world is concerned, Barty died and was buried during his sentence, and is therefore off the table as the culprit of any later crimes. Barty then spends the next 12 years imprisoned in his father's home, hidden under an invisibility cloak and controlled by the imperious curse his father had built his career on despising, thoroughly betraying his own principles and his wife's dying wish of her son having freedom. Bearing in mind that in the book's trial scene, Barty doesn't maniacally implicate himself as he does in the film, and so up until his confession, there is some ambiguity whether he was guilty. Critiqued for losing his wife, neglecting Barty growing up, and rashly sentencing him with minimal evidence, Crouch plummeted in popularity and lost sight of the chance to be Minister for Magic, eventually demoted to a position in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, where Bertha Jorkins works under him, and one day makes an unannounced visit to the Crouch home, wherein she hears enough of the house elf Winky talking to somebody invisible to deduce who it is. Crouch had tasked Winky with taking care of Barty whilst he's subdued with the Imperious Curse, and when Bertha finds out about this, Crouch casts a memory charm so powerful on her that it causes permanent brain damage, giving her the forgetfulness that would see her demoted to work under Ludo Bagman in the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Peter Pettigrew then runs into Bertha and takes her to Voldemort, who fortuitously extracts the information of Barty's whereabouts and learns enough about the Triwizard Tournament to form the plan that takes the rest of the year to come to fruition, breaking the memory charm to do so and killing her in the process. But before they release Barty from his father's clutches, he gets taken to a nice day out at the Quidditch World Cup. Crouch must have been out of his mind to accept Winky's proposal to reward Barty with this outing, especially since his supposed good behaviour has only ever been the result of the curse controlling him. All it would take is one drunken Quidditch fan bumping into him and either deciding to or accidentally pulling off his cloak for him to be revealed. What actually happens is worse though. Crouch stays in his tent during the match and Barty takes his place in the stands. Winky is so afraid of heights that she spends the match covering her eyes and therefore fails to see Barty reach forward to steal Harry's wand from his pocket, having temporarily broken free from his father's Imperious Curse as well as whatever other precautionary binding spells were restricting him. Harry doesn't realise his wand is gone until the Death Eaters attack later on, foregoing checking whether it was still within his back pocket when leaving the stadium, in what would be the wizarding equivalent of checking whether one still has their phone or wallet. Barty of course still has Harry's wand when the Death Eaters attack, and when Winky is leading him away from the camp into the same woodland area Harry, Ron and Hermione come across Draco during their escape, he uses the wand to cast the Dark Mark. The trio actually hear him shout this spell, and soon enough find themselves on the receding ends of 20 Ministry wands, blasting stunning spells into the woods. 2 of these manage to hit and stun both Barty and Winky, but not before Barty could drop the wand for Winky to pick up. And because Barty is still under the cloak, none of the investigating Ministry officials discover him lying on the ground next to Winky. This is the dilemma Crouch is in, not wanting his son to escape or be discovered for fear of what it would mean for his reputation. Amos Diggory accuses Winky of having a wizard's wand, which is illegal for non-humans, and of casting the Dark Mark, using the wand history revealing spell Prior Incantato to determine Harry's wand as having conjured it. He quickly drops the accusation once Crouch stands up for himself and questions how anyone could think he, of all people, would have told someone to use dark magic. But since all anyone saw was Winky lying alone in the bushes with the wand, Crouch attempts to save face by banishing her from his family. Not because anyone there believes her to have cast the Dark Mark, but because Crouch can't and doesn't want to be associated with any kind of dark magic, which his house elf's mistake had briefly brought upon him. And also because Winky had proved to be an unreliable guardian in allowing Barty to conjure the first Dark Mark since Voldemort's defeat, causing mass terror to all who saw it and understood who and what it represents. And finally, after everyone else has left the scene of the crime, Crouch supposedly reapplies Imperius and whatever other restrictions to Barty and takes him home. It doesn't feel so convoluted, laid out in chronological order, but I suspect that convoluted feeling comes from the muddlement of thinking back on and re-evaluating the chapter during Barty's confessional exposition extravaganza, and from Crouch's real-time perspective, it might have instead made for quite the compelling thriller as he panics to keep his secrets covered up. But how did Rowling reach this convergence of events in what she claims to have been the hardest to write chapter in the series, and, more importantly, what are the myriad of things it sets up? Whilst the Death Eaters who caused the riot are, to Barty's disappointment, only illustrative of their cruelty to Muggleborns and Half-Bloods, and not to any real loyalty to Voldemort, they are the first extreme indicator that this issue is a deeper societal problem than the hatred of one Dark Lord, following the remnants of his vision to anonymously have the fun they would ideally be able to do regularly and without repercussions, abandoning their merrymaking when the Dark Mark raises the heat a little too high, failing to seek out what remains of Voldemort's spirit despite escaping their past crimes, and in Lucius's case, only vaguely maintaining his Ministry connections and influence.
Yes, but we must be.
One thing the film actually does somewhat suggest, but never follows up on, is there being something not quite right with Crouch.
As if you conjured it!
Obviously, this is an intense situation for everyone in the camp, most especially the Ministry officials on whom the responsibility and clean-up duties lie. But Crouch is particularly jumpy and almost interrogative when they find the trio underneath the Dark Mark, and then, in the book, defensive against Amos Diggory's insinuations his house elf had a hand in casting it instead. The film has no reason for him to be so on edge, given he has no unique dilemma of keeping Barty a secret whilst knowing full well it was he who cast the mark and was somewhere invisible in the forest. But they kept it in anyway, and it's basically the only bit of personality he gets in what little we see of him all film, where instead of acting his crotchety old self under Barty's mind control, he seems relatively affable and mellow.
Still, life goes on. And here we stand.
The situation with Harry's wand introduces the Prior Incantato spell, which should really have been better utilised throughout the Death Eater trials, or in any other situation where it would be pertinent to know which wand cast what spell. It won't tell you who used the wand, but considering wizards somehow maintain the same wands for decades at a time, and avoid misplacing them outside of instances is narratively beneficial, knowing who a wand belongs to and its history of spells is around the second best evidence you're going to get in this world where people can also drink a potion to impersonate each other. The first best evidence is a Veritaserum confession, though both that and Prior Incantato aren't infallible, the potion only working on those who don't know they've consumed it, and a wand's history being erasable, meaning you would have to acquire the wand before the culprit could, if they thought they were about to be investigated, erase it. And why wouldn't anyone be erasing it as consistently as the crimes they commit? Mostly though, Prior Incantato is a precursor to the phenomenon we see during Harry and Voldy's graveyard duel, only occurring between two wands with the same core and making it impossible for the casters to exchange spells, the victor forcing the other's wand to spew out its history, giving Harry the courage and distraction to escape, and the inconvenience of which causes Voldy to intently seek the most powerful wand ever created during Deathly Hallows. Harry's wand being used to cast the Dark Mark also gives fuel to the people looking to cast suspicion on him, like the journalist Rita Skeeter, who writes numerous defamatory articles on Harry and his friends between this World Cup fiasco and the end of the year. This might be the most impactful thing of all, setting the stage for the premise of Phoenix, during which Harry spends much of his 5th year ostracised by a sizable, gullible portion of wizarding Britain, including some of his fellow Gryffindors who don't believe his claims about Voldy's return. Dumbledore, by extension, falling out with Cornelius Fudge, causing the Hogwarts instatement of Umbridge and pushing against the Order's independent preparations for the upcoming war. The situation with Harry and his wand is probably the reason Barty had to overpower the curse, cast the mark, and be recaptured all during the World Cup, only to permanently escape not long later. Rowling wanted the book's antagonist to be the one who cast the mark, leaving the reader to carry an unexplainable mystery all the way until its reveal, and in order to set up the events of Phoenix, it was beneficial for Barty to use Harry's wand to do it. But if Barty permanently escaped during the Cup, it would only make sense for him to bring the wand along with him, making it necessary for Harry to replace his iconic and thematically significant wand, and thereby making the crucial outcome of his graveyard duel a narrative impossibility, at least for how Rowling wanted to write it, in line with her questionable wand lore. Furthermore, she wanted Crouch to be a victim of Barty's escape, spending the rest of his time in the book manipulated by Barty's, Voldy's or Peter's imperious curses so that he doesn't prematurely disappear and put everyone on alert. If Barty had escaped during the Cup, Crouch wouldn't have been able to take him back to their home, to then be invaded by Voldy and Peter, and may have even owned up to the Barty prison break debacle in its entirety, and that would have put everyone on alert. For things like Mad-Eye Moody reporting of people lurking around his home, and then turning up acting peculiar as the new Hogwarts professor. And, as a bonus, with Crouch's motivations in relation to Barty going unexplained, Winky's harsh dismissal seems even more out of left field, piquing the interest of Hermione, from whose perspective Winky was mistreated for the mere unfair crime of holding a wizard's wand, and spurring her into starting a character arc that would last from here to Hallows.
The things that we lost were not necessary to the central plot. I know there are things in both Goblet and Phoenix. I'm going to defend all of the other books to the hilt, but in both Goblet and Phoenix, there was stuff to lose. I know it. The thing that I slightly regretted in Goblet was S.P.E.W. Hermione's mad campaign to liberate the house elves who actually didn't want to be liberated.
Hermione's S.P.E.W. arc isn't a huge part of the book, but it is the kind of thing the film would have to go out of its way to accommodate, coming across as padding because, besides Winky's dismissal, it has little overlap with other Goblet plot threads, and by the end of the series barely reaches a defined conclusion. This passion of Hermione's was probably something she had been subconsciously building up the longer she spent in the wizarding world, reading everything she can about every subject, and this year just had those few extra nudges to tip her over the edge. The first nudge was Winky at the World Cup, probably the first house elf Hermione had seen, since only Harry interacted with Dobby during Chamber, and the second nudge happens during the Hogwarts feast. After the yearly sorting hat ceremony, everyone tucks into the food, and nearly headless Nick mentions the feast nearly didn't happen after Peeves caused a ruckus and badly upset the house elves in the kitchens. House elves who, among other things, work to cook such breakfasts, lunches and dinners as the professors and students dine on each day. Hermione decides she can't stomach eating this slave labour cooked food anymore, and during the first week keeps rushing off to the library before, in between and after classes, only revealing what she has been up to one evening after returning to the common room with a box of badges. On the badges are the letters S.P.E.W, standing for the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, which Hermione is almost demanding Harry and Ron join as her friends, with the hopes they'll help recruit more new members. As her friends, Harry and Ron have by now accepted Hermione's know-it-all bossiness, but that doesn't mean they'll happily expend the energy to care for whatever she's most recently decided to commit her self-righteousness to. And besides their collective organisation of Dumbledore's army in Phoenix, S.P.E.W. is by far the most extensive project Hermione involves herself in. Ron's annoyance is to be expected, as Hermione's opposite in many areas, and even after multiple years at Hogwarts, they still find themselves winding each other up, whether through genuine annoyance or jestful teasing, and Harry is usually the one sat indifferent or amused in the middle with infrequent stirrings of the pot. S.P.E.W. though, is something we might have come to expect Harry to care about. Even at this time, Rowling has chosen to write him caring only for Sirius, Quidditch and Cho Chang. His indifference comes across as weird, not because of the lack of support he shows for something Hermione is so passionate about, but because of what S.P.E.W. represents. The liberation of house elves from what at first seems to be, but isn't actually, magically imbued slavery, and a reconsideration of the old-fashioned culture that has kept them there willingly in all but one known case, an existence Harry should be the first to relate to from his upbringing with the Dursleys. But whatever empathy he managed to conjure with Dobby in Chamber doesn't extend to other house elves, apparently. Dobby's dire treatment under the Malfoys, a family Harry had other reasons to inconvenience, being witnessed firsthand by Harry through Dobby's bothersome bedside appearances, and in the moment moments before Harry decided to free him with a sock. The liberation of not just one, but a society of house elves, however, is too abstract for Harry or anyone else to be convinced of, because only the likes of Dumbledore and Hermione have the intelligence to understand and the conscience to care, and the latter of those is a teenager with no influential means to do anything about it. Whilst less outspoken than Ron's annoyance of what he sees as a futile waste of time, having grown up in the wizarding world and know nothing different than house elf slavery being a-okay because the house elves themselves claim to be happy with it, Harry is just not interested in hearing about or being involved in S.P.E.W. And the biggest S.P.E.W. related set piece in Goblet is when Hermione drags them down to the Hogwarts kitchens and they see the at least 100 little elves working there, a scene the visual effects department would have been relieved to see on the chopping board, though it's a shame Harry's sweet reunion with Dobby and the rest of his scenes until Hallows, at which point they took a better late than never approach to including him again, get cut out along with it. In Goblet, he helps Harry compete in the second task with Gillyweed. In Order, he tells Harry about the Room of Requirement, but if these details were going to be included, regardless of Dobby's exclusion, you can't be too mad about Neville being the replacement, each contribution slotting nicely into his character. The Gillyweed one might even make too much sense, as it's perfectly plausible Neville would know of and tell Harry about them of his own volition, instead of Barty staging a conversation for Dobby to overhear, and Dobby deciding to steal one from Snape's cupboard, as is the case in the book. And the film still stays in line with the idea Barty is pulling the strings by him giving Neville the herbology book. Dobby successfully disobeying certain other loyalties in order to help Harry suggests a house elf's free will isn't dictated by an unbreakable magical restriction, but a mental one, and Dobby believing himself to be free, even if he's really just switched to a job at Hogwarts for which he receives payment, has made breaking that mental restriction easier. But his self-flagellating habit, still occasionally forcing its way out, in between his unquestioning willingness to help Harry, is a sort of morally grey friendship only Harry benefits from, as if, although Harry and Dobby may consider each other equals as friends, they still fall back on their roles of master and servant. Kreacher is the opposite of Dobby personality-wise, but finds a similar respite from his loyalties and, despite coming into the series later, is actually of more importance to the house elf liberation subplot. Even still, he nearly got cut out of Phoenix entirely. Rowling spoke up to, without revealing anything about the final book, signify his importance, and so Kreacher ended up with the barest possible appearance, just a few seconds to establish his existence in Grimmauld Place, so his reappearance in Hallows doesn't come out of nowhere. In the books, however, Kreacher's importance isn't isolated to his, again, unrecognisably watered-down contribution to the trio's Horcrux hunting, which the film also decided to assign to Dobby to make up for him not having appeared since Chamber. Along with Grimmauld Place and all it contains, Harry also inherits Sirius's deep dislike of Kreacher, wanting nothing to do with him after his involvement in luring Harry to the Ministry and getting Sirius killed. During his time hiding at Grimmauld Place, Sirius only perpetuated Kreacher's dislike of him, leading the grumpy old pureblood-loving elf to escape through a loophole and provide the Black family's closest relatives, who happen to be Death Eaters, with sensitive Order information. Hermione, on the other hand, had all along been sympathetic to Kreacher despite his racist derisions, and through pressuring Harry and Ron to treat him nicely, managed to turn him around to help them at the start of their Horcrux hunting quest. After deducing that the initials RAB, written on the note left with the fake locket and on one of the Grimmauld bedroom doors, refers to Regulus Arcturus Black, they ask Kreacher what he knows about the real locket. This backstory is what reveals Voldy's ignorance of house elf magic, one of many things he overlooks that cause his downfall, Dobby helping the gang escape Malfoy Manor, and Kreacher causing him to lose track of one of his Horcruxes, having taken the house elf to a cave wizards must physically traverse to test the emerald potion defending the Horcrux, abandoning him to succumb to the potion once satisfied with the results, only for Kreacher to teleport out and to his master Regulus, who, upon hearing what happened, goes back to the cave with Kreacher and sacrifices himself to the potion to retrieve the Horcrux, replacing it with a fake and telling Kreacher to leave with the real one and destroy it. Sure, Kreacher could have just teleported Regulus out along with him, but I won't get into that. The point being that house elf magic is very convenient indeed, and serves this purpose of Voldy's superiority complex coming back to bite him decades later. Kreacher may have long ago given up trying to fulfill his master's dying command, but after Sirius threw away all the family memorabilia he was hoarding, and Mundungus Fletcher's ransacking included stealing the real locket, he's thrilled to be presented with the fake locket as thanks for his help, and through the trio's continued nice treatment, quickly warms up to their presence, not only succeeding in capturing Mundungus without the help of Dobby, as the film decided was the case, but stopping referring to Hermione as a mudblood, and serving them breakfast on the morning they would break into the Ministry. Unfortunately, due to the mess that became that Ministry incursion, which included compromising the Grimmauld Place Fidelius charm, they couldn't return to Kreacher in the book, who rather than switching sides, as he had done against Sirius before, shows up out of nowhere to lead the House Elves in the final battle of Hogwarts.
Where did it lead? Well, I suppose you could argue it led kind of in a convoluted way to Dobby's death. It gives that some flavour.
Well, you do a lot
because
of that in the books. You set things up very early, and they pay off 3 or 4 books later.
I wanted the reader, maybe the younger reader, to understand when Dobby chooses to die that way. Wow, he's from an oppressed minority, many of whom wouldn't have even chosen not to do their domestic servitude. So wow, what a great guy Dobby was. I feel, that was so. I suppose there was a lot of that in there.
The sparsity of Rowling's development of the House Elves goes hand in hand with her questionable handling of the significance of their situation, with the excuse that can be attributed to a great many of the vaguely developed things in the series being that everything is seen through Harry's point of view, and Harry always has other things on his mind. If one thing's for sure, it's that Deathly Hallows Part 1 misses the point by having Dobby dress and eventually die in the same filthy rags he wore slaving under the Malfoys, long after gaining freedom, and in the books amassing quite the wholesome collection of odd socks, hats, and other items of clothing, some of which he was directly gifted for Christmas, and much more of which he found lying around the Gryffindor common room, where Hermione had left them for the other elves to stumble across. Her intention of them inadvertently freeing themselves surely being a misunderstanding of the house elf clothes gifting mechanics, only because if it did work that way, then elves would be in constant fear of picking up any clothes. Nonetheless, the elves don't fall for this method of Hermione's, and, insulted by her strongly worded opinions, leave the Gryffindor after dark cleaning to Dobby, cleaning across the rest of the castle throughout the series in enough numbers you'd think they'd have plenty of run-ins with nighttime prowling students like the trio. Unlike how Dobby revels in his freedom, Winky spends the entire time we read of her post-Crouch family expulsion a depressed alcoholic. She's constantly ashamed of this behaviour of Dobby's and is always one trembling breath away from bursting into tears, traumatised because she truly believes her expulsion and loss of purpose to have been her fault, as all other house elves besides Dobby would also feel in her position. Dobby still glorifies wizards given they show him the slightest bit of kindness, so it's not like he's entirely free of whatever this mindset is that has plagued hundreds of years of generations of house elves, such that working at Hogwarts for a salary has made Dobby an outcast amongst the others, not because they're jealous of his salary, but because they really believe him to be the antithesis of their existence. Ultimately, Hermione goes about S.P.E.W about as naively as you'd expect a 14-year-old to do so, unsurprisingly unsuccessful in getting any of her friends interested or in making any progress with the things she alone decides to do, changing Harry's opinion on Kreacher, eventually proving disproportionately effective than her earlier methods of trying to trick the elves into accepting clothes. Narratively, Winky needed to exist to enable the Barty Crouch plotline, needed to be expelled for Hermione to start S.P.E.W and for Crouch to lack the help of her house elf magic, and then needed to remain loyal enough to Crouch long after her expulsion to not give up the secrets surrounding Barty until his confession. But just Winky being so willingly indoctrinated into self-slavery wouldn't make sense, so every other house elf, even the ones who have worked masterless at Hogwarts for who knows how many centuries, are identically indoctrinated, all besides Dobby, who they're all disgusted by. But then, in the final book, the most pure-blood loving house elf we see in the series, through being treated more kindly by his new master and the friends of his new master, is compelled to lead an army comprised mostly, if not entirely, of the Hogwarts house elves in the final battle against the witches and wizards who would otherwise have been the primary recipients of their kowtowing. For a book series with one of its undercurrent themes being to not just fight bad people, but fight the bad system that creates those people, there's certainly something missing to bring it all together, at least in regards to house elves. This, more than anything, is why the filmmakers had the foresight to cut out S.P.E.W, and the bystander, all along entwined with S.P.E.W to unfortunately get cut out along with it, is all it reveals about Hermione.
And it gave Hermione a dimension that she hadn't quite had hitherto. But this was about something else. This was quite altruistic. She was the first one to show political awareness, and Ron, who has always taken this completely for granted, yeah, that's how it is, they work for us, yeah. This says something about Ron, who's actually a very sympathetic character, but has always assumed that was just.
But it's great. It's a great tension. It's a great tension between the two characters.
Harry and Dobby in Chamber turns out to have been a prelude to a story that exists because of Hermione, and only links back up to the destiny the trio collectively create through her character. And that stands true whether you consider S.P.E.W the platform for an authentic desire to right a systematic wrong, or the short-lived hobby of a sanctimonious teenager, whose opinions on the matter only seem so separate from those of her peers because she's Muggle-born, with the rest of the school thinking it a joke, and even Hagrid being of the mind that it's okay because the house elves seem happy enough. The whole arc of her failing, realising it's not going anywhere, and then quietly continuing her sympathies to the result of making a small difference that goes a long way, contains a whole lot of dimensions to her character the films never replace. The academically gifted, socially aware supermodel of the films pales in comparison to the girl in the books, who has to learn her way out of self-righteous insufferability to do good by the things her heart was always in the right place for.
My parents are dentists.
More of Hermione's dimensions are explored in the events encompassing the Yule Ball, included in typically less detailed fashion in the film, because it featuring the first real forays into romance makes one of the book's primary attractions, and because they can make a big enough spectacle out of the party to rival those of the action scenes. Teenagers receiving the news they would not only have to find a date to attend the ball, but dance on a ballroom floor with their date, with the unfamiliar students of 2 foreign schools also in attendance, goes down about as well as expected.
Why do they have to travel in packs? How are you supposed to get one of their own to ask them?
As its introductory chapter is titled, the ball becomes a sort of unexpected task for in this case everyone to overcome, and going hand in hand with the Triwizard Tournament, it's also the first Yule Ball to occur in centuries.
You had to get these kids who would be completely abandoned to the music.
The tumultuous tragedy that occurs at the end of the tournament, the return of Voldemort, and the consequential boiling of a new wizarding war means neither diplomatic celebration is appropriate to take place in subsequent years, and because students below 4th year are prohibited to attend unless they are invited by someone older, like Ginny is with Neville, that leaves a whole lot of students disappointed to have missed out on the wizarding party of the century. Although it still cuts out almost all of the book's fat around the centerpiece of the trio's romantic tensions, the film holds on to the snippets of Neville's inversely happy experience. From Patrick Doyle's soundtrack, Neville's waltz starts playing as McGonagall instructs her Gryffindors on dancing, and then continues over a montage that includes the boys searching for dates, Crumb smiling at Hermione as a congregation of fangirls follow him on an exertive walk, Hagrid flirting with Madame Maxime, and Neville humming whilst practicing his steps. Neville has put up with his fair share of nonsense until now, always caught up in some sort of amusing predicament, like the Golden Trio's ill-fated 4th Beetle, and in the process of growing, he is using the ball as a platform, showing off his increasingly good-humoured confidence, which, to give the film some character-building credit, is necessary for the reliable role Neville plays in Dumbledore's army from Phoenix to Hallows. In the book, he first asks out Hermione, but she has already said yes to someone she refuses to disclose, and so Neville instead asks Ginny, who, as a 30th student hoping to attend, takes the chance to do so. The film forgoes whatever small embarrassment she felt settling for Neville, hoping, of course, to have been asked by Harry, and for as much sense as that makes for Ginny, I prefer that the film didn't play up Neville's famed clumsiness. And, unlike the charitable Chad film Neville is shaping up to be, who isn't seen or mentioned as having asked Hermione or anyone else prior to showing up to the ball by the side of Ginny, Harry and Ron don't have such fortune to snag their first choices, and the diagram of who ends up with who and who they secretly wanted to end up with gets all jumbled up.
No, absolutely not.
Harry is facing all the more pressure as one of the 4 champions whose traditional duty it is to open the ball with the dance, and Ron is, in this book more than any other, his infinitely upstageable accomplice. Unfortunately for the Patil twins they desperately snag at the last minute,
Hi, Harry.
Harry and Ron turn out to be too discontented to make satisfying dates, Ron specifically becoming resentful after seeing Hermione by the side of the star Quidditch player he's fanboyed over since the World Cup.
He's more than an athlete. He's an artist.
But her bombshell entrance isn't quite so impactful in the film, where Emma Watson's attractiveness outshines book Hermione's nerdiness, such that Hermione, turning up looking so glamorous in a pretty pink dress with neatly tied up hair and perfect makeup, doesn't contrast her usual looks as much as book Hermione showing up in a blue dress, free from a tangled mess of curls, and with her front teeth adjusted to an ordinary size as a result of Draco hexing them to grow abnormally long, and her tricking Madame Pomfrey into overshrinking them down past how they had been originally. After opening all their Christmas presents, Harry and Ron meet Hermione in the common room, they go to eat breakfast in the Great Hall, return and spend the rest of the morning in an unusually populated Gryffindor tower, filled with anticipatorily rowdy ball attendees who would otherwise have gone home for the holidays, and then return to the Great Hall for lunch. Hermione spends the afternoon watching Harry and the Weasleys snowball fighting, until leaving them to get ready for the ball 3 hours before it's due to start, 2 hours before the others would depart for the same reason, and waving away Ron's last query of who she's going with. Nobody was growing growing so self-conscious as Ron, not least of all because of the sorry state of his dress robes. But what was really weighing on his mind remained to be Hermione, who is nowhere to be seen on their way down into the common room or further down into the entrance hall, where everyone's meeting and waiting for the Great Hall doors to be opened. From outside comes Karkaroff and the Durmstrang students, led by Krum and a pretty girl in blue robes Harry doesn't recognise. Only when McGonagall calls for the champions and their dates to wait to one side of the Great Hall entrance so they can ceremoniously enter after everyone else is sat down inside, does Harry recognise the girl in the blue dress to be Hermione. Many an entering student shoot glances at Hermione on their way past, mostly of disbelief, but it takes until the champions enter the hall for Ron to notice her with a resentful disbelief of his own. Much of the impact of her reveal comes from the long build-up of Ron failing to find out who she was attending with, but in terms of the actual reveal, the film scene of Hermione turning the corner and coming down the stairs has a smaller scale glamour of its own that allows us to, for just a minute, focus only on Hermione, free from the ostentatious noise of everything else. Lula Bagman is, of course, as one of the tournament organisers, in attendance, but Mr. Crouch is not, his representative turning out to be his newly promoted personal assistant, Percy, who Harry finds himself sat next to, and thus subjugated to his charmless ministry obsequiousness. Later, during the dance, Ron rescues Harry from Percy and Lula's company, and they walk out into the garden, where they overhear the unpleasant whisperings of Snape and Karkaroff. During the feast, Dumbledore was teasing Karkaroff about the secretive location of Durmstrang Institute, which Karkaroff wants to keep secret not only because of the controversial dark arts they practice therein, but because he, as one of the Death Eaters to have sold out their brethren to escape persecution, knows Voldemort will come looking for him. He would in fact end up fleeing after Voldemort's return, but Snape shows no such concern for the impending doom, claiming he will remain at Hogwarts and ending what we overhear of the conversation.
I have nothing to be scared of, Igor. Can you say the same?
Harry and Ron then stumble across another eavesdropping opportunity in Hagrid and Madame Maxime. Harry trying to distract himself by looking at a beetle Hermione would later discover to be Rita Skeeter in her animagus form, but proving unable to ignore the revelation Hagrid is half-giant, and Maxime's sudden coldness to Hagrid's assertions that she too is half-giant. Harry does his best to avoid looking at Cho and Cedric throughout the night, for the most part succeeding until, during everyone's exit, Cedric approaches him to give a hint about taking the egg to the prefect's bathroom. Ron, on the other hand, spent a good bit of time sulking about Hermione and Krum. Ron tries to mask his jealousy by accusing Hermione of fraternising with the enemy, suggesting Krum only chose her to get closer to Harry as another one of the champions, which it wouldn't surprise me to be a motivation of Karkaroff's, but Krum has plenty of moments where he proves himself earnest. If how persistently Ron asked who she was attending with wasn't enough, Hermione knows Ron well enough to have expected at least some jealousy from him during the ball, yet she still finds herself taken aback by his bitter words. Their melodramatic avalanche occurs at the ball's end, Harry, in the book, returning to the common room to see Ron and Hermione red-faced and yelling at each other from several meters apart, and Harry in the film catching the stray bullets of Hermione's wrath as she shouts at the boys to go to bed. Staging this climax in the public space of the entrance hall, and Hermione being so disproportionately angry, is itself a betrayal of Hermione's character, making her seem unhinged besides Ron's bitterness and Harry's bewilderment, almost comically talking down to them like children, rather than ultimately validating her side of the story by pointing out that Ron should have asked her to go from the beginning and not as a last resort. And despite Ron thinking Hermione missed the point in saying he should have claimed her before anyone else, it's clear to Harry that Hermione is the one showing understanding and acceptance of what reasons the both of them had, if any, to be angry, the nuance of which is lost by the film's overall distrust of their audience's ability to pick up subtler emotional cues. Hermione probably feels that, for as much as Ron's jealousy ruins the end of her night, they were now on the same page, carrying on as if the argument had never happened, but some events during the second tournament task would stir things up yet again.
A bit.
Mercy.
Fleur is thankful for what Harry has rewarded many points for, the moral fibre to save a hostage that wasn't his own, and kisses him on the cheek, and then does the same to Ron, little help that he was. And Hermione, saved many minutes ago by Krum, has a clear view of this kiss and of Ron's enjoyment of it. The real kicker being that Krum had used this moment of leaving the lake, in which they were as close to each other as they were going to get under Karkaroff's gaze, to invite her to visit his home in Bulgaria over the summer. Although everyone is too occupied with cheering for Harry for Krum to re-engage Hermione with this conversation, she had just seen Ron receive a kiss from Fleur Delacour, of all girls, despite her being right there next to him, after having herself received an enticing proposition from someone who has continued to express feelings for her alone. But Crumb asking Hermione this in public does have its consequences, with Skeeter coming out with another one of her truth-bending, drama-fabricating articles she's been writing around the tournament.
Can't believe it, she's done it again.
Though merely an obligatory comedic relief in the film, and somewhat of a precursor to the annoying evil Umbridge juxtaposes with her demeanour, Skeeter's journalism in the book is more than deserving of its infamy, taking one step too close to the sun by targeting Hermione's relationships. Hermione eventually figures out Skeeter's secret to overhearing such private conversations as she and Crumb had at the scene of the second task, despite being seemingly absent from said scene, is her unregistered animagus form of a beetle, revealing on the train ride back to King's Cross Station that she has captured Skeeter in this beetle form inside a jar. This glass imprisonment and continued blackmail of Skeeter is one of two moderately dark things Hermione proves capable of during Phoenix. At least Skeeter serves the purpose of advertising Harry's real experience at the graveyard, for which she amends with Luna and uses the conspiratorial Quibbler magazine her father edits, but Hermione's other moderately dark inaction is comparatively purposeless and frankly quite cruel, neglecting to tell anyone signing the parchment to become a DA member that they were actually signing a magical non-disclosure agreement, one which still relied on each member's honorability not to disclose the army's secrets, but would punish and reveal any who did, a jinx without a counter, or which Hermione refuses to give the counter for, that goes on to inflict Marietta Edgecombe's face with a thick layer of pimples. Hermione should have disclosed this detail before or after everyone signs the contract, if not for morality's sake, then for the sake of it actually functioning as a deterrent. Without the knowledge of potential punishment, the jinx just serves as a constant reminder of one's betrayal after the fact, as it ends up being for Marietta, whose face Harry notices to still be covered in pimples, or the scars where pimples had been, the following year. Anyway, it really speaks to Skeeter's influence that her article, despite publishing in Britain's least credible news source, manages to turn so many around on Harry during Phoenix. The potential lethality of her fly-on-the-wall data collection and disregard for her victims' feelings, seldom established in the films, in which her already meagre screen time drops so far off the face of the earth after Goblet, it's obvious she was just another box for them to tick. Her face on the inside cover of The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore during Hallows of almost no significance, as not only has her influence not been distinguished enough to affect even Harry's perspective of the recently deceased headmaster, but the biography and what it puts into question about Dumbledore is itself of less significance. However, for as singularly influential Skeeter is in the books, for a wizard known mostly for writing sensationalized gossip, she almost wasn't a character at all, her enlarging puzzle piece diminishing the need for another one by the name of Mafalda, who, until getting edited out by Rowling, posed as Hermione's Slytherin academic rival and eavesdropper, the issue that most likely led to her removal being that even if she learnt to turn into a buck animagus to spy on private conversations, her gossip wouldn't have enough influence to affect the plot.
We took my film to show warners who guard the soul of the whole thing and make sure that you don't stray too far, which you always have to do, which is always a nervous occasion because you don't know how they're going to respond. And warners saw it, and Alan Horn, who's the head honcho, said, "It's long, but that's all right. It's pretty violent at times, but that's all right. It's actually rather black and scary at times, but that's all right." And he just kind of ticked all the boxes. And so it's great when you get the people who pay the checks to actually get the number of this thing for which they have paid so colossally.
Who at Hogwarts is meddling with Harry is, as usual, the book's mystery. However, this time, Rowling chose to go all out with what would end up being the series' last proper mystery, before taking the biggest step in its narrative diversion. The trio can hardly be called active participants in unravelling the mystery, but the presence of multiple potential culprits beats them yet again blaming Snape, Draco, or no one in particular. Like Philosopher's, Chamber, and Prisoner before it, and even more like those that would follow it, Goblet is more of an amalgamation of foreshadowings and unanswered magic-related plot details than something as primarily focused on a mystery as an Agatha Christie novel, which for as long as these latter Potter books are, is I guess what happens when mediocrely blending the genres of mystery, boarding school drama, romance, and fantasy into a tween-age story. One of Harry Potter's distinct selling points had from the beginning been the Cluedo-esque playground Hogwarts provides for its entry-level mysteries, with the characters aging for each year of a boarding school education, securing a wide-aged demographic, and the fantasy elements that fall into what are referred to as urban fantasy, contemporary fantasy, or low fantasy, providing enough flavourful details to secure the series' longevity without discouraging fantasy dislikers. This combination is decently balanced enough in the first 3 books for an exorbitantly large fanbase to have been set in stone. stone. Where that stone really starts to crack is from Goblet on, with fragile layers of magic blanketing a broadening puddle of a fantasy world, more characters bringing along their increasingly convoluted schemes to generate vague mysteries, and the students entering the romantic era of their boarding school educations.
David Heyman came to me with number 4 and said, would I read the book?
I read it and the book is vast. It's a great big sort of house brick sized thing. The 4th book is the biggest of them. It's about 900 pages. It's a doorstop. It's a house brick. And I thought, if it's really going to nail the little darlings to their seats, then it has to have this great big energetic core to it.
The Triwizard Tournament was a big extravaganza, and Mike Newell described it as a Bollywood movie, much to our horror at one point, because he thought, my God, what does he mean? But what he meant was a huge extravagant entertainment, and that's Mike's character. That was what the film required, and that's what he delivered.
One of the reasons why we chose Mike was he was so brilliant at capturing British public school life.
I told Hermione to tell you, the Seamus told me.
In lots of ways, this is a classic English school story. All right, it's wizards and wands and magic and stuff like that, but it is nonetheless a classic English school story. And we're all brought up on those things. You know, I share all the same references. I don't even know I'm doing it.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
It obviously was a coming-of-age story. One of the big sequences was the Christmas ball, and clearly there were 1 or 2 things to do. You either had to do the whole thing, in which case you had 2 movies, or you had to take a very strong line on it and say, no, it's only this, and we'll dispense with everything else. And I thought that it was a great thriller. It's like a Hitchcock thriller.
And I was very convinced that it was only one film, so I was simply ruthless with the stuff that I couldn't see a way of doing.
There was one side of the book which you could string the pearls on, which was the thriller side of the story.
Ah, you kissed me.
There is a terrible, murderous plot, but you don't know what it is.
As if in warning, Harry's scar screams in pain.
And when I woke up, my scar was stinging.
All he knows is that his scar hurts like hell. And the scar and the hurting of the scar and the dreams that he has while the scar is troubling him, they form a kind of chain of stepping stones through the story.
I was going to do what Alfonso did. I said, now they're growing up. That's the real point about it. They're growing up, and the story is much blacker and more serious, and we're going to frighten them. And so I'm going to make it really sort of dark and creepy and whatnot. And then Alfonso very sweetly said, if you want, you can have a look at the first sort of 40 minutes of my film. And then I went to his cutting room, and they showed me this dark and creepy world that he had made. And so I had nothing to do. What was I going to do? I had to reinvent the wheel. Although I knew I'd got 2 great pieces of magic up my sleeve, which were going to make a wonderful climax. One was Brendan Gleeson playing Mad-Eye Moody, and the other was Ralph Fiennes playing Voldemort.
The boy who lived.
And so what I had to do, in a way, was to make the emotional complication that was going to hit these kids at 15. So I concentrated on that. All of those smiles and whatnot, that's all good stuff. And so what I got was, probably got a funnier film.
You would say, look, there's a great bit in the book, and you'd think, yeah, Brendan, okay, fine. I know about the book. You know, the book is 750 pages. I've got 120. What do you want? But you'd then look at it and you'd think, no, actually, maybe he's right there.
When Mike Newell came on board for Goblet and was presented with the most extensive mystery of the increasingly cramped latter half of the series, he deemed the original idea proposed by Columbus and co. of splitting the book in half to make 2 films an unnecessary endeavour, his pitch revolving around avoiding that by focusing on making a thriller and ruthlessly taking out anything that doesn't and can't be altered to serve that focus, an approach he evidently went on to disregard, but which still defined the film as the confused, crude and clumsy failure it is, frantically flinging characters between things included because they happened in the book, but missing any substance they generated or had the potential to generate. The credit-scrolling aftertaste of a mangled cocoon of disjointed rhythms, far from narratively or thematically satisfying. The film's gorgeously grim climax is detached enough to hit it out of the park, but the plot's entire build-up fails to deliver on almost anything thrilling or mysterious, resulting to a generic blockbuster style of superficial action sequences, uneventful boarding school drama, and diluted fantasy flavouring, which is the main thing that keeps Rowling's mysteries glued weakly together in the books. Where you can give Goblet some sympathy is in its mystery being the only one complex enough in the series to not comfortably translate to film, and frankly, they made the right decision in stepping away from the convolution that starts at the Dark Mark chapter. The problem is that instead of stepping into a compelling and film-suitable mystery, they stepped into a non-existent one.
Alistair, keep an eye on Harry, will you?
I can do that.
Don't let him know, though. He must be anxious enough as it is, knowing what lies ahead.
The red herring we're meant to think is flying under the radar as a possible culprit of putting Harry's name in the goblet is Ludo Bagman. The implications his presence always brings of trying to help Harry win the tournament, later revealed to have been because he was betting heavily on Harry winning, distracting us from who would be, if his authenticity weren't affirmed by Dumbledore and every other professor, the most obvious candidate of Mad-Eye Moody. As part of its sorry attempt at a whodunit story, and in the absence of Ludo Bagman, the film only had Karkaroff left to push as a red herring, inventing a tiny snippet of a cutaway of him closing himself inside the Great Hall with the goblet. That, paired with our learnings that Karkaroff was, and possibly still is, a Death Eater, indiscreetly implied in the book by his and Snape's discussions during the Yule Ball and during one of his potions lessons, and in the potions pantry encounter in the film, leads us to presume Karkaroff entered Harry's name under orders from Voldemort. He might have worked in the chief red herring role if the film's suggestions weren't so feeble and few and far between, and if his largely inconsequential tampering wasn't so obviously, more than any sinister reasons, the first of several rule-breaking precautions he and Madame Maxime took to gain advantages in the tournament, in this case ensuring his star pupil is chosen as the Durmstrang champion. Karkaroff just doesn't seem sinister in any way, really, and makes for even less of a red herring than he did in the book, where he was being so blatantly pushed as the culprit, there's no way it was actually going to turn out to be him. Another minor candidate is Mr. Crouch, absent from his job at the Ministry and several important occasions throughout much of the book, and the film's handling of who becomes its most bewilderingly bad plot point, hand in hand with overtly suggesting there's something seriously not right with Moody, and hasn't been since he was introduced, guzzling down the liquid in his flask that would, strictly archetypally speaking, be alcohol, giving some morally questionable dark arts lessons, turning Draco into a ferret, blatantly spying on and helping Harry win the tournament, and his lip-licking twitch disturbing Crouch in the aftermath of the second task, immediately after which Crouch turns up dead in the forest. Though entirely devoid of it in the film, in the book Harry starts to find Crouch suspicious after Sirius's speculations of wizards who have previously turned dark and seeing him break into Snape's pantry on the Marauders map, thinking for what reason Crouch would sneak around to do such a thing and how it conflicts with the supposedly serious illness that had rendered him a patient of St. Mungo's Hospital. This pantry thief was actually Barty Jr., the map conveniently understanding they share the same name and therefore not breaking his cover, and he takes the map from Harry to ensure he doesn't come so close to discovery again and to further enable his nefarious activities. It's not until a chapter titled The Madness of Mr. Crouch that the seriousness of his situation gets properly noticed. Shortly before the third task, Harry takes a nighttime trip outside the castle to receive a briefing on what the task will entail. The other champions and the tournament organisers are there as well, and despite Ludo Bagman looking like he's itching to plug Harry away for another assistance proposition, Crumb beats him to the chase to instead ask Harry about his relationship with Hermione. Crouch barges in on their chat, looking worn out and dishevelled, and, in between raving about ministry business, straining out the words "Warn Dumbledore." When Harry returns with Dumbledore, Crumb is lying unconscious in the grass, and Crouch is nowhere to be seen, and nothing comes of the investigation into Crouch's disappearance because, as Barty details in his confession, he removed Crouch from the equation altogether by killing him, transfiguring his body into a bone and burying it on the edge of the forest, ensuring he doesn't escape confinement again, but losing a powerful ministry and tournament connection and putting Dumbledore on edge, a detriment increased tenfold in the film by Harry stumbling across his fully intact and uncovered body, confirming his fate long before Barty's confession. Why would the tournament continue uninterrupted after the guy running the thing not only disappeared but turned up dead? Well, exactly. As Harry overhears when the film, skipping over this disaster of a plot as quickly as possible, cut straight from his discovery of Crouch's body to his way up to Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore and Fudge are in disagreement about the tournament's continuing.
What did you say to me?
Excuse me, gentlemen. may interest you to know this conversation is no longer private.
However, unlike the book, Dumbledore in the film plainly stated his intentions to use Harry as bait for the typical Hogwarts-infiltrated wickedness. Someone evil does something to mess with Harry, crossed off everyone's annual bingo cards from the moment his name flew out of the goblet.
Do nothing. Offer him up as bait.
I agree. Let's sever it.
Hogwarts may provide Dumbledore with the control to keep Harry safe, letting him get closer to danger than possible anywhere else, and the other professors may acknowledge and trust Dumbledore's assessment of the danger, but to confirm his manipulative intentions out loud is a bit far-fetched and indicative of Dumbledore's uncharacteristic derangement in this film in particular, no longer reluctantly allowing Harry to compete whilst somehow blind to the obvious culprits, as already conflicted with his previous displays of wisdom and prediction in the books, but throwing Harry to the wolves without a plan and taking next to no action to help him. The icing on the cake is how far Barty manages to go uncompromised as the moody imposter. It was already unbelievable enough Dumbledore didn't notice or take action against him, but the film adds another layer of unbelievability with Crouch, free from the Imperius he was imprisoned with in the book, not noticing anything either, at least not until Barty slips up by licking his lips, and realises the mistake he made by the epiphany it sparks in Crouch's eyes. I guess it's until that point never crossing Crouch's mind what his Azkaban escapee son might be up to, because surely the film wouldn't leave a blank space of nonsensicality between Barty getting dragged out of the courtroom and appearing by the side of Voldemort.
And they say I'm mad.
No light is shed on how little Crouch does or doesn't know in the minute amount of screen time he is given, in which he so scarcely resembles his book counterpart. The only reason he's left to be called Barty Crouch Sr. is to sentence his son to Azkaban in that courtroom flashback. The sequence of scenes it's contained within being another one of the film's many convolutions I have a bone to pick with. When Harry is left alone in Dumbledore's office and the sweets Dumbledore offered him to partake in eating attack him, he stumbles back against a wall that opens up to reveal Dumbledore's pensieve, the flashback still floating around inside. After Harry comically falls and lands neatly inside the courtroom, and we learn the narrative context by recognising Barty as that guy from beside Voldy in the opening scene, we exit the flashback to see Dumbledore waiting beside the pensieve. Ignoring that Harry may be in the vulnerable state of someone who just discovered a dead body, Dumbledore starts rambling about his failures to find an explanation for why
terrible things have happened.
And when Harry gives him the puzzle piece he's been looking for by mentioning where he recognised Barty from, Dumbledore, echoing what Sirius earlier said in the fireplace, advises Harry to ignore these dreams.
Every time I get close to an answer, it slips away.
Then, on his way out of Dumbledore's office, Harry chances upon Karkaroff showing Snape his snazzy Death Eater tattoo, and, blaming Harry for stealing the supplies needed to brew Polyjuice Potion, Snape threatens to use Veritaserum on him.
3 drops of this, and you know who himself would spill his darkest secrets.
Add to that the painfully on-the-nose announcement that Moody has placed the Triwizard Cup in the maze.
Earlier today, Professor Moody placed the Triwizard Cup deep within the maze. Only he knows its exact position.
And the guilty glance Dumbledore gives Moody as the maze wall closes Harry inside, and it's obvious the film had desperately spent the last few minutes spelling out its virtually non-existent and thoroughly uncompelling mystery. The ruined pacing between the second and third task, the result of 3 short deleted scenes, none of which are good or possess degrees of substance that would have remedied these pacing issues.
We can win this.
And I really think you should go to Dumbledore.
Yeah. What do you suppose was on Karkaroff's arm?
I don't know. Something's coming closer. I can feel it.
Harry Potter was always an adventure story covered with a veneer of mystery, which the films exacerbate by above all else indulging in the most conceivably cinematic set pieces of their respective books. And so when the inevitable climactic exposition drops to explain the mystery as perspicuously as the multi-book spanning mysteries will allow, the characters doing the explaining in the film seem to leap and bound towards the conclusion, attempting to make do with the sparse and flimsy string they were left to connect everything together with. With Goblet, pretty much all of this mystery convolution in both the book and film can be traced back to the existence of Barty Jr., who seems to possess a set of skills proportionally beneficial to the plot. the only backstory explanation given for his brilliance is being one of 3 known people to have achieved grades in all 12 owl subjects. But the ingenuity with which he infiltrates Hogwarts and enacts Voldy's ridiculously elaborate and unnecessarily risky plan is matched only by Voldy, Dumbledore and Snape, none of who are nearly as consistent in their ingenuity or have spent the majority of their adult lives imprisoned. And, unlike the adult-looking Barty's manic lunging in the film, Barty in the book's flashback seems like little more than a snivelling kid caught with the wrong crowd. That may be what he wanted everyone to think, or only turned fully evil after his imprisonment, but David Tennant's version of the character too transparently confirms Barty as a psychopath and creates no controversial doubt whether he was guilty. The book's idea of Crouch having the biggest hand in Barty's further moral descent wiped off the table along with much of the personality separating Barty from the other Death Eaters, that being his desire to worship Voldemort in defiance and as a twisted replacement of his father.
Last boy who went into the Department of Mysteries never came out!
Mentally surviving Azkaban would be impressive by itself, but Barty's brilliance continues after his imprisonment, accompanying Peter to the home of the most accomplished aura of a generation, using his Hogwarts Education Limited combat experience to help subdue him, taking on his identity well enough to convince Arthur, after he came to investigate the disturbance, keeping up the identity for the real Moody to not need a reintroduction after Goblet, and, most inexplicably, bypassing the Goblet's restrictions to submit Harry's name to the tournament.
Harry Potter.
It's not like nobody made arguments against the lunacy of forcing Harry to compete after Barty and Barty insisted he has no choice, but the details of what the tournament contract entails and whether it can or can't be tricked or broken is so arbitrary there's barely a basis to analyse. Barty managing to submit Harry's name by bypassing Dumbledore's age restriction and assigning him to a non-existent 4th school suggests it's within reason of anyone magically capable enough of replicating this feat to submit anyone they wish to the tournament. I suspect there isn't actually an unbreakable life-threatening contract between the Goblet and its champions, but for a second assuming there is, why not submit the name Tom Riddles and allow him to drop dead the moment he fails to fulfill the contract, unaware he was ever even a competitor and therefore never showing up to the first task. Not only is what happens to a champion if they don't participate never defined, but what constitutes them participating is never defined. In the second task, for instance, can Harry just dip his toe in the lake or submerge his full body for at least 10 seconds, or does he have to go into the task fully intending to compete for the most points? If that's the case, Harry hardly fulfills that requirement at any point when he expresses nothing but disinterest in the glory of the tournament and seems concerned merely with surviving what each task throws at him. And he of course didn't intend to submit his name in the first place, and yet still the Goblet ate and spewed back out the application. For as much as the Triwizard Tournament is the front and centre selling point of this 4th entry, it might seem odd that it's taken until now to dedicate a segment to talking about it, and as great as it would be to say it's taken until now because of the interconnected importance of the plot happening in and around the tournament, it's actually because the 3 tasks aren't, as inconsequential fantasy spectacles of differing excitement, particularly interesting in isolation. Simplified generic fantasy action not making up for the loss of Harry's nervous anticipation and training in the books. The film's CGI sensationalization peaks with the first task, where the absence of the dragon handlers' standby extinguishing spells exacerbate an already idiotically dangerous chase sequence, during which Harry has several close calls before even remembering his plan of summoning a broom, and with the broom the dragon follows him out of the stadium and he has so many more close calls, you have to wonder how long the spectators would have sat waiting for him to come back before going to search for his charred remains. Not to mention that the champions facing different dragons is majorly unfair, or that we miss the perfect opportunity to introduce Charlie Weasley as one of the dragon handlers failing to rein back in the one chasing Harry. The tension of whether Harry will be able to perform Accio under pressure and acquire his broom quickly enough to evade the dragon, replaced with fumbling about and narrowly avoiding incineration with irritatingly cinematic timing. The first task may very well have needed spicing up to align with the lengths and scales of the other 2, but there's now such an imbalance in how close Harry comes to dying between them that they can only be considered similar in the spectators not seeing 90% of what's going on. I guess they at least got to see the 3 dragons preceding Harry's, and the little they did see of Harry's is still more of a show than the still body of water and rows of hedges they stood around to stare at for hours in the second and third tasks respectively. Harry, going into the second task so underprepared, like his quiet waiting for the other champions to fight their dragons, is the main source source of tension up until he enters the water. The trio somehow failing to find a water-breathing solution Harry can learn in time for the task, and Dobby waking Harry up to give him gillyweed and a panicked explanation of what the task entails, he rushes down to the lake, unaware the hostages aren't really at risk of drowning. There's no such clarification of this fact in the film, but as safe as the hostages may be, floating deep in the water in the book, it's still an uncomfortable thing to force them to get involved with, and what danger the champions are in is again questionable. The Grindylows attacking Harry before he finds the hostages and preventing Fleur from doing so enough to remove her from the task, Moaning Myrtle floating around as an impromptu guide to point Harry in the right direction towards the Mer people, who prevent Harry from taking more than one hostage until he threatens them, and are, if Dumbledore receiving an explanation after the task is anything to go by, the only set of eyes the spectators have on what goes on in the lake, and then Harry's water breathing running out on the home stretch, just about re-emerging before running out of air in the book, but resorting to propelling himself up with a spell in the film. As basically an hour-long treasure hunt set in Harry Potter's most rarely seen fantasy environment, and by far the most visually interesting task in the film, in spite of its simplicity, there's a missed opportunity to create a psychological and Lovecraftian-esque horror atmosphere by hinting at the presence of the giant squid. Even if the squid is as friendly as its rare book appearances make it seem, it would be nothing short of thalassophobia triggering to see a giant tentacle slither past the murky depths behind or below Harry. Not that I expect such fantasy variety and subtlety from the film, most blatantly supported by its uninventive third task, doing away with the compilation of obstacles from the book, for which Harry practices a bunch of spells to overcome, and replacing them with the very walls of the maze itself. Getting consumed by the hedges seems more traumatizing than physically harmful, and easily escapable by using a cutting spell or running away, and so the only thing of note the task has left in the film is the idea the champions will lose themselves, as in uncharacteristically fight against each other, as Dumbledore warns them of at the last minute, and which contradicts the cooperation between schools the tournament exists to accommodate. Putting the camaraderie built up by the shared experiences of the previous two tasks to the test isn't a bad idea, and if not for Crumb, the champions may very well have found solidarity as a team of four, as opposed to Harry and Cedric only finding it at the finish line. But maybe Dumbledore cryptically insinuating what will happen as though fighting each other is what's required to win isn't the best advice, especially suspecting what's at stake with how Harry fares in the task as he does. Assuming Dumbledore doesn't just allow Harry to get whisked away before his eyes, he remains noble enough not to provide himself with a more advantageous spectator experience, stuck staring at the hedge with everyone else as a narrative consequence of nobody knowing what occurs in the maze until Harry returns with Cedric's corpse. Despite Barty remarkably pulling through with serving Harry on a silver platter, the graveyard confrontation ends with him yet again slipping through Voldy's fingers, Voldy's egotistical theatrics having denied Barty of the choice to use any of the available methods to teleport Harry, on top of insisting on using Harry's blood for his resurrection. From Voldy's perspective, the plan was to give his Death Eaters an exclusive show of stealing Harry from a prominent event to regain their trust in his power, proving his previous demise at the hands of a baby Harry was merely a fluke, and that, despite what he believes Dumbledore to have propagated with the prophecy, the boy poses no threat to him. Admitting how foolish he was to overlook the ancient magic that caused his killing curse to rebound slightly contradicts this, and brings into question how Voldy continues to be fooled by his misunderstanding of such magic to the extent of using Harry's blood and replicating Lily's protection inside him, but that's a mess of a narrative thread better saved for later. What using Harry's blood definitely does enable Voldy to do is physically touch Harry, providing his Death Eaters with a convincing visual and adding a great sense of danger to the scene and to the series from this point on, snapping the safety net Harry was established as having at the end of Philosopher's Stone. Putting magic aside, the uncertainty about what happened in the maze would have been only more prevalent had they succeeded in killing Harry at the graveyard. News of the boy who lived disappearing or showing up dead somewhere down the line, spreading like wildfire as the first step in Voldy's fear-mongering ascent to power. In hindsight, this graveyard scene is the highlight of Voldy's overall monotonous villain career. The potential for a capable and nuanced villain was there, and discarding his half-baked appearances in Philosophers and Chamber, this rebirth could have been a fresh start, but he immediately goes back to relying on the incompetence of the protagonists outweighing his own, resulting in characters' agencies feeling individually limited by what the narrative demands of them, which, in Voldy's case, just makes him seem ridiculous. Exacerbated by the film's removal of his backstory during Half-Blood Prince, without which we're barely painted a picture of how he became so conceited and why that would lead to his downfall twice in the span of 20 years.
Ray Fiennes was our first choice, frankly our only choice. He has the ability to inspire such fear with so little.
No matter how unhinged Ralph Fiennes can act in the role, just that alone won't stay frightening as long as genuine magic and strategic competency. But even in the absence of the latter, we barely get any of the former, as outside of this metamorphosis he instructs Peter to perform, the hand he grants Peter for performing it, the duel with Dumbledore in Phoenix, and his fighting several professors at once in Hallows, we're mostly only told of the unique dark powers at his disposal. Nevertheless, the graveyard is one of the most intense and momentous set pieces in the books and films. Radcliffe gives his most commendable performance yet, as Harry musters the courage to emerge from behind the tombstone. In the book, as part of Barty's unforgivable curse lessons, Harry proved to have a talent for resisting the Imperious Curse that can be used to control people, most fortuitously resulting in Harry resisting Voldy's Imperious Curse and therefore enabling his escape from the graveyard. In the film, when no such lessons or talent is mentioned, Harry's wand saving him instead should have been even less of a possibility than it was already, relying on him having the wand equipped, accurately using it to combat Voldy, and none of the other Death Eaters interfering, their wands having no such sibling restriction as causes the Priori Incantatem phenomenon between Harry's and Voldy's. The most annoying thing about Priori Incantatem, surprisingly, isn't how cheesy it is in its mild Deus Ex Machina, nor how Dumbledore fails to explain its significance at the end of the film.
Priori Incantatem.
But how its magic beam effect gets conflated with the lazy additions of mistakably similar effects in later films, a complete dilution of any potential the magic combat has that requires next to no choreography. In the same way the incantationless bullet spells everyone increasingly loves to throw at each other do nothing but strongly impact whatever they hit. The main issue when Harry returns from the graveyard continues to be Dumbledore's uncharacteristic behaviour. First of all, he pries Harry off of Cedric's corpse, and, in this most vulnerable state, allows him to be dangerously isolated by the one person he was by now suspicious of. It takes long enough for him or anyone else to catch on to Harry's absence from the stadium for Barty to almost deal the final blow, and throughout the film's simultaneously claustrophobic and barebones exposition dump, speedruns every deranged emotion he spent the year showcasing, casting Expelliarmus to the incorrect effect of pushing Barty backwards, trembling with fury as he forces Barty's mouth open so Snape can pour the serum inside, interrogating Barty by the scruff of his collar, shouting at Harry to get away from the trunk in the corner of the room,
Harry, away from there!
Suddenly relaxing at the reveal that Moody is sat imprisoned inside the trunk,
We'll get you up in a minute!
but the next moment turning around in shock at the sight of Barty's polyjuice wearing off, grabbing Harry's lacerated arm to for some reason give Barty proof of Voldy's return, and then dragging Harry out of the office with the line,
Personally, I've never had much time for heroes.
as if that isn't an insensitive denial of his and Harry's entire relationship.
Barty Crouch, Jr.
Much of Dumbledore's formidability in the books he has no issue expressing with a calm wisdom, as is one of the most entertaining things about his interactions with antagonists, and the serum should in no way work on Barty under such conditions as it's used in the film, requiring the subject to be unaware they've consumed it, as the book abides by with it being poured into Barty's unconscious mouth, and with him answering Dumbledore's far longer string of softly interrogative questions only after waking up and in a sort of compliant daze. What exactly happens to Barty after his confession is the film's immediate next blunder.
Send an owl to Azkaban. Think they'll find I'm missing a prisoner.
Dumbledore says to send word to Azkaban to supposedly send Barty back to the cell he once inexplicably escaped from, but when the rest of the prisoners rotting away there are broken out during Phoenix, Barty is nowhere to be seen and doesn't re-enter the plot. This is because, in the book, before he can be sent back to Azkaban, Barty receives the magical lobotomy of a Dementor's kiss after Cornelius Fudge brings a Dementor into interrogation with him, the Dementor, I guess, thanklessly helping Voldy tie up his loose ends. This might not make the greatest case for Barty not having existed only as the linchpin of Voldy's return, but at least his influence gets written off. After leaving Barty's office in the book, Harry is taken to Dumbledore's office, where the conversation they have shines an engrossing light on Dumbledore's two coexisting sides, the wise pragmatic strategist and the empathetic guardian, all far more important than his awkward departing ramble about having once burned his bed frame curtains.
Set them on fire in my 4th year.
Dumbledore ends their office conversation by explaining why Priori Incantatem occurred between Harry and Voldy, and sends Harry to sleep in the hospital, where he's awoken by McGonagall's appalled reaction to Fudge having allowed a Dementor to kiss Barty, and Fudge continues to cowardly deny Voldy's return before dropping off Harry's Triwizard winnings on his way out. When just the Order members remain in the hospital, Dumbledore kickstarts the parting of ways between the Order and the Ministry by sending Sirius to round up the old crowd, and sending Snape to take his place as a Death Eater double agent. Almost losing the fight against the tears waiting to break free, all of the memories of the night rush through Harry's mind until Hermione slams slowing her hand down on the windowsill startles his and Molly's embrace apart, and the book continues to wind down with an exhausted grief in the last weeks of school that remain, during which the worst thing Harry goes through is meeting the only two people more miserable than he is, Mr. and Mrs. Diggory. This time is important for the reader to, like the trio, reflect on what's happened and what may be to come, and no matter the faults it fell into along the way, the book manages to end having tied a preserving enough set of bows on all of its plot threads. The film, on the other hand, through the tonal inconsistency of trying to be both poignant and uplifting, ends up emotionally whiplashing the audience. The prospect of Voldy's new reign of terror passed off with a sort of nervous giggle, whilst the chipper departure of the foreign schools plays at odds with the unusually declamatory eulogy it seems to have immediately followed. Maybe everyone else is oblivious enough to get on with their goodbyes, but Harry, Ron and Hermione have been at the forefront of Voldy's schemes since their first year, and their comprehension of how different life will from this point on be really isn't expressed with a contrastful enough degree of solemnity.
Oh, Santa, take away these blues. Bring me something good this year, bring me some good news. My mother hates me and I ain't got no home. My baby left me, I got no one to phone. Oh, Santa, I've been a bad girl, you know, but give me some loving under the mistletoe.
The Sterilizer may be a less accurate title to anoint David Yates with than The Decontaminator, considering the outmatched length of his still ongoing reign at the directorial helm of the Wizarding World cinematic universe, but that the Harry Potter franchise maintained its lucrative fertility past the adaptation for Order of the Phoenix, in spite of the stylistic sterilization therein, is perhaps its most remarkable accomplishment. To put this adaptation one way, if Goblet was like eating a randomly selected assortment of a fast food restaurant's greasiest menu items, Phoenix is like reserving a 10-minute window to eat an unseasoned 3-course meal at your neighbourhood's most popular cafe. Whether this was an intentional response to the mess Goblet turned out to be, I suspect not, since David Heyman claims Mike Newell refused their offer for him to continue on as director.
We offered Mike the fifth film, and we offered Alfonso the fourth, but I think they were just too exhausted.
A questionable decision to have made had it gone through, but Phoenix, and by extension David Yates, although better than Goblet and what Newell may have gone on to yield, was still only the lesser of two evils.
David Yates has been a great choice for the final 4 films. You know, he made the world more political, made it feel more contemporary.
I'm still befuddled why they asked me in the first place, frankly. When I got the phone call, I was gobsmacked, because I thought, you know, I just finished a thing called Sex Traffic about a really intense, gritty, emotional drama, and they said, come to Hogwarts. And I just had to kind of think, that's an odd fit. And they just haven't been able to get rid of me since.
What Yates brought to this franchise, intentionally or not, was a pedestrian competency, malleable by the tools produced for his disposal, which is why Phoenix, Half-Blood and The Two Hallows, although all directed by him, are so visually different, and why the Fantastic Beasts films, also all directed by him and from the beginning held hostage by Rowling and her awful screenplays, are so lifelessly corporate, with meandering plots proportional to the physical depth of each book's pages, and Phoenix daring to adapt the deepest of those depths into the shortest film of the franchise. Their attempt to squeeze an inoffensive fidelity into the tight blockbuster playground they restricted themselves with was, as uncontaminated as it may be, unable to achieve more than a superficial ticking of the book's most cinematically attractive boxes. A playground littered with uniquely precarious obstacles because the book series, the 7th and final entry of which came out shortly after this 5th film, featured still unknown narrative territory Rowling had, in spite of it nearing completion and her claims of having it all planned from the start, continued not to disclose all but one detail of, that being the supposed importance Creature would go on to have in that final book, the leaked warning of which caused instant speculation as to what said importance would entail, and the entailing of which, it turns out, wasn't so important to find its way into the over 4-hour adaptation of that final book after all. It may have only grown more true that the suits find themselves enticed by a riskless and repeatable product, to the point of targeting newly accessible and exploitable suitable demographics with repackaged derivatives of convincing enough quality they'll probably make their money back, and if not, they'll keep the brand wheel spinning. But I don't see Yates as a corporate puppet of the clearly appreciated symbiotic relationship he developed with, if not the cast and crew, then the studio Warner Bros. Itself. Or at least he started out as less of a puppet than the quality Fantastic Beasts presently suggests him to be.
So it just feels very different to Potter. Very different in a really special way.
An auteur director like Ron might be able to find some artistic leeway, but the problem with these vastly expensive films that originate primarily as products is that everyone with a stake in the production wants a say in how to bake the cookies that will fill the hopefully large cookie jar they've spent years blowing up. Or, to be more succinct, too many cooks spoil the broth, though I don't think that saying highlights the greed and dishonesty too often found in such high-budget environments. As William Goldman, esteemed screenwriter of The Princess Bride, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, and All the President's Men, said,
"Nobody knows anything."
Yes, it's very important to know that we all know that.
That's going to be on your gravestone. It's right
absolutely
there on the tombstone.
Absolutely.
And when did you say it, and what did you mean?
I wrote a book years ago called Adventures in the Screen Trade. And one of the things about Hollywood is they don't know what they're doing. I think because costs are so high that they basically are terrified to make a lot of the stuff. In the 60s, you could make movies that weren't expected to make fortunes. So the variety of what was open to the studios was much, much wider now. Because now, if you want a star, it's $20 million, and a star you don't want is 10. So you're stuck with these huge costs, so they'll think, well, how can we amortize our costs? We'll make a movie that, it will be less challenging, shall we say.
There's a guy who's a new film critic for Esquire magazine who I don't know, but one of the things that brought my attention to what he writes is he said Steven Spielberg, as good as he is, has been bad for the movie business.
He wrote a piece, I read it.
Do you agree with the piece?
Well, it's interesting. He said that Lucas and Spielberg destroyed Hollywood, the point being, the real reality is it's not Lucas and Spielberg who were very brilliant and gifted. Right. It's the fact that their movies were successful. And the fact that when there's a success out there, since nobody knows anything, what they try and do is copy the success.
Well, but you just said it after Jaws, which happened to be made by Steven Spielberg, right. Nothing was the same.
Nothing was the same because Jaws made more money more quickly than all those greedy studio heads out there dreamed possible. So suddenly they thought, guess what? Something will be bigger. Guess what? Star Wars was. That wasn't going to be, E.T. was bigger. There's going to be something bigger than E.T. Independence Day 2, when they figure out what it's going to be out, is going to be gigantic. The whole deal has become so financially grotesque that they are cursed into making, for the most part, the studios, movies that they hope will do $100 million. Most movies don't.
So it's all a giant roulette wheel and nobody knows nothing.
They want clarity on their investments in an industry whose best stories are told with ambiguity, but franchise blockbusters, especially those adapted from already established sources, offer a cleaner path to that clarity, and so that's where most of the money goes. And because that's where most of the money goes, that's where it's hardest to find the risk-taking innovation and unfiltered artistic integrity that Warner Bros. Would be itching to flip the emergency reboot Harry Potter switch from the day its box office gross ended was inevitable. The question I guess they finally couldn't bear to answer was when best to capitalize on both the original generation, promising a nostalgic and far more faithful multi-season adaptation, and the new generation who may just now be discovering the phenomenon this once was, double-dipping the biggest money pot and highest viewing potential HBO or really any film and TV media brand has ever had. Anyway, before reaching the hellscape that is the preemptive criticism addressing cynicism so many blockbusters force into their emotionally detached cardboard boxes of today, Harry Potter, even all 4 of those directed by David Yates, have an undeniable sincerity towards their stories and characters, regardless of how much coin-biting was going on behind closed doors. I imagine, under the pressure to pump out the next installment within a lucrative window, filmmakers often adopt a let's create at least something, even if it's mediocre, attitude to working on these franchise sequels, the freedom they are given in budget diminishing the freedom they might have had in time. But with these last Harry Potter films, where the technical components are always at least good, if not exemplary, the issue is so much more fundamental. The desire to fulfill the expectations of as many fans as possible, whilst not actually knowing what's essential for the future and what's not knowing how much weight Rowling intends to give plot threads and world buildings big and small, is a recipe for mediocrity. Since massively changing such a high-profile story wasn't an option, the safest bet was to do what the previous 4 adaptations had done to varied results, leave in a bit of everything. And for as competent as this attempt at that may be compared to Goblet, it's fundamentally fundamental mistake was in making a 2-hour-long film instead of an at least 3-hour-long film, and what do you know, there may very well have been a functioning 3-hour version Yates was forced by the studio to cut down. Even if they just used that time to more boldly tick all the boxes they would still turn out to have ticked in the 2-hour version we ended up getting, including those they shouldn't have ticked at all, it would have given everything a much needed time to stew. Their choice and use of ingredients to pull from the book's already unfocused narrative for that stew is, of course, what we'll gradually explore over this chapter. To go along with Yates's inoffensively political, get-the-job-done style, and with Clovis taking a break for this one arguably most difficult to adapt book, a new screenwriter by the name of Michael Goldenberg was hired to take on the challenge.
So I just focused on the emotional through line. What do we care about the most? And of course, it's Sirius's death. And Harry's reaction to that.
Though not entirely free from the underdeveloped box ticking that made Goblet so messy, which as I said, I expect to have been the result of cutting down what was originally a 3-hour film, Phoenix is kept stable by the existence of a through line, streamlined from the book's same themes, around which every narrative beat revolves. If this sounds familiar, it's because it was the exact thing that kept the Prisoner film so satisfyingly self-contained, though in that case there weren't quite so many boxes to choose whether or not to tick, and Quaron possessed keener cinematic eyes and ears by which to enhance Clovis's script than Yates did for Goldenberg's. Instead of dwelling on the 3-hour cut they for some reason never released as an extended edition, as they had done for Philosophers and Chamber, the thematic streamlining in Phoenix involved thoroughly condensing the love in family and friendship Harry would go on to expel Voldemort from his body with, utilising Harry's relationships with Sirius, Ron and Hermione, Neville's relationship with his parents, and even Hagrid's relationship with his half-brother, Grob.
That is not polite!
We do something!
We talked about this. You do not grab, do you?
Who I argue shouldn't have even wasted the space he does in the book. Concerning this process, Goldenberg said that the tools of a screenwriter are opposite to those of a novelist. In a novel, you have the luxury of digressing and exploring and stopping to luxuriate in all the details. Screenwriting is first and foremost about compression, distilling, picking the one detail, the one telling image, or the dialogue that encapsulates what might have taken many pages in the book. We're looking at it from the other end of the telescope. Goblet was able to get away with skipping Privet Drive, but it's important for Phoenix not to do so, as eager to speedrun through the sweltering summer Harry sits idly by, as the film may be, his isolation from the wizarding world organising the anger he underlies the whole year with. The film might not make it seem so, requiring more time to stew its emotions and a stylistic flair to more deeply portray them, but along with Phoenix being the most extensive dive into Harry's character, this Privet Drive opening is the most interesting of those in all the books. An unfamiliar Harry to go along with an unfamiliar daytime setting, in which he seeks a fight with Dudley and his gang, and, pushed over the edge by a Hogwarts expulsion he was forced into earning by some rogue Dementors, almost gets kicked out of, and runs away from the protection this neighbourhood now more crucially than ever provides him. Unfortunately, the Dementors causing this tension does come across as artificial, and the mystery of who sent them, the answer to which is obvious from the moment the character shows up at Hogwarts, is suitably forgotten and of little consequence by the time they admit to it. What motivation the Dementors would have to obey orders to attack Harry, who knows, and that he had to use a Patronus to defend himself because the Order sent their most irresponsible member, Mundungus Fletcher, to watch over him, reveals the futility in Harry having to spend most of every summer at Privet Drive. Giving the job to Mundungus was stupid by itself, but that he needed a guardian at all suggests Privet Drive isn't as safe as we've been led to believe. Whatever protects it limited to an invisible circle around number 4, and Harry only having to stay there as long as he does each summer to, as Dumbledore sends a warnful letter to remind her of, use Petunia's blood to recharge the sacrificial protection Lily gave him as a baby, a protection that should no longer apply to Voldemort's and only Voldemort's attacks ever since he used Harry's blood to remake his body, and unless the Dementor attack coincided with his protection battery reaching full charge, the Order were just letting Harry rot away at Privet Drive longer than necessary, only thinking, when the Dementor attack happened, that they should really get around to organising his escort to the considerably safer Grimmauld Place. Safer perhaps than Hogwarts, and only compromised during Hallows when the trio accidentally teleported Death Eater through the Fidelius charm along with them. This torturous delay in socialisation, tempered only by the uninsightful letters Ron and Hermione sent him from where he deduces to be the same place they are spending the summer without him, really can't have come at a worse time than in the aftermath of Cedric's death and Voldemort's Vivaldi's return, discarded to the abusive home he grew up trapped in without explanation as to why by the people he had barely begun to learn to reciprocate vulnerability with. Or rather, though he might at this time envy and take his anger out on Ron and Hermione, they and everyone else are only putting their trust in Dumbledore's authority, whose concerned letters sent to Harry might get intercepted shouldn't have stopped Hermione giving him occasional updates with a telephone, and whose continued disregard of Harry he would, by the end of the school year, claim to regret. Rather than a single howler announcing his expulsion and some Order members arriving without warning in the film, in the book Harry decides to make a run for it after the Ministry threatens to come destroy his wand, before another letter from Arthur reassures him that Dumbledore is on the case and that he's not to leave the house, do any more magic, or surrender his wand. Another letter from the Ministry revokes their threat and declares his expulsion will hang on a hearing, and though Harry expects the fourth letter flying through to be from Dumbledore and to explain everything, it disappointingly turns out to be an inadequately short affirmation from Sirius to not leave the house. Only when Vernon tries to kick Harry out of the house, fearful of the target on his back, does Dumbledore send anything himself. But Harry doesn't recognise the voice coming out of the howler to be Dumbledore, and it merely reminds Petunia of why Harry must stay. Left in the dark no less than before, the escort doesn't arrive that same evening, but after he sends 3 identically demanding letters to Sirius, Ron and Hermione 3 whole days later, during which Harry either paced his room with restless energy or lay motionless on his bed, dreading the Ministry hearing that will decide his fate. Slightly alleviated by the friendly face of Lupin, Moody leading the escort after what happened during Goblet doesn't seem like the most appropriate way to again make contact with Harry, especially since the real Moody isn't the most comforting of authorities at the best of times, as he demonstrates on the flight over to Grimmauld Place, which while still a stretch of freedom Harry feels alive experiencing, isn't the fantastical tour of London the film makes it out to be. After Harry is given the secret to discover and enter Grimmauld Place, the cramped dilapidation in the middle of a Muggle neighbourhood of which seems unusual for such a pure-blood supremacist family, he is quickly shunted upstairs, away from the ongoing Order meeting, and into the almost equally uninformed presence of Ron and Hermione, the atmosphere turning sour with the volume of Harry's voice, until Fred and George interrupt with their facetiousness.
Don't bottle it up though, mate. Let it out.
Harry didn't really raise his voice enough in the film for them to have heard from wherever they apparated from, or comment on it when they did, which, more than being an issue of including something just because it happened in the book, is indicative of Radcliffe never fully exploring the extent of Harry's anger.
Complete nutter! Just stay away from me! Oh, well, I guess you should read the Prophet then, like your stupid mother. It'll tell you everything you need to know.
Don't you dare talk about my mother like that.
I'll have a go at anyone that calls me a liar.
Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident.
It was murder. Voldemort killed him. You must know that.
Enough!
Oh, thank goodness. Next we need...
Look at me!
In non-acting related areas, the film still pulls its punches with some of the darker parts of Harry's turmoil, an example also taking place in Grimmauld Place in the book being when Moody shows him the photo of the original Order members, the smiling faces of so many wizards, his parents included, unaware of the deaths and fates worse than death awaiting them, disturbing Harry so much he leaves the party and goes upstairs to find Molly horror-struck at a boggart shifting into the corpses it might be her family's time to turn into in the new war. The two scenes together driving home how hopelessly dangerous the situation they're in is, far more than the film's version, in which Sirius shares and, although we never see it again, gives Harry the photo like it's any regular piece of history he plucked from the album.
She was killed 2 weeks after this was taken. Voldemort wiped out her entire family.
Up until this point in the film, we have on 2 occasions seen Harry have night terrors, and now, on the Hogwarts Express, he gets a stylistically questionable nightmare of Voldy standing on platform 9 3/4 in a suit. It's both silly and strange to see the Dark Lord in something other than his ethereal black robes, and although it's out of place with the dreams Harry continues to be troubled by, I get its on-the-nose implication of Voldy invading the wizarding world's childish warmth. When, after Harry uses one of them to save Arthur's life, these dreams turn out to actually be real-time visions into Voldy's mind, Dumbledore orders Snape to train him in the sort of mind-blocking art of occlumency, training that should have started from the moment Dumbledore suspected this connection, which must be from at least the beginning of this book, because he's been ignoring Harry out of fear Voldy will look through Harry's eyes to spy on him, a fear not unfounded, as on more than one occasion Harry finds himself struck by a hateful appetite to hurt Dumbledore, and elsewise connects to Voldy so strongly they exhibit the same manic emotions. Harry at one point starts to think he might be the weapon the Order revealed they believe Voldy to be after, knowing of course that this weapon is actually the prophecy Arthur was nearly killed protecting, but collectively withholding that fact from Harry until Dumbledore spills some beans at the end. Harry has another dramatic moment of isolation in which he nearly runs away during Christmas break at Grimmauld Place, having used the extendable ears when visiting Arthur at St. Mungo's Hospital to overhear Moody speculate that Voldy may be possessing Harry. He secludes himself and plans to return to Privet Drive to cut himself off from everyone in the Order. Dumbledore's sixth sense having told him this would happen, one of the sentient Grimmauld Place paintings brings a message telling Harry to stay put. Hermione abandons her skiing holiday to also spend Christmas at Grimmauld Place, and, with Ron and more importantly Ginny, stages an intervention for the sake of Harry's sanity. Harry is reassured to learn he isn't being possessed, but really he's just not being possessed in the controlling way Ginny was. The long-distance connection Harry's scar and existence as a Horcrux gives him and Voldy remains vaguely unique throughout the series, and Harry's ability to block the connection fluctuates as the narrative sees fit. Their Horcrux hunting during Hallows at times either aided or hindered by windows into each other's thoughts. The connection doesn't exactly seem to be a case of legilimency and occlumency, but the skills used there are similar enough to apply, if again only vaguely. Legilimency is the ability to interpret a person's thoughts and feelings, and occlumency is the ability to mask or block those interpretations, and the most arduous obstacle of Harry's training to learn the latter is to do so under Snape, the worst possible professor Dumbledore could have chosen to force his way into Harry's head over and over. Like most magic, I imagine each of these powers are determined by an unexplained combination of practice and aptitude, but Snape's ability to thwart even Voldy's legilimency might not even have anything to do with possessing a more powerful occlumency, suppressing his deepest feelings with half-truths, ruthless compartmentalization, or just straight up manipulating every experience he goes through to only be ones that can't be used to doubt him.
I've deceived one of the greatest wizards of all time.
In a way, tricking Voldy to falsely interpret what he sees without defying him with the mental barriers it would be suspicious to use. Still, besides telling him to rid himself of emotion and become a blank slate of nothingness before bed, Snape's training consists only of exposing Harry to brute force legilimency attacks, so he either only knows how to use the ability instinctually, doesn't care to teach Harry any methods and is simply using it as an excuse to torture him because he hates him, or there's as little consistent scientific basis for it as every other piece of magic in the series. There's no discernible progress Harry makes over the short course of their training, but he doesn't completely fail to block Snape's attacks either. He just doesn't do it fast enough as would satisfy Snape, who in unearthing the deepest and most personal of Harry's recent memories and offering no constructive criticism, catches onto the fact Harry has been dreaming about a real location, the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries. Snape is actually the one to put a stop to their training after catching Harry taking a peek at the memories he, before each session, hid in his pensieve, literally removing the traces of specific memories from his brain so they can't be found. To save the time it would take to show Snape perform this almost ritualistic act and establish the reason he leaves Harry in the office unattended, the film instead has Harry accidentally force his way into Snape's mind. Successfully doing so on purpose would be impressively unbelievable, but Harry doesn't even use the legilimency spell. He uses Protego.
Protego!
The shield charm that physically protects the caster, which rebounds Snape's own legilimency attack against him. Whilst this isn't a misuse of the spell, it happens fast and unexplained enough to seem like one.
Enough.
Luna Lovegood is a bizarre character, but who Harry really feels a closeness to, because he feels that they're very similar people.
Of the two Ravenclaw students for this entry given more screen time, it is newcomer Luna Lovegood, not romantic interest Cho Chang, who better helps Harry cope with what he's going through. Already a fan favourite from the book for her unabashed weirdness and knack for embarrassing bluntness, Evanna Lynch came along with pitch-perfect casting, rivalled only by Robbie Coltrane's Hagrid, and an appetite to find for the correct portrayal of not only her own character, but those of the others.
Always wanted to be Luna. I've been a fan for ages, so I always wanted to be in the films.
It's her first acting part, and she's just fantastic.
I thought, I'm going to do my impression of Luna, or my vision, what I think of her.
I saw the tape, and basically the gist of it was, listen, if you don't cast me, that's okay, but, you know, you have made a big mistake, because I am Luna.
Mistletoe.
What's fascinating about Ivana is she's such a fan of Harry Potter. And when we're on the floor and we're working, she becomes Luna, because she's obsessed about her.
You don't like me. Well, that's not my fault. It's just because you have a different image of me, you know?
And that was the difference between her and all the other girls who we interviewed for the part. The others could play Luna. Evanna Lynch is Luna.
Hello, everyone.
As one of the big 7 young cast members Rowling holds in high regard, along with Daniel Radcliffe's Harry, Rupert Grint's Ron, Emma Watson's Hermione, Tom Felton's Draco, Matthew Lewis's Neville, and Bonnie Wright's Ginny, Evanna Lynch's Luna is a much more important character than her later rival to the series lets on, for instance being the only non-Gryffindor to take on a major role in Dumbledore's army. She shows up aboard the last Hogwarts carriage and Hermione awkwardly introduces her in the film.
Everyone, this is Looney Love.
whereas in the book it's Ginny who introduces her when they enter a train compartment she sat in, and Luna has a fiery, confrontational protectiveness of her own, most notably coming out whenever someone mocks the Quibbler she religiously reads and which her father edits. This can be considered one example of the film's whitewashing Luna isn't the first to fall victim to, featuring all of her endearing witness, unconventional social etiquette, and willingness to embrace outlandish and extraordinary ideas, but none of her oblivious, overstaying outbursts of laughter or disproportionate anger in defense of her loyalties, nor her stubborn disregard for the probable and rational answers she conflicts with an exasperated Hermione over.
The only exception, actor-wise, to my sort of didn't intrude rule was Ivana Lynch, who plays Luna, and I hear her voice when I write Luna.
Hello, Harry.
Luna, how do you know where I was?
We're experts. Your head's full of them.
And I even put painted pictures on the ceiling of the literary Luna's room in tribute to Ivana, because she, the actress herself, is so creative, she's so talented, and I know her well. Yeah, that influenced the real. So she influenced the real Luna.
Unfortunately, all my shoes have mysteriously disappeared.
She's lost one of her parents. Harry's drawn to her because he feels they're sort of kindred spirits in a way.
They're both outsiders, and so they kind of bond over that. If not always in the way we expect.
In neither impromptu therapy session does Luna seem oblivious to the wisdom she's bestowing upon Harry. She's just accepting his presence with casual offerings of words that she's the right person in the right place and at the right time to give to him. The former scene, taking place in what must be an undangerously deep area of the Forbidden Forest, or else some other woodland within walking distance of the castle, is also accompanied by this year's new magical creature, Thestrals. Used as a visual representation of death and acceptance, the existence of this creature is unsurprisingly shallow and never followed up on outside of its thematic relevance to this entry, despite an easy opportunity to continue that relevance where it left off, presenting itself through the Hallows in Deathly Hallows, which are vaguely theorised to have derived their mythologically deathly magic from the thestral hair they may be partly made from. There's also no mention of their existence prior to Phoenix, but everybody already knows Rowling didn't plan as extensively as she suggests, or at least didn't deny the abrupt inclusion of things she didn't plan.
You just write it, or is it planned in your head? You structure it, or what?
Sometimes it's sort of a day of pure indulgence. I sit down and just let myself write. But normally that means you're going to hit about 1.5 good ideas and the rest will be rubbish. It's normally very, very, very finely planned. What I'm going to do that day even. I make meticulous plans in advance.
Did you know when you were writing the book too that Harry Potter would continue?
Yeah, I'd always, almost from the start, I'd envisaged it as a 7-book series, which would see him through wizard school and then he'd be a fully qualified wizard at the end of it. That's the sort of big story, how you qualify as a wizard, you see. And there is another bigger plot that's going on that I can't really talk about because it will ruin it for people who will read all the books. But, so yeah, all of them were plotted in quite a lot of detail already, which obviously made it easier in a way. It wasn't as though I had to go back and sit down and think, right, what's the next book about? I already knew. So
the 7-book cycle as a story is written in your head?
Oh yeah, and bits of all of the books bar 5. 5 is still the sketchiest of the lot, so if people are waiting longer for 5 than any of the others, that's why.
Hermione might not have read about Thestrals pulling the Hogwarts carriages because no such tradition has existed until Hagrid's recent breeding and nurturing of what he proudly speculates to be the only domesticated herd in Britain. But if these Thestrals have been pulling the carriages for at least as long as the trio have been attending Hogwarts, then enough people must have seen them for their existence to become rumour. Luna can see them, and there's no way she and Harry are the only students to have up till now witnessed the death required to do so, let alone the professors for whom age has made them much more likely to witness death, and that those who can't see them can physically interact with them just as much as those who can, as proven by Hagrid's lesson in the book and their ride to the Ministry atop their backs in both the book and film. A laughably absurd choice of transport they take in what they believe to be a time-sensitive situation, flying to the Ministry, which resides at the other side of the country, with the hopes of saving Sirius, who Harry's vision told him to currently be undergoing torturous interrogation by Voldy himself. They choose to ride these flying horses, which even at airplane speed would take over an hour to reach London, instead of going back up to the flue power-enabled fireplace Harry originally broke into Umbridge's office intending to use.
We'll have to use the Flue network.
But Umbridge has all the chimneys under surveillance.
Not all of them.
Or, to be more specific, in the book he uses the fireplace to contact Grimmauld Place, as he had done previously, and it's implied the fireplace, though set up for unmonitored contact, isn't set up for the transport all the Hogwarts fireplaces are typically barred from using. However, in the film, Harry is under what you're free to pretend to be the ill-informed impression that Umbridge's fireplace is set up for transport, which he enters the office with the specific intention of using, and unlike how Umbridge pulls his head out from the Grimmauld Place connection after he spoke to Kreacher in the book, she interrupts him before he can get so much as a finger in her fireplace in the film. So to clarify, in the book they have reason to believe, with all the broomsticks locked up, that the Thestrals they serendipitously happen upon are their only confirmed option, whereas in the film they make the probably incorrect decision to run not back up to Umbridge's office, but over to the Forbidden Forest. They may or may not find the Thestrals roaming about. Of all the things Umbridge does this year, catching Harry breaking into her office with a sensor she set up after his previous successful attempt to use the fireplace is among the least repressive. After Dumbledore and Fudge had their falling out at the end of Goblet, and with Fudge thinking Dumbledore will form an army to overthrow his ministry government, Umbridge is sent to infiltrate the sheltered school of Hogwarts with an authoritarianism she's far too comfortable enforcing, a manifestation of the ministry's political corruption and a facilitation of Voldy's infiltration of it, which goes down in pretty much the same way it did during the First War. Fudge is conveniently idiotic to not only interfere in Hogwarts to suppress his misplaced fears of Dumbledore, but send one of the most Death Eater concordant and falsely judicious politicians to do so, and one who hungers for power with more condescending provocation than perhaps any other. What exactly her motivations are, such as whether she's entirely self-serving, and the backstory that has moulded her into this fluffy pink sadist, is never completely defined. All we're given to hate her is who she is and what she does, and whilst that might not make for the most interesting or nuanced of villains, it is presented with enough concentrated antagonism to become the most compelling villain of the series. The secret ingredient that helps Umbridge achieve this feat of being so hated is her comparative realism. Unlike the main villain of Voldemort, who is an immortal magical Hitler, or the episodic and supporting villains of Quirrell, Lucius, Sirius, Pettigrew, Barty, Bellatrix, etc., Umbridge's status as an identifiable villain has nothing to do with what magical threat she poses. There may very well exist flavours of immoral parents and politically influential lords like Lucius, mysterious serial killers like Sirius is believed to be, backstabbing rats like Pettigrew, harmfully deceptive geniuses like Barty, racist lunatics like Bellatrix, and everything in between. But it is who Umbridge is that most of us reading these books or watching these films will have most likely had the displeasure of meeting once or more in our lives. Not to such an extreme extent, hopefully, but the Umbridges of the world unfortunately aren't hard to find, especially in places and positions of power.
It is the view of the ministry that a theoretical knowledge will be sufficient to get you through your examinations, which, after all, is what school is all about.
Dolores Umbridge is a new character in this film. She's sent to teach there, but of course will not allow them to have their wands or anything like that. She just wants them to be little children who don't touch anything or do anything. She doesn't want them to be doing any spells that she thinks are dangerous. Also, she's a woman who isn't involved with children. To her mind, they're 5 years old. It's a very patronising thing, but not in her mind, and just has to teach them to do things in a safe atmosphere. I mean, it's health and safety gone bloody mad. She believes that that's the way forward, that everything's squeaky, squeaky clean. No mess, no argument, no thinking. I wanted her to be soft, to have a warmth to her look, because she's quite hard. You know, deep down, you deserve to be punished.
Along with a twisted vanity, hypocrisy and prejudice, Umbridge's ruthless authoritarianism casts a shadow over her teaching of defence against the dark arts, the best job vacancy for the Ministry to control in their castration of the private army Dumbledore is allegedly organising. This is where Umbridge first plants the roots of her corruption that would spread oppressively enough across Hogwarts to cement her as by far the best villain to inhabit its walls. Not a name on the wind or a faraway Dark Lord, but a tangible presence to fight back against, as the trio feel compelled to do with their formation of an underground defence against the dark arts club. With an educational style reminiscent of teachers students know would rather do anything but teach, Umbridge deletes the practical exercise of skills and spells from the curriculum and forces her classes to silently read from the ministry-endorsed textbook. At that point she's just condescending, but her self-righteousness comes almost immediately into view when Harry, speaking out against her teaching, proclaims Voldy has returned, and it's in the continued attentions Harry's defiance earn him in which she sadistically tortures Harry that she goes from being annoying to abhorrent. Already thoroughly disheartened by Dumbledore ignoring him, Harry stubbornly feels his detentions are a battle of wills in which he shows no weakness to the pain Umbridge is inflicting on him, nor a need to confide in his friends or in professors he and everyone else come to realise are quickly losing any authority they might have had over Umbridge. McGonagall, for instance, asking Dumbledore to override Umbridge's attempt to disband the Gryffindor Quidditch team and showing her disapproval of Umbridge wherever and as unprovokingly as possible, but otherwise advising Harry to keep his head low and his mouth shut and punishing him with subtracted house points when he doesn't, inadvertently confusing Harry as to what he's expected to endure before seeking help. Factoring Harry's pride and arrogance into his treatment under the Dursleys, having continually had a blind eye turned on it, this outcome in which he still refuses to run crying to Dumbledore is unsurprising, and taking their defense against the dark arts lessons into their own hands as they do eventually proves to be the fatal nudge into power Umbridge needs to altogether dispel that safety net. They call this training club that becomes illegal before it can have its first meeting, Dumbledore's Army, not because of any particular loyalty to Dumbledore, but in amusing defiance of Fudge and the Ministry, and it is this that hinders Dumbledore's ability to run innocence-proving circles around Umbridge when she assembles an insufficiently capable team to both remove him as headmaster and arrest him. The DA meetings are succinctly bundled together with Daily Prophet exposition articles and Umbridge's ever-growing oppression, including the Looney Tunes failings of her inquisitorial squad, into montages that are both essential to fit this bulk of the book's narrative into 2 hours and restrict its true impact. Having said that, the clarity with which they untangle Dumbledore's army from the book's half a dozen other subplots is where the film shines most. The montages might not give justice to Dumbledore's army or to the converse oppression Harry and everyone else is increasingly squashed by, but they do get the slightly diluted point across without muddying the waters with prolonged tangents into Fred and George's inventions, Ron's Quidditch practice, Harry and Cho's failed romance, Rita Skeeter's Quibbler article, Arthur at St. Mungo's, Harry's occlumency, Hagrid's giant diplomacy, and the lead up to and taking of the exams, all but the Quibbler article of which still find their way into the film in one way or another, except for Ron's Quidditch practice, which is instead condensed into Half-Blood print. The extendable ears they're first seen using at Grimmauld Place aren't the only novel and somehow hitherto unemployed magical item Fred and George are seen inventing, moving to monopolise the skiving industry with only Umbridge and the newly appointed Gryffindor prefects of Ron and Hermione to hold them back. A privilege anyone who has attended a school with prefects knows isn't deserving of Harry's disappointment at not becoming one, though beyond making him feel left out, this decision of Dumbledore's yet further isolates Harry from his two best friends. Having earlier interrupted Harry's interrogation, in which Harry avoids revealing anything about Sirius or Dumbledore by pretending to drink the tea Umbridge was attempting to drug him with, and Umbridge for some reason reveals her fireplace is open and unmonitored, the twins plan another commotion as a distraction for Harry to sneak in and use said fireplace. And after publicly declaring the end of their educations to Umbridge and Filch's faces, they inspire Peeves and much of the school's other troublemakers to carry on with the various pranks in their absence. After Umbridge brands Harry and the twins with lifelong Quidditch bans for engaging Draco with what McGonagall refers to as muggle dueling, Ginny substitutes as Seeker and Ron gets through tryouts to become Keeper. The derogatory Weasley is our king song the Slytherins mock Ron with affect his nerves so badly, even Fred and George stop poking their usual fun at him, and curiously it's after they leave Hogwarts that Ron has a temporary breakthrough and helps Gryffindor win the Quidditch Cup. Harry takes her eyes away from this final match along with Hermione when Hagrid asks for their help and leads them deep into the forest. The context here, and why Hagrid was nowhere to be seen for the first half of the school year, is that he and Madame Maxime were on a diplomatic visit to the world's last remaining giant. Long story short, it didn't go as planned, and he took as long to come back as he did because he was smuggling his half-brother Grawp, who Harry and Hermione have the displeasure of meeting here in the forest. Expecting to get the sack, Hagrid takes his irresponsibility to delusional height by asking them to look after Grawp when he's gone, the constant bruised and bloodied state of his face speaking for itself, and the forbidden forest Grawp resides in all the more hostile because the Centaurs no longer deem Hagrid welcome, having fallen out with Hogwarts after Firenze became what they see as a servant as Trelawney's divination substitute. Already forced, out of place and unnecessary in the book, Grawp loosely ties into the themes of family and friendship, but mostly exists as an excuse for Hermione to lead Umbridge into his lair, where she's dragged away by the enraged Centaurs, as the build-up of her hatred of half-breeds promised would be her fate. In the film, however, it's more egregious, not only because of the precious time it wastes, but because of the Disneyfication of Grawp. In the book, Hermione is terrified enough of Grawp to cower behind Harry, and with good reason, as their recent history of magic lessons on the Giant Wars, Hagrid's tale of his failed diplomacy, and Grawp repeatedly beating him up, point only to the giant being a violent barbarian. That's not to say a giant like Grawp can't be to some degree rehabilitated, but it's certainly not a job for two 15-year-olds. The lovable oath makeover the film thinly coats Grawp with is more irritating than convincing, and him having no later appearance after the Centaurs take the chief role of disposing of Umbridge makes him little more than a shallow CGI spectacle of an action figure advertisement.
Thank you, Corp.
Worse than the Giants allying with the Death Eaters is the occurrence of an Azkaban breakout that frees some of their most infamous members. Students whose relatives were once victims of these now-escaped Death Eaters, empathising with what Harry has all along lived with his parents. One such student who hasn't at any point voiced doubt in Harry is Neville, whose parents Bellatrix tortured into permanent residency at St. Mungo's Hospital. His mildly vengeful motivation to improve her defence against the dark arts, insinuated when we see him visiting his parents in the book, and more blatantly established in a brief conversation with Harry in the film. Hermione takes advantage of this change in attitude towards Harry by cashing in her blackmail of Rita Skeeter, the article she writes causing Umbridge to ban the Quibbler from Hogwarts, and the Streisand effect thereby ensuring everyone has either read or heard Harry's story. As someone who was once close to Cedric, Cho is particularly mournfully appreciative of this, but her and Harry's romance never recovers from the bumpiness originating from Cedric's death. The film more poignantly pinpoints why Cho is so tearful, and why her and Harry might not have worked out under any circumstances in their current grief-riddled state. That being Cho's guiltful conflict over liking Harry while still hung up on Cedric, and Harry's swept under the rug PTSD. But, rather than fizzling out through differing loyalties in the book, the film barely explores anything to do with Cho past her and Harry's mistletoe kiss, and with Cho taking on Marietta's role as the Dumbledore's army snitch, but then revealing her snitching was coerced with Veritaserum Snape should actually have been providing false doses of, giving the two of them no kind of reconciliation of a conclusion. The book's version isn't exactly satisfying, but it does at least noticeably fizzle out into a non-relationship. Hermione getting in Harry's way by arranging to meet with him the same day he'd go on a Hogsmeade date with Cho, which she wasn't pleased to hear about, and inflicting Marietta's face with that nasty pimple jinx, which Harry and Cho strongly disagree with the justification of. The discontinuation of Dumbledore's army and the attempt to arrest Dumbledore, in which Marietta doesn't have a pimple-related change of heart about snitching, but has her memories altered by Kingsley, isn't the climax of Umbridge's reign of terror in the book as it is in the film. Or rather, arresting Dumbledore and becoming headmistress is the biggest milestone she fulfills and the highest point her power reaches, but it isn't the final nail she hammers in Sirius's coffin. That crime is one of her most despicable, and takes place during Harry's astronomy exam. The exam attendees and invigilators alike looking out the windows as Umbridge and 5 Aurors make their way down to Hagrid's hut and instigate the violence with which he's forced out of Hogwarts. McGonagall, in her appalled intervention, knocked unconscious by 4 simultaneous stunning spells, sending her to St. Mungo's Hospital and, along with Hagrid, leaving Harry with no professors he feels he can turn to when invited to the Ministry by that dreaded final vision.
Sirius.
You were going to Dumbledore, weren't you?
No.
You've sent for me, Headmistress.
Snape, yes.
Umbridge already has Harry in her grasp when he realises one last Order member does in fact remain: Snape. As untrustworthy as the trio has always felt Snape to be, it sure still is idiotic that Harry, Ron and Hermione forgot about him until seeing him, especially given the confrontation he and Sirius had at Grimmauld Place in the book that I doubt Harry forgets having to physically wedge himself between, and which was only interrupted by Arthur's return from the hospital. Never mind that, Snape answers Umbridge's Veritaserum requesting call, and Harry cryptically warns him, a crypticism film-only watchers may find themselves as equally confused by as Umbridge.
Padfoot? What is Padfoot? Well, what is it and what is he talking about, Snape?
Prisoner having missed its opportunity to with prudence establish the nickname Padfoot, and neither Goblet or Order mentioning it in any conversations about or letters sent to Sirius. Snape does decipher this warning, but gives so little impression that's the case that Harry thinks he didn't or doesn't care, and so while Snape goes through the motions to properly confirm Sirius's whereabouts, Harry takes things into his own hands anyway. Let's not forget that in the film, Hagrid and McGonagall, whilst perhaps not actively working Order members, are trustworthy allies still very much at Hogwarts and open for Harry to go to for help. and that Harry doesn't even attempt to confirm whether Sirius is or isn't at the Ministry, making no contact with Grimmauld Place and therefore not getting tricked by Kreacher. Admittedly, making contact with Grimmauld Place might not have happened in the book either, if Hermione, in her continued role as a lampshade of narrative perception, didn't insist on it. She makes what should be the obvious point that Voldy, in his ostensible manipulativeness and having a window into Harry's mind as he does, will know to take advantage of Harry's saviour complex. If only someone of more hospitable wisdom and guidance than Snape had confirmed that, whilst his vision of Arthur was real, Voldy has noticed the connection and it's within his power to implant false visions, he might not act with such impulsive delusion as thinking he and his 14 and 15-year-old friends can save Sirius from a trap set by Voldy. When they arrive at the inexplicably deserted and defenceless Ministry, cramming into a telephone booth to be elevated down in the book and teleporting into an immediate run across the atrium in the film, they make their way towards the source of the vision, the Department of Mysteries, within which they explore the most interesting world buildings and engage in the best action set piece of the series. In the book, that is. What has all film long been a sterilised simplification of the book, sometimes to positively succinct results, reaches its worst and final form, victimising its climax with disappointing indolence.
We have the biggest battle in history at the end of this movie. A wizarding battle has never really been committed to film on the scale that we'll be doing it.
The book's significantly deeper and fantastical version of this set piece isn't without its flaws, the most prevalent of which is the plot armour resulting from inconsistent magical mechanics that undermine the whole series, but I'll take something that attempts to introduce interesting ideas, even if those ideas remain unelaborated in their mysterious peculiarities, over something that in its blandness bears no bountiful harvest, merely highlighting the worst and most mundane aspects of its source. Rather than finding themselves teleported to another disconnected and uninteractable set piece when they reach the Hall of Prophecies, in the book they must go on a journey to find it by guessing which door in an impossible to navigate wall of revolving doors it lies behind. In these rooms we encounter various ambiguous displays of magical experimentation, leaving us to fill in the gaps of what they might be experimenting or where they originated, and setting the scenes through which the Death Eaters would soon be meandering in their pursuit, some of which we and Harry, in our separation from the others, only hear and see the aftermaths of. It's chaotic and fraught with injuries the recipients are lucky don't bring them as close to death as maybe they should, and though the Death Eaters seem unusually unwilling to more harshly attack these teenagers, they have the weak excuse of not wanting to destroy the prophecy Voldy is foolish to again seek under such farcical restraints. Why not wanting to destroy the prophecy as a weak excuse is because it shouldn't, in their castings of Accio, be difficult to snatch out of whoever's hands hold it, and the chaos through which they chase it brings it miraculously closer to destruction than anything else, until it eventually does end up destroyed. Why Voldy's motivations on which this whole plot rides, and the convoluted and contrived Ministry infiltration plan that goes along with it are so foolish and farcical is because of the confusing and scarce benefits of acquiring the prophecy and the ease with which it was within his power to do so. Attempts were made to control Ministry employees to go in and take the prophecy, which would have been the easiest option if the prophecy orbs didn't have protections that only enable someone who is a subject of the prophecy to take them. A protection we have to assume to be unbreakable even for Voldy or Dumbledore, because otherwise surely Dumbledore would have secretly hidden it long before Voldy thought to seek it, or, as we'll shortly get into, outright destroyed it. Learning of the nature of this protection, Voldy now had the following restriction stowed upon his desire, that either he or Harry Potter, of whom the prophecy he seeks is about, must enter the Hall of Prophecies and acquire it by their own hand. Voldy needn't have lured Harry to perform this act at all. Rather, he could have entered the hall and found the specific row of shelves he knows his orb to be sat upon and taken it out with as much undiscovered stealth as an assembly of his Death Eaters appear to have been able to. It's especially silly he didn't do this from the very start, when, after Harry reveals the prophecy smashed to pieces without anyone hearing it, he shows up in the atrium anyway, trying to kill Harry but ending up in a duel with the one person he'd rather not end up in a duel with, and confirming his return to a large and well-timed arrival of witnesses. But it gets even sillier when he realizes the orb's protection needn't even have been alleviated to acquire the prophecy, as his Death Eaters demonstrate when spells they shoot at the protagonists hit and smash several nearby orbs, all of which begin spewing their prophecies over the top of each other. Entering the Hall of Prophecies undetected is the easy part, when all you need to do is smash the orb with Harry's name on it, listen to the prophecy, and relay it to Voldy. And the film makes this yet sillier in the prophecy replaying itself not when its orb is smashed, but when Harry picks it up, under which circumstances a Death Eater need only have waited invisible nearby to eavesdrop.
For neither
can live while the other survives.
Maybe Voldy doesn't trust his Death Eaters to accurately or truthfully relay the prophecy, needing the unequivocal knowledge of picking up or smashing and listening to it himself. But why then does he trust them to physically obtain and transport the orb? Then there's the matter of what the end of the prophecy states and what Voldy might have done knowing it. Dumbledore is the only person who knows the full prophecy, having been present when Trelawney went into her prophetic trance to make it. Snape eavesdropped and ran to Voldy to tell him the unfinished prophecy, and Voldy uses that info to target one of two possible children it could have referred to. What he now so desperately wants to know and seeks the full prophecy to learn, thinking it will explain why Harry continues to thwart him, and which Dumbledore tells Harry his interpretation of after returning from the Ministry, is that the so-called Chosen One will be that which Voldy marks as his equal. It is this, and that Voldy never knew the prophecy ended with this, that has made it, as Dumbledore interprets, self-fulfilling. It's also why, although the prophecy could have applied to Harry or Neville, it has only applied to Harry ever since Voldy chose him to pursue first. Regardless of whether the prophecy and Harry being the Chosen One is true, no matter when Voldy learns of the full prophecy, whether in Snape's original message or from the orb at the end of Phoenix, his only logical and survivable course of action would be to stop pursuing Harry immediately. Therefore, the only excuse Dumbledore has to prevent Voldy learning the full prophecy and in turn stop trying to kill poor Harry is he believes only Harry can bring about Voldy's demise, an oddly superstitious interpretation he plants as the flimsy crutch on which this entire series leans. Dumbledore convinces Harry in their conversation at the end of Phoenix and midway through Half-Blood that the fate awaiting him is one where he or Voldy must kill the other, still withholding the full truth about Harry's nature as a Horcrux and exaggerating the extent of Harry's importance. The only thing that needs to happen to be able to kill Voldy is the destruction of all of his Horcruxes. Who destroys the Horcruxes and who deals the finishing blow after they're destroyed is irrelevant. That Harry goes on a drawn-out and fortuitously successful journey involving Lily protecting him with a sacrifice Voldy had no reason to allow her to perform, Voldy tethering him to life by using his blood, the finding of all the Horcruxes, and the ownership of all 3 Deathly Hallows and the acceptance of death that lets Harry's sacrifice protect and save more of his Hogwarts battling allies than might otherwise have survived, is just the path Dumbledore somehow, and in spite of his death, meticulously and coincidentally ensured would defeat Voldy without getting everyone else killed in the process. This isn't a secretly, alternatively compilable theory of Harry Potter's entire plot, but it is an abominably contrived puzzle that suffocates more and more under the weight of each instalment, and one which famously puts into question Dumbledore's morality and sanity. But to summarise the role the prophecy plays in Phoenix, it has all along been, as the secret weapon Voldy was rumoured to be after, too weak of a mystery and too weak of a MacGuffin for the year's plot threads to satisfyingly converge around in its climax. That after everything, the prophecy ends up smashed, and Harry only learns of its unsurprising promise that he will end the series by facing its main antagonist is inconsequential. Voldy seems to get along fine without it, would have gotten along even better if his idiocy didn't continue, and would ultimately have won the war if Harry didn't trip and tumble towards triumph as he has done all series. With the Death Eaters flying around in puffs of smoke, the protagonist can barely be considered under attack, or, if Lucius is to be believed as the leader of this group, even in danger, peacefully requesting Harry hand over the orb whilst all of his friends struggle with wands pointed at their backs. In the book, on the other hand, it is when Bellatrix is torturing Neville with Crucio that Lucius reaches to take the orb Harry has finally decided to give up, and the Order members don't swoop down in their never-again-seen golden good guy equivalents of smoke flying, but appear out of nowhere, and Lucius doesn't clumsily fall with the orb and watch it smash before him, but it smashes when Harry is helping Neville and his wobbly legs up amongst the new round of chaos, which comes to a sort of standstill when Dumbledore makes an earlier and more aggressive appearance than strolling out of an atrium fireplace as he does in the film, but their last blow against the protagonists is dealt by Bellatrix, and amongst the variety of other injuries the Order collect in the book, it's the worst blow by far. The unceremonious quickness with which Sirius dies in the book is in part what makes his passing so hard to accept, pushed back by an unimportant spell and falling through the veil, as opposed to the killing curse Bellatrix hits him with, delaying what should be an instant death enough for him to make eye contact with Harry, and then, having already died, falling through the veil. We know the killing curse instantly kills those it hits, leaving the film with none of the disturbing ambiguity of what exactly the veil is and whether Sirius is really dead. Himself distraught over what just just happened, Lupin lets Harry go and watches him run after Bellatrix. After sprinting past the injured and incapacitated bodies of all his friends, it's less that Harry hunts her and more that she lures him away with her manic taunts, awkwardly running up the elevator and across entire corridors until meeting in the atrium. When Harry reveals the prophecy is gone, Bellatrix is more scared of how mad Voddy will be than anything else, yet still she warns him not to come out of hiding.
The orders are on their way.
After Dumbledore modestly stalemates their duel, Voddy tries to have the last laugh by properly possessing Harry.
You've lost, old man.
In the book, instead of speedrunning the sympathetic realization that Voddy's weakness isn't just his inability to feel love, but his complete aversion from feeling it, to the point Harry can use his love as an irregular occlumency-style protection, Dumbledore sends Harry back to his office, where he and his thoughts are left to be questioned by the headmaster portraits, until Dumbledore finishes wrapping things up with Cornelius Fudge. When Dumbledore finally does appear, he patiently listens as Harry unleashes all the year's pent-up fury, and, with his usual and at present irritatingly calm composure, takes responsibility for everything he's put Harry through this year and in the 14 that came before it, which, besides explaining the prophecy with his usual exposition-masking riddles, includes coming to the conclusion Sirius's death is his fault. Harry is still at fault, and for one specific reason, but Dumbledore admits the combination of his actions are what put Harry in that position, telling Harry he'll tell him everything, as he should have done 5 years ago, and claiming he hasn't been able to until forced to now because he cares for Harry too much to burden him with the truth, and then not telling Harry the whole truth sure makes it difficult to accept his apologies as genuine. But the point of this scene the film misses out on is that, as a teaser for the intimate humanity Dumbledore demonstrates during Half-Blood Prince, we confirm he isn't and has never been some kind of godly safety net or paragon of wisdom, and that Harry no longer blindly worships him as such.
I cared too much about you.
I protest! Harry, you put your name in the Goblet of Fire.
What Dumbledore isn't aware of to alleviate, and would have no basis to if he was, is the mirror Sirius was prompted to give him out of anxiety about how Snape might treat him in their occlumency lessons. A mirror Harry doesn't use, and doesn't even unwrap to find out what communication device Sirius could have possibly given him, out of fear that asking for help would cause Sirius to put himself in danger. When Harry discovers the mirror in his trunk, it just twists everything into a brief disarray all over again, knowing that with a direct lifeline to Sirius, he needn't have been tricked by Creature. Harry never checking what Sirius gave him can barely be considered a plot hole on its own, because he had reasons to expect Sirius to act rashly, but that hole deepens with Harry overlooking it entirely when the time to contact Sirius does actually come for something not very urgent concerning his father's past bullying of Snape, and deepens further with Sirius not telling Harry, within the fireplace they confer, to use the item he gave him. However, that's nothing in comparison to the film foregoing including the mirror at all, and then much later, during Deathly Hallows, showing Harry carrying around this random shard of glass until the blink at any missed moment he asks it for help, and then help comes in the form of Dobby, and then in Deathly Hallows Part 2, the owner of the mirror's twin turns out to be Aberforth. Never mind that bizarre oversight, which we can only hope wouldn't have been overlooked had they known the mirror shows up again past Phoenix. Sirius's death is particularly painful, not only because of Harry's hand in causing it, but because of the vulnerable and formative time it strikes Harry, and the mutual restoration their relationship fulfilled, which is unlike Harry's father-seeking relationships with anyone else in the series, and, along with who exactly Sirius is, comes across quite differently between the book and film. Whilst the Sirius locked up in Grimmauld Place in the book is raring to go out and help the Order, and, as Hermione puts it, living vicariously through the trio's efforts to resist Umbridge, the Sirius in the film is considerably more even-tempered, responsible, and fatherly.
I want you to take the others and get out of here. What? No, I'm staying with you. You've done beautifully.
Harry's last spark of denial after finding and shattering the mirror is that Sirius might return as a ghost. Nearly headless Nick was expecting Harry to visit him and, I guess, in his own weary ghost way, lets him down gently that Sirius definitely won't return to haunt Hogwarts or anywhere else. Harry goes back into depression mode and, whilst everyone else is attending the end-of-year feast, wanders Hogwarts alone, until realigning with the film when waddling across Luna and strangely finding that he doesn't mind talking to her about Sirius.
Anyway, my mum always said, the things we lose have a way of coming back to us in the end.
Other minor bookend events include some inconsequential nonsense with the House Point's hourglasses, Dumbledore strolling in and out of the forest to rescue a traumatized Umbridge from the Centaurs, Harry hesitating to tell Ron and Hermione that he must either become murderer or murderee, Draco blaming Harry for his father getting imprisoned, and the Order members accompanying Harry to King's Cross Station to ensure the Dursleys don't dare mistreat him this summer, which Harry greatly appreciates as he waves goodbye and walks out with the Dursleys hurrying behind him.
We've got one thing that Voldemort doesn't have. Something worth fighting for.
The film, of course, opts out of all of this for an easily digestible slice of fallacious positivity. Fallacious because Voldy obviously does have things he believes to be worth fighting for.
Begin.
Half-Blood is no small diversion of its own, but this for now concludes what I see as the three winding narrative, thematic and stylistic diversions that determine where and how the books and films find their respective ends, correcting and uncorrecting the course each subsequent instalment was open to take, with the exception of the Goblet of Fire film, whose only area of correction was the essential exclusion of S.P.E.W. The disappointment to have missed out on what Cuarón's continuation with the films could have looked like is, I feel, a much agreed upon sentiment, especially since even with Prisoner having given him the least fantastical action set pieces of the series, he still, in hindsight, delivered the most visually striking and emotionally enthralling cinematic harmonies of the franchise. And for as great as Children of Men is, it doesn't quite stretch far enough to fully bandage the wounds Goblet clumsily aggravates and Order cautiously attempts to sterilize. I don't want to discourage screenwriters and directors from bringing their imaginative interpretations of a source to life, but when something is part of a franchise several installments deep, it really needs to adhere to some kind of stylistic or thematic foundation or through line. Like a new season in a serial drama TV series, you should aim not to reinvent the wheel, but to improve it, oil it, and possibly repurpose it. If you are going to tread down a significantly new path in one or more directions, at least make it a more traversable one, and one which can be identified and followed as a continually improvable adaptation of the source. Whilst Goblet gave its potential film adaptations several action-packed fantasy spectacles to go along with a, relative to the other installments, impactful mystery that reaches an impactful climax, Order, in spite of its length, provides substance almost exclusively in Harry's character development. It's that which, more than its length, made Order a more difficult book to adapt to film than Prisoner and Goblet, and either second to or tied with Half-Blood as the most difficult to adapt in the series. Both of them referred to as having middle chapter or middle book syndrome, Order for its focus on Harry's character development and Half-Blood for its focus on Voldy's, as well as for each of their attempts to establish the themes of love with what Rowling seemed to deem and I will treat as obligatory romance subplots, an obligation that made Half-Blood the most controversial adaptation of the franchise.
In this series of stories, this is a very big deal, all right? So we have to create an atmosphere here that you can cut with a knife, that we can all feel. And it's not happening, all right? It's very emotional, it's very moving. And if we can feel it collectively, then we might get something special this evening. All right, so you have to all start tuning in and making it quite real. Otherwise, we're wasting our time. Okay?
All right, so let's go for it, guys. So let's everyone in position.
Half-Blood Prince is considered by many to be the best Harry Potter book, so when the 2009 film adaptation presented its narrative infidelity with what would end up being the franchise's most polarizing visual style, it was treated as all the more sacrilegious. My opinion that it is undeserving of its status as the franchise's worst adaptation is what originally sparked my interest in talking about the series, an opinion that hasn't changed between my watching of the films without ever having read the books and watching the films immediately after having read the books, at which point my focus widened from just Half-Blood's existence and treatment as an adaptation to the glaring issues with every adaptation, starting so prevalently with the books themselves that many issues with the films now seem like inevitable consequences of the books.
This is David Yates's chair, who's the director. So this is probably the most important chair on the set. So it has to be clean and ready to be used at all times. Next to his is Bruno, who's the director of photography. He's the second most important person on the set, as he's in charge of lighting the set. two very important chairs.
Half-Blood's understandably contentious cinematography and colour grading are immediately noticeable in their stark contrast to Phoenix, and if the set design hadn't maintained some familiarity, would have rendered Hogwarts unrecognisable from the saccharine warmth we are meant to feel further from than ever before. Bruno Del Bernal was the cinematographer behind this bold engravement on David Yates' otherwise plain direction. The unblemished tonal density with which he sustains the film's atmosphere, and by extension its narrative substance, having earned the franchise its first and only Academy Award nomination for Best Cinematography. It lost to Avatar.
Mauro Fiore for Avatar.
Bruno's most notable work prior to Half-Blood was the 2001 French film Amélie. Half-Blood is by no means as vibrant or malicious as the visuals of Amélie, but it does take a similarly impressionistic approach in the opposite stylistic direction, aiming not to accurately replicate real life or realities established by the previous installments, but to paint thick moody brushstrokes on the atmosphere of Harry's 6th year at Hogwarts. Whether it was successful in its moodiness isn't up for debate so much as whether it overindulged and perhaps, in spite of overindulging, still failed to replace the narrative substance of the book, from the relatively scarce romance subplots to the slow-burning, memory-walking Horcrux lessons with Dumbledore. The film could have, with a longer runtime, and at the risk of undermining its carefully somber pacing, maintained these narrative details alongside the cinematography's nebulous explorations of people and the places they inhabit, but from what you might find to be a familiar perspective, such cinematic transparency and adaptational fidelity diminishes the possible significance of reimagining and experiencing a story in a different medium. Though knowledge of the film may in hindsight influence one's experience with the book does still exist in its original form and can be read without watching the film and vice versa. And should we really expect a series written with as many flaws as Harry Potter to be adapted with such faith that all of those flaws find themselves amplified on a very expensive film set? I realise many fans do just want as much as possible faithfully adapted from the original, and that extensive rewrites of such a prominent story is monetarily and reputationally idiotic, but I won't pretend I don't wish the franchise took several razor-sharp scalpels to the book's many ingrained issues, not just because translations need to be made for the story to better suit the film medium, but because I see no reason to settle for the book's long list of shortcomings. Adapting the shortcomings doesn't seem like a good idea unless they for whatever reason happen to work better on film, and avoiding them and replacing them with shortcomings of different cinema-coloured flavours is the fault of either creative laziness or inadequacy. In a more perfect world, book lovers would accept positively impactful changes, understanding them to be genuine improvements when it comes to just the films, whilst maintaining their preference for the book's version. Half-Blood is muddied by mistakes both glaring and baffling, but with the cinematography carrying most of the load, it gets closest to Prisoner of Azkaban in achieving this. Unfortunately, the visuals are, in their artistic intensity, both Half-Blood's biggest strength and one of its biggest weaknesses, depending entirely on whether the viewer buys into the sepia-tinted glasses it's trying to softly dun their eyes with.
I never realised how beautiful this place was.
It unapologetically lives and dies by its visuals, relying on the atmosphere it creates to represent the 6th year of Harry's life at Hogwarts, in which he takes a no less intimate backseat as a fly on the walls of Tom Riddle, Dumbledore, Snape, Draco, and a few of his closest friends. Sequences of murky wide angles that contrast what Hogwarts once was with what the sorrowful weight of everything has made it become. Even if you don't like the way Half-Blood looks or how it presents Hogwarts and the rest of the wizarding world, you have to admire the balls to take such Rembrandtian liberties with the penultimate installment of such a mainstream franchise, seemingly giving Bruno $200 million to do whatever he wants, which is to take his almost monochromatic style to earthy, eerie, candlelit extremes, the flame of Hogwarts burning out like a hazy memory or a faded photograph of no less beauty than it once possessed. Do not assume that whenever a film or any other piece of media has a pervasive style, that it is platforming that style at the expense of substance. In many cases, style is substance, or at least supports it so intrinsically that the two are synonymous. Film directors like, for instance, Wes Anderson or Quentin Tarantino are often attributed with this style over substance reputation because of the consistent keenness with which they adhere to and evolve within the corners they have respectively found for themselves. And though they may not balance style with substance as well as the likes of Akira Kurosawa, Ingmar Bergman, or Andrei Tarkovsky, their films do still, some more prevalently than others, rise to exemplary levels of storytelling both through their styles and in spite of them.
Wiggle your big toe.
As a result, and most importantly, their styles make their stories more unique and memorable. That Half-Blood achieves this is much more praise than I can give many equally expensive blockbusters. It may not be as nuanced or artistically sophisticated as the works of those aforementioned directors, but it does possess the quality that makes cinema special in bringing concepts and feelings to life in ways perhaps difficult to articulate in words, creating the personal experiences that sit the story firmly in our heads for long after the credits roll. Bruno declined returning for Deathly Hallows out of fear of repeating himself, but regardless of whether that's an excuse, the story of Half-Blood was better suited to this particular gloom of his soft and dreamy style than I can imagine any other installment might have been. The light-hearted happenings of Hogwarts very much temporary against an ominous backdrop of ever-enraging darkness and decay. Half-Blood, although often darker than some might like to view the wizarding world, and reaching such desaturated extremes as Harry and Draco's bathroom brawl, maintains a great finesse in its lighting, colouring and composition. Besides being an obvious outlier in the franchise's unchronological descent into visual darkness, Half-Blood also takes a complementary direction with its soundtrack. Journey to the Cave and Inferi in the Firestorm are the two standout tracks that demonstrate the perilous adventure of one of two of the book's climactic action scenes, and the only one adapted to the film. However, it is the track Harry and Hermione that represents and plays at a crossroads of the plotlines unconcerned with Dumbledore and his Horcrux hunting.
It's just enormous fun. And actually it has the best of what the books have, I think, in the sense that it's great fun 1 minute, incredibly intense the next, and very moving the moment after that. It has all these gear changes.
It's a film filled with humanity, compassion, great relationships, and also some great sort of scary and exciting scenes. It's a story that I think is incredibly moving, very romantic, very tender, and filled with emotion.
This prioritisation of overlapping and shifting moods, removing most of the main Voldy backstory and leaving crumb trails of less morsels than the book, makes it more accurate to colloquially refer to Half-Blood as a vibes movie than a franchise unaccustomed to such an experience may be fully comfortable platforming. It's not hard to see why Half-Blood has earned a weird reputation for being the filler movie before the filler movie that Deathly Hallows Part 1 would go on to be. The book is so lacking in action that the film made one of the worst offences to its reputation in adding a very silly attack on the Burrow at Christmas, which so happens to be by far the worst shot sequence in the film. It takes place almost bang on in the middle of during its longest action drought.
And so what we're going to do is we're going to film it like a documentary.
The attack on the Burrow during the wedding in Deathly Hallows can really only be of as little shock as it is if the Burrow until that point remains a safe home for Harry, but Half-Blood diminishing that shock by prematurely attacking the Burrow with such violence it is destroyed, despite it needing to exist for the wedding in Hallows, is the least of the film's issues. The biggest event of the book's version of Christmas at the Burrow is Harry refusing the new Minister for Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour's offer for him to work with the Ministry, citing their smearing of his reputation and continued support of the witch who scarred his hand during Phoenix, and the holiday ends with him, Ron and Ginny returning to Hogwarts via the Floo network, a connection especially set up for students to safely subvert the rising risks of Death Eater activity, as makes up most of the tension in the wizarding world that Hogwarts is all but journalistically sheltered from. Perhaps not so much the result of studio meddling or a lack of mid-movie action, although I still suspect that's at least part of the equation. The Burrow attack was added as a condensed replacement of this rising tension, Harry experiencing the terror of a Death Eater attack firsthand, and the destruction of the Burrow considered better pacing and more emotionally charged than hearing and reading of such attacks around Hogwarts. Now, however, we have to ask why Harry's visit to the Burrow was afforded so little protection that Bellatrix and Greyback could swing down for a bit of casual Christmas fun, why they don't snatch him away when he's so close and vulnerable, and why Voldy and the Death Eaters don't know he'll be hiding at the Burrow after leaving Privet Drive at the start of Hallows, as the Order go to great efforts to conceal in the book. Compare this bit of useless fun to the reason behind the attack on Diagon Alley that opens the film, where Greyback abducts Ollivander because Voldy wants some wand lessons, and killing two birds with one stone takes out Wizarding Britain's biggest public supply of wands. The book instead opens with an out-of-place and never followed up on scene of the new Muggle Prime Minister learning about the wizarding world, which is basically just Rowling's way of giving us a block of context for Harry's 6th year. Snape's Unbreakable Vow scene, on the other hand, was adapted to the film, but despite also being disconnected from Harry's perspective and knowledge, it is of much more interest and and consequence than the Muggle Prime Minister, as we, the reader, grapple with whether it's Harry or Dumbledore who is right about where Snape's true allegiance lies, the misdirecting answer to which propels the year to its dramatic end.
Harry Potter. Who's Harry Potter?
Oh, no one.
Half-Blood becomes one of 2 adaptations to entirely skip Privet Drive when we find Harry in a cafe where a callback to the lights flickering in the underpass before the Dementors arrive in Phoenix and Harry dramatically walking towards and looking out of the window as a train drives past tries to put us on edge about whether any danger will find him. It turns out just to be Dumbledore magically locating Harry and making a cliché vehicle-blocked appearance to collect him for a mission of acting as bait for Slughorn. Rather than prolonged scenes of action, the film is mostly made up of short spikes of tension like this, such as Draco finding Harry on the Hogwarts Express, Katie Bell getting cursed, and Ron getting poisoned. The only back and forth duel is Harry's brief confrontation with Draco in a bathroom, as Harry getting pulled under the water and Dumbledore's firestorm in a cave is more of a fantasy horror scene, and Harry's chase and sorry attempt at fighting Snape exists merely for the Half-Blood Prince reveal.
I'm the Half-Blood Prince.
The book scene that best matches the scale of the Department of Mysteries, and would have been a part of Harry chasing Snape had the film adapted it, is known as the Battle of the Astronomy Tower. Most of this battle we only hear remnants of coming from down below, whilst Harry struggles incapacitated under his cloak, watching Dumbledore stall Draco long enough for Snape to arrive and kill him instead. When Dumbledore is killed, and his spell holding Harry under the cloak is broken, Harry pursues Snape by making his way down the tower and through the still ongoing struggle between the Death Eaters and some Order and DA members, the latter of who we assume survive in part because of the luck potion Harry gave them before leaving for the cave with Dumbledore. His suspicions proved right that what Draco has spent all year planning will coincidentally come to fruition this night Dumbledore makes himself so vulnerable. Had that not been the case, Draco's plan would, if Dumbledore didn't intend to die anyway, completely fail. An overlooked oddity of Harry's chase that is more pronounced in the film version is why Harry doesn't go after them immediately and why the Death Eaters don't kidnap him. Unlike in the book, Harry is not immobilized under a cloak because Dumbledore knows how he'll act, but hiding under the floor, where he uncharacteristically watches Dumbledore's death without acting, and is even found and told to stay silent by Snape before he goes up to help the Death Eaters, putting Snape's loyalty even further into question, as surely if he were a true Death Eater, he would be hostile to Harry. When Harry catches up to the fleeing Death Eaters, Snape tells them to save him for the Dark Lord and to flee before Ministry reinforcements arrive. But in the book, they aren't under so much threat from the attacking Order members they can't steal Harry, and in the film, they aren't under any threat at all. Their job of assassinating Dumbledore was done before anyone could combat them up or down the tower, and their escape consists of waltzing across the Great Hall, where Snape dispatches of an unsuspecting Auror guard, and down and out into the cool night breeze, where Hagrid has already vacated his hut to go mourn Dumbledore with, seemingly, everyone else. This is what the battle was removed for, to focus on the Death Eaters' unchallenged defilement of Hogwarts, with the shattering of the Great Hall windows and the burning of Hagrid's hut, and the collective grief at the loss of the headmaster who has protected them. Whilst an almost compulsory replacement of Dumbledore's funeral that was cut from the book, I commend their willingness to commit these emotions at the expense of what would have been a highly anticipated action scene. But as a consequence, it paints everyone's inaction at Hogwarts as incredibly feeble and removes the only major contribution Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore's army, and the Order make to anything involving Harry or Dumbledore in the entire year. All things considered, the book is still, in its novelistic detail, more disproportionately slice-of-life heavy than the film. From Dumbledore's scorning of the Dursleys at Privet Drive, to a Fleur-infested summer break at the Burrow, to Harry's first and only year as Quidditch captain, to apparition lessons in the Great Hall, etc., the book is no less referred to as filler than the film. You might expect the penultimate installment to be heating up for the climax, but the most momentous plot threads of Voldy's backstory and Draco's impossible mission are too simple, happen too much in the periphery, and don't provide the main characters with enough agency. And so it is the quote-unquote filler they feel the year experiencing that becomes the focal point of Half-Blood's identity. And in the school life that makes up this filler, it is the romance that stands out and has a lasting, if only thematic, impact on Deathly Hallows.
Sixth story really deals with the relationships a lot, with Rupert and his first relationship with Lavender Brown, so it's got lots of sexual and emotional politics, which is really good. So we're seeing the characters we love discovering much more profoundly the opposite sex.
Apparently it's his lucky day.
The romance and everything that is in the film is very, very strong. It does set the tone as being sort of more mature from the word go, I think, this time around.
It's much more of a romantic comedy. It's much more about relationships and the trials and tribulations of
of love.
Harry sort of has a crush on Ginny. Ginny is going out with Dean Thomas, but she sort of likes Harry, and they can't really tell each other what they feel. Similarly, Ron likes Hermione, Hermione likes Ron, but again, neither of them can really express themselves. So it leads to many comic mishaps and plenty of romantic awkwardness, something that we all can relate to in some form or another.
What if she looked over here and saw you snogging me? Would you expect her to get up and leave?
The romance of Harry Potter is obligatory not only because it's a young adult series set in a school, but because of the themes of love Rowling wrote Voldy to oppose. Even still, the book and film of Half-Blood and the books and films of the series as respective wholes don't spend all that long on romance. Ron and Hermione are of course off and on throughout the series, but only with Cho in Phoenix and Ginny in Half-Blood does romance come to the forefront of Harry's life, and even then, each romance is only explored in as much detail as Rowling saw fit to satisfy the theme. Fleur and Weasley No. 8 may have the most consistent and complete romance out of everyone prior to the epilogue, but after Molly and Ginny accept Fleur into the family at the end of Half-Blood, she and Weasley No. 8 are delegated to being the wallpapers of various set pieces the trio find themselves staying at.
What's left of us, at least.
The characters cursed with the most egregiously underdeveloped romance of the series are Lupin and Tonks. The films whittle this romance down to such a short nub, you couldn't trip over it if you tried, consisting of their closeness during Christmas at the Burrow, the interrupted pregnancy announcement at Privet Drive,
By the way, wait till you hear the news. Remus and I.
and their deaths. So little of their characters showing up past their respective introductions does lessen the impact of their deaths in the films, in a situation where their deaths already only occur in the books to add on to Harry's guilt and eventual self-sacrifice. A major waste of their potential, their development past Phoenix revolving around this romance is one of the book's most shoehorned subplots because it happening almost entirely off-screen leaves big gaps in the rationale behind their actions and our care for their actions, which can be summed up as Lupin fearing the effect his lycanthropy may have on her and their potential child's reputation, and everybody telling him to just get over it. Pairing Harry's interest in becoming an Auror with him and Tonks developing some sort of sibling bond during Half-Blood would have helped enough that Tonks alone dying would be impactful enough for Lupin to be able to survive as the only remaining marauder and a positive representative of werewolves.
Eat. You'll feel better.
At the other end of the scale, Ron and Hermione take up the bulk of the romance with a generic take on the will they or won't they trope, as Rowling strings along his and Hermione's inabilities to romantically communicate. In Half-Blood, they get knocked onto a course that sees them again fall temporarily apart, which gives Ron the development he needs to help him and Hermione get over whatever hurdles were stagnating them before. Hermione can't deny her feelings when tending to Ron in the hospital and confronts Lavender when she comes to visit, and so Lavender's romance in the film ends rather unfairly there. In the book, Lavender's well-placed belief that Ron prefers Hermione over her comes more gradually to fruition with such events as Ron, spiked by the love potion, cold-shouldering her on his and Harry's way out of the common room, and his and Hermione's similar descent from the boys' dormitory, after which Lavender supposedly accuses them of doing who knows what together. The aimlessness of the trio's Horcrux hunting would have taken its toll regardless, but the locket's mind-corrupting magic takes advantage of above all Ron's deepest resentments and insecurities, and he storms off. Hermione is thoroughly depressed until after Ron returns and overcomes the locket's counterproductive last-ditch effort to protect itself, and by the time they return to Hogwarts, they're back on good enough terms to run off to grab some basilisk fangs. When they meet back up with Harry after dealing with the cup, Ron suggests they warn the house elves to evacuate, to which Hermione reacts by kissing him. The film actually shows their destruction of the cup in the chamber, and it's after getting showered by the cup's entirely inadequate defense that the soundtrack wells and they have their theatrical kiss. The cause of the kiss can't be Ron developing to care about the house elves as Hermione has done since Goblet, because all of her S.P.E.W efforts were never a thing in the films. But the climax of S.P.E.W serving little more purpose than finalizing Ron and Hermione's romance in the books isn't so interesting as the film's different and confusing treatment of a possible Harry and Hermione romance. The male and female main characters getting together may be the default and most expected romantic route for a young adult story, but that doesn't mean it makes the most sense in the context of a given story. Whether the pairing of Harry and Hermione can even be considered a romantic red herring is vague. Anything that could be construed as romantic or physical attraction between the two is the result of either a filmmaking misunderstanding, their close friendship, or awkward teenage innuendo. The narrative option of Hermione grabbing Harry's branch was always there, but never in universe to does it make sense for her to do so over Ron's. And then, in Hallows, Harry decisively cuts his branch free by ensuring Ron understands he only loves Hermione like a sister. Dumbledore straight up asking Harry about Hermione and Half-Blood does seem like a bit of ham-fisted curiosity to push their relationship as mentor and student forward, but at least the films acknowledge and settle a big grey area in the fanbase. Also, I would say, if they hadn't gone on to insert an original scene into Deathly Hallows Part 1 that doesn't, in being watched, have to suggest anything romantic between Harry and Hermione, but was nonetheless intended to do so.
In the middle of that dancing, they get very close, and it starts to get complicated in a way, because it's friendship, but it almost becomes something else. You can almost feel when they're alone together that it could slip into something that was more than just friendship. And that tension, I think, is really interesting.
You know, you forget that these guys are kids. This is a lot to ask of two 17-year-olds. And it's also, that moment in the tent is also a bit of a will they won't they moment for Harry and Hermione.
If you were on the road with someone just, you know, for a very, very long time, and it's just the two of you, and you get on really well, and there's always kind of that awkward stage in a friendship where you wonder whether it could be more. And this is kind of that scene for Hermione and Harry. They're kind of on the edge of something where they very easily could have kissed that night because they were so miserable, and they kind of wanted some kind of intimacy to cheer them up. And Hermione is the one who moves away from that situation because she knows that she loves Ron and she wouldn't be true to herself.
I actually quite like the dance scene as a reinforcement of their platonic relationship for its narratively suitable song choice and general warmth that by its end confirms how depressing their situation without Ron really is, and film Harry's initiation of the dance is less out of character than it would have been for book Harry, but that all gets soured by the blatancy of the misinterpretations of everyone involved.
Speaking about something that I never wrote, but I thought was perfect, and I loved, you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, the dance.
The dance.
Yeah, I mean, the dance was funny because I had the idea for it while I was writing Half-Blood Prince. And one of the things I'll never forget the first time I saw it, when I saw it in New York, you could hear a pin drop because people were scared about where it was going. And that was its intention. And that's really...
And I, as I was writing it,
yeah,
felt a real pull between them.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah.
That really, in a sense, gave me the license to do the scene.
Yeah.
Because I knew that emotionally it was true then.
True to the character. Why wouldn't it happen? You're alone. You might die any day.
Yeah. But I think what was interesting about it was that I thought I would get real pushback on that scene.
Well, I would have defended you to the hilt on that because I thought it was perfect.
But it was embraced. And
yeah,
no more than it was most enthusiastically embraced by Emma and Dan. Yeah. And so it was, that told me that it worked, and it was because it was emotionally true to what you'd written. And I think that if you follow it thematically and you're true to the characters, it's hard to go wrong if you're true to them, even if, say, the incident is not identical to what was in the book. But
it contradicts what has been established over multiple years and confirmed in the previous year, gives weight to Ron's fears that the two were getting cozy behind his back, and worst of all, ignores Harry's relationship with Ginny, which, whilst alarmingly absent from the films, is one of the main things Harry spends their Horcrux quest yearning for and being motivated by the thought of returning to. The most commonly stated problem with Ginny is that she comes almost out of nowhere as a romantic interest. Her and Harry's slightly prolonged stares and famously mocked force-feeding and shoelace tying aren't much better than Harry's chest monster, but besides the film adapting the book's already scarce romance with as little detail as it adapts everything else, what it uniquely lacks is the genuine chemistry between Harry and Ginny that is essential to justify their romance coming out of nowhere and it lighting such a bright fire in the middle of so much darkness. Like Rowling panicked and clumsily slammed a speedrun Harry's romance labelled button that makes convenient use of everything being from Harry's perspective. To be fair, Harry's many protagonistic experiences have given him a cool enough portfolio to match her. In this 6th year alone, he's been past ownership of an ancient house the Wizarding Resistance routinely used as their headquarters, and everybody knows he was telling the truth about Voldemort's return all along. He's the Quidditch captain and the chosen one who meets the most powerful wizard in the world for special training, and he's grown about a foot over the summer. It's no wonder all the girls obsessively view him as, Hermione puts it, more fanciable than ever, taking sneaking to the bathrooms to conspire how to slip him love potions readily available and disguisable as innocent items like chocolates in Fred and George's jokes shop. Love potions that apparently aren't of a dark or dangerous enough magic to get detected by any of the senses Hogwarts is this year obstructed with. If one thing stands out that Harry finds in Ginny, it's the sense of humour they share. Whether it's the whimsy of wizarding customs, the Roald Dahlian descriptions of unusual people, or the counterbalancing of otherwise miserable circumstances, the humour of the books has always come from Harry, and it's the biggest thing he's always found Hermione to lack. Whereas Harry's time spent alone with Hermione is marred by wishing he could return to having fun with Ron, Ginny's wit and deprecating imitations amuse Harry more than anyone else. Additionally beneficial is their shared values, which they candidly communicate on, most notably during Dumbledore's funeral, where it's more accurate to say they understand their relationship to be on hold than broken up, and Ginny doesn't hold Harry back with pleas of "don't leave me" or "it's too dangerous," but trusts and admires a decision she knows nothing about because she has no reason to expect anything less than good of him. At the end of it all, once Voldy has been defeated and Harry has had a nice long rest, they can commit to their heart's content, and over the next 19 or more years, Harry becomes an official part of a wizarding family with plenty of members to spare, and which Hermione also joins through Ron. That end in the epilogue is what Rowling claims to have most stringently conserved since the beginning of her writing journey, but everything up until reaching that end leaves a lot to be desired. That Harry and Ginny's time together at Hogwarts is fleeting may be the bittersweet point, but that doesn't stop its meagerness diminishing the thematic through-line motivating Harry on his Horcrux quest in Hallows, and the film somehow earned a reputation for being disproportionately romantic whilst dropping the few small balls the book gave it to juggle. After kissing in the Room of Requirement, nothing more of their romance is shown or mentioned until the end of the film, when the trio are looking out across the Hogwarts landscape, and Hermione, not Ron, who silently sits in the background, confirms that Ron approves of Harry and Ginny being a thing.
Ron's okay with it, you know. You and Ginny.
Then in Hallows they briefly hug and kiss a couple of times, and that's it. As has been poked fun at, it's not inaccurate to say film Harry has more chemistry with the waitress he asks out in the cafe.
Hey, I was wondering...
11. That's when I get off.
The blame can't all be dumped on Bonnie Wright, if at all. When Ginny's casting for the first half of the series would have looked for a shy girl, she barely shows up even in the entry she's most plot relevant, and she has to embody a complete personality shift for the second half of the series. That's a lot to ask from an actor of any age, and it's clear the blame mostly lies with the writing of the blandest romantic material imaginable, a far cry from Ginny's feisty charisma that enchants Harry in the book.
Don't you trust me?
The film's romance falls so flat, I can almost go so far as accusing them of capitalising on the popularity of the other major young adult series at the time that has since become infamous for its romance, the first film adaptation of which came out the year before Half-Bloods.
Say it.
Not only was Twilight popular in large part because of its romance, the books had a significant overlap with Harry Potter's audience, and as big as Potter was, it wasn't immune from the influence and pressure from its competition.
Stop. Stop.
This, I assume, must have played some part in Half-Blood's adaptation, prioritising romance over the Voldy backstory, despite lacking enough high-quality material to justify it.
When I'm around, keep the snogging to a minimum, please.
Like that's going to happen.
The quality of the romance may remain low, but this imbalance could have been alleviated by providing an equally long concentration of Voldy backstory, not necessarily even one that adapts all of the memories, because other than a 20-minute chunk of romance in the middle of the film, the subplot they're left to, in absence of much of the Voldy backstory, break things apart with, is Draco's perspective of fixing the Vanishing Cabinet. Though Harry's efforts to tail Draco are minimised, had we not instead been given this access to Draco's perspective, the film would have felt even more disproportionately romantic. In the book version, they follow Draco through Diagon Alley under Harry's cloak and use an extendable ear to hear his conversation inside the somehow still standing Borgin and Burkes that is well known for its shady magical items. Draco shows a frightened Borgin what can only be a dark mark on his arm and threatens him with Fenrir Greyback, basically confirming that Draco's a Death Eater or in cahoots with Death Eaters. For as scary and violent as he's supposed to be in the books, nothing much can be said about Greyback's virtually nameless existence in the films. From here on starts Harry's obsessive speculation about what Draco is doing for the Death Eaters, and Ron and Hermione's denial that he even is a Death Eater.
Harry is under the impression Draco Malfoy is now a Death Eater.
But okay,
After participating in the war during Phoenix, they might now consider him small fry, but their denial the son of a confirmed Death Eater might actually be involved is a ham-fisted way of ensuring Draco's plans go mostly undisturbed. It gets to the point that Harry hesitates to tell McGonagall his theory about Draco after recognising the necklace that cursed Katie Bell to be one that was on display in Borgin and Burke's. McGonagall points out Draco wasn't even in Hogsmeade that day because he was serving a detention with her, and therefore couldn't have Imperiused Katie Bell, though it later turns out Draco had Imperiused the 3 broomsticks landlady, and she both Imperiused Katie Bell to take the necklace, and later sent the Poisonsmead to Slughorn, demonstrating how overpowered and underutilised the Imperius curse really is, and how easily a single wizard could amass a personal army by creating an epidemic chain of Imperius curses. With the help of Dobby and Creature, it takes Harry longer than it should have to figure out that when Draco disappears from the Marauders map, he's inside the Room of Requirement. He can't break into the room because he doesn't know what Draco has turned it into, unlike how Marietta told Umbridge what Dumbledore's army had turned it into, and her apparently therefore being able to crash in on one of their meetings. In the film, they do spy on Draco in Borgin and Burke's, where both Greyback and the Vanishing Cabinet can be seen. Harry does eavesdrop on the train, where Draco isn't quite so self-incriminating.
Just see, I don't think you'll see me wasting my time in charms class next year.
Harry does blame the cursed necklace on Draco with such amazing proof as,
I just know.
You just know.
Arthur does make an inquiry and tells Harry about one of the Vanishing Cabinets.
The object that Draco is so interested in is a Vanishing Cabinet.
Harry does follow Draco into the bathroom and nearly kills him. And Harry does, in looking for a place to hide the potions book, open what is, by the bird flying out of it, suggested to be the fixed Vanishing Cabinet. However, all of the time spent pronouncing everyone else's denial of his speculations in the book is, as I said, exchanged for Draco's perspective. Freedom from the restriction of Harry's perspective does make Draco's plan of fixing and reconnecting the 2 Vanishing Cabinets yet more obvious than it already was, but the sympathy we gain by seeing Draco's struggles firsthand, instead of hearing about them during his talk with Dumbledore at the end, is far more valuable.
I remember David Yates saying if we can get just 1% of empathy or sympathy for him, then we'll have done our job.
It's like seeing a new character. Because Malfoy becomes so much more complex, conflicted. You see him struggle with his own identity and the task that Voldemort's given him.
The thought of someone seeing him this week is like, that's the moment we should explore.
Sure. Draco has entered the world Harry knows all too well, from fading out as the trivial childhood rival to being assigned an impossible mission as punishment for his father's failures. A mission Voldy assigns with zero expectations it will succeed, but which turns the tides of war in their favour because Dumbledore was going to die anyway, and spends the year letting Draco endanger people, despite knowing full well what his plans are, so that Snape can swoop in and take on the responsibility of assassinating him at the last second, so he can gain trust with Voldy and become the new Hogwarts headmaster to partially save the students from terror, whilst seeking a step-by-step guide from the deceased Dumbledore's portrait on how to control the entire plot of the 7th year to ultimately win the war.
So when the time comes.
Before we learn the full truth about Snape during the Prince's Tale plot twist, Harry unknowingly explores his teenage psyche through the Half-Blood Prince's potions book, which he finds in a cupboard it for some reason and who knows how long sat at the bottom of. But obtaining an undeserved reputation for potion-making genius is less problematic than Snape's margin scribbles proving to be further indicative of the dark magic used in the Death Eater circles he and many another Slytherin student found themselves indoctrinated into. The intricacies of wand movements and pronunciations don't seem so important now when, in his admiration of the prince and to Hermione's rightful concern, Harry starts using or planning to use these spells on unsuspecting victims. The trio do find harmless use in one that masks their classroom whisperings with white noise, but another by the name of Levi Corpus brings the hypocrisy of Harry's bullyish potential into the spotlight. It's a far cry from Harry's shock at seeing his father use the same effect to bully Snape. Now he entirely overlooks that past repulsion and dreams that his father may have been this genius prince he so desperately wants to feel close to. When Harry reads a spell Snape labelled only for enemies, he thinks to use it on McLaggen for his pomposity, his goalkeeper rivalry with Ron, and for having sent Harry to the hospital with a bludger to the head during Quidditch practice. As it turns out, when Harry and Draco's character arcs violently collide, McLaggen was most lucky to have evaded Harry's petty power tripping, the spell lacerating Draco's chest open enough for him to be saved only by Snape's close-by use of a complicated sounding counter curse he, as the inventor of this spell, may maybe the sole person capable of. This is the "oh shit, what have I done" moment the film better clarifies Harry's immediate change in attitude towards the prince with. In the book, after Snape demands he turn in whatever he learnt the spell from, Harry rushes to hide the prince's book in a wardrobe next to the vanishing cabinet, inadvertently discovers the location of Ravenclaw's diadem a year early, gives Snape Ron's book instead, and doesn't go to retrieve the prince's book because he gets distracted by the happiness of his romance with Ginny. In the film, Ginny actually initiates their trip to the Room of Requirement and hides it for him to save him from the temptation of going to retrieve it. Responsible, sensible, and well suited to how appalled she was to learn Harry was taking advice from what seemed to be an old student's diary, this morally grey period of Harry's youth getting skipped over so much by the film doesn't do the nuance of his character any favours, contributing to his status as a blank slate audience insert.
Honestly, Harry, sometimes I think the Daily Prophet should call you the dim one.
Nice. What you are looking at are memories. In this case, pertaining to one individual, Tom Riddles.
Dumbledore takes Harry on this sort of mission with him.
I knew a boy who made all the wrong choices.
In this film, Harry finding out about Voldemort as a young student.
I go to see Tom Riddle in the children's home he's in. The poor boy, I find him in a black, dark cell.
I can make things move without touching them.
There's something odd about him.
I can make bad things happen to people who are mean to me.
He knows some deep, shocking thing about the young Voldemort.
Did you know, sir?
Did I know I just met the most dangerous dark wizard of all time? No.
Of 6 memories the book uses to detail Voldy's backstory and personality, the film only adapted the bare bones of 2. Dumbledore's own memory of first meeting Voldy at an orphanage, and Slughorn's memory of his complicity in something crucial to Voldy's creation of Horcruxes. Also, Dumbledore wants Harry to acquire the undoctored memory to confirm. In Harry's first private lesson of the film, we see how their journeys through each memory won't be taking the Christmas Carol route of becoming an invisible observer, as was previously the case in Goblet and Phoenix, thereby disallowing Dumbledore to address Harry with clarifications about what is unfolding before them in real time.
Hogwarts is not a place for mad people. Hogwarts is a school.
In this memory, Dumbledore recruits Tom to Hogwarts, and among his aptitudes for magic and Parseltongue, we establish his affinity with the number 7, his purloining of various trinkets from other children in the orphanage, and the cave Harry and Dumbledore would later find to have once hidden a Horcrux. In Slughorn's false memory, Tom's creepiness has moulded into a Machiavellian charm, placing him front and centre in this Slug Club roundtable meeting. He lags behind after the end of the meeting, but what he asks Slughorn when he has the professor alone and with his social defences down has been inaudibly obscured, and the memory is promptly waved away by the theatrics of Slughorn's angry dismissal. It does seem like a shoddy edit job, but maybe memories can only be doctored so much, and with the delicacies Slughorn didn't have time for when Dumbledore made the request.
Do you mind if I use a loo?
No, of course.
The book's lessons start off with a memory from Bob Ogden, a ministry employee sent to speak with the suspect of a Muggle attack in the village of Little Hangleton. This suspect is Morfin Gaunt, the uncle of Voldemort and a remnant of one of the sacred 28 pureblood families known as the House of Gaunt, whose only remaining and proudly displayed wealth is their ability to speak Parseltongue and the ring and locket heirlooms they have inherited from Salazar Slytherin, both of which would go on to become Horcruxes. The Muggle victim was Tom Riddles Sr., who Morfin now nastily reveals he attacked because his sister, Merope, is in love with him. Their father, Marvolo, is no less of a pureblood supremacist and Slytherin fanatic, and furiously berates Merope for this traitorous love and for her disgusting failure as a squib. When his abuse gets physical, Ogden steps in, but he gets run out of the house by Morfin's fit of rage. But Dumbledore goes on to explain that Ogden returned to the house with reinforcements, and Morfin and Marvolo were each sentenced to Azkaban for 3 years and 6 months respectively. Merope would use the freedom of their imprisonments to either drug Tom Riddle Sr. with love potions or control him with the Imperius Curse for long enough to bear his child, only she deludes herself into thinking Tom may love her willingly and drops the spell, and when he inevitably abandons her and the child, Merope falls into depression. She may not have been a squib, but refused to use magic to help herself or her baby until selling her locket to Borgin and Burkes, giving birth at an orphanage, naming the baby after his father, and dying. The book's version of Dumbledore's orphanage memory better establishes the 11-year-old Tom to already possess the cruel, secretive, and solipsistic personality traits that would influence his creation of the Horcruxes, as well as his anger for such things as being bested, as Dumbledore does by unveiling his stolen stash of trinkets, his contempt for comparisons that make him in any way more ordinary, such as with the name Tom, and his confident and capable preference for acting alone, refusing Dumbledore's offer to guide him through Diagon Alley or to King's Cross Station. The book's next memory is another of the gaunt ones removed from the film, this time from Morphin's perspective of a 16-year-old Tom finding the gaunt, now very dilapidated house after tracing back his family in the hopes of feeding his pride. The memory ends soon after Tom learns of his mother and father's history because Morphin blacks out and wakes up to find that the ring he inherited was stolen and that Tom Riddles Sr. and his parents have been murdered down in Little Hangleton. The Ministry suspects the local supremacist with a muggle-hating criminal record to be the culprit, and when they show up to question Morphin, he admits to and accurately boasts of every detail, and his wand's history is revealed to be riddled with killing curses. Dumbledore made a visit to Morphin's Azkaban cell and extracted the truth, but he died before his innocence could be presented to the Ministry. Dumbledore's theory being that Tom stunned Morphin, used Morphin's wands to kill the entire Muggle side of his family, and returned to implant Morphin with false memories of the killing and steal his ring. The only real difference from the film's version of the fake memory is the doctoring not being so obvious, and that we hear it was Horcruxes Tom asked about, which just enables Harry to earlier confide in Ron and Hermione about what Horcruxes might be. Dumbledore tasks Harry with persuading Slughorn to divulge the real memory, but there's still 2 other memories left for them to explore, though neither of them is as important or interesting for the film to have adapted as the gaunt and orphanage memories. They just further illustrate what those 2 already identified about Voddy's sour relationship with love and his motivations for turning the things he does into Horcruxes. The first is a memory from a house elf called Hokey, whose master, Hepzibah Smith, is routinely visited by Tom during his time working at Borgin and Burke's. Hepzibah's infatuation with Tom leads to her revealing 2 of her most prized possessions, Helga Hufflepuff's cup and Salazar Slytherin's locket. Tom is of course interested in each artifact for reasons beyond his treasure hunting job, and as the memory ends, Dumbledore explains that Hokey was blamed for poisoning Hepzibah to death 2 days later, the cup and locket were missing, Tom vanished from Borgin and Burke's, and no further investigation was made because of Hokey's modified memories and the Ministry's predisposition to suspect house elves. The final memory is Dumbledore's perspective of Tom, now going by Voldemort, returning to Hogwarts to again request to become the dark arts teacher, claiming his 20 isolated years spent pushing the boundaries of magic will be of good use to Hogwarts' young minds, his once handsome features noticeably blurred throughout the meeting, certainly as a result of having further split his soul into Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, items pertaining to Gryffindor and Ravenclaw most likely being what he sought to steal. The Sword of Gryffindor does to this day, and most crucially remains safe, but Voldy had learned the location of Ravenclaw's diadem to be the room of requirement he, it seems, wasn't entirely wrong to arrogantly believe himself special to have found. It's anyone's guess how Dumbledore has gone all this time not knowing about the room, when he has himself referenced the room by talking to Karkaroff during the Yule Ball about a mysterious disappearing bathroom, and among the entirety of Dumbledore's army using it during Phoenix, such other Hogwarts residents as Trelawney and Draco have repeatedly used it.
Yes. Still no luck with Slughorn then, I take it?
After his slothful attempts to acquire Slughorn's true memory caused the professor to avoid him, Harry drinks his liquid luck potion that Rowling had the foresight to limit, if only inadequately, the possibilities of. The potion's recipe being of particular complexity, danger, and time commitment to brew, and its overuse ruining the lives of those who rely on or become addicted to it, whether because of physical or psychological side effects or something more magically abstract, isn't clear. Besides large quantities being toxic, all Slughorn specifies is that using the potion too frequently is reported to cause overconfidence and recklessness, and that he has used the potion only twice in his life, resulting in 2 perfect days. How the potion so perfectly aligns the events around the consumer to benefit them as much as possible is the kind of inexplicable magic small doses of can be put to good use, and both the DA's use of it during the Battle of the Astronomy Tower and Slughorn's subtle use of it during the Battle of Hogwarts, where they don't absolutely dominate their enemies and still obtain injuries, demonstrate why its power not going beyond one's natural full potential is so crucial to the magic not undermining the narrative tension.
Surely you realise I can't allow you to go roaming the grounds by yourself?
Well then by all means come along, sir.
Radcliffe's performance during this comedic sequence is often cited as a highlight of the film, and the book features some additionally humorous benefits of his intoxication, most importantly coming across Slughorn and enticing him down to Aragog's funeral with the chance of obtaining some valuable acromantula venom, and then during the after-party successfully non-verbally casting the refilling charm to get Slughorn more drunk. Though less detailed, the film maintains the pleasantry of the whole affair, and, in regards to Slughorn's true memory, improves it by Slughorn getting more than drunk enough of his own accord and talking himself into giving it up through his fondly bittersweet account of a magical fish Lily gifted him as a student dying the same night she did. Without it feeling too melodramatic, Harry responds by asking Slughorn to be brave like Lily was when she protected him, playing to his emotions rather than trying to guilt him into divulging the memory like he's closer to doing in the book's version. The bad taste I get from Harry's approach in the book being awfully reminiscent of Dumbledore's manipulations, such as Harry thinking he's safe telling Slughorn he needs the memory because he's the chosen one, because Slughorn won't remember this in the morning.
Can you only split the soul once? For instance, it's 7.
7? Merlin's beard, Tom. Isn't it bad enough to consider killing one person?
It'll be our little secret.
So far, the film's shortcomings with the memories have been the result of the semi-understandable decision to focus on Voldy's present rise to power over flashbacks to his past rise to power. Of course, everything of interest about Voldy either exists in those flashbacks or is contextualized by them, and it's a shame to miss the Gaunt family's thematic context of the lovelessness with which Voldy was conceived and his subsequent hatred of his father and by extension all Muggles, but nobody's saying the removal of such details was a good decision. What I mean by their removal being an understandable decision is that they aren't 100% crucial to the basic plot points falling into place, and they would have required some potentially dangerous shifting of the film's structure to maintain that unchallenging mainstream pacing. What's not an understandable decision, however, is Dumbledore's different and inaccurate reaction to Slughorn's true memory, revealing that what Tom asked about Horcruxes was whether a wizard can split their soul into 7. Dumbledore says,
"This is beyond anything I imagined."
And on top of not clarifying what he believes each Horcrux to be, he decides,
"Could be anything. Most commonplace of objects."
Whilst perhaps technically true, this goes against the entire point of learning about Voldy's personality, specifically his gargantuan arrogance and trophy-collecting habit that are the only available evidence by which to trace his Horcruxes and ultimately defeat him. As far back as Chamber, Dumbledore was given the mysterious diary that held a memory of Tom Riddle that could think enough for itself to try releasing the basilisk. Whether it ending up at Hogwarts was Voldy's intention or not, and we know it wasn't, if Voldy was willing to pass on something as valuable as that, then perhaps he had made other such items that could keep his soul immortal beyond the diary's discovery or destruction. The diary being just a diary and not a famous historical artifact like the ring, locket, cup and diadem may have been the result of Rowling not having the Horcruxes extensively planned out as early as writing Chamber, or could instead be excused as a young Voldy's immaturity. That a Horcrux works better when the item is of value to the creator is only suggested, and Rowling could have better established it as a magical limitation, but that's nothing in comparison to the film making this baffling decision of leaving open the possibility that a less egotistical Voldy could have turned a pebble or a sock into a Horcrux and stuffed it under the floorboard of an entirely insignificant location, which the Gaunt Shack Dumbledore returned to and found the ring is not. In the book, Dumbledore's reaction is less of shock that the problem is worse than he imagined, and more that he's finally confirmed what he imagined, and what he imagined was bad enough already. It was important to confirm that Voldy intended to split his soul 7 times in order to have 6 items to aim to destroy before going after his body. It's likely he wouldn't intend to go beyond 7 splits because of the magical properties of that number and his particular affinity for it. It also allows Dumbledore to secretly speculate and plan when to reveal that Harry was made into the 6th Horcrux when Voldy tried to kill him. Voldy may or may not have intended to make a Horcrux with this momentous occasion of killing the Chosen One, but when Lily's protection rebound his killing curse and his Horcrux had to choose something to latch onto, it just so happened to choose Harry, and Voldy's ignorance of his Horcrux succeeding despite his own destruction leads to him making Nagini much later, not creating a 6th Horcrux to complete his collection as he thought he was doing, but making a 7th and splitting his soul into its 8th part, possibly tarnishing how stable his soul could from then on be.
It was a really tricky decision to make 2 movies out of the book, but when I was working through the set pieces I would have loved to have put in one script, it quickly transpired that it would have been the most expensive film in the history of cinema ever.
I was very much against doing it as 2 films. I thought it was a terrible idea. When it was initially mooted by Lionel Wigram, who's now an executive producer on the film, I said, it's a bad idea. Because we hadn't done it, why would we do it now? And then Steve started breaking down the book. It just became increasingly clear that everything in this book is relevant, and so many loose ends are tied up that if we were to leave a lot of it out, the film wouldn't make sense, and we wouldn't be really bringing the books and the films to the conclusion that they deserve. Of course, there was a moment a few months later, once we'd announced that we were going to do 2 films, that Steve came to me and said, David, there's almost enough in here for 3. I went, no, we can't do that. So anyway, it's 2.
Hello and welcome to Trafalgar Square, here in the heart of London for the cinematic event of the century. I'm Alex Zane.
And I'm Edith Bowman, and together we shall guide you through this historic event, which is the culmination for a lot of people of a 10-year journey.
What are we talking about? Well, just in case you haven't guessed, this should leave you in no doubt.
I'm from Sweden. I'm from Belgium.
Newcastle in Australia.
Melbourne. Vancouver, Canada.
New York.
Minnesota.
Denmark. And Vancouver, Canada.
I'm here because I love Harry Potter and it's like my entire life.
I'm here for this. It's just everything.
It's like a once-in-a-lifetime event.
I've been a fan for 10 years. I'm still counting.
I've never done this before, and it was the last chance to see everyone. It's kind of amazing that something has gone on for 10 years and everyone is still here camping out in the rain.
I just want to see the people who have made my life and my childhood and everything complete. It's kind of like represents our generation. I couldn't not come.
Deathly Hallows is underwhelming. The book and its 2-part film adaptation. They each offer Too Little Too Late, and they each encapsulate the issues the previous entries had spent a decade glossing over. Understandably, they didn't want to disgust mainstream audiences with a single film over 4 hours long, but why were the 200,000 words of Hallows considered less cuttable than the comparably large word counts of Goblet, Phoenix, and Half-Blood? That's not to say word count accurately translates to runtime, but is the plot of Hallows actually justifiably uncuttable compared to those 3 others, none of which breached 2.5 hours of runtime, let alone the over 4 hours Hallows Part 1 and 2 end up lasting when added together?
How do you start? Where do you start with the words of J.K. Rowling to turn them into the right words of telling the story for screen?
I start where all the fans do, is, you know, I read the book and try to just read the book and experience it, and then I try to think of the movie I want to see, and I don't think it's any really different than most fans. I mean, and I just have to sort of try to make it happen.
Is it hard to condense it?
Oh yeah, because as all the fans know, the brilliance of Joe's work is in the details, and it's hard to maintain all those details when you only have 2.5 hours.
The lucrative enticement of splitting the franchise's climax into 2 distinctly sellable products, filmed simultaneously but released a year apart, sure is suspicious, in particular regards to their contradictory cutting of enough of this supposedly uncuttable book that such a justification no longer seems truthful.
It was a really tricky decision to take to make 2 movies out of the book, and it sort of transpired really because Steve, who'd started the adaptation process while we were making Half-Blood Prince, really struggled to contain everything in one script.
The final 4-hour film suggests it was not the book they found so uncuttable, but the screenplay, which is of the absent-minded infidelity we have come to expect from Steve Clovis, additionally hindered by having to make up for the shortcomings of the previous installments.
Are there any things in this film that you felt you wanted to tie in, or loose ends that you wanted to close up from the previous books that may have been left out due to time or something like that?
Wow, that's a really good question, because, well, there are things that I had that drove me crazy, which was things like the mirror, the piece of the mirror, which was, something that, I had to sort of find a way to introduce in the beginning of this one. There's always things like that. I mean, I'm trying to think.
7 books for 7 school years adapted into a total of 8 films, ironically reminiscent of Voldemort unintentionally splitting his soul 8 ways, and therefore, although it is almost entirely unelaborated, diminishing the strength of his immortality. Rowling and her deeply flawed books remain at the heart of it all, and contrary to her seemingly hands-off approach to the first 6 films, she joined Hallows as an official credited producer. As one of her first and perhaps most destructive acts of denial that her contributions to Harry Potter ever ended, I wonder, given the mess Hallows ended up making of its adaptation, how much blood was on her hands.
Once I knew you were up and running and it was fine, it was a relief to say, right, there are the films, and I'm over here with the books, and that's fine. And I trust these people, and I did, and I do.
And that's wonderful.
And, you know, I think, and I have to say that it was inevitably you had to depart from the strict storyline of the books. The books are simply too long to make into very faithful films. And I can think of many places where it's worked just beautifully. And some things are just more filmic, and some things are more inherently novelistic. So I was always accepting of that. It didn't have to be a word-for-word transcription of my world, although some fans are that.
Yes,
scary.
I mean, I do think
I'm not that scary.
that they kind of, no, you're not, which is wonderful. But I do sometimes think that, you know, if we did make a 6-hour Harry Potter film, there would be
an audience for it.
There would be an audience,
and
yeah.
they would still be complaining that there were things that were wrong, and they would want the director's cut.
Yeah.
So let's not even go down that route.
These are dark times, there is no denying.
Part 1 starts with an extreme close-up of Bill Nighy giving a speech as Rufus Scrimgeour, the new Minister for Magic film-only watchers are seeing for the first time and will only see on one more occasion before the announcement of his off-screen death. He is a nothing character who may as well have still been Cornelius Fudge. Fudge isn't much of a character himself, but at least he's already familiar as the Minister. In the books, after Scrimgeour replaces Fudge at the start of Half-Blood, he more proactively prepares for the upcoming war, but fails to recruit the independent efforts of the Order because Dumbledore disagrees with his past methods, and Harry, besides his loyalty to Dumbledore, doesn't want to become the Ministry's poster boy. Harry and Scrimgeour's interactions never end on friendly terms, but Scrimgeour isn't evil, and his opinion that Dumbledore and the Chosen One should be working with the Ministry instead of keeping their secrets is reasonable. It would be more reasonable, however, if the Ministry wasn't so inept and susceptible to corruption, but I can't see how such a public organisation can avoid corruption when dark wizards have such tools as the Imperius Curse at their disposal. It's surprising the espionage efforts of the Order even get as far as they do, which with their few members is not very far at all when the opposition are willing to use such advantageous magic. In fact, the trio only succeed in their Horcrux hunting by eventually using some of said dark magic themselves. The book's first chapter and the film's first post-title card scene features Voldy and his high table of Death Eaters gathering at Malfoy Manor to discuss their intel on the date and time of Harry's escort out of Privet Drive, which becomes known as the Battle of the Seven Potters because of the Order's insane plan to disguise 6 people as Harry decoys.
Wow, we're identical.
The source of this plan, the film justifiably skims over explaining during The Prince's Tale, is the portrait of Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, who told Snape to confront Mundungus to propose the plan to the Order, and, after they for some reason decided this plan from their least trustworthy member was a good one, to tell Voldy the plan to further cement his loyalty and thereby become headmaster of Hogwarts, keeping contact with Dumbledore's portrait and saving the students from the Carrows, who might otherwise have given them all an even worse time than the bad time they would go on to give them anyway.
They like punishment, the Carrows.
Of the trio's personal preparations for the journey they'll be taking, we see Hermione wiping herself from her parents' memories. The book specifies she sends them to Australia, but if the Death Eaters could connect them to her and go after them, I'm not sure why another country would be beyond their limits. Family is also on Ron's mind during their camping, which the film briefly sets up with a shot of him standing facing away from the bustling Burrow. In the lead up to the wedding in the book, he explains the ghoul in the attic will give the hopefully uninvestigated excuse for his Hogwarts absence, but frankly, the family of the guy Harry Potter has been best friends with since their first year should be a bunch of prime suspects regardless, at least enough for the Death Eaters who end up investigating the Burrow to actually confirm Ron's status. Harry watches the Dursleys depart Privet Drive and looks at the mirror shard the film hasn't bothered to establish that in the book he rediscovers whilst packing the essentials for his quest. A deleted scene featuring an unconvincing fat suit does adapt a little of Harry's reconciliation with Dudley before they're escorted by some Order members to apparate to a safe house at the same time Harry is due to leave. Hermione's parents couldn't be offered the same protection, apparently, but then Dumbledore ensured only the trio would know for sure what they were getting up to and just how closely associated Ron and Hermione would be. The Seven Potters convoy is ambushed so soon after leaving Privet Drive, however, that I can't see how the Dursleys wouldn't have been checked and murdered on their way out. Harry could have been disguised as anyone to try and leave the neighbourhood undetected. The Death Eaters certainly seem to have enough numbers to cover a perimeter to see anyone visibly leaving, and why would they suddenly have the morality to let anyone peacefully pass their perimeter, whether they're confirmed to be Harry or related to Harry or not? For the sake of sanity, accepting they are completely unable to break the transportation law forbidding the use of portkeys and apparition in and out of Privet Drive, there's still better options than disguising a bunch of people as Harry and darting off towards different portkeys, or, as the film presents it, straight towards the Burrow. The obvious option is to apparate the second they leave Privet Drive, or leave the area apparition is restricted. The underage trace may be able to trace Harry, but his presence can be masked by apparating with adults. The Death Eaters don't yet have complete control of the Ministry, and it doesn't matter if they do trace where he apparates, as long as he makes it into another protected area or to one of the portkeys they want to use to conceal the safe houses. If he wasn't staying at a place, a public wedding would soon occur, and was instead at a place hidden by a Fidelius charm, such a measure wouldn't be necessary, as evident by the trio staying undetected at Grimmauld Place, despite Death Eaters constantly waiting outside. Other options could be disguising as some muggles and driving out as easily as the Dursleys seem to have been able to, walking or broomstick flying out under Harry's or any number of other invisibility cloaks, or just flying out in plain sight on his extremely fast broomstick at such speeds the Death Eaters can't keep up. It's not like broomsticks run out of energy. The only real positive of the Seven Potters plan is it creates 6 additional targets only Voldy can kill, because Voldy wants to kill Harry himself. But that's only really relevant if they're expecting an ambush, which the Order is not, and relies on Voldy being unable to fly around and pick off all 7 Harrys, which certainly seems within reason for how much his dark magic is supposed to be feared. It sure is lucky so few of the Order acquire injuries, none of them get captured, and only their leader dies, but the most insane luck is that despite Hedwig defending him in the film and his use of Expelliarmus in the book revealing the real Harry, and Voldy immediately pursuing and fighting the real Harry, he still survives. When Voldy flies past in a cloud of smoke and aims to kill, Harry's wand magnetically pulls his arm up to align with Voldy's and casts a spell of its own volition that defends him with as much success as the Priori Incantatem phenomenon we know from the end of Goblet, a phenomenon that should by all accounts be impossible in these circumstances because it only occurs between twin wands, and at the Malfoy Manor meeting, Voldy took the precaution of checking that Lucius's wand isn't a twin of Harry's and uses it instead of his own. The arse-pull of an explanation for Harry's wand still blocking Voldy's is later speculated on by Dumbledore in Limbo. He concludes that, "I believe that your wand imbibed some of the power and qualities of Voldemort's wand that night, which is to say it contained a little of Voldemort himself. So your wand recognized him when he pursued you, recognized a man who was both kin and mortal enemy, and it regurgitated some of his own magic against him, magic much more powerful than anything Lucius's wand had ever performed. Your wand now contained the power of your enormous courage and Voldemort's own deadly skill. What chance did that poor stick of Lucius Malfoy stand?" Its remarkable effects were directed only at Voldemort, who had tampered so ill-advisedly with the deepest laws of magic. Only towards him was that wand abnormally powerful, otherwise it was a wand like any other. If it wasn't for this Deus Ex Machina, Voldy would have killed Harry during the ambush Dumbledore set in motion. There was always that risk, but Dumbledore couldn't have known just how close it would be to coming true, because why would he expect Harry to fight back with as much stupidity as using the Expelliarmus spell he's famous enough for to be identified by?
Mad Eye's dead.
His death is more passed over in the film, but Moody's presence isn't substantial enough in the books to satisfy the effect his death is meant to have there either, that being the loss of his battle-hardened veteran leadership so soon after losing Dumbledore. If Dumbledore's death didn't cement it enough before, now it really is all on Harry. Not that Dumbledore should have expected or orchestrated it to all be on Harry, as Marley points out by saying, if Dumbledore needed something done, he had the whole Order at his command. The first of our questioning of Dumbledore comes in the form of Harry spending almost the entirety of Chapter 2, titled In Memoriam, reading newspaper articles about the late headmaster. One article, written by his school friend Alpheus Doge, which includes an outline of the tragedies of the Dumbledore family, and another article interviewing Rita Skeeter about her new biography, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore. In the film, this newspaper and these articles are seen briefly, and during the wedding, Harry sits in on Alpheus Doge and Auntie Muriel's disagreements about Dumbledore's past. As far as the film is concerned, acquiring the necessary seeds of discontent about how little information Dumbledore really divulged about himself or the Horcrux plan. Skeeter's biography and the controversies it perhaps unfairly and with a biased dramatization unveils is of much less concern to Harry's faith in the Horcrux quest throughout the film than in the book. On the whole though, Dumbledore in the films has all along had bigger issues with inconsistent and sometimes downright incorrect portrayals of his personality.
Welcome, welcome to another year at Hogwarts.
There's a grace and there's a dignity and there's a weight there. And Michael's very mischievous in his own sort of special way.
Something of the slight changes that we wanted to do is that we wanted to recover one element of the Dumbledore of the books, that is a certain, rather than a regalness, a certain funkiness. He could seem a little shabby and a little distracted, but actually he's completely in control of everything. And that's something that I think that Michael brought onto the table in a really beautiful.
Dumbledore is who Dumbledore is by the very nature of what Joe Rowling wrote. Wise, eccentric, with a twinkle in his eye. He doesn't replace Richard. He is doing Michael Gambon's
Harry Potter!
Everything is a conspiracy theory. I protest.
Harry!
I protest.
Harry! Curiosity is not a sin, Harry, but you should exercise caution. Harry!
No!
I never liked these curtains.
Based on Goblet, Harry should be under no impression the headmaster cares about him or is deserving of the amount of respect that's meant to make the later reveal of his past controversies so shocking. This portrayal then bleeds into and impacts Phoenix, where Harry is supposed to feel estranged by Dumbledore's sudden coldness and distance. In Half-Blood, the character and Gambon's portrayal have steadied their balance enough to find the remorseful exhaustion with which Dumbledore tearfully labours through what he knows to be the end of his life, not setting up enough of the needlessly secretive manipulations that complicate Harry's Horcrux quest, but at least setting the melancholic stage for the fates awaiting him and everyone else. The impact of his death is, however, almost entirely diminished by Rowling's need to wobble on the crutch of his what seems to be all but physically functional portrait replica, who steals Snape's agency by continuing to come up with and command his performance of several major actions that lead to Voldemort's unlikely defeat.
To kill the other Horcruxes, we have to find them. Where are they?
When the trio finally find a moment to sneak in a chat at the Burrow, Ron and Hermione reaffirm their investment in the Horcrux quest, and Hermione reveals the Horcrux book she acioed out of the window of the headmaster's office before the end of their 6th year. To be able to shout something as vague as accio Horcrux books and have the desired object fly from a limitless distance towards you perhaps isn't so convenient as Dumbledore leaving the book where such a method could retrieve it. As repulsive as Hermione might find its depraved contents, the book does prove to be a useful read. Useful enough that we must question why Dumbledore never got around to giving it to Harry or even telling him about its removal from the library's restricted section. Really, it just seems like Rowling felt it necessary to more explicitly fill in some of the glaring Horcrux holes Dumbledore left the trio and the reader to loosely glue a Horcrux hunt together with. As she has done all series, and more prevalently in the films, Hermione continues to carry much of the intellectual and magical weight of their journey, quite literally in the wedding's case, after the abrupt ending of which she reveals to have been carrying a magically enlarged bag containing each of their essentials she had packed in advance just in case they had to make a quick getaway.
That'll be the books.
Notable film-excluded turmoils Harry goes through early on in their quest include rummaging through Sirius's childhood bedroom and finding a letter about him from Lily, for which the second sheet is missing, and for the first time since Prisoner, finding himself unable to cast a Patronus when encountering Dementors in a town he was foraging for food. The cause of this Patronus impotence is at least partially the locket Horcrux Harry for some reason decided to take with him after the trio for some reason deemed it necessary for one of them to always be wearing it to keep it safe. How unlucky it is that antagonists so happen to be patrolling the town Harry entered, and why the trio ever have enough of a food problem to starve when magic can duplicate already existing food are other contrivances the book seems almost to taunt us with. Accustomed to 3 house elf cooked Hogwarts feasts or 3 Molly cooked meals a day, Ron copes particularly badly compared to the hunger experienced Harry and the muggle born Hermione, the straw that breaks the camel's back being when Harry and Hermione finally have an epiphany.
In the Chamber of Secrets, you stabbed the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor. Its blade is impregnated with basilisk venom.
Somewhat out of nowhere in the film.
Oh my god.
But in the book, eavesdropping on a neighbouring camp of outcasts talking about the sword of Gryffindor, which, between Dumbledore leaving it to Harry in his will, and Ginny, Neville and Luna trying to steal it from Hogwarts, remains missing.
I want to go to Godric's Hollow.
After another long while of nothing, Harry and Hermione concede they must risk a venture to Godric's Hollow, wherein Dumbledore perhaps hid the sword they know will destroy the locket. Unlike the film, they go disguised by Polyjuice in the book, and after the Bathilda Bagshot disguised Nagini sounds the alarm, they barely get away before Voldy swoops in. They couldn't apparate immediately because Nagini separated them in the house, and they could only escape by apparition at all because Voldy conveniently forewent preventing apparition to and from the house and didn't apparate there himself. A complete failure, this Christmas exertion results in Harry's Voldemort repellent wand irreparably breaking, and Voldy using a photo of Grindelwald he saw to track down the Elder Wand.
How did you find us?
With this. It doesn't just turn off lights. I don't know how it works.
Another in the long line of conveniences that is this series is Dumbledore's Deluminator, previously known as and aptly changed from the name The Put-Outer, guiding Ron back to Harry and Hermione's campsite, because of course Dumbledore expected Ron to leave the quest enough to gift him a device that fulfills such a specific purpose.
Wicked.
Even though most of the reason he left was because of the Horcrux's corruption of the fact they had no leads to go on, and the Deluminator would only activate if and when his name is spoken by the person his heart wants to return to.
And what exactly did I say, may I ask?
My name. Just my name.
On a nightly lookout, Harry follows a corporeal Patronus through the forest until arriving at a frozen pond, at the bottom of which he can see lies the sword. The source of this Patronus and the person who put the sword in the pond was Snape, acting of course on Portrait Dumbledore's orders. The vague explanation for putting the sword in the pond instead of walking up to the trio's tent, handing it to them and revealing his role in everything is that the sword needs to be acquired under valorous conditions. Another of Snape's Patronuses also leads Ron to the pond, where he is fortunate enough to arrive and pull Harry out before the locket he decided to dive in wearing could drown him. The film further forgoes establishing the variables with which Snape is even able to find them in the forest in the first place. At Grimmauld Place in the book, Hermione takes down Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait and stashes it in her magically enlarged bag for fear Snape will use the twin portrait in the headmaster's office to spy on them. During their camping, they then pull out the portrait to consult Phineas about how Ginny and co tried to steal the sword and the repercussions of doing so, keeping one of their what should still be inaccessible campsites a secret by casting the spell Obscuro to blindfold him, because I guess the contents of these sentient painting dimensions can be altered willy-nilly, a problematic line for Rowling to cross for such an ambiguous, ubiquitous, and in Hallow's case influential piece of magic. Nonetheless, Phineas still overhears enough from within Hermione's bag to relay their location to Snape and Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, it becoming more and more clear how much more productive it would have been for the trio to instead carry around a copy of Dumbledore's portrait. Since Ron fished both Harry and the sword out of the pond, Rowling wants the trio to destroy at least a Horcrux each, and the locket affected him the most. It is he who prepares to swing the sword. Untested in their previous feeble attacks on a locket, Harry first speaks Parseltongue to pop it open. Perhaps the encounter with Nagini in Godric's Hollow brought this possibility to his attention, but why would the locket need a system by which Voldy can ask it to open if all that does is make it vulnerable to destruction, and is opening it even necessary for the sword to destroy it? it. But what happens can still barely be considered a defense, a visual and auditory manifestation of his attacker's worst fears, emerging in an explosion of black smoke that pushes them backwards and proceeds only to taunt them to destroy it faster. Even if alone, would Ron or anyone else courageous enough to reach this point curl up into a ball on the ground or walk off and leave the Horcrux to its business? I think not. The nightmare the Horcrux pulls from Ron's mind, too contemporary and superficial to satisfy him overcoming the insecurities that have tormented him the whole series, sidelining almost everything to do with his character to instead put an end to the vague romantic possibilities between Harry and Hermione we should already be convinced of the unlikelihood of. The reunited trio go over to Xenophilius Lovegood's house and learn about the story of the Three Hallows before Luna's imprisonment forces Zeno to betray them and they apparate away. In the film, they're unfortunate enough to apparate right into the middle of a group of Snatchers, who are ruffians the Death Eater's ministry have hired to capture undesirable wizards. Even though Harry is undesirable number 1, they don't instantly recognise him or his 2 who should also be well-known accomplices. The trio display equal stupidity in deciding they would rather run aimlessly through the woods than immediately huddle back together to apparate away to what will most likely be actual safety, giving us one of the worst shot and least creative action sequences in the franchise, and one of the dumbest decisions the trio collectively or individually made. Though in the book they don't apparate into a pack of Snatchers whose presence can only be excused by their tracking of magical traces left behind by one of the trio's previous campsites, the decision that a little while later incites their capture exhibits perhaps even higher degrees of idiocy and contrivance than the film. When Ron returned, he called Harry and Hermione up on the things he'd learned, such as the secret radio show run by some of their Hogwarts friends that announces the newest developments in the Resistance, and more crucially, the jinx on saying Voldemort that had been in place since the Ministry first found the Death Eaters. This jinx is what led some Death Eaters straight to the trio the minute they sat down at a random cafe in London. The trio unknowingly avoided the jinx throughout their camping because they stopped saying Voldemort altogether after Ron expressed annoyance and interrupted them whenever they tried. And the habit persisted past Ron's departure when Harry and Hermione were barely conversing anyway. Where the contrivance arises is when Harry, after Ron has informed them of this jinx and they escaped Lovegood's house and settled down at another campsite, idiotically blurts out Voldemort after the radio show announces he's abroad. Neither Ron or Hermione can interrupt him in time or attempt to interrupt him by force. The habit of not saying Voldemort that was previously formed by Ron's successful interruptions apparently failing him at this point, Harry should be more hesitant than ever to say Voldemort. The only thing that could remotely justify this stupidity is Harry deliriously blurting it out during a particularly vivid vision of Voldy looking for the Elder Wand abroad, not blurting it out in shock of his conscious realization of this. If getting found and captured at one of their hidden campsites was too hard to write, Rowling should have just had them get captured at Lovegood's house. Whilst Harry's visions tell him Voldy is exploring a faraway tower where Grindelwald dwells, he and Ron are imprisoned with Luna, Ollivander and Dean, whilst Bellatrix interrogates Hermione and Griphook about the sword. In desperation, Harry asks the face he's occasionally seen staring back at him in the mirror for help, and the face that turns out to be Aberforth sends Dobby to use his house elf magic to break them out.
Dobby?
When Dobby arrives precisely in front of them in the Malfoy Manor dungeon, which he has reasons to know about from his time as the Malfoy slave, Harry and Ron learn he and all other house elves can of course bypass the apparition restriction that was preventing them from escaping on their own and should have prevented them from escaping from several other locations.
Could you take us with you?
Of course, I'm an elf.
Works for me.
Based off Ron's instructions, Dobby somehow locates and takes Luna, Ollivander and Dean to what is to him the unfamiliar location we meet back up with them later at Shell Cottage, which is possible because the cottage conveniently isn't protected by Fidelia's charm until after Bill and the rest of the Weasleys have to go into hiding after Ron is discovered to be helping Harry. Not that it would matter if the cottage was already protected by Fidelia's charm, because house elves could just gain the power of bypassing those as well. Harry and Ron remain at Malfoy Manor to rescue Hermione, Hermione and manage to escape the dungeon after Pettigrew comes down to investigate the noise of Dobby apparating and unlocks it. Pettigrew finds his wand wrestled out of his hand and strangles Harry until a split second of hesitation in which he stops strangling Harry causes his magical hand to strangle and kill himself, in spite of Harry and Ron's efforts to stop it. This is supposed to be one of Voldemort's many cruelties to his followers, burdening the rat who brought him back to life with a hand that will kill him the moment he is disloyal, though I don't see how not killing the one person Voldemort has adamantly expressed a desire to kill himself is disloyal. As always, the nuance of whatever a piece of magic is intended to create or cause is at the whims of whatever narrative beat Rowling needs to make happen. At least in the book, Pettigrew's death signifies an actual end to his character, and shows Harry and Ron still haven't lost enough humanity to stand and watch whilst it happens. On the contrary, the film turns this rather serious moment into a comedic beat, in which Dobby fires a nondescript spell from behind his back, and he groans and falls face first into the floor of the dungeon, either stunned unconscious or outright killed and never to be seen or heard from again. With Dobby's continued help, they disarm everyone in the main hall, including Harry wrestling Draco's wand out of his hands and wielding 3 wands to the questionable effect of blasting Greyback with 3 times the power, similar to how the trio all blasted Snape in the Shrieking Shack during Prisoner. If casting a spell with multiple wands multiplies that spell's power, or even just casts multiple separate instances of the same spell, why aren't more wizards going around dual-wielding wands, or wrapping them together in a sort of Christmas cracker of explosive magical power? Whilst in the film, everyone pauses to look up at Dobby unscrewing a chandelier to fall on top of Bellatrix and her hostage Hermione, in the book we revisit the contrived tension we're familiar with from Godric's Hollow of the race against the time it takes Volley to get there. No such time for Dobby to give the little character-finalising speech the film uses in an attempt to make up for him dying after barely 10 collective minutes of screen time across the franchise. The film was, however, correct to use his death as the end point of its first part, as the script's original idea of ending the first part on a cliffhanger of the trio entering Malfoy Manor, and Dobby instead dying at the start of the second part, would have left the first part with an unfulfilling end to nothing in particular, merely annoying the audience with a cliffhanger, and left the second part with an emotionally out-of-place beginning of the torture of one fan-favourite character and the heart-rending death of another. If anything, such events ending part 1 sets Harry up for somewhat of a vengeful motivation to get moving so quickly in part 2.
The reason why we extended the first film was because we wanted some emotional resolution. Yes, it was always going to be a bit of a cliffhanger, but what we also wanted and felt we needed was some emotional climax. And having Dobby die and then be buried provided that. If we'd cut the film the other way, we'd have seen him in one film and then we'd have seen him in another, and I don't think it would have been as moving and affecting as it is now.
Oh, isn't that sad?
I hope you're happy now.
This was originally intended to be the end of Deathly Hallows Part 1. From Bellatrix's point of view, through the gates, what looks like it could be Harry's scar, and on a big cry of triumph, everything would have gone to black, and that would have been the end of the movie. Pause here for a bit. But it's not, because we were lucky enough to film both of these films back to back. And so it was a hugely long schedule, which was quite punishing. But the rewarding thing for us was that we had the luxurious position of being able to say, well, we could end it there, or we could end it here, or we could end it there. And ultimately, as you've just seen, we decided to end it somewhere else because it felt like a more complete movie.
Part 2 and the final dozen chapters of the book move a lot faster than Part 1, with everything from Gringotts onwards happening over the course of 2 days. The long dialogues of plot exposition Rowling has always been fond of relaying through Dumbledore may have been cut down to maintain this brisk pace the film's marketing promised to make a spectacle of, but with how little the preceding films clarified about their plots, it's not something the franchise is unaccustomed to. It does, as always, however, rely on the audience having read and remembered the details of the book to fill in the gaps.
Chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter.
Ron and Hermione are bewildered and impressed by Harry's urgency to question Ollivander about wands and to question Griphook about the sword, after which they formulate an insane plan around the idea that, although the sword in Bellatrix's vault is a fake, it may hold a real Horcrux.
I bet you anything there's a Horcrux in there, another piece of his soul.
Gringotts may be heralded as this impenetrable vault, and the goblins may be neutral in the war, but Voldy handing a Horcrux over to one of his followers already didn't go down so well, and he should have been informed that the goblin Griphook escaped from Malfoy Manor with the trio, and that his imprisonment could be an incentive to help them. Not that his help seems all that essential to how easily they managed to break into Gringotts. The trio's straightforward use of a Bellatrix Polyjuice potion for Hermione, a Death Eater disguise for Ron, and an invisibility cloak piggyback ride for Harry and Griphook, going by with the mildest of hitches, they easily remedy with an improvised Imperius curse. Griphook's consultation consists of letting them know the bankers are onto them,
I know she's an imposter.
driving the minecart, and demonstrating how a conveniently placed box of clanking devices drives away the dragon, defending the row of vaults they're aiming for, an unnecessarily cruel defense that can't be of any more use than a spell that only lets owners of a vault approach or open it. Inside Bellatrix's vault, the mountains of treasure don't just multiply, but burn enough to singe away parts of the trio's clothing, and after escaping Gringotts, the trio wins as they dab essence of Dittany over their many burns. Despite no such burning being established in the film, they still seem to rub their hands with dabs of what may as well be hand sanitizer. Having found the Hufflepuff's Cup Horcrux, aided like all the Horcruxes in the film by the high-pitched whistle indicative of their wickedness that I'm not sure if Harry senses with the audience.
How will we know what it is when we get in there? Horcruxes can be anything.
I'll know.
How?
I don't know how to explain it, but I'll know.
They only escape to be able to heal their wounds, because the useless defense the dragon provided the vault transferred to providing a precarious getaway ride, a decision the film of course decided to take away from Harry and give to Hermione.
I've got something, but it's mad!
In Voldy's goblin massacring realization that his Horcruxes are known about and being hunted, Harry looks in on his panic to fly and check each Horcrux's location and double their protections. Now the trio almost definitely know a Horcrux lies in Hogwarts, and have until Voldy checks the locations of the other Horcruxes to break in and find it.
We've been hunting Horcruxes. We think the last one's inside the castle.
Unlike the book, Harry actually tells Aberforth they're hunting Horcruxes, and from here on doesn't bother keeping it a secret from anyone else who could help, as the secret is no longer necessary now that Voldy knows what they're up to.
There's something we need to find. Something hidden here in the castle, and it may help us defeat you-know-who.
Dumbledore may have wanted to keep the vaguest possible info in the smallest possible pool of people to reduce the chance someone gets mind-read or sells them out, but such secrecy is hard to justify when after everything it turns out nobody important got mind-read. This secrecy is so ingrained in Harry in the book that even after entering Hogwarts through the portrait, meeting up with Dumbledore's army, and going to look for the Diadem Horcrux in Ravenclaw Tower, he doesn't even tell McGonagall what their goal is at Hogwarts, other than to find something that might be Ravenclaw's diadem. It's especially jarring when on his way to sacrifice himself in the forest, Harry tells Neville to make sure Nagini dies, and only in so doing ensures Voldy's defeat. From coming to McGonagall's defense with a Cruciatus curse, Snape still acting villainous and getting kicked out of Hogwarts, and everyone fortifying for the battle, Harry idiotically finds himself baffled at the absence of Ron and Hermione, who have obviously gone to the chamber, and we see go to the chamber in the film. As Harry is about to enter the Room of Requirement, Ron and Hermione come running to join him with armfuls of basilisk fangs. Hermione praises Ron's brilliance, and Harry yells genius at the most obvious solution to their loss of the Sword of Gryffindor. However, it isn't the only solution for very long, as their Room of Requirement hunting gets interrupted by the confused allegiance of Draco and his two goons, and one of his two goons casts a spell known as Fiendfire. Fiendfire, as Hermione explains after they escape the exploding Room of Requirement, is the only spell known to be able to destroy Horcruxes. She didn't think to mention this until they saw the spell in action just now, because the idea of using something so uncontrollably destructive is preposterous. It might take the idiocy of someone like Crabbe to use it, but it doesn't help that he manages to cast something so powerful despite his idiocy, and despite Dumbledore, as far as we know, never risking such a method of Horcrux destruction, instead choosing to destroy the ring with the sword he had easy access to. If Hermione knew about Fiendfire's effectiveness all along, she should have at least brought it up so they could spend some of their many hours of aimless camping thinking about a way to use it in a contained or escapable environment like a cave or island. Draco, Crabbe and Goyle showing up to stop them at all feels like a now out-of-place callback to their silly old school rivalry with the trio. And so Harry can save Draco from burning alive so that Narcissa later lies about him being dead in the forest.
Draco, is he alive? Dead.
Nagini is the last Horcrux, and although they know Voldy is keeping her protected by his side, they make their way across the battlefield towards him, towards the Shrieking Shack in the book and the boathouse in the film, where Voldy finds himself troubled by the Elder One's loyalty.
I am extraordinary, but the One resists me.
When the trio reach Voldy, they're lucky enough to eavesdrop on his conversation with Snape unnoticed, and for Voldy to mortally wound Snape in such a way his death is delayed long enough for them to retrieve his memories. Harry learning the truth through those memories to in hindsight make Snape's death a more tragic one is the only real reason Snape dies by Voldy's hand at this moment at all. Voldy kills Snape, his right-hand man, because he believes the Elder One's allegiance passes through killing, but I don't believe his arrogance would lead him to make a mistake that stupid when he knows Grindelwald remained alive throughout Dumbledore's possession of the Elder Wand. By his logic, this would mean Dumbledore was never the Wand's master, and so Snape couldn't have won it from him, and that if Grindelwald was ever the Wand's master, then Voldy has already won its allegiance after killing Grindelwald in his prison cell. Not that it goes down like that in the film, where instead of showing remorse for his crimes and mocking Voldy, Grindelwald tells him where the Elder Wand lies, and Voldy flies away without killing him in frustration. The film's tiptoeing around the contrived nonsense of Wandlore may be deserved, but it's unfortunately integral enough to Voldy's defeat in the book to leave some noticeable blank spots in the film. Voldy also makes the baffling decision to kill Snape indirectly, weakening him with an attack before he can fight back, ordering Nagini to finish the job, and then leaving before the job is actually finished. Nagini may be an extension of him as a Horcrux, and the Elder One's allegiance may therefore still pass to him if it did pass through killing, but why risk such an indirect and inconclusive way of killing Snape, and why use anything other than the killing curse he's been so trigger happy with before? And as far as we know, the only reason Harry takes Voldy up on the offer to sacrifice himself is because he sees the truth, or at least Snape's version of the truth, in Snape's memories. Therefore, had the trio not been nearby to witness Snape's death, both Voldy and Dumbledore's plans would have been even less likely to work out than they already were.
So when the time comes, the boy must die.
Whilst the story tries to redeem Snape more than these memories suggest he's deserving of, the chapter is famous for a reason, recontextualizing the past 7 years of his weird treatment of Harry and his weird relationship with Dumbledore.
Hide her. Hide them all. I beg you. What will you give me in exchange, Severus?
The plot twist that Snape really was loyal to Dumbledore is majorly soured by the irredeemable extent of his bullying and by us never really questioning the source of the red herring nature of his villainy, because he has all along been the face of the villain club known as Slytherin. Such decisions as asking Harry to be expelled at the start of Chamber, despite knowing he would be vulnerable if he were, suggest Rowling didn't have the extent of his character motivation, that being his love for Lily, as thoroughly planned out as she claims. On the other hand, his particular abuse of Neville makes all the more sense when, if Voldy pursued Neville as the chosen one before Harry, Lily might not have died, albeit Snape asking Voldy to spare Lily, a request it is uncharacteristic for Voldy to care about, enables Lily to cast the sacrificial magic that saves Harry and goes on to play a major part in Voldy's defeat. Thinking how obedient he is to fulfill Dumbledore's fortuitously elegant plan, Harry exits the Pensieve and makes his way to the forest. Whilst in the book he dons the invisibility cloak and walks past everyone except Neville, knowing they would try to stop him and lying to Neville so he doesn't, the film couldn't resist sneaking in a little bit more spoon-feeding exposition in a final goodbye between the trio.
There's a reason I can hear them. The Horcruxes.
Now that Harry is on his way to die, the snitch he's been carrying around since the Burrow has met the criteria Dumbledore set for it to be openable, and from the Resurrection Stone he, I guess, subconsciously calls on Lily, James, Sirius and Lupin to give him the final push. Snape and Dumbledore don't appear because he's surely too conflicted about whatever love for them it's strange for him to gain enough of within the 19-year time skip to name his kids in their honour. Also, it would be weird for Dumbledore to appear both in the forest and in Limbo, where the reality of them actually conversing in Limbo combo makes more sense than it all being a figment of Harry's imagination, because Dumbledore confirms some things Harry seems none the wiser about, and doesn't come to a very particular conclusion about the Elder Wand that Harry later does come to in his final duel against Voldy. The film, of course, barely tries to clarify anything before Dumbledore ghosts Harry, but doing so when they've barely set up the things to be clarified would have been even more contrived than it already is in the book. Harry survives what is in the film Voldy's transitionary explosion of a killing curse because, as Dumbledore explains, Voldy used Harry's blood to remake his body at the end of Goblet of Fire. The twinkle in Dumbledore's expression after he found out about this at the end of Goblet is the tiniest proof Rowling had this idea planned out as far back as then, but that doesn't stop the magical explanation as to why it has ensured Harry's survival from feeling like an enormously convenient arsepull. Dumbledore states, "He took your blood and rebuilt his living body with it. Your blood in his veins, Harry. Lily's protection inside both of you. He tethered you to life while he lives. He took your blood, believing it would strengthen him. He took into his body a tiny part of the enchantment your mother laid upon you when she died for you. His body keeps her sacrifice alive, and while that enchantment survives, so do you, and so does Voldemort's one last hope for himself." It's impressive that for a series with such abstract and arbitrary magic inhabiting its every corner, the explanation for Harry's survival still breaks the suspension of disbelief. That his blood existing inside Voldy inexplicably extends Lily's protection past his coming of age, and has therefore turned Voldy into a pseudo-Horcrux tethering him to life. Dumbledore's certainty that this legendarily unique combo of love-sacrifice magic and blood magic is the reason for Harry's survival also denies the mystery of what part the Hallows might have played, their mythology suggesting the one to unite the Hallows will become Master of Death. Rowling denies this mystery and creates the contrivance of Dumbledore's omniscience because she doesn't want the one to own all three Hallows or unite them in the same place to be a literal Master of Death who can, for instance, control when and when not to die. Instead, she wants Harry to be worthy of owning all three Hallows because of his acceptance of the inevitability of death.
The death of Joanne Rowling's mother was to have a profound effect on her writing. In many ways, the whole of Harry Potter is one giant attempt to reclaim a childhood.
I'd been writing for 6 months before she died. The weird thing is, the essential plot didn't change after my mother died, but everything deepened and darkened. Harry was always going to lose his parents, and it was always going to be a quest, really, to avenge them, but to avenge everyone against this creature, this being who believes that he can make himself immortal by killing other people. So that's something I created before she died, but yes, it seeped into every part of the books. I think, in retrospect, now I've finished, I see just how much it informed everything.
Well, Neville, I'm sure we'd all be fascinated to hear what you have to say.
Neville stands up to Voldy in front of everyone, in the book pulling the sword from the hat and dealing a one-hit kill to Nagini after Voldy decided to lift her protective cage from before the start of the battle, and in the film saving Ron and Hermione from Nagini's freely slithering jaws at the end of the battle. More importantly, Harry turns out not to be dead after all, disappearing under his cloak in the confused chaos of the commencing battle in the book, and clumsily rolling out of Hagrid's arms and running off in plain sight in the film.
The good guys go in full retreat back into the Great Hall.
The battle for Hogwarts is really a backdrop to that fight that takes place between Harry and Voldemort.
The shooting of the final confrontation between Voldemort and Harry took quite some time. There are many different bits, and it was quite carefully orchestrated.
In the book, the standoff between Harry and Voldemort happens in the Great Hall. And it happens with lots of teachers and pupils watching. And it works beautifully in the book, but in the movie I wanted more of a fight between those two. So we extended their battle, so it was more of a finale. So we have them racing through the school and dueling with each other.
We actually get to a point where I'm actually up close and I'm actually got him by the throat and hitting him or kicking him, so it's very physical.
Something we've been building to throughout this series is the conflict between Harry and Voldemort, and finally in this film we're going to see them going at it.
Harry knows Voldemort's terrified of dying, so he just grabs Voldemort by the neck and he says,
"Come on, Tom. Let's finish this the way we started it. Together!"
We had some great fun with Rafe and Dan on wires, upside down, side to side fighting, and they really went at it. Daniel was so intense that morning, and Rafe really responded to it, and they were scrabbling and they were pulling at each other. It wasn't particularly pleasant for them, but we did about 3 or 4 takes, and it was a really intense moment.
We're completely covered in filth and dust, and my face is bleeding from where Harry's hit me.
It's a massive moment for both Harry and for Voldemort, and it's their final duel together. They've fought many times before, and this is the final encounter.
In the film, Voldy takes his sweet time chasing Harry around the castle's few disconnected set pieces in a manner too obnoxious for me to bother describing, especially with the book's added knowledge that Harry is effectively immortal so long as Voldy lives, removing what little danger Harry himself is actually in. The book doesn't so desperately try to pretend like the magical combat has been able to carry a scene at any point throughout the series. This is because an obligatory cinematic showdown between Harry and Voldy doesn't take the centre of any kind of action-oriented stage. The separate fights of Ron and Hermione seemingly giving up against Nagini and Molly out of nowhere beating Bellatrix are instead condensed into one long fight everyone has together, and everyone includes the shopkeepers and homeowners of Hogsmeade, families and friends of the students and teachers of Hogwarts, house elves, and all other manner of what Rowling has deemed good magical creatures joining an eruption so chaotic that nobody, despite Hagrid's shouts of "Where's Harry?" knows Harry actually isn't dead. That they're engaging in this last stand is all the more significant when they're doing it regardless of, or perhaps in fury of, Harry being dead. A huge contrast to the hopelessness with which everyone stood in defeat until Harry tumbled out of Hagrid's arms in the film. From under the cloak, it should by now be evident he should really have used in combat more often. Harry moves through the chaos, shooting at any Death Eaters he can see, until, to everyone's confusement, blocking Voldy from killing Molly, and to all but the Death Eaters' cheers, pulling off the cloak to reveal himself. The exposition he proceeds to dump on everyone after insisting they don't interfere as he and Voldy circle each other is a clumsy and flagrant reversal of the villain explaining every detail of their plan before enacting it trope. But it is necessary to ensure everyone present, including Voldy, understands the finality of Voldy's death and Harry's innocence in causing that death. That Harry's sacrifice in the forest created the same protection for his Hogwarts allies as Lily's did for him, and that only Dumbledore figured out or even knew about such magic despite love and sacrifice surely occurring between wizards other than Harry and Lily, is the least of the magic system's issues in comparison to the influence Wandlore has on Voldy's death. Because whilst love and a sacrifice made with love can be excused as an unexplainable ancient phenomenon, wands have from the beginning been the most pervasive of magical tools. Harry says Dumbledore intended for the Elder Wand's allegiance to die with him when Snape killed him, because the Elder Wand passes not through killing, but through some arbitrary opinion it has about who is worthy of it. Except who is worthy is by all accounts not arbitrary, specifically when it comes to disarming, meaning that when Draco made it up the astronomy tower before Snape and disarmed Dumbledore, the Elder Wand most capriciously decided that Draco Malfoy, not the genius who had wielded it for half a century, was more worthy of its allegiance. If Voldy wanted to gain that allegiance, he need only have disarmed Draco, and apparently not even disarmed the Elder Wand itself from Draco, as Harry comes to the conclusion that despite him never touching the Elder Wand, he has had its allegiance since disarming Draco's wand during the events at Malfoy Manor, not by magic, but by physically snatching it from his hands. That the Elder Wand sensed this from where it lay with Dumbledore's corpse and switched allegiance despite having nothing to do with Harry disarming Draco and Harry not even using magic to do the disarming is the most deplorable contrivance in the series.
All the chopping and changing with wands in the last book. We are
I can explain it to you, Dan.
Can you please? We are so struggling on this set. I have to say, I will get my audio. And whose is this?
Whose is
this?
this
Is Draco's
again?
mum's.
Who does this really belong to?
It's because we got and then trying to explain it then to Rafe, when Rafe comes on as Voldemort, and I'm kind of looking at him in his Voldemort makeup, and he's asking me about the ones that I'm completely panicking, going, I've really got to find the most succinct way I can explain this to you in 2 minutes, but I don't know if that's possible.
Add to that the unexpected degree of idiocy with which Voldy acted outside of Dumbledore's plans in concluding the Elder Wand passes through killing, rather than the equally idiotic conclusion that it can pass through such fickle means as it did from Draco to Harry, that just so happens to be the truth, and we have a scenario where Voldy dies and is defeated, not as a result of his philosophy, but a magical technicality so obscure even a master wand maker didn't know about it, that Harry was unbelievably lucky to have fallen into and uncharacteristic to have had an independent epiphany about. A possibility that should be equally on the table, by which I mean Harry's explanation is just a guess that so happens to line up with the final result, is that the Elder Wand doesn't work to its full potential for Voldy and chooses not to enact his will to kill Harry because, of the two duelists, Harry is either the figurative or literal master of death, the former of which better slots in as a resolution of the theme of accepting death Rowling has written Harry to reside on the correct side of. In other words, the Elder Wand should simply have refused to kill Harry after his sacrifice in the forest because it has accepted him. Nonsensical mechanics of wands changing allegiance through disarming is unnecessary. The manner of Voldy's death, a golden flame colliding between them and the Elder Wand flying out of his hand and the spell it was casting hitting him on its way towards Harry, can occur in all of its ridiculousness all the same. The only saving grace in this mess is that ordinary wands aren't so fickle as the Elder Wand. Their choosing of the wizard inexplicably nuanced enough for none of the millions of disarmings that must have occurred throughout wizarding history to have rendered everyone with ineffective wands.
By the way, going back to the first day we met, this was the moment that stunned me. I remember you saying, you said, I know the movies can't be the books. And I said, really? And you go, because I know what's coming. And she says, you're not going to be able to do it. Because you were really sort of doing Goblet of Fire at that point. Yeah. And you said, it's not going to be possible without the movies being 8 hours long. And I thought it was so prescient. And
I forgot I said that.
And then you said something very specific. You said, look, all I ask is that you be true to the characters.
Yeah.
And
I remember saying that, yeah.
And I think the thing what happened for me was, and it was not anything that you did, it's what the world did, which was that what happened was what brilliant text became sacred text. And I think...
Which is not an easy position to be in.
No, because Alistair was gone, and for the most part the broken soldiers were gone. And it also was because when Chris came in, and I understand Chris wanted to have great fidelity to the text, and it came out of enthusiasm. But it was harder than to improvise. And I'm not saying that was the wrong decision. I'm just saying that I think by the time that Alfonso came along, we had to. We had to change a little bit because we couldn't do it.
As time went on, people had more confidence. I think that as the series went on, though, I think that you were given more latitude to improvise, as you say, and I think that was great for the films.
Well, you would always encourage it, though. You would always say...
This is the irony. Everyone always assumes I would say, don't change a word! But actually, quite the reverse. I used to say, yeah, change it.
Well, I was saying before we started this to someone that either people think you were standing there like a taskmaster, or that you weren't involved at all. Mm-hmm. And the truth is, you were always my greatest... I drifted in
and out like a ghost.
Well, I could have used you even more, but you were always just my greatest ally.
Magic obfuscating the story is something book readers are certainly more familiar with, given the not unreasonable decision to feign ignorance the films have left film-only watchers to pick up the scraps with. Out of all the entries, Deathly Hallows stands out as a particularly egregious offence on magic systems because instead of tying a neat bow on a 7-year-long mystery, it comes across as tangling 7 years of magical convolutions into one disparate mass of contrived knots to meet a predetermined ending. As some say, it may be the case that what magic cannot do is more interesting and holds more potential for enthralling drama than what magic can do. Poorly educated categories of magic our characters spend years taking school lessons for, there may be, Harry Potter still features little to no predictably consistent rules or restrictions to inform its drama, just a vague visual and auditory aesthetic of how the reality warping powers everyone is equipped to invent and replicate manifest in the world, the consistency of which is itself only locked down by the cinematically viable style the films had to establish. The few times restrictions do creep their way in, drama and consequence, however short-lived and forgotten, come along with it. It's no coincidence that the best entry in this series contains the most consistent or hard piece of magic. Instead of getting in the way, the Patronus actively supports the thematic journey Harry goes on and the drama he experiences throughout Prisoner, because it abides by its rules and fulfills our expectations of what Harry needs to conjure the spell and what effect it has on the specific type of enemy it was invented to combat. The only universal rule there's evidence to make my own headcanon for is that speed is the determining factor in who should win a duel, since wizards don't walk around with passive protections and can just as easily be shot in the head with a gun as shot with a harmful spell if they don't react in time. Likewise, every wizard has a limit to how many assailants they can single-handedly defend against the individual spells of. I was going to dedicate a larger segment to dissecting Harry Potter's magic, but when the nuisance of unexplained magic or magic that breaks its own rules is proportional to how much it's used to solve the story's problems, and Rowling uses magic to solve near enough every one of the story's problems, the succinct conclusion I can't help having grown only more confident in is that Rowling's arbitrary approach to her system is such a detriment to the story she bends it in all manner of directions to fit that it isn't worthy of being at the centre of such a discussion.
It was 5 years from the train journey where I had the original idea to finishing the book. And during those 5 years, this mass of material was generated, some of which will never find its way into the book, will never need to be in the books. It's just stuff I need to know for my own pleasure, partly for my own pleasure and partly because I like reading a book where I have the sense that the author knows everything. They might not be telling me everything, but you have that confidence that the author really knows everything. Okay, so this is, to the untrained eye, might look like a pile of waste paper, but this is 10 years' work. As you can see, I file meticulously, and I know where every single piece of paper is. But I've dragged out a few bits and pieces.
As Voldy's debacle with the Elder One comes to an end and he slumps dead to the ground, the surrounding audience explodes in celebration. Learning exactly how he lost before dying surrounded by his enemies is one thing, but that he kills over with such unceremonious humanity and his body remains as proof of the finality of this demise is crucial for Wizarding Britain to accept the end of his reign of terror. The Chosen One bringing forth the sunshine in his triumph, and the word he did so with the power of love no doubt spreading in the coming weeks, will just further catapult Harry to a status of unfathomable legend. On the other hand, the film makes one final baffling departure from the book by staging Harry and Voldy's duel in the deserted courtyard, where nobody is witness to Harry's triumph, and Voldy leaves behind no proof of his demise as he disintegrates across the wind. After which it seems Harry stood up and wobbled over to the Great Hall to find everyone already chatting over cups of tea and barely paying him any attention. Rowling writes, McGonagall had replaced the house tables, but nobody was sitting according to house anymore. All were jumbled together, teachers and pupils, ghosts and parents, centaurs and house elves, etc. Even the Malfoys sit in peace, as opposed to reuniting with Draco and abandoning the last stand in the film. I can't say such self-preservation is out of character, but it does kind of defeat the obligatory anti-discrimination point Rowling seems impatient to breeze over. In fact, she seems on the whole uninterested to linger after Voldy's death, as Harry finds Ron and Hermione sitting together and asks them to follow him. They leave the hall and go up to the headmaster's office, where amongst an ovation from the portraits, tears are sliding down Portrait Dumbledore's face, continuing to diminish the impacts of Dumbledore's death, or any death in this world, but at last put to rest as Rowling's narrative crutch. Portrait Dumbledore agrees with Harry's decision for how to deal with the Hallows. He'll keep the cloak and pass it on when he dies, he won't go looking for the stone he deliberately dropped in the forest, and after repairing his otherwise irreparable original wand with the Elder Wand, he'll put it back in Dumbledore's grave. Although he doesn't repair his original wand in the film, his decision to snap the Elder Wand and chuck it into the ravine actually makes more sense than this decision to leave it and the stone in two famous and easily searchable places. The stone may cause an obsession with or longing for death, but in terms of the other magic that exists, it's a relatively harmless connection to dead loved ones more than a few wizards would be desperate to get their hands on. The Elder Wand, on the other hand, Harry has recently confirmed the existence and mechanics of to the world. Igniting the desires of a lifetime of power-hungry wizards, Harry will risk being disarmed by at every corner.
What should we do with it?
We?
Just saying, that's the Elder Wand.
But the mystery won't finally unfold until Book 7. J.K. Rowling has already written the ending.
This is the thing that I was very dubious about showing you.
And I don't really know why, because what does this give away? But this is the final chapter of Book 7. Which I'm still dubious about showing you. I don't know what I feel like the camera's going to be able to see through the folder. So this is it, and I'm not opening it for obvious reasons. This is really where I wrap everything up. It's the epilogue, and I basically say what happens to everyone after they leave school, those who survive, because there are deaths, more deaths coming. It was a way of saying to myself, well, you will get here. You will get to Book 7 one day, and then you'll need this.
Yeah, I think I've finished.
Hey, Joe, well done.
Thank you. Well, you don't know, it might be rubbish. So it's very odd to think that this will be broadcast after loads of people have read it. And people may right now be throwing things at the screen, but I'm really happy with it. I like it.
Rowling left herself a lot of room to posthumously make up new details about the post-Voldemort Wizarding World, because the epilogue that ends this series is set a whole 19 years later, and all it confirms is that the world is peaceful enough for the trio's generation of children to be sent off to Hogwarts. This is meant to be cathartic, but the huge blank space of how the Wizarding World has changed we're left with, and how fan-servicey Rowling's attempts to suggest things have changed, are too distracting for it to land.
Albus Severus Potter.
If anything, it detracts from the reader's option to think for themselves where the trio end up after all the trauma, and how Wizarding Society fixed the things that caused the war in the first place.
Let's talk about the end of 7, the epilogue.
The epilogue changed when...
Because some people really... I like the epilogue, but some people had a problem with it.
Some people hate it.
Yeah.
A version of it was literally written 17 years previously to the book. A version of it was written. But as I said to you earlier, you know, some people were in there who didn't turn up in the final cut and so on. Yes, I wanted to give a snapshot. I think what a lot of people felt about the tone of the epilogue was, so this is it, so it's over, so he's not a hero anymore, he's a sort of middle-aged man seeing his... It felt like a letdown, but I have said this before, for me, absolute heroism is rebuilding after that kind of trauma. Yeah. And I could think of nothing more noble than that he's acting what Dumbledore preached but didn't live. You see, Dumbledore preached, these are the values that see us through, that survive, love and those sort of human bonds. Harry's actually living it. So he was always the guy to me who had it thrust upon him. And that was supposed to be epitomised, to go back to the wands, in the fact that he had the chance to have his finger on the nuclear button, as it were. He had the chance to own this most powerful one. And he said, no, want that one, want that one. I want my own, and I want to break the chain.
I'm just wild about Harry, and Harry's wild about me. The heavenly princess of his kisses.
So far, nothing can cloud J.K. Rowling's success, and the long-awaited Harry Potter movie achieved the biggest opening weekend in film history.
The closer the viewing came, the more frightened I became, to the point where I actually sat down to watch the film, I was terrified. Because I just thought, oh, please don't do anything that's not in the book. Please don't take horrible liberties with the plot. I liked it, which was a relief, as you can imagine. Yeah, I'm happy.
Don't. No, it can't be. No, I think it would. I think it's definitely time to stop. Time to stop now. It gives me a certain satisfaction to say what I thought happened and to tell other people that, because I would like my version to be the official version still, even though I've not written it in a book, because it's my world.
What's wrong? What's wrong? You know, and I said, I just can't go there anymore. I can't go there anymore. And it had been a place I could escape to for 17 years. And I knew the door had closed. Oh. And it was,
But you know what happens ever after.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop. I don't think you can when you've been that involved with characters for that long. It's still all in there. They're all in my head still. I mean, I could write. I could definitely write an 8th, 9th, 10th. I could, easily.
Will you?
I'm not going to say I won't. I don't think I will. I loved writing those books.
I loved writing it. So I feel I am done, but you never know.
I don't honestly feel like I ever left. I'm never going to leave. I'm never going to leave. It was 17 years of my life. I was quite heartbroken to finish writing. It was tough, very tough. Going back is so easy, it's ridiculously easy for me. I feel like I'm just unlocking a door back into my own house. And I love that. I love having the ongoing contact. So pulling things out of boxes or inventing a little bit more for Pottermore is just fun. And it's a wonderful way to stay connected to the world and to fans of Harry, so that's all great.
Harry Potter is unsurprisingly mediocre for something so popular. At best, an accessible introduction to more interesting and challenging media. At worst, a trap of nostalgic stagnation. There's passion and creativity and potential around most corners, but so is a lingering staleness. I don't believe Rowling intended to, or is even capable of having manufactured Harry Potter into the phenomenon it became. What she wanted to write just so happened to contain the right derivative combination at the right time to blow up. I can, however, believe she felt pressured to expand the story beyond her capabilities in order to meet the expectations resulting from that blow-up, and the films bringing it to such high-budget cinematic light added yet more fuel to an already roaring fire. Most authors' popular works don't stay nearly as relevant in pop culture as hers has, and I therefore don't envy how much she clearly looks back on things she wants to change. But things like Fantastic Beasts and the distant HBO adaptation aren't going to do her any favours in that regard. What a fresh Harry Potter adaptation needs, and the different format of a multi-season TV series is the best opportunity for, is a showrunner with ideas that improve on the source material and are better than whatever garbled nonsense Rowling will conjure up if given the chance. Unfortunately, for such a famous story everybody already knows the plot beats of, and around which Rowling keeps her grip tight, that possibility is further out of reach than it has been for any remake pretty much ever, comparable only to the dilemmas a remake of Lord of the Rings would garner. As innocently or not, Rowling formed a derivative patchwork of the only fantasy mountain large enough to at least partially escape the shadow cast by Tolkien's.
The book is embargoed until 1 second past midnight. At that point, J.K. Rowling will open Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows and begin to read. The countdown takes place worldwide.
5, 6,
1. The Dark Lord Ascending.